Maigret and the Old Lady by Georges Simenon. Chapter 1. The Lady of La Bicoque. He alighted from the Paris Le Havre train at the bleak little station of Réauté-Berzeville. He'd had to get up at 5 o'clock, and unable to find a taxi had taken the first metro to Gare Saint-Lazare. Now he was waiting for his connection. The train to Étretat, please. Although the time was past 8 o'clock and it had been broad daylight for ages, it felt like dawn here because of the drizzle and the damp cold. There was no restaurant in the station, no refreshment room, only a sort of tavern on the opposite side of the road where the old carts belonging to the livestock traders were stationed. "Étretat, you've got plenty of time. Your train's over there." The man pointed to the carriages without a locomotive waiting in a siding. They were old-style carriages, painted a green that was rarely seen nowadays. Behind the windows sat a few rigid passengers who looked as if they'd been waiting since the previous day. There was something unreal about the train. It was more like a toy or a child's drawing. A family, Parisians of course, ran towards the engineless train until they were out of breath, goodness knows why, picking their way over the rails, the 3 children carrying shrimping nets. That was what triggered the memory. For a moment, Maigret was ageless, and even though they were at least 20 kilometers from the sea, he had the impression he could smell the salty tang and hear the rhythmic pounding of the waves. He looked up and gazed with a certain awe at the grey clouds that must have drifted in from the sea. Maigret had been born and spent his childhood far inland, and his image of the seaside had remained unchanged. Shrimping nets, a toy train, men in flannel trousers, beach umbrellas, hawkers selling seashells and souvenirs, cafes serving white wine and oysters, and family boarding houses which all had the same smell, one that is peculiar to those family boarding houses where, after a few days, Madame Maigret felt so miserable doing nothing with her hands that she would gladly have offered to help with the washing up. He knew, of course, that it was illusory, but the image of a cheery artificial world where nothing grim could ever happen resurfaced wherever he found himself, close to the sea. During the course of his career, he had carried out several investigations on the coast and had seen some real tragedies, and yet as he drank a calvados at the bar of the tavern, he was tempted to smile once again at the thought of the old lady named Valentine, and her stepson, Besson. It was September, Wednesday, the 6th of September, and as usual, Maigret hadn't managed to take the time off to go on a summer holiday. At around 11 o'clock the previous day, the old clerk had come into his office at Quai des Orfèvres and handed him a visiting card with a black border. "Madame Ferdinand Besson, widow, La Bicoque, Étretat." "Is she specifically asking to see me?" "She insists on seeing you, even if it's only for a moment. She says she's come all the way from Étretat." "What's she like?" "Well, she's an old lady, a delightful old lady." The clerk showed her in, and she was indeed the sweetest old lady imaginable. Slender and petite, with a delicate pink face and immaculate white hair, so lively and so gracious that she seemed more like an actress playing an elderly marchioness than a real old lady. "You probably have no idea who I am, Detective Chief Inspector, which makes me all the more grateful to you for being so kind as to see me. I know all about you from having read about your fascinating cases for many years. If you come to my home, as I hope you will, I can even show you countless newspaper cuttings." "Thank you very much." "My name is Valentine Besson, which doubtless means nothing to you, but it may ring a bell when I tell you that my husband, Ferdinand Besson, invented Juva beauty products." Maigret was old enough to be familiar with the name Juva. As a boy he had seen it in newspaper advertisements and on billboards, and he thought he remembered his mother using Juva cream on special occasions when she put on her best clothes. The elderly lady before him was dressed with studied elegance, slightly old-fashioned, and wore a large amount of jewelry. "Since my husband's death 5 years ago, I've lived alone in a little house I own in Étretat. Or rather, until last Sunday evening I lived there alone with a maid who had been with me for several years, a local girl. She died on Sunday night, Inspector. She died instead of me, in a way, and that is why I've come to request your help." She did not sound melodramatic. Her faint smile seemed to be apologizing for speaking of tragic things. "Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not even what people call a batty old woman. When I say that Rose, that was my maid's name, died instead of me, I am almost certain I'm not mistaken. May I briefly explain?" "Please do." "For at least 20 years, I've been in the habit of taking medication at night to help me sleep. It's a very bitter medicine, and the taste is disguised by a strong aniseed flavor. I know what I'm talking about because my husband is a pharmacist. Last Sunday, before retiring, I prepared my sleeping draught as usual and got into bed. Rose was with me when I wanted to drink it. I took a sip and thought it tasted more bitter than usual. I must have put in more than 12 drops, Rose. I shan't have any more, I said. Good night, madame. She took away the glass. Did she try it out of curiosity? Did she finish off the entire glass? It's likely because the empty glass was found in her room. During the night, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, I was woken by the sound of groaning, because the house isn't very big. I got up and bumped into my daughter, who had also got up. I thought you lived alone with your maid. Sunday was my birthday, the 3rd of September, and my daughter, who was visiting from Paris, stayed the night. I don't want to take up too much of your time, Inspector. We found Rose lying in bed, dying. My daughter ran to fetch Dr. Jolly, but by the time he arrived, Rose was dead, having suffered convulsions. The doctor had no hesitation in certifying that she had been poisoned with arsenic. Since she wasn't the sort of girl to commit suicide, and since she'd eaten exactly the same food as us, it is very obvious that the poison was in the medicine that I was meant to take. Do you have any suspicions as to who might have attempted to kill you? Who on earth could I suspect? Dr. Jolly, who was an old friend and who treated my husband, telephoned the police in Le Havre, and an inspector came straight away on Monday morning. Do you know his name? Inspector Castin, a dark-haired man with a ruddy complexion. I know him. What did he say? He didn't say anything. He questioned the local people. The body was taken to Le Havre for the autopsy. She was interrupted by the telephone ringing. Maigret picked it up. It was the head of the police judiciaire. Would you come and see me in my office for a moment, Maigret? Right away, if possible. He apologized to the elderly lady. The chief was waiting for him. How would you like to spend a few days by the sea? He asked. Why did Maigret reply without thinking? In Étretat? How do you know? I don't. Tell me about it. I just received a telephone call from the minister's office. Do you know Charles Besson? Is he also of Juva creams? Not exactly. He's the son. Charles Besson lives in Fécamp and was elected deputy for the Lower Seine region 2 years ago. And his mother lives in Étretat. Not his mother, his stepmother. She's his father's second wife. What I'm telling you now, mind you, I've only just learned myself over the telephone. Charles Besson has spoken to the minister to request that you handle a case in Étretat, even though it's not your patch. His stepmother's servant was poisoned on Sunday night. Do you read the Normandy newspapers? No. The old lady's in my office. To ask you to go to Étretat as well? Exactly. She made the journey especially, which suggests that she's unaware of her stepson's involvement. What have you decided? That depends on you, Chief. That was why, shortly after 8:30 on the following Wednesday at Bréauté-Bezeville, Maigret finally boarded a train so small that it was hard to believe it was real. He leaned out of the window to catch a glimpse of the sea at the first opportunity. As they approached, the sky brightened, and when the train emerged from between the hills covered in pasture land, it was a pale blue wash with just a few light, fluffy clouds. Maigret had telephoned the Le Havre flying squad the previous day to inform Inspector Castin of his arrival, but there was no sign of him as he alighted. Women in summer frocks and bare-chested children waiting on the platform created a holiday mood. The station master, who seemed to be scrutinizing the passengers anxiously, approached Maigret. Would you happen to be Monsieur Maigret by any chance? I would happen to be him, yes. Then I have a message for you. He handed him an envelope. Castin had written, My apologies for not being there to meet you. I am at Ypres at the funeral. I recommend the Hôtel des Anglais, where I hope to join you for lunch and put you in the picture." It was only 10 o'clock, and Maigret, who had brought just a light suitcase, made his way on foot to the hotel, which was close to the beach. But before going in, and despite his suitcase, he went to look at the sea and at the white cliffs enclosing the pebble beach. There were boys and girls cavorting in the waves, and others playing tennis at the back of the hotel. Mothers sat knitting in deck chairs, while elderly couples shuffled across the sand. For years, when he was a schoolboy, he had seen his friends come back from their holidays, tanned with lots of stories to tell and their pockets full of shells. He had been earning his living for a long time before he, too, was able to gaze at the sea. He was a little saddened by the realization that he no longer experienced that little thrill, watching with an indifferent eye the dazzling foam on the waves and the lifeguard with bare tattooed arms in his boat, which was sometimes obscured from view by a huge wave. The smell of the hotel was so familiar that he felt a pang, and suddenly missed Madame Maigret, because it was always with her that he had inhaled that particular smell. "Do you intend to stay long?" asked the man behind the desk. "I've no idea. I'm asking because we shut on the 15th of September, and today's already the 6th. Everything would be closed, and the town would look like an empty stage set. The souvenir shops and patisseries would be shut, and the deserted beach would be returned to the sea and to the gulls." "Do you know Madame Besson?" "Valentine? Of course I know her. She's a local girl. She was born here. Her father was a fisherman. I didn't know her as a child because I'm younger than her, but I could remember when she was an assistant at the Surrey sisters' patisserie. One of the sisters died, but the other one's still alive. She's 92. Her house isn't far from Valentine's, actually. There's a blue fence around the garden. Would you mind filling in your form?" The manager, the owner perhaps, read it and studied Maigret with more interest. "Are you the Maigret from the police? And you've come from Paris specially for this case?" "Inspector Castin, staying here, isn't he?" "Well, since Monday he's been eating most of his meals here, but he goes back to Le Havre every night." "I'm expecting him." "He's at the funeral, in Ypres." "I know." "Do you think someone really tried to poison Valentine?" "I haven't had time to form an opinion. If they did, it could only have been one of the family." "Do you mean her daughter?" "I don't mean anyone in particular. Oh, I know nothing. There were a lot of them at La Bicoque last Sunday, and I can't think who around here would have it in for Valentine. You have no idea how much good that woman did when she had money, when her husband was alive. She still does, and even though she's not rich, she only thinks about giving to others. It's an ugly business, believe me. Étretat's always been a quiet place. Our policy is to keep to a select clientele, chiefly families, preferably of a certain social class. I could tell you—" Maigret preferred to go for a stroll through the sunny streets. Coming into Place de la Mairie, he saw a sign above a white shop front, Patisserie Mora, formerly Patisserie Sauvé. He asked a delivery man the way to La Bicoque, and was shown a path that snaked gently down the hillside, dotted with a few houses surrounded by gardens. He stopped at a distance from a house hidden among the greenery, where a wisp of smoke could be seen rising slowly from the chimney against the pale blue of the sky. And by the time he returned to the hotel, Inspector Castin had arrived. His little black Simca was parked outside the entrance, and he himself was waiting at the top of the steps. "Did you have a good journey, sir? I'm very sorry I wasn't able to come and meet you at the station. I thought it would be a good idea to attend the funeral. If what I hear is true, that's your method too." "How did it go?" They set off along the seafront. "I don't know. I feel like saying rather badly. There was something unspoken in the air. The girl's body had been brought from Le Havre this morning, and the parents were waiting at the station in a van that drove them to Ypres. It's the Trochu family. You'll hear about them. There are lots of Trochus around here, nearly all of them fishermen. The father caught herring around Fécamp for years, as the two older boys still do. Rose was the eldest daughter. There are 2 or 3 others. One of them works in a cafe, Le Havre." Castin had thick hair and a low forehead, and he pursued his ideas as single-mindedly as he would have pushed a plough. "I've been at Le Havre for 6 years now, and I got to know every corner of the region. In the villages, and especially around the chateau, you still come across respectful, humble people who speak of 'our master.' There are others who are tougher, suspicious, sometimes resentful, tetchy. I don't know yet which category the Trochus come under, but this morning the atmosphere around Valentine Besson was distinctly cold, almost menacing. Earlier I was told she was well loved in Africa. Paul is Natrita, and young Rose, as she was called here, is dead. So the old lady was at the funeral. Yes, in the front pew. Some people call her the Chatelaine, possibly because she once had a chateau in the Orne or in Sologne. I can't recall. Have you met her? She came to Paris to see me. She told me she was going to Paris, but I didn't know that it was to see you. What do you make of her? Nothing, for the time being. She was once colossally wealthy. For years she had her Paris mansion in Avenue d'Iéna, her chateau and her yacht, while l'Abbé Coq was just a pied-à-terre. She come here in a big chauffeur-driven limousine, and another car followed behind with her luggage. She caused a stir on Sundays when she attended Mass, sitting in the front row. She still has her pew in the church, and she would hand out fistfuls of money. If someone was in need, people would say, "Go and see Valentine." Many still call her by her first name, especially the old folk. This morning she arrived in Ypres by taxi, alighting with all the airs and graces of her past grandeur. It was as if she were the one conducting the funeral. She brought a huge wreath which completely dwarfed the others. I may be mistaken, but I had the impression that the Trochus were annoyed and were giving her filthy looks. She insisted on shaking the hands of each member of the family, and the father held his out reluctantly, refusing to look her in the eye. One of the sons, Henri, the eldest, quite simply turned his back on her. Did Madame Besson's daughter accompany her? She went back to Paris on Monday on the afternoon train. I had no authority to stop her. You must already have realized that I'm out of my depth, but I do think we'll need to question her again. What's she like? Like her mother must have been at her age, in other words, at 38. She looks 25. She's petite and slim, very pretty, with huge eyes that nearly always have an expression of childlike innocence. All the same, on Sunday night a man, who wasn't her husband, slept in her room at l'Abbé Coq. Did she tell you that? No, I found out, but too late to ask her about it. I'll have to tell you all about it in detail. This case is a lot more complicated than it seems, and I'd like to write everything down. May I? He took from his pocket a stylish red leather-bound notebook, which bore little resemblance to the laundress's pad that Maigret normally used. We received a call at Le Havre at 7 o'clock on Monday morning, and I found a memo on my desk when I arrived at 8. I took the Simca and arrived here just after 9. Charles Messon was getting out of a car just in front of me. Does he live in Fécamp? He has a house, and his family lives there all the year round, but since being elected, he spends part of his time in Paris, where he has an apartment on Boulevard Raspail. He was here all of last Sunday with his family, in other words, his wife and their 4 children. He's not Valentine's son, is he? Valentine doesn't have any sons, only a daughter, Arlette, the one I told you about, and who's married to a Parisian dentist. Was the dentist here too on Sunday? No, Arlette came alone. It was her mother's birthday. Apparently it's a family tradition to visit her on her birthday. When I asked her which train she'd taken, she told me the morning train, the same one that you took. But she wasn't telling the truth, as you'll see. The first thing I did on Monday, as soon as the body had been taken to Le Havre, was to examine every room in the house. That was some job, because although it's small and charming, the place is full of nooks and crannies, fragile items of furniture and knick-knacks. Apart from Valentine's bedroom and the maid's room, both on the first floor, there's only one guest room, on the ground floor, which Arlette was staying in. When I moved the bedside table, I found a man's handkerchief, and I had the feeling that the young woman who was watching me work suddenly became distraught. She snatched it out of my hand, saying, "I've taken one of my husband's handkerchiefs again." I don't know why, but it was only that evening that I recalled the embroidered monogram, an H. Arlette had just left. I'd offered to drive her to the station in my car, and I watched her buy her ticket at the window. It's stupid, I know, but as I was getting back into the car, I was struck by the fact that she hadn't bought a return ticket when she came. I went back into the waiting room and questioned the ticket collector. That lady arrived on the 10 o'clock train on Sunday, didn't she? What lady? The one I've just dropped off. Madame Arlette? No, monsieur. She didn't arrive on Sunday? She may have arrived on Sunday, but not on the train. It was me who collected the tickets, and I'd have recognized her." Castan looked at Maigret with some anxiety. "Are you listening to me?" Yes, of course." "Perhaps I'm going into unnecessary detail." Not at all. I need to familiarize myself." "With what?" "With everything. The station, Valentine, Arlette, the ticket collector, the trousseaux. Only yesterday I knew nothing of all this. When I went back to l'Abicoque, I asked Valentine her son-in-law's name. He's called Julien Souda, so neither of his initials is an H. Her two stepsons are called Théo and Charles Besson. There's only the gardener who works for her 3 days a week, whose name is Honoré. But first of all, he wasn't there on Sunday, and then I discovered that he only uses large handkerchiefs with a red leaf pattern. Not knowing where to begin the investigation, I started questioning the local people, and that was how I found out from the newspaper seller that Arlette had arrived not by train, but by car, a flashy green sports car. Then it was easy. The owner of the sports car had reserved a room for Sunday night at the hotel I recommended to you. He's a certain Hervé Théo, who gave his profession as wine merchant on the hotel registration form. He lives in Paris, Quai des Grands Augustins. Did he not sleep at the hotel? He stayed in the hotel bar until it closed just before midnight, after which, instead of going up to his room, he set off on foot, saying he wanted to see the sea. According to the night watchman, he didn't come back until 2:30 in the morning. I talked to the shoeshine boy, and he told me that the soles of Perrault's shoes had red mud on them. On the Tuesday morning, I returned to l'Abicoque and found footprints in a flower bed beneath the window of Arlette's room. What you make of that?" "Nothing." "As for Théo Besson, was he there too?" "Not during the night. You understand, don't you, that the two Besson sons are the offspring of a first marriage, and that Valentine isn't their mother? I've sketched out the family tree if you're interested." "Not now. How hungry." "In short, Théo Besson, who's 48 and unmarried, has been on holiday in Étretat for the last 2 weeks." "At his stepmother's?" "No, he doesn't see her. I think they fell out. He has a room at Les Roches Blanches, the hotel you can just see from here." "So he didn't go to l'Abicoque." Hold on. When Charles Besson—" Poor Castin sighed, despairing of being able to present a clear picture of the situation, especially since Maigret didn't appear to be listening. "On Sunday morning, Charles Besson arrived at around 11 with his wife and 4 children. They have a car, a big early model Panhard. Arlette had got there before them. They all had lunch at l'Abicoque. Then Charles Besson went down to the beach with his eldest 2, a 15-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl, while the ladies chatted. Did he meet his brother?" "He did. I suspect the Charles Besson suggested going for a walk so he could go and have a drink at the casino. From what people say, he's fond of a tipple. He ran into Théo, whom he didn't know was in Éclatant, and insisted on inviting him back to l'Abicoque. Théo eventually gave in. So, the entire family was there for dinner. A cold meal comprising lobster and leg of lamb. No one was ill." "No. Other than the family, there was only the maid. Charles Besson and his family left at around 9:30. A 5-year-old kid, Claude, had been sleeping in Valentine's bedroom, and just before they got into the car, they had to give the baby a bottle. He's only 6 months old, and he was crying." "What's the name of Charles Besson's wife?" "I imagine it's Emilienne, since she's called Mimi." "Mimi," Maigret repeated gravely, as if learning a lesson by heart. "She's a strapping brunette of around 40. "Strapping brunette. Right. They drove off in their Panhard around 9. "That's right. Théo stayed a few minutes longer, and then only the 3 women were left in the house. Valentine, her daughter Arlette, and young Rose." "Correct. Young Rose did the washing up in the kitchen, while the mother and daughter chatted in the living room." "Are all the bedrooms upstairs?" "Except the guest room, as I told you, which is downstairs, with windows overlooking the garden. You'll see. It's like a doll's house, with tiny little rooms." "Arlette didn't go upstairs to her mother's room?" "They went up together at around 10, because the old lady wanted to show her daughter a dress she just had made." "Did they both come back downstairs?" "Yes. Then Valentine went up again to retire, followed a few minutes later by young Rose. But she usually helped her mistress getting to bed and gave her a medicine." "Was it she who prepared it?" No, Valentine put the drops in the glass of water beforehand. Arlette didn't go back upstairs. No, it was around 11:30 when young Rose went to bed too. And it was around 2 o'clock that she began to groan. That's the time given by Arlette and her mother. And in your opinion, between midnight and 2 o'clock there was a man in Arlette's bedroom, a man with whom she had driven from Paris. Do you happen to know how Theo spent his evening? I haven't had time to investigate yet. I confess I hadn't thought of it. How about some lunch? With pleasure. Do you think I could have mussels? Possibly, but I wouldn't count on it. I'm beginning to know the menu by heart. This morning, did you go into Rose's parents' house? Only into the front room, which had been turned into a chapel of rest. Do you know if they have a good portrait of her? I can ask them. Do so. As many photographs as you can find, even as a child at all ages. How old was she, by the way? 22 or 23. I didn't write the report, and I gather she'd been with the old lady for a very long time. For 7 years. She started working for her when she was very young, when Ferdinand Besson was still alive. She was a strong, buxom girl with a ruddy complexion. She'd never been ill. Dr. Jolly didn't mention anything. I think he'd have told me if she had. I'd like to know whether she had any sweethearts or a lover. That did occur to me. Apparently not. She was very hard-working. She practically never went out. Because she wasn't allowed out. I think, but I could be wrong, that Valentine kept her on a tight rein and was reluctant to allow her any time off. All this time they'd been walking along the seafront. Maigret had been gazing constantly at the sea and hadn't thought about it for a moment. It was already over. He had experienced a familiar little thrill that morning in Betrayal. The toy train had brought back memories of past holidays. Now, he no longer noticed the women's pastel bathing costumes, the children crouching among the pebbles. He was oblivious to the kelp's salty tang. He had barely bothered to find out if there'd been mussels for lunch. He was there, his head filled with new names which he tried to file away in his memory as he would have done in his office at Quai des Orfèvres. He and Castin sat down at a table with a white cloth and gladioli in an imitation crystal-fluted vase. Maybe it was a sign that he was growing old. He craned to catch another glimpse of the white-crested waves, and it saddened him not to feel the slightest excitement. Were there a lot of people at the funeral? The whole of Ypres was there, as well as people who'd come from Étretat, Les Loges, Vaucotte, and the fishermen from Fécamp. Maigret recalled country funerals, had the impression he caught a whiff of Calvados, and said very gravely, "The men will all be drunk tonight." "That's fairly likely," conceded Castin, slightly taken aback by the famous inspector's train of thought. There were no mussels on the menu, and so they had an hors d'oeuvre of canned sardines and celeriac remoulade. Chapter 2. Valentine's Early Life. He pushed open the unlocked gate and, seeing no bell, walked into the garden. He had never seen such a profusion of plants in a space so confined. The flowering shrubs were so close together that they created the impression of a jungle, and in the tiniest space between them sprang dahlias, lupins, chrysanthemums, and other flowers that Maigret recognized only from brightly colored illustrations on seed packets in shop windows, and it looked as if the old lady had used every single packet. The house, whose slate roof he had glimpsed from the road, was no longer visible above the greenery. The path zigzagged, and at one point he must have turned right instead of left, because after a few steps he found himself in a courtyard with big pink flagstones, onto which opened the kitchen and the laundry. He saw a sturdy countrywoman dressed in black with a few streaks of grey in her dark hair, her flesh and her eyes hard, beating a mattress. Around her in the open air stood a jumble of bedroom furniture, a bedside table with its drawer open, curtains and blankets hanging from a washing line, a straw-bottomed chair, and a dismantled bed. The woman looked at him without stopping her work. "Is Madame Besson at home?" She merely indicated the leaded windows surrounded by Virginia creeper. As he approached, he could see Valentine in her sitting room. Unaware of his presence, since she wasn't expecting him to arrive via the courtyard, she was visibly preparing to receive him. Having placed a silver tray with a crystal decanter and glasses on a pedestal table, she stood back to gauge the effect, then looked at herself and tidied her hair in front of an antique mirror with a carved frame. "Just knock," said the countrywoman brusquely. He hadn't noticed that one of the windows was in fact a casement door, and he knocked on it. Valentine turned round, surprised, and immediately produced a smile. "I knew you'd come. But I had hoped to greet you at the main door, so to speak, although the term is a bit grand for this house." Right away, she made the same impression on him as she had in Paris. She was so animated, so sparkling, that she had the air of a woman who was still young, very young even, disguised as an old lady for an amateur theatre production. And yet, she wasn't trying to make herself look young. On the contrary, the cut of her black silk dress, her hairstyle, the broad velvet choker that she wore round her neck were all typical of her age. And looking at her close up, he could see the delicate wrinkles, the withering of the neck, the certain dryness of her hands that left no doubt. "Would you like to give me your hat, Inspector, and see if there's an armchair that's the right size for you? You probably feel awkward in my doll's house, don't you?" The charming thing about her was perhaps that she always seemed to be laughing at herself. "You must have been told, or you will be, that I'm neurotic. And it's true that I've got all sorts of obsessions. You can't imagine how busy obsessions keep you when you live alone. Why don't you try that armchair over there by the window? And do, please, smoke your pipe. My husband smokes cigars from dawn till dusk, and nothing permeates the house like cigar smoke. Between you and me, I don't think he really liked it. He only began smoking cigars very late, when he was well over 40, when Juva cream became famous." And hastily, as if to excuse her unkind comment, "We all have our weaknesses. I imagine you had coffee at the hotel. Perhaps you'll allow me to offer you a Calvados that's over 30 years old." He had realized that it was her eyes as much as her vivacity that made her appear so young. They were of a blue that was paler than the September sky over the sea, and still had an expression of surprise, of wonderment, the look of an Alice in Wonderland. "I'll have a drop, too, to keep you company, as long as you're not shocked. You see that I make no secret of my little vices. You'll find the house all topsy-turvy. I'm only just back from the funeral of poor young Rose. I found it very difficult to persuade Madame Leroy to come and give me a hand. You've probably guessed that it's the furniture from Rose's room you saw outside. I have a horror of death, Inspector, and of everything associated with it. Until the house has been cleaned from top to bottom and aired for a few days, I feel as though the stench of death will linger in the air." Shafts of sunlight shone through the branches of a linden tree and the small window panes, shedding flickering patches of light onto the objects in the room. "I never imagined that one day the famous Inspector Maigret would sit in that armchair. By the way, didn't you say that you'd kept newspaper articles about me?" "That's right. I often used to cut them out the way I used to cut out the serial stories from my father's newspaper." "Do you have them here?" "I think I know where they are." He had sensed a hesitation in her voice. She went over with a forced naturalness to an antique writing desk and rummaged through the drawers in vain, then went to a carved chest. "I think I put them in my bedroom." She moved to go upstairs. "Don't put yourself to any trouble." "It's no trouble. I insist on finding them. I can guess what you're thinking. You imagine that I said that to you in Paris to flatter you and persuade you to come. It's true that I lie sometimes, like all women, but I promise you I'm speaking the truth." He heard her pottering around upstairs, and when she came back down again, she put on a rather exaggerated show of disappointment. "Between you and me, Rose wasn't very tidy. She was even what I'd call muddle-headed. Tomorrow I'll go and search the attic. In any case, I'll lay my hands on those articles before you leave Etretat. Now, I expect you have lots of questions you want to ask me, so I'll go and sit quietly in my granny chair. To your good health, Monsieur Maigret." "To your good health, madame." "You don't think I'm too silly?" He politely shook his head. "You're not angry with me for having dragged you away from your Quai des Orfèvres? It's funny that my stepson had the same idea as me, isn't it? Being a politician, which he's so proud of, he went about things differently and spoke directly to the minister. Tell me honestly, is it because of him or me that you're here?" "Because of you, most definitely." "Do you think I should be worried? It's funny, I simply can't take this threat seriously. People say that old women are fearful. I wonder why, when so many old women like me live alone in remote places. Rose slept here, but she was the one who was scared and came and woke me up at night when she thought she heard a noise. When there was a storm, she'd take refuge in my room and stay till morning, sitting in my wing chair in her nightdress, mumbling prayers and quaking. If I've never been afraid, it's perhaps because I have no idea who could bear me a grudge. I'm not even wealthy anymore. Everyone around here knows that I live on a modest annuity, but survived the calamity. This house is also an annuity, and no one will inherit it. I don't think I've ever done anyone harm. All the same, Rose is dead. That's true. This might make me sound stupid or selfish, but as time goes by, and now that she's buried, I find it hard to believe. In a while, no doubt, you'll go round the house. You see the dining room next door. This other door opens into the guest room where my daughter slept. Apart from the kitchen, the laundry, and the tool shed, that's all there is downstairs, and upstairs is even smaller because there's nothing about the kitchen and the laundry. Does your daughter often come to visit you? She gave a resigned little pout. Once a year, on my birthday. The rest of the time, I neither see her nor hear any news of her. She rarely writes, either. She's married to a dentist, I believe. I expect you're going to need to know the entire family history, and that's only natural. Do you like honesty, Monsieur Maigret? Or would you rather I answered you like a well-brought-up lady? Do you need to ask? You haven't met Arlette yet? Not yet. She went over to a drawer and took out some envelopes containing photographs, each envelope reserved for a specific category of portraits. Look, this is her at 18. People say she resembles me, and as far as her features go, I have to acknowledge it's true. The likeness is striking. As slim as her mother, the girl had the same delicate features, and in particular the same big, pale blue eyes. She looks as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, doesn't she? Poor Julien was taken in by her and married her despite my warnings. He's a good boy, hard-working. He started out with nothing and struggled to finish his studies. He works 10 hours a day and more in his cheap practice in Rue Saint-Antoine. Do you think they are unhappy? He may be happy after all. There are people who make their own happiness. Every Sunday he sets up his easel somewhere by the Seine, and he paints. They have a canoe near Corbeil. Does your daughter love her husband? Look at the photos of her and answer the question yourself. Maybe she's capable of loving someone, but I've certainly never noticed it. When I used to work at the Suret sisters' patisserie, you must have been told about that, she would sometimes say to me, "Do you think it's nice for me to have a mother who sells cakes to my friends?" She was 7 when she said that. The two of us were living in a little room above a watchmaker's shop that's still there today. When I remarried, her life changed. Would you mind telling me about your first husband? I expect others will talk to me about him, but I'd rather hear it from you. She refilled his glass, not at all taken aback by the question. I may as well begin with my parents in that case. I was born Fouque, a name you'll still find in these parts. My father was a fisherman here in Étretat. My mother worked as a domestic help in houses like this one, only during the summer, because in those days no one stayed during the winter. I had 3 brothers and 1 sister, who all died. One of my brothers was killed during the First World War, and another died from his injuries in a boating accident. My sister got married and died in childbirth. As for my 3rd brother, Lucien, who worked in Paris as a hairdresser's assistant, he went off the rails and was stabbed to death in a cafe near Bastille. I'm not ashamed of it. I've never denied my roots. If I'd been ashamed, I wouldn't have come to end my days here, where everyone knows my past. Did you work while your parents were alive? I was a nursery maid at 14, then a chambermaid at the Hôtel de la Plage. My mother died at that time of breast cancer. My father lived to a ripe old age, but he drank so much towards the end that it was as though he was no longer alive. I met a young man from Rouen who was a post office clerk, Henri Pujol, and I married him. He was kind, very gentle, well brought up, and I didn't realize at the time what the bright pink spots on his cheeks meant. For 4 years I played the little lady in a 2-bedroom apartment, then the mother, I went to meet him from work, pushing baby's pram. On Sundays we bought a cake at the Surrey sisters' shop. Once a year we went to Rouen to visit my parents-in-law, who had a little grocery in the upper town. Then Henri began coughing, and he died within a few months, leaving me alone with Arlette. I moved home, making do with just one room. I went to see the Surrey sisters, and they took me on as an assistant. People say I was fresh and pretty, and that I brought in the customers. One day in the shop, I made the acquaintance of Ferdinand Besson. How old were you? When we married a few months later, I was 30. What about him? Around 55. He'd been a widower for several years and had 2 boys of 16 and 18, and that's what was the strangest thing for me, because I always had the feeling that they were about to fall in love. And they didn't. Theo, maybe at first. Then he took a sudden dislike to me, but I never bore him a grudge. You know Besson's story. I know he was the owner of Juva Beauty Products, so you'll probably think he was someone extraordinary. But the truth is very different. He was a small-time pharmacist in the Havre, a very ordinary local pharmacist with a narrow, dingy shop that had a green jar and a yellow jar in the window. He himself, at 40, as you'll see from his photo, looked more like a gas engineer, and his wife looked like a cleaning woman. In those days, there weren't as many specialist products as there are today, and he had to make up all sorts of preparations for his customers. That was how he came to mix a cream for a girl who had always had a spotty face. The cream worked wonders for her. The whole neighborhood heard about it, and then the whole town. One of Besson's brothers-in-law advised him to market the product under a fancy name, and between them they came up with Juva. It was the brother-in-law who provided the initial funding. Almost overnight, he'd made a fortune. He had to build laboratories, first of all in Le Havre, and then in Pantin, outside Paris. The name Juva was in all the papers, then it appeared on the walls in giant letters. You can't imagine how much those products make once they're on the market. Besson's first wife barely benefited because she died shortly afterwards. He began to change his lifestyle. By the time I met him, he was already a very wealthy man, but he wasn't used to having money, and he wasn't sure what to do with it. That's why I think he married me. What do you mean? That he needed a pretty wife to dress and show off. Parisian women frightened him, and he was intimidated by the bourgeois ladies of Le Havre. He felt more at ease with a girl he'd met serving in a patisserie. I don't think he even minded my being a widow, or that I, too, had a child. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. He did, but what surprised him was that she had grasped it so well, and that she had accepted so amiably. Immediately after our wedding, he bought a townhouse in Avenue d'Iéna, and a few years later, a Château d'Anzy in Sologne. He showered me with jewelry, sent me to dressmakers, took me to the theatre and to the races. He even had a yacht built, of which he never sailed, because he suffered from seasickness. Do you think he was happy? I don't know. In his office, Rue Tronchet, he probably was, because he was surrounded by subordinates. I think, in fact, that he always felt that people were laughing at him. And yet he was a good man, as clever as most big businessmen. Perhaps he'd begun to have a lot of money too late. He got it into his head to become a captain of industry, and alongside Juva cream, which was a gold mine, he decided to create other products. A toothpaste, a soap, I don't know what else, and spent millions on advertising them. He built factories to make not only the products themselves, but also the packaging. And Theo, who came into the business, was perhaps even more ambitious than he was. It lasted 25 years, Monsieur Maigret. Now I can barely remember it. The time passed so quickly. We were always in a hurry. We went from our house in Paris to our chateau, and from there to Cab or Nice, and then we hared back to Paris with 2 motor cars, one for the luggage, the butler, the maids, and the cook. Then he decided to go travelling every year, and we went to London and Scotland, Turkey, Egypt, always in a rush because he needed to get back and attend to his business. Always with trunks full of dresses and my jewellery, which we had to put in a bank safe deposit box in every city we visited. Arlette got married. I've never known why. Or rather, I've never known why she suddenly married that boy whom we hadn't even met. when she could have taken her pick from among the rich young men who were frequent visitors to our house. Did your husband have a soft spot for your daughter? You're wondering whether it wasn't a bit more than a soft spot, aren't you? I wondered about that too. It seems natural that a man of a certain age, living with a young girl who is not his daughter, should fall in love with her. I kept an eye on the pair of them. It's true that he spoiled her with gifts and gave in to her every wish. I never came across anything else. No, I have no idea why Arlette got married at 20 to a first-comer. I understand many people, but I've never understood my own daughter. Do you get on well with your stepsons? Theo, the eldest, soon gave me the cold shoulder, but Charles always treated me as if I were his mother. Theo never married. In other words, for a number of years he enjoyed the life that his father wasn't able to live, not having been to the manor born. Why are you looking at me like that? Because of the contrast again. She spoke lightly, with a faint smile, with the same candid expression in her light-coloured eyes, and he was amazed at the words that came out of her mouth. I've had time to think, you know, during the 5 years I've lived alone here. So Theo used to go to the races, was a regular at Maxim's, Fouquet's, all the fashionable places, and spent his summers in Deauville. In those days he kept an open table, always surrounded by young people who had famous names, but no money. He still has the same lifestyle, or rather frequents the same places, but now he's the one who's broke and has to rely on others to pay for him. I don't know how he manages it. You weren't surprised to learn he was an étretat? We haven't spoken to each other for years. I spotted him in town 2 weeks ago, and I thought he was just passing through. Then on Sunday, Charles brought him here and asked the two of us to make peace, and I held out my hand to him. He didn't give you any reason for his presence here. He simply said that he needed a rest. But you interrupted me. I was telling you about the time when my husband was still alive, and his last 10 years were no fun. When did he buy you this house? Before everything began to go downhill. When we already had the mansion in Paris, the chateau, and the whole caboodle. It was me who asked him for a pied-à-terre here, where I feel more at home than anywhere else. Did a smile escape him? She hastily added, I know what you're thinking, and perhaps you're not entirely mistaken. At Anzy I played the lady, as Ferdinand asked me to do. I presided over all the good works, all the ceremonies, but no one knew who I was. It felt unfair that no one could see me in my new life in the town where I had been poor and humble. That might not be very nice, but I think it's only human. You may as well hear it from me, because everyone else is bound to tell you that some people call me the Chatelaine, not without a hint of irony. Behind my back, they prefer to call me simply Valentine. I never understood anything about business, but it's clear that Ferdinand was over-ambitious and did not always make the right decisions, perhaps not so much to impress others as to prove to himself that he was a big-time financier. First, we sold the yacht, then the chateau. One night after the dance, I gave him my pearls to put in the safe, and he said with a bitter smile, It's better for the sake of appearances, but it wouldn't be a tragedy if they were stolen, because they're only imitations. He became taciturn, withdrawn. Only Juva Cream still thrived, while his new businesses went under one after another. Did he love his sons? I don't know. That might sound strange to you. People imagine that parents love their children. It seems natural, but I actually wonder whether the opposite isn't true more often than we think. He was certainly pleased to see Theo accepted in social circles where he couldn't dream of being welcomed himself. He must have realized, on the other hand, that Theo was worthless, and that his grand ideas were largely to blame for the disaster. As for Charles, he never forgave him for being spineless, because he had an absolute horror of spineless, weak people. Because deep down he was weak too. Is that what you're saying? Yes. The fact remains that his last years were sad, seeing everything he had built up fall apart piece by piece. Perhaps he truly loved me. He wasn't very communicative, and I don't recall ever hearing him calling me darling. He was keen to ensure I wouldn't want for anything financially. He took out a life annuity on this house and arranged a small allowance before he died. That is pretty much all he left. His children only received a few mementos of no value, as did my daughter. He treated her just like his sons." "Did he die here?" "No, he died alone in a hotel room in Paris where he had gone in the hope of negotiating a new business deal. He was 70. So, now you're becoming acquainted with the family. I don't know what Theo does exactly, but he always has a little motor car. He's well-dressed and lives in elegant places. As for Charles, who has 4 children and a wife who's not particularly pleasant, he has tried several professions without success. His pet project was to found a newspaper, but this failed in both Rouen and Le Havre. Next, he got involved in a business in Fécamp, making fertilizer from fish waste. Then, since that was going reasonably well, he put himself forward on some list for the elections. He was voted in by sheer luck, and lo and behold, he's been a politician for 2 years. None of them is a saint, but they're not bad people either. Although they might not love me unconditionally, I don't think they hate me, and none of them would stand to gain from my death. The knickknacks you see wouldn't fetch much at auction, and they're all I own, together with the replicas of my jewellery. As for the local people, they think I'm an old dear and see me as part of the landscape. Nearly everyone I knew as a girl has died. There are only a few surviving old folk, like the elder Sure's sister, whom I visit from time to time. That someone should get it into their head to poison me seems so unlikely, so absurd that I'm a little embarrassed to have brought you here, and I'm ashamed now of having gone to see you in Paris. You must have taken me for a batty old woman. Admit it." "No." "Why not? What made you take it seriously?" "Young Rose is dead." "That's true." She glanced out of the window at the furniture scattered around the courtyard and the blankets hanging from the washing line. "Is your gardener here today?" "No, yesterday was his day." "Did the cleaner carry the furniture down on her own?" "We took it apart and brought it down together early this morning, before I went to Ypres. The furniture was heavy, and the staircase narrow with an awkward bend." "I am stronger than I appear, Monsieur Maigret. I look as if I have the bones of a bird, and it's true my bones are small, but even though she was sturdy, Rose was no stronger than I am." She got up to refill his glass again, and poured herself a drop of the aged amber Calvados, whose aroma filled the room. She was taken aback by the question Maigret asked as he calmly puffed on his pipe. "Do you think that your son-in-law, Julien-sur he's called, isn't he, turns a blind eye to his wife's goings-on?" Astonished, she laughed. "I've never asked myself." "And you've never asked yourself either whether your daughter had one or several lovers?" "My goodness, that wouldn't surprise me." "On Sunday night there was a man here in the guest room with your daughter." She frowned and thought. "Now I understand." "What do you understand?" "Certain details that didn't strike me at the time. All day Arlette was distracted, preoccupied. After lunch, she offered to take Charles' children for a walk along the beach, and looked disappointed when he wanted to go himself. When I asked her why her husband hadn't come with her, she told me that he had a landscape to finish by the Seine. "Are you staying the night?" I asked. "I don't know. I don't think so. It's probably best if I take the evening train back." I urged her to stay. Several times I caught her looking out of the window, and I remember now that at nightfall a motor car drove past the house 2 or 3 times, almost at a crawl. "What did you women talk about?" "It's hard to say. Mimi had to take care of her baby, which needed changing several times. She also had to prepare the bottle. Kahn Claude, who's 5 and who was damaging the flower beds. We talked about the children, naturally. Arlette remarked to Mimi that the youngest must have come as a surprise after 5 years when the eldest was already 15, and Mimi replied that Charles never surprised her in any other way, and then she was the one who was lumbered. You can imagine. We swapped recipes." "Did Arlette go up to your room after dinner?" "Yes, I wanted to show her a dress I'd had made recently, and I tried it on in front of her." "Where was she standing?" "She was sitting on the bed." "Was she alone at any point?" "Perhaps for a few seconds while I was fetching the dress from the little room that serves as my linen room. But I can't imagine that Arlette would pour poison in my sleeping potion. She'd have had to open the medicine cabinet, which is in the bathroom. I would have heard her. And why would Arlette have done that? So, she's unfaithful to poor old Julia. A man visited Arlette in her bedroom after midnight and must have left hurriedly via the window when he heard Rose's groans. She couldn't help laughing. That was bad timing. But thinking about it retrospectively did not frighten her. Who is it? Someone from around here? Someone who drove her here from Paris in a car. A certain Hervé Perrault, who's in the wine trade. Young, 40-ish. I must say I was surprised she came by train when her husband has a car and she drives. All this is very bizarre, Monsieur Maigret. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you're here. The inspector took away the glass and the medicine bottle, as well as various items from my room and the bathroom. I'm curious to know what the laboratory people will discover. Some plain-clothes police officers came too and took photos. If only young Rose hadn't been so stubborn. I told her the medicine had a strange taste, and once she'd left the room, she still drank the remains. She didn't need anything to help her sleep, I assure you. How many times did I lie there, listening to her snoring through the partition as soon as her head touched the pillow? Perhaps you'd like to have a look around the house. He had been there for barely an hour, and he already felt as if he knew it, as if it was familiar. The starchy figure of the cleaning woman, a widow for certain, appeared in the doorway. Will you eat the rest of the stew this evening, or shall I give it to the cat? She said this almost spitefully, without smiling. I'll eat it, Madame Leroy. I finished outside, everything's clean. When you're ready to help me carry the furniture back upstairs. Valentine gave Maigret a half-smile. Later. But I don't have anything else to do. Then rest for a minute. And she preceded him up the narrow staircase that smelled of wax polish. Chapter 3. Arlette's Lovers. Drop in and see me whenever you like, Monsieur Maigret. After bringing you here from Paris, the very least I can do is remain at your disposal. I hope you aren't too annoyed with me for having put you to so much trouble over this ridiculous business. They were in the garden, just as Maigret was leaving. The widow Leroy was still waiting for her mistress to help her carry the furniture back into Rose's room. Maigret was on the verge of offering to help because he couldn't imagine Valentine humping such a heavy load. I'm surprised now that I urged you to come because I'm not even afraid. Is Madame Leroy going to sleep here? Oh, no, she'll be going home in an hour's time. She has a 24-year-old son who works for the railways. She pampers him like a baby. It's because he'll be home soon that she can't keep still. Will you sleep in the house alone? It won't be the first time. He had crossed the little garden and pushed open the gate, which squeaked. The sun was setting over the sea, bathing the path in yellow light, already reddening. The unsurfaced road was bordered by hedgerows and nettles like those of his childhood, and his feet stumbled in the soft dust. A little further down was the beginning of a bend, and rounding this bend he saw coming towards him the shape of a woman toiling up the slope. Her back was to the light, and she wore dark clothes, and he immediately knew who she was. There was no doubt it was Arlette, the old lady's daughter. She did not look as tiny and slim as her mother, but she had the same delicateness, seemed to be made of the same fragile, precious stuff, and she had the same huge eyes of an incredible blue. Did she recognize Maigret, whose photograph had so often been in the newspapers, or did she simply say to herself, on seeing a stranger dressed like a city dweller on this road, that he could only be a police officer? Maigret had the impression that during the brief moment when they passed each other, she hesitated, as if about to speak to him. He too hesitated. He wanted to speak to her, but this was neither the right time nor the right place. So they merely looked at one another in silence, and Arlette's eyes expressed no emotion. They were solemn, and there was something far away, something impersonal in her gaze. Maigret turned around when she'd already disappeared behind the hedge, then continued on his way until he reached the first streets of Etretat. He ran into Inspector Castin in front of a display of postcards. I was waiting for you, sir. I've just received the reports. They're here in my pocket. Do you want to read them? What I'd like more than anything is to sit down at a terrace and drink a glass of cold beer. Didn't she offer you a drink? She gave me a Calvados that was so old, so excellent, that it's made me thirsty for something more ordinary and thirst-quenching. The sun, which from mid-afternoon had been slipping down like a huge red ball, heralded the end of summer, as did the dwindling number of holiday-makers who were already wearing woolen clothes and now, driven from the beach by the coolness, didn't know what to do with themselves in town. "Arlette has just arrived," said Maigret when they were installed at a pedestal table on Place de la Mairie. "Did you see her?" "I presume that this time she came by train." "Did she go to her mother's? Did you talk to her?" "We simply passed each other around 100 meters from La Bicoque." "Do you think she's going to sleep there?" "I think it's likely." "There's no one else in the house, is there?" "Tonight there will only be the mother and the daughter." This worried the inspector. "You're not going to make me read all these papers, are you?" said Maigret, pushing away the bulging yellow envelope full of documents. "Tell me about the glass, first of all. You're the one who found it and packaged it up?" "Yes, it was in the maid's room on the bedside table. I asked Madame Besson if it was the one that had contained her medicine. Apparently there's no mistaking it, because the glass is slightly tinted. It's the last remaining one from an old set." "Fingerprints?" "The old lady's and Rose's." "The bottle?" "I found the sleeping potion in the medicine chest in the bathroom where I've been told it was kept. It had only the old lady's prints on it." "Did you see her bedroom, by the way?" Like Maigret, Castin had been surprised on entering Valentine's room. She had let the detective chief inspector in with a cheerful ease, without a word, but she must have been aware of the effect the room would produce. Since the rest of the house was pretty and in good taste, displaying a certain sophistication, visitors did not expect to find themselves in an extremely coquettish boudoir, whose walls were covered with cream satin. In the midst of a huge bed, a Persian cat with bluish fur was having a nap, and barely opened his golden eyes to acknowledge the intruder. "It's perhaps a rather ridiculous room for an old woman, isn't it?" When they had moved into the yellow-tiled bathroom, she added, "It's probably because when I was young I never had my own bedroom. I had to share an attic room with my sisters, and we had to go and wash in the courtyard on the edge of the well. In Avenue d'Iéna, Ferdinand had a pink marble bathroom put in for me. All the fittings were silver gilt, and there was a sunken bath with 3 steps down. Rose's room, with its waxed floor and floral wallpapers, was empty, and there was a draught blowing that made the cretonne curtains billow like crinolines." "What did the coroner say?" "There's no doubt she was poisoned. A high dose of arsenic. The sleeping draught did not cause the maid's death. The report adds that the liquid must have had a very bitter taste." "That's what Valentine said, too. But Rose drank it all the same. Do you see that man over the road walking towards the stationer's? That's Théo Besson. He was a tall, big-boned man with strongly defined features and looked around 50. He wore a very English-looking rust-coloured tweed jacket. He was bareheaded, his hair grey and sparse. He spotted the 2 men. He knew the inspector already, and most likely recognized Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. He hesitated, as Arlette had done, gave a slight nod in greeting, and went inside the stationer's. "Have you interviewed him?" "In passing. I asked him if there was anything he wanted to tell me, and whether he intended to stay in Étretat for long. He replied that he had no plans to leave town before the hotel closes on the 15th of September. "How does he spend his days?" "He often walks along the coast alone, with big, regular strides, like people of a certain age who want to stay fit. He goes for a swim at around 11 and hangs around the casino bar or in the cafes the rest of the time." "Does he drink a lot?" 10 or so whiskies a day, but I don't think he gets drunk. He reads 4 or 5 newspapers. Sometimes he gambles without ever sitting down at one of the gaming tables." "Nothing else in these reports?" "Nothing of interest." "Has Théo Besson seen his stepmother since Sunday?" "Not as far as I know." "Who has seen her?" "Give me a summary of what happened on Monday. I've more or less got an idea of the Sunday, but I can't quite picture the events of Monday." He knew how Valentine had spent Tuesday because she told him. She left La Bicoque early and caught the first train to Paris, leaving Madame Leroy on her own. On arrival, she'd taken a taxi to Quai des Orfèvres, where she'd called on Maigret. "Did you go and see your daughter afterwards?" he'd asked her earlier. "No. Why?" "Do you ever visit her when you're in Paris?" "Seldom. They have their life and I have mine. Besides, I don't like the Saint-Antoine neighborhood, where they live, or their pretentious apartment. What did you do? I had luncheon in a restaurant in Rue Dufault, where I've always liked to eat, did some shopping in the Madeleine area, then caught my train home. Did your daughter know you were in Paris? No. Nor your stepson, Charles? I didn't tell them about my idea. Now he really wanted to know what had happened on the Monday. When I arrived at around 8 o'clock, said Castin, I found the household in quite a state, as you can imagine. Who was there? Madame Besson, of course. Wearing what? Her usual outfit. Her daughter was there too, in her slippers, her hair unbrushed. Dr. Jolly was sitting with them, a man of a certain age, a family friend, calm, level-headed, and the elderly gardener just arrived. As for Charles Besson, he was just a few steps ahead of me. Who told you what had happened? Valentine. From time to time the doctor interrupted her to ask about an important detail. She told me that she was the one who'd asked someone to telephone her stepson to let him know. He was very upset, devastated. He seemed relieved the press hadn't shown up yet and that the locals weren't aware of anything. You've just seen his brother. He's very much like him, only fatter and flabbier. The fact that there's no telephone in the house made my job more difficult because I had to call the Havre several times, and each time I had to come into town. The doctor left first because he had patients to see. Weren't Rose's parents informed? No, it didn't occur to anybody to tell them. It was me who went to Ypres to see them. One of her brothers came back with me, and her mother. How did that go? Not well. The mother glared at Madame Besson as if she blamed her for what had happened and refused to speak to her. As for the brother, I don't know what Charles Besson said to him, but he flew off the handle. We must know the truth. Don't you think I'll allow this to be hushed up because you can pull a few strings? They want you to take the body to Ypres. I had a great deal of difficulty convincing them that first of all it had to be transferred to Le Havre for the autopsy. At that point the father arrived on his bicycle. He didn't say a word to anyone. He's a short, stocky man, very strong, very solidly built. As soon as the body was loaded into the van, he took his family away. Charles Besson offered to drive them home in his car, but they refused, and the three of them left on foot, the old man pushing his bicycle. I can't vouch for the exact timing of what I'm telling you. Neighbours began to arrive, then people from the town were swarming all over the garden. I was upstairs with Cornu from Criminal Records, who was taking photographs and looking for fingerprints. When I came back downstairs at around midday, I couldn't see Arlette, and her mother told me she'd gone back to Paris for fear her husband would be worried. Charles Besson stayed until 3 o'clock and then returned to Fécamp. Did he mention me? No. Why? He didn't tell you that he was planning to ask the minister to put me in charge of the investigation. He didn't say anything to me, other than that he would handle the press. I can't think of anything else on the Monday. Oh, yes. That evening I spotted Théo Besson on the street. Someone pointed him out to me and I stopped to have a few words with him. Have you heard what's happened at La Bicoque? I asked him. I've been told. Do you have any information that might help our investigation? None whatsoever. He was very cold, distant. That was when I asked if he planned to leave Étretat, and he replied as I've told you. Now, if you don't need me this evening, I'm going back to Le Havre to write my report. I promised my wife I'd have dinner with her if I could, because we have friends over. He had left his car outside the hotel, and Maigret walked back with him through quiet streets. From time to time, as they rounded a bend, they had a view of the sea. Aren't you a little concerned that Arlette will be staying at her mother's tonight and the two women will be alone in the house? He was visibly preoccupied, and perhaps because Maigret was so calm, he felt that the latter was taking things lightly. As the sun grew redder and the roofs of the houses appeared to be on fire, the sea took on an icy green colour, and the world to the east of the setting sun seemed frozen in a surreal eternity. What time would you like me to be here tomorrow morning? Not before 9. Perhaps you could telephone the police judiciaire for me to find out everything you can about Arlette Soudre and her husband. I'd also like to know what kind of life Charles Besson leads when he's in Paris, and while you're about it, ask if they have anything on Théo. Try and speak to Lucas. I don't like telephoning about these things from here. Most of the passers-by turned round to look at them, and people watched them through the shop windows. Maigret didn't know how he was going to spend the evening yet, or how he would go about the investigation. From time to time he repeated mechanically to himself, "Young Rose is dead." She was the only person about whom he knew nothing yet, other than that she had been plump and buxom. "By the way," he asked Castin, who was pressing the starter, "she must have had some personal belongings in her room at Valentine's. What happened to them?" "Her parents stuffed them into a suitcase and took it away." "Did you ask to see them?" "I didn't dare. If you go and see them, you'll understand why. They weren't exactly friendly. They stare at you suspiciously, and they look at one another before grunting a reply." "I'll probably go over there tomorrow." "I wouldn't be surprised if Charles Besson paid you a visit, since he took it upon himself to pester the minister to have you put in charge of the case." Castin set off in his little car on the road to Le Havre, while Maigret, before going into his hotel, headed for the casino, whose terrace overlooked the beach. It was automatic. He was obeying that sort of impulse that prompts city dwellers when they're by the sea to sit and watch the sunset. And all Étretat's remaining bathers were there, girls in pastel dresses, a few elderly ladies looking out for the famous green ray that would shoot up as the red globe sank beneath the horizon. Maigret gazed at the sky until his eyes ached, but he didn't see the green ray. He went into the bar, where a familiar voice hailed him. "Will it be, Inspector?" "Well, well." Charlie. A barman he had met in an establishment in Rue Daunou in Paris, and whom he was surprised to find here. "I was sure they'd send you to handle this case. What you reckon?" "What about you?" "I think the old lady had a very narrow escape and the skivvy was unlucky." Maigret drank a Calvados because he was in Normandy and he had started out on it. Charlie served other customers. Théo Besson came and sat on one of the high stools and unfolded a Paris newspaper which he had probably gone to buy at the station. Apart from a few little clouds that were still pink, the world outside had lost all its colour, the infinite vastness of the sky forming a lid over the infinite sea. Young Rose is dead. Dead from having drunk medicine that wasn't prescribed for her, and which she did not need. He lingered a little longer, feeling sluggish from the Calvados. Then he made his way back to the hotel, whose facade was a chalky white in the twilight. He walked past the pot plants on the steps and followed the red carpet to the reception counter where he intended to collect his key. The manager leaned towards him and said confidentially, "There's a lady who's been waiting for you for some time." And he looked over towards the red velvet armchairs in a corner of the lobby. "I told her I didn't know when you'd be back, and she said she'd wait. She's—" He muttered a name so quietly that Maigret couldn't hear. But turning round, he recognized Arlette Soudre, who just then rose from her chair. He was more conscious of her elegance than he had been when they passed each other that afternoon, perhaps because she was the only person in town clothes, and she was wearing a very Parisian hat, as if she were on her way to an afternoon tryst in the wealthy Madeleine district. He walked towards her, feeling a little awkward. "I'm the person you're waiting for, I believe. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "As you know, I am Arlette Soudre." He nodded to indicate that he did know. Then they were both silent for a moment. She looked about her to make him understand that it was difficult to talk there in the lobby, where an elderly couple was staring at them and straining to listen to their conversation. "I presume you would like to speak to me in private. Unfortunately, this isn't Quai des Orfèvres, and I don't see where—" He cast around. He couldn't invite her up to his room. The waitresses were laying the tables in the dining room, which seated 200 people, but where there were only around 20 diners. "Perhaps the easiest thing would be if you had a bite to eat with me. I could choose a secluded table." She was more at ease than he was. She accepted his suggestion naturally without thanking him, and followed him into the almost deserted dining room. "May we have dinner?" he asked the waitress. "In a few minutes. You can sit down if you like. Dinner for two." Just a minute. May we have something to drink?" He turned questioningly to Arlette. "Martini," she said half-heartedly. 2 martinis." He still felt embarrassed, and it was not solely because the previous Sunday a man had spent part of the night in Arlette's room. She was the classic example of the pretty woman with whom a lucky man has an intimate dinner, eyeing the people coming in for fear of seeing someone he knows. And Maigret was going to have dinner with her here. She sat gazing coolly at him, unforthcoming, as if it was up to him to speak and not her. "So you're back from Paris," he said, growing tired of waiting. You must have guessed why. She was probably prettier than her mother had ever been, but unlike Valentine, she did nothing to make herself agreeable. She remained aloof, and there was no warmth in her eyes. If you don't know yet, I'll tell you. Do you mean Hervé? Their martinis arrived, and she dipped her lips in hers, took a handkerchief out of her black suede handbag, and automatically grabbed a lipstick, but didn't use it. What are you planning to do? She asked, looking him straight in the eyes. I don't understand your question. I don't have a lot of experience in these matters, but do read the newspapers. When an accident like the one last Sunday night happens, the police usually poke around in the private lives of everyone involved, and it's barely better being innocent than guilty. Since I am married and I'm very fond of my husband, I'm asking you what you intend to do. About the handkerchief. If you like. Your husband doesn't know. He saw her lip tremble with impatience or anger, and she said, You sound like my mother. Because your mother thought that perhaps your husband knew about your extramarital life? She gave a scornful little snigger. You choose your words carefully, don't you? I'll be blunt if you prefer. From what you just said, your mother thought your husband turned a blind eye. She didn't think it. She said so. As I don't know him from Adam or from Eve, I haven't had the opportunity to form an opinion. Now, she was still staring at him, and he felt an urge to provoke her. Well, you can only blame yourself if someone gets that idea. You're 38, aren't you? You've been married since the age of 20. I find it hard to believe that your fling last Sunday was the first of its kind. She shot back. True, it's not the first. You only had one night to spend at your mother's, and still you felt the need to bring your lover into the house. Perhaps we don't often get the chance to spend the night together. I'm not judging. I'm observing, which is why I thought your husband knew. He didn't, and he still doesn't. That's the reason I came back after leaving in a hurry. Why did you leave at midday on Monday? I didn't know what had happened to Hervé after he left the house when Rose started groaning. I didn't know what my husband would do when he heard the news. I wanted to avoid him coming here. I understand. And once back in Paris, were you worried? Yes. I telephoned Charles, who told me you were in charge of the investigation. Did you find that reassuring? No. May I serve you, sir? Madam? He nodded, and they stopped talking until the soup was on the table. Will my husband find out? It's unlikely. Not unless he has to. Do you suspect me of attempting to poison my mother? Her spoon was poised in mid-air, and he looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and a hint of admiration. Why do you ask me that? Because I was the only person in the house who could have put poison in the glass. Or to be exact, I was the only person still in the house when it happened. You mean that Mimi could have done it before she left? Mimi, or Charles, or even Theo. Only inevitably everyone thinks of me. Why inevitably? Because everyone is convinced that I don't love my mother. And is it true? More or less. Would you mind very much if I asked you a few questions? Mind you, this is off the record. You're the one who came to see me. You would have questioned me sooner or later, wouldn't you? It's possible, and even probable. The elderly couple were sitting 3 tables away, and at another table was a middle-aged woman gazing dotingly at her 18-year-old son, fussing over him as if he were a child. Bursts of loud laughter came from a table of girls, in waves, so it seemed. Maigret and his companion spoke in hushed tones as they ate, outwardly calm, indifferent. Have you not loved your mother for a long time? Since the day I realized that she'd never loved me, that I'd been an accident and she felt that I'd ruined her life. When did you discover that? When I was a little girl. But I shouldn't only talk about myself. It's fair to say that Mother has never loved anyone, not even me. Didn't she love your father, either? From the day he died, there was no longer any mention of him. I defy you to find a single photograph of my father in the house. You were there earlier. You saw Mother's bedroom. Did anything strike you about it? He racked his memory and admitted, No. It may be because you haven't visited many houses belonging to old women. In most of them you'll find hundreds of photographs on the walls and on the furniture. She was right, and yet he remembered one portrait, a portrait of an elderly man, in a beautiful silver frame on her bedside table. My stepfather, she replied to his protest. First of all, She put it there mainly because of the frame. And then it's true that he was the former owner of Juva Products, which counts for something. And lastly, he spent half his life pandering to my mother's every whim and giving her everything she possessed. Did you see any pictures of me? Or of my stepbrothers? Charles, for example, is obsessed with taking photographs of his children at every age and sending prints to the family. In my mother's house, all those photos are in a drawer, with pencil stubs, old letters, cotton reels, and goodness knows what. But on the walls are photos of her motor cars, her shadow, her yacht, her cats, especially her cats. I can see that you really don't like her. I don't think I even hold it against her anymore. What? It doesn't matter. However, if someone tried to poison her, I'm sorry. You just said, if. Let's say it's a manner of speaking. Mind you, with Mother, you never know. Are you insinuating that she could have pretended to have been poisoned? It's true it wouldn't make much sense, especially as there was poison in the glass and enough to kill, because poor Rose is dead. Did your stepbrothers and your sister-in-law share your, let's say, your indifference, if not your antipathy to your mother? They don't have the same reasons as me. Mimi doesn't like her very much because she thinks that had it not been for her, my stepfather wouldn't have lost his fortune. Is that true? I don't know. It's certain that it was on her that he spent the most money, and that she was the one he particularly wanted to impress. How did you get on with your stepfather? Almost immediately after her marriage, Mother sent me off to a very exclusive, very expensive boarding school in Switzerland, on the pretext that my father had suffered from tuberculosis and that it was important to look after my lungs. Pretext. I'd never coughed in my life. It was just that the presence of an adolescent girl annoyed her. Perhaps she was jealous, too. Of what? Ferdinand tended to spoil me, pamper me. When I came back from Paris at the age of 17, he began to hang around me, insistently. You mean... No, not straight away. I was 18 and a half when it happened. One evening when I was getting ready to go to the theatre, he came into my room when I wasn't completely dressed. What happened? Nothing. He lost his head and I slapped him. Then he fell at my feet and began to cry, begging me not to say anything to Mother, not to leave. He swore he'd had a moment of madness and that he'd never do it again. She added coldly, he was ridiculous in tails, with his shirt front that had popped out of his waistcoat. He had to get up quickly because the maid was coming in. Did you stay? Yes. Were you in love with someone? Yes. Whom? Teo. And was he in love with you? He didn't take any notice of me. He had his bachelor pad on the ground floor, and I knew that although his father had forbidden it, he brought women home. I spent nights spying on him. There was one, a little dancer from the Théâtre du Châtelet, who at one time came almost every night. I hid in his apartment. And did you make a scene? I don't know what I did exactly, but she left, furious, and I was left alone with Teo. Then what? He didn't want to. I almost forced him. She spoke in a low voice, in such a natural tone that it sounded somewhat unreal, especially in these surroundings for respectable holidaymakers, with a waitress in her black dress and white apron interrupting them from time to time. And afterwards, he repeated. There was no afterwards. We avoided each other. Why? He probably felt embarrassed. What about you? Because I was sick of men. Is that why you married so hastily? I didn't straight away. For more than a year I slept with all the men who came after me. Out of revulsion? Yes. You can't understand. And then? I realized that things would end badly. I was disgusted. I wanted to put an end to it. By getting married? By trying to live like everyone else. And once married, you carried on? She looked at him solemnly and said, Yes. There was a long silence, during which the girls at the other table could be heard laughing. From the first year? From the first month? Why? I don't know. Because I can't help it. Julien has never suspected, and I'd do anything to make sure he never finds out. Do you love him? Too bad if it makes you laugh. Yes. In any case, he's the only man I respect. Do you have any other questions you want to ask? When I've taken in everything you've just told me, I probably will. Take your time. Are you planning to spend the night at Labicoque? I have no option. People wouldn't understand if I went to a hotel, and there are no trains until tomorrow morning. Did you and your mother have an argument? When? This afternoon. We told each other a few home truths, coldly, as usual. It's always become a game the moment we're together. She hadn't eaten a dessert, and before leaving the table, she applied her lipstick, looking at herself in a little mirror, and shook a tiny powder puff. Her eyes were extraordinarily light, a clearer blue even than Valentine's, but as empty as the sky earlier when Maigret had hoped to see the green ray. Chapter 4. The Cliff Path. Maigret was wondering whether the end of the meal would also be the end of their conversation, or whether they would continue it elsewhere, and Arlette was busy lighting a cigarette when the owner came over to Maigret and spoke to him in an exaggeratedly hushed voice, so softly that Maigret had to ask him to repeat what he'd said. "You wanted on the telephone." "Who?" The manager gave a meaningful look in the direction of the young woman, and the two of them misunderstood each other. Arlette's features hardened without losing their impassive expression. "Would you kindly tell me who is asking to speak to me?" said Maigret impatiently. And the man replied, annoyed as if being forced to reveal a state secret. "Monsieur Charles Besson." Maigret smiled furtively at Arlette, who must have thought that he was her husband, and rose, saying, "Will you wait for me?" She fluttered her eyelashes to indicate that she would, and he walked over to the booth, accompanied by the manager, who muttered, "I should have handed you a note, shouldn't I? I must apologize on behalf of one of my staff. Apparently, Monsieur Besson called you 2 or 3 times during the day, but no one told you when you came back for dinner." A booming voice on the other end of the phone, one of those voices that make the receiver vibrate. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, I'm very sorry, truly. I don't know how to ask for your forgiveness, but perhaps you won't be too annoyed with me when I tell you what happened." Maigret couldn't get a word in edgeways. The voice went on. "I drag you away from your work, from your family. I make you come to Étretat, and I'm not even here to welcome you. I must tell you that I intended to be at the station this morning, that I desperately tried to contact the station master to give him a message for you." "Hello?" "Yes." "Would you believe that last night I had to rush off to Dieppe, where my wife's mother was at death's door?" "Did she die?" "Not until this afternoon. And since she only has daughters, and I was the only man in the house, I had to stay. You know how it is. You have to think of everything. There are unforeseen circumstances. I couldn't telephone you from the house because my dying mother-in-law couldn't stand the slightest sound, but I managed to get away for a few minutes 3 times to call you from a nearby bar. It was awful." "Was she in a great deal of pain?" "Not particularly, but she knew she was dying." "How old was she?" 88. Now I'm back in Fécamp, where I'm looking after the children, because I left my wife in Dieppe. She only has the baby with her. If you wish, I can jump into my car and come and see you this evening. Otherwise, tell me what time tomorrow morning. I shan't take up too much of your time, and I'll make it my duty to be there." "Is there something you'd like to tell me?" "You mean to do with what happened on Sunday?" "I know no more than what you've been told. Oh, I did want to let you know that I managed to get hold of all the Normandy newspapers, both from Le Havre and Rouen. None of them mentions the case, which means the Paris papers won't either. That was no easy task. I had to go to Rouen in person on Tuesday morning. They printed 3 lines about it, saying it is presumed to be an accident." He stopped for breath at long last, but Maigret had nothing to say. "Are you comfortably settled? Have they given you a good room? I hope you will shed some light on this distressing affair. I don't know if you're an early riser. Should I be at your hotel at 9 o'clock? "If that's convenient." "Thank you. Once again, I apologize." When Maigret came out of the booth, he caught a glimpse of Arlette, who had remained alone in the dining room, her elbows on the table, while the staff were clearing away. "He had to go to Dieppe," he said. "Has she finally croaked?" "Was she ill?" "She's been saying she's dying for 20 or 30 years. Charles must be delighted." "Did he not like her?" "He's going to be all right for a good while, because there's a huge inheritance. Do you know Dieppe?" "Not well." "The Montes own around 1/4 of all the houses in the city. He's going to be rich, but he'll manage to lose all that money in some outlandish enterprise. Unless Mimi stops him, it's her money after all, and I think she's capable of standing up to him." It was strange. She said all this without animosity. There was no spitefulness in her voice, no envy. She sounded as though she was simply talking about people as she saw them, and they appeared in a harsher light than in the photos of the Criminal Records Department. Maigret had sat down opposite her and filled his pipe, which she hesitated to light. "Tell me when I start getting on your nerves." "You don't seem in a hurry to go back to La Bicoque." "I'm not. To the extent that you prefer any old company." He knew that this was not true, that now she had begun to talk about herself, she probably wanted to say more. But most of the lights had now been turned off in the vast dining room, and the staff were signaling that they'd outstayed their welcome, making it difficult to pick up the conversation where they'd left off. "Would you like to go somewhere else?" "Where? If we go to a bar, we might bump into Teo, and I'd rather avoid him." "Do you still love him?" "No. I don't know." "Are you angry with him?" "I don't know. Come on, we can always go for a walk." The night was dark, and the fog created broad halos around the few electric streetlights. The regular crashing of the waves was much louder than during the day, making quite a din. "May I carry on asking you questions?" She was wearing very high heels, and he was careful to avoid the streets that had no pavements, especially the ones with big uneven cobblestones which might trip her up. "That's why I'm here. You'll have to ask them sooner or later, won't you? I'd like to go back to Paris tomorrow with my mind dressed." It was many years since Maigret had had the occasion to wander around at night through the dark, cold streets of a small town in the company of a pretty woman, and he felt almost guilty. There were few people out and about. Their footsteps could be heard long before they loomed out of the darkness. Most of them turned round to look at this nocturnal couple, and perhaps people were spying on them from behind the curtains of the lit windows too. "Sunday was your mother's birthday, I gather." "The 3rd of September, yes. My stepfather turned that date into something as important as a national holiday, and would not hear of any member of a family missing it. We've kept up the habit of getting together at my mother's on that date. It's become a tradition, do you understand?" "Except for Teo, from what you told me earlier." "Except for Teo, since his father's death." "Did you bring presents? May I ask what?" "Funnily enough, Mimi and I brought almost the same gift. A lace collar. It's hard to find presents for my mother, who's had everything she ever wanted, the rarest and most expensive things. When you give her a trinket, she bursts out laughing in a hurtful way and thanks you over effusively. Since she loves lace, we both have the same idea. No chocolates, sweets, or cakes." "I can guess what you're thinking. No, it wouldn't occur to anyone to give her chocolates or sweets, which she hates. You see, Mother is one of those women who look frail and delicate, but who prefer a grilled or pickled herring, a jar of gherkins, or a nice piece of salted pork to cakes or sweets." "What about you?" "No." "Has anyone in the family ever suspected what happened in the past between you and your stepfather?" "To be honest, I'm not sure, but I'd swear that Mother was always aware of it." "Who'd have told her?" "She doesn't need anyone. I'm sorry to speak ill of her again, but she's always listened at keyholes. It's an obsession. She spied on me before spying on Ferdinand. She spied on everyone in her house, including the butler, the driver, and the maids." "Why?" "Because she wanted to know, because it was her house." "And do you think she knew about Teo as well?" "I'm almost certain." "Did she ever say anything to you or make any allusion to it? You weren't even 20, were you? She could have warned you." "Why would she do that?" "When you announced your intention to marry Junior Soul, didn't she try to dissuade you? In other words, in those days it could have been considered a poor match. Ferdinand Besson was at the height of his career. You lived a life of luxury, and you were marrying a penniless dentist with no prospects." "Mother didn't say anything." "What about your stepfather?" "He didn't dare. He felt awkward about me. I think he regretted his behavior. Deep down, I think he was a very honest man, scrupulous even. He must have been convinced that I was doing it because of him. He wanted to give me a big dowry, which Julien turned down." "At your request?" "Yes." "Your mother never suspected anything?" "No." Now they were on a path that led to the top of the cliff. At regular intervals they could see the out of a beacon sweeping the sky, and they could hear the mournful wail of the foghorn in the darkness. The pungent smell of wrack reached their nostrils. Arlette showed no signs of tiredness, and didn't complain of the cold, despite her high heels and her Parisian outfit. I'm going to ask you a few more personal questions. I'm prepared for nearly all of the questions you're asking me. When did you find out that you couldn't have children? Before getting married? Yes. How? Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? I haven't forgotten, but no, I didn't take any precautions whatsoever, and I didn't allow the men to take any. Why not? I don't know. Perhaps out of a sort of integrity. He had the feeling she was blushing in the dark, and that there was something different in her voice. How did you know for certain? Through a young houseman at Lariboisiere Hospital. Who was your lover? Like the rest. He examined me and had me examined by his friends. He hesitated, embarrassed by the question that sprang to his lips. She sensed it. Say it. I've got nothing left to lose. This appointment with his friends, was it strictly for medical purposes, or? Yes. Now I understand. That I needed to put a stop to all that, right? She still spoke with the same sang-froid, in a detached tone, as if this weren't about her, but about a pathological case. Ask the other question. My goodness, yes. During these amorous adventures, and later with your husband or with others, did you ever feel normal pleasure? Is that what you mean? I was going to say satisfaction. Neither. You're not the first person to ask me that, you know, although I sometimes follow a man in the street. I also sleep with intelligent men, and even men of great standing. Is Hervé Péot one of them? He's a conceited idiot. How would you react if your mother suddenly told you that she knew about that side of your life? I tell her to mind her own business. Supposing that in the belief that it was her duty and in the hope of saving you, she were to inform you that she was going to tell your husband about it? Silence. She stopped walking. Is that what you're leading up to? She asked reproachfully. Not intentionally. I don't know. I told you that I wouldn't want Julien to find out for anything in the world. Why? Haven't you understood? Because you're afraid of hurting him. Partly. Julien is happy. He's one of the happiest men I know. No one has the right to take away his joy. And besides, he's probably the only man who respects me, who treats me other than you know what. And you need that. Maybe. So that if your mother, if she threatened to sully me in his eyes, I would do anything to stop her, including killing her. Yes. She added, I can assure you that the situation has not yet occurred. Why do you say not yet? Because now, not only does she know, but she has proof. She spoke to me about Hervé this afternoon. What did she say? You'd probably be surprised if I told you what she said. You see, despite her airs and graces, mother has remained very working class, very much the fisherman's daughter, and in private she can be quite foul-mouthed. She told me I could have been content with playing the whore elsewhere than under her roof, using the filthiest language to refer to what happened between Hervé and me. She was just as rude about Julien, calling him a pimp, because she's convinced he knows about it and takes advantage. Did you defend him? I ordered my mother to shut up. How? By looking her in the eyes and telling her that I wanted her to shut up. Since she wouldn't, I slapped her, and she was so taken aback that she stopped at once. Is she waiting for you? I'm sure she won't go to bed until I'm back. Do you really want to go and sleep at her house? You know the situation, and you must admit that I don't really have any choice. Before I leave, I have to be certain that she won't say anything to Julien, that she won't do anything that might worry him. After a silence, sensing Maigret's anxiety perhaps, she gave a wry little laugh. Don't worry. There won't be a murder. They had reached the top of the cliff, and a milky fog obscured their view of the sea, which could be heard pounding the rocks. We can take the path on the right back down. It's better and brings us out almost opposite La Bicoque. Are you sure you don't have any more questions for me? The moon must have risen above the mist, which was now faintly incandescent, and when Arlette stopped, he saw the pale shape of her face, with a wide line of her mouth. Not for the time being, he replied. Then, still standing there in front of him, she said in a changed voice, which was painful to hear, And? Don't you want to take advantage of me, like the others? He nearly reacted to her the way she had reacted to her mother earlier that day, by slapping her as if she was a naughty little girl. But he merely gripped her arm hard and forced her to start making her way down the cliff path. "Mind you, what I was saying was for your benefit." "Shut up. Admit you're tempted." He squeezed her arm harder, deliberately hurting her. "Are you sure you won't regret saying no?" Her voice had become shriller, sounding cruel and sarcastic. "Think carefully, Inspector." He abruptly let go of her arm, filled his pipe, and continued down the cliff, taking no further notice of her. He heard her stop again, then continue slowly and finally hasten her steps to catch up with him. Maigret's face was illuminated by the glow from the match she was holding over the bowl of his pipe. "I'm sorry. I behaved like an idiot just now." "Yes. Are you very angry with me?" "Let's not mention it any more." "Did you really think I wanted to?" "No. What I wanted, after having been forced to humiliate myself as I did, was to hurt you back, to humiliate you." "I know. I'd have felt avenged watching you lying on top of me like an animal." "Come on. Admit that you believe I tried to kill my mother." "Not yet." "Do you mean that you're not sure?" "I simply mean what I said. In other words, that I have no idea." "When you think I'm guilty, will you tell me?" "Probably." "Will you tell me to my face?" "I promise." "But I'm not guilty." "I hope not." He'd had enough now of this strained conversation. Arlette's insistence annoyed him. She seemed to derive too much satisfaction from analyzing and denigrating herself. "Mother isn't in bed yet." "How do you know?" "The little light you can see is the sitting-room lamp." "What time is your train tomorrow?" "I'd like to get the 8 o'clock one, unless you want me to stay here. In that case, I'll telephone Julien and tell him that Mother needs me." "Does he know you hate your mother?" "I don't hate her. I just don't love her, that's all." "Can I take the 8 o'clock train?" "Yes." "I shan't see you again before I leave?" "I don't know yet." "Perhaps you'd like to go and check that Mother's still alive and well before I go?" "Perhaps." They had just descended a steep slope, a sort of embankment, and they came out onto the road 50 meters from the gate of Labicoque. "Are you coming in?" "No." They couldn't see the windows and could only just make out the light through the thick curtain of shrubs. "Good night, Monsieur Maigret." "Good night." She was loath to take her leave of him. "Are you still angry with me?" "I don't know. Go to bed." And thrusting his hands in his pockets, he strode off in the direction of the town. His mind was in turmoil, and, now that he'd left her, dozens of questions which he hadn't thought to ask came into his head. He regretted having given her permission to go back to Paris the next morning, and was about to retrace his steps and order her to stay. Perhaps it was a mistake to leave the two women alone together overnight. Might not that afternoon's scene be repeated more heatedly and turn dangerously violent? He would be delighted to see Valentine again and talk to her, sitting in her tiny living room surrounded by harmless knickknacks. At 9 o'clock he would meet the blustering Charles Besson, who would deafen him with his loud talk. Étretat was a ghost town, and the casino was already in darkness for want of customers. At a street corner there was only one bar with its light on, a cafe rather, which probably stayed open in the winter for the locals. Maigret paused on the pavement outside because he was thirsty. In the yellowish light inside he glimpsed the now familiar form of Théo Besson, still looking very much the Englishman in his tweed suit. He was holding a glass and talking to someone standing beside him, a fairly young man in a black suit, the sort farmers wear on Sundays, with a white shirt and a dark tie, a boy with a very ruddy face and a weather-beaten neck. Maigret turned the handle and went up to the bar without looking at them and ordered a beer. Now he could see both of them in the mirror behind the bottles, and he thought he caught Théo giving his companion a look signaling him to be quiet. There was a heavy silence in the bar, where there were only 4 people, including the owner, plus a black cat curled up on a chair in front of the stove. "We got fog again," said the owner at length. "It's the time of year. It's still sunny during the daytime, though." The young man turned round to stare at Maigret, who was emptying his pipe by banging it against his heel and crushing the hot ashes in the sawdust. There was an arrogance in his eyes, and he reminded Maigret of those village cockerels who, having had a few drinks at a wedding or a funeral, strut around, looking for a fight. "Aren't you the man who came from Paris this morning?" asked the owner for the sake of talking. Maigret simply nodded, and the young braggart stared at him all the more intently. This went on for a few minutes, during which Theo Besson merely gazed morosely at the bottles in front of him. He had the complexion, the eyes, especially the rings under his eyes, of those who drink a lot, regularly, from the moment they wake up. He also had an indifferent look, and a rather limp manner. "Say him again," he ordered. The owner glanced at the young man, who nodded his assent. So, they were together. Theo downed his glass in one. The other man did likewise, and when the elder Besson had tossed a few notes onto the bar, they both left, not without the young man turning round a couple of times to look at Maigret. "Who is he?" "Don't you know him? That's Monsieur Theo, Valentine's stepson." "What about the young man?" "One of the brothers of young Rose, who died when she drank the poison intended for her mistress, poor girl." "The eldest brother?" "Henri, yes. He's a herring fisherman in Fécamp." "Did they come in here together?" "I think so, yes. Wait a sec. When they arrived, there were several people at the bar. In any case, if they didn't come in at the same time, it was close." "Do you happen to know what they were talking about?" "No. In the first place, it was noisy, with several conversations going on at the same time. Then I went downstairs to tap a new barrel." "Have you seen them together before?" "I don't think so. I'm not sure. But I've seen Monsieur Theo with the young lady." "Which young lady?" "Young Rose." "Did you see them in the street?" "I saw them here in my bar at least twice." "Was he chasing her?" "That depends what you mean by chasing. They didn't kiss, and he didn't touch her, if that's what you mean. But they were chatting away and laughing, and I could see he was trying to get her drunk. That wasn't difficult with young Rose. She'd start giggling after one glass of wine, and was puzzled after the second." "How long ago was that?" "Just a moment. The last time was around a week ago. I know, it was Wednesday, because it was the day my wife went to Larve, as she goes there every Wednesday." "When was the first time?" "Maybe a week or two before that." "Is Monsieur Theo a good customer?" "He's not a particular customer of mine. He's a customer of anywhere serving drinks. He has nothing to do all day, so he wanders around. Only he can't see an open cafe or bar without popping inside. He's never noisy. He never picks a fight with anyone. Sometimes at night he lisps and finds it difficult to get certain words out, but that's all." Suddenly, the owner looked as if he regretted being so forthcoming. "I hope you don't suspect him of trying to poison his stepmother. If there's one person I trust, it's him. Besides, people who drink the way he does are never dangerous. The worst are those who get drunk occasionally and don't know what they're doing anymore." "Have you seen Rose's brother often?" "Rarely. People from Yport don't like coming to Étretat. They're a special breed. They prefer to go to Fécamp, which is close by, where they feel more at home. A little Calvados to help the beer down. It's my round." "No, another beer." The beer was not good, and it lay on Maigret's stomach for a long time. He kept waking suddenly and have nightmares which he couldn't even remember, but which left him with a feeling of despondency. When he finally got up, the mournful wail of the foghorn could be heard, and the tide must have been high, because the hotel shuddered each time a wave pounded the shore. Chapter 5. The Opinions of a Good Man. The fog had almost entirely dispersed, but a haze still hung over the calm sea that swelled gently with a slow breathing motion, and rainbows shone in the fine mist. The town's houses began to turn golden in the fresh sunlight, and the air was cool, a delicious coolness that tingled through every pore. The vegetable stalls smelled good. Bottles of milk stood on the doorsteps, and it was the hour when the bakeries were filled with warm, crisp bread. Once again, the scene conjured up a childhood memory, an image of an idyllic world, an imaginary world. Étretat looked pure and innocent, with its houses that were too small, too picturesque, too freshly painted to be the scene of a tragedy, and the cliffs emerged from the mist exactly as they did on the postcards displayed by the door of the general store. The butcher, the baker, and the greengrocer could have been characters in a children's storybook. Was it just Maigret, or did other people feel the same nostalgia without admitting it? He so wished the world could be the one he had known as a child. In his mind, he said, like a picture postcard. It wasn't only the streets and the buildings, but also the people, the father, the mother, the well-behaved children, the kindly white-haired grandparents, and so on. There had been an entire period, for example, in his early days in the police, when La Vesine had seemed to him to be the most peaceful place in the world. It was just outside Paris, but before 1914 there were hardly any motor cars. The wealthy bourgeois still had their country homes in La Vesine, big, comfortable brick houses surrounded by well-maintained gardens with fountains, swings, and large silver-painted spheres. The men servants wore yellow-striped waistcoats, and the maids white caps and lace-trimmed aprons. Seemingly happy, virtuous families lived in them, families for whom all was peace and joy, and he had been secretly disappointed when an unsavory business had broken out in one such house with its raked paths, the sordid murder of a stepmother, for financial gain. Now, of course, he knew, he spent his life in a way seeing the other side of the coin, but he still had a childlike hankering for a world like in the picture postcards. The little station was pretty, a watercolour painting by a talented student with a rose-coloured puff of smoke above its chimney. He saw the toy train, the man who punched the tickets. As a child he had dreamed one day of punching railway tickets. And he saw Arlette arrive, as slim and elegant as the previous day in her Parisian outfit, carrying a crocodile hold-all. Earlier he had almost gone to meet her on the dusty path that must be fragrant with the smell of the hedgerows and tall wild flowers, but he was afraid it would look as if he were hurrying to an assignation. Descending the path with tiny steps in her high heels, she must look very much the young mistress of the chateau. Why is the reality always so different? Or rather, why do we give children the illusion of a world that doesn't exist, and which all their lives they will compare with the harsh reality? She spotted him immediately, waiting for her on the platform by the newspaper kiosk, and she smiled wearily at him as she handed over her ticket to be punched. She seemed tired and slightly anxious. "I thought you'd be here," she said. "How did it go?" "It was difficult." She looked to see where her compartment was, because there was no corridor on the train. There was only one first-class carriage, and she had it all to herself. "How about your mother?" "She's alive. In any case, she was when I left." They only had a few moments before the train left, and having put her bag down on the seat, she stood by the door. "Did you have another argument?" "We stayed up half the night. There's something I have to say to you, Monsieur Maigret. It's only a feeling, but it bothers me. Rose is dead, but my instinct tells me that it isn't over. But there's going to be another tragedy." "Because of what your mother said to you?" "No. I don't know why." "Do you think she's still in danger?" She did not reply. Her blue eyes gazed in the direction of the kiosk. "The inspector's over there, waiting for you," she said, as if the spell was broken. And she stepped onto the train as the station-master raised his whistle to his lips, and the engine began to belch out steam. And so the inspector was. He had arrived earlier than anticipated, and finding that Maigret wasn't at his hotel, had come to the station, searching for him. It was slightly embarrassing. Now why was that? The train slowly pulled out of the station, then stopped with a great shudder after a few meters, while Maigret was shaking hands with Castin. "Any news?" "Nothing special," replied Castin. "But I was worried for no particular reason. I dreamed about the two women, the mother and the daughter, alone in that little house." "Which one killed the other?" Now it was Castin's turn to feel awkward. "How do you know? In my dream it was the mother who killed the daughter, and guess what she used? A log from the fireplace." "Charles Besson should be here at 9 o'clock. His mother-in-law died. Has Rucard telephoned yet with some information?" "There isn't much, but he'll call back when he has more, and I left instructions at the station to contact us at your hotel when he does." "Nothing on Theo?" "He's had a spot of bother a few times over cheques that bounced. He's always paid up before being taken to court. Most of his friends are wealthy. They like to party and be surrounded by people. He does the occasional business deal, mainly acting as go-between." "No women?" "He doesn't seem particularly interested in women. He sometimes has a girlfriend, never for long." "Is that all?" The smell of coffee and eau de vie coming from a little cafe was so tempting that neither of them could resist going inside. They leaned on the bar over a large cup of coffee, giving off a whiff of alcohol. "It's not so much my dream that worried me," Gaston went on in a hushed voice, "as a train of thought I had before going to sleep. I even shared it with my wife, because I think better aloud than in my head, and she agreed with me. It's 5 years now since old Besson Ferdinand died, isn't it? About that. And since then, as far as we know, the situation hasn't changed. But it wasn't until last Sunday that someone tried to poison Valentine. And mark you, they chose the only day when there were enough people in the house to divert suspicion. That makes sense. And then, it's not Valentine who died, but poor Rose. So if someone had a reason to do away with Valentine, the reason still exists. So until we discover that reason, the threat is still there. Is that what you mean? Yes. Perhaps that threat is more serious than ever, precisely because you're here. Valentine has no fortune, therefore it wasn't for her money that someone attempted to kill her. Might it be because she knows something that the killer wants to prevent her from revealing? In that case, Maigret listened to Castell's reasoning, seemingly unimpressed. He gazed out of the window at the delectable morning, the dewy moisture of the night making the sun's rays shimmer. Did Lucas say anything about Julien? The suitors have a comfortable lifestyle in an affordable rented 4-bedroom apartment. They have a maid and a car, and they spend their weekends in the country. I knew that. Hervé Perrault, the wine merchant, is wealthy. He has large premises on Quai de Bercy and fritters away most of his time with women, all sorts of women. He has 3 cars, including a Bugatti. Family Beach, Maigret had read somewhere in a brochure, and it was true. Mothers with children, husbands who came to join them on Saturday evening, elderly ladies and gentlemen with their bottle of mineral water and box of pills on the table in the hotel dining room, who always sat in the same seats in the casino. The Suré sisters' patisserie, where people went to eat cakes and ice cream. The old fishermen, always the same, whom visitors photographed posing next to their boats pulled up on the pebble beach. Ferdinand Besson had been a respectable-looking elderly gentleman too, and Valentine was the most delightful old lady. Arlette that morning could have been a model for a picture postcard. Her husband was a hard-working dentist, while Theo was the epitome of the gentleman whom people forgive for drinking a bit too much, because he's always so quiet and so distinguished. Now Charles Besson was arriving with his wife and 4 children, including a baby only a few months old. And while waiting for his morning clothes to be ready, he had sewn a black crepe armband onto his sleeve because his mother-in-law had died. He was a deputy and was already on first-name terms with the minister. During his electoral campaign, he must have gone around warmly shaking hands, kissing babies, having a drink with the fishermen and the farmers. He was also what is generally considered a fine figure of a man. That is how Maigret's mother, for example, would have described him, tall with broad shoulders, slightly plump, paunchy, his eyes almost disingenuous, and full lips beneath his moustache. "I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Detective Chief Inspector. Good morning, Castan. Delighted to see you again." His car had recently had a fresh coat of paint and looked brand new. "No bad news?" "Nothing." "My stepmother?" "Seems fine. Arlette has just left." "Ah, did she come back? That was nice of her. I was sure she'd be there to comfort her mother." Would you excuse us for a moment, Monsieur Besson?" And Maigret took Castan aside, told him to go to Yport and on to Fécamp if need be. "I apologize. I had to give him some instructions. I'm afraid I'm not too sure where we can go to talk. I doubt my room has been cleaned yet." "I'll gladly have a drink. After that, if you're not afraid of some fresh air, we can sit on the terrace of the casino. I hope you'll forgive me for not being here to welcome you. My wife is deeply distressed. Her sister has just arrived from Marseille, where she's married to a ship owner. There are only 2 of them now. The Montes didn't have a son, and so I'm the one who'd have to deal with all the complications." "Are you expecting any complications?" "I shan't speak ill of my mother-in-law, Monte. She was a good woman, but she had her neuroses, especially as she grew older. Has anyone told you that her husband had a construction company? He built half the houses in Dieppe, as well as numerous public buildings. Most of the fortune he left is in property. My mother-in-law ran things herself after her husband's death, but she would never agree to carry out repairs. Hence a huge number of lawsuits with tenants, the town council, and even with the tax authorities." "One question, Monsieur Besson. Did your mother-in-law and Valentine see each other?" Maigret drank another coffee laced with alcohol as he watched Charles Besson, who at close quarters seemed weaker, more lacking in character. "Sadly, they didn't. They always refused to meet." "Both of them?" "That's to say that it was my wife's mother who refused to have anything to do with Valentine. It's a ridiculous business. When I introduced Mimi to her, Valentine looked closely at her hands and said something like, "You probably have your father's hands, don't you?" "Why?" "Because I suppose that a builder's hands must be bigger and broader than average." It's ridiculous, you see. True, my father-in-law started out as a builder, but he wasn't one for long. Even so, he remained rather foul-mouthed. I think he did it on purpose, because he was very rich. He became an important figure in Dieppe and the entire region, and he enjoyed shocking people with his dress and his language. My mother-in-law retorted in the same vein. It's better than being the daughter of a fisherman who drank himself to death. Then she reminded Valentine that she'd been a sales assistant in the Surrey sisters' patisserie. Accusing her of not behaving in an exemplary manner? Yes, she pointed out the age difference between Valentine and her husband. In short, they always refused to speak to one another. He added with a shrug, "All families have a similar story, don't they? But all the same, they're both good women in their own way." "Are you very fond of Valentine?" "Very. She's always been very kind to me." "What about your wife?" "Mimi is less taken with her, naturally." "Do they argue?" "They don't see each other very often, once a year on average. Before coming, I always advised Mimi to be patient, reminding her that Valentine is elderly. She promises, but with always a bittersweet exchange of words." "Last Sunday as well?" "I don't know. I took the children for a walk." "And speaking of children, what did Charles' children think of their father?" "Doubtless, like most children, that he was a strong, clever man, able to protect and guide them. They couldn't see that he was weak, ill-adjusted to reality. Mimi probably said, 'He's such a kind man.' Because he loved everybody, watched life unfold with big, innocent, avid eyes. He truly would have liked to be strong, clever, and the best of men. And he had his ideas. He was bursting with ideas. If he didn't pull them all off, and if, when he did, they ended up in disaster, it was because life was against him. But he'd managed to get himself elected deputy, hadn't he? Now he would be recognized for the man he was. The entire country would know his name. He would be made minister, become a great statesman. When you were young, were you ever in love with Valentine? After all, she was barely 10 years older than you." He looked offended, indignant. "Absolutely no way." "And later, were you not in love with Arlette?" "I always thought of her as a sister." He still saw the world and men as if in a picture. He took a cigar from his pocket, surprised that Maigret didn't smoke one too, lit it carefully, meticulously, and slowly drew in the smoke, which he then exhaled, and watched as it rose into the golden air. "Shall we go and sit on the terrace? There are comfortable armchairs overlooking the beach. We'll be able to see the sea." He lived by the sea all year round, but he always derived the same pleasure from watching it, ensconced in a comfortable chair, well-dressed, clean-shaven, with all the airs of an important, prosperous man. "What about your brother, Theo?" "Are you asking me if he was in love with Valentine?" "Yes." "Absolutely not. I never noticed anything of the kind." "And with Arlette?" "Even less. I was still a kid when Theo was already having affairs, especially with what I call women of easy virtue." "Wasn't Arlette in love with him either?" "Perhaps she had a crush on him, as my wife would say when talking about little girls' infatuations. You know how it is, nothing of any consequence. The proof being that she soon got married." "Were you not surprised?" "About what?" "About her marriage to Julien Soudre." "No. Well, perhaps a little, because he wasn't rich, and we thought that Arlette would find it hard to live without luxuries. There was a time when she was quite a snob. She got over it. I think she really fell in love with Julien. He was very noble. My father wanted to give Arlette a generous dowry because in those days we were very well off, and he said no." "Arlette, too?" "Yes. So overnight she had to adapt to a modest lifestyle, as we did, but later on." "Do your wife and Arlette get on well?" "I think so, even though they're very different. Mimi has children, a whole household to run. She rarely goes out." "Wouldn't she like to go out if she never wanted to live in Paris?" "She hates Paris." "Doesn't she miss Dieppe either?" "Maybe a little. Unfortunately, now that I'm a deputy, we can't go and live there. My constituents wouldn't understand." Charles Besson's words were perfectly in keeping with the surroundings and the picture postcard blue sea, the dazzling white cliffs, and the bathers filing down to the beach as if for a photograph. Ultimately, did all this really exist? or was it make-believe? Was it this smug, paunchy fellow who was right? Was young Rose dead, or not? Were you not surprised last Sunday to find your brother here?
A little at first. I thought he was in Deauville, or rather, as it's now September and the hunting season has begun, in some chateau in Salon. Theo, you know, continues to move in society circles. When he still had a fortune, he lived extravagantly and was very generous to his friends. They haven't forgotten, and now he's their guest.
This put things in a new light. A few words, and they were no longer talking about the same Theo. Does he have any means?
Financial means? I don't know. Very few if he does have any. But he has no outgoings. He's unmarried.
A hint of envy all the same in the voice of the big man, burdened with his 4 kids.
He's always very elegant, but that's because his clothes last him a long time. He's often invited by high society friends. I think he dabbles in the occasional business deal. He's a very clever fellow, you know. And had he wanted to—
Charles, too, no doubt, had he wanted to. Did he agree to go to Valentine's with you straight away?
No, not straight away.
Did he tell you why he was here?
I hope, Inspector, that you don't suspect Theo.
I suspect no one, Monsieur Bessel. We're simply having a chat. I'm trying to piece together as accurate a picture of the family as I can.
Well, if you want my opinion, Theo is a sentimentalist, although he'd never admit it. He felt nostalgic for Etretat, where we used to spend our holidays when we were children. Do you know that we used to come here when my mother was alive?
I understand.
I pointed out to him there was no reason to remain on bad terms with Valentine, and that she didn't hold a grudge against him either. In the end, he came back to the house with me.
How did he behave?
Like a man of the world, a bit awkward at first. When he saw our gifts, he apologized for having come empty-handed.
And towards Arlette?
What? There was never anything between him and Arlette.
So when you sat down to dinner, the entire family was there?
Except for Sura, who hadn't been able to come.
I'd forgotten, and you didn't notice anything, no little detail that could have made you suspicious?
Absolutely nothing, even though I'm generally quite observant.
Fool. But how nice it is sometimes to be a fool.
I have to say that Mimi and I were pretty busy with the children. At home they're relatively quiet, but when we take them out they get overexcited. You've seen how tiny Valentine's house is. The dining room was so full that you couldn't turn around. The baby, who normally sleeps most of the time, screamed for over an hour, and it was driving us all mad. We had to put the little one to sleep in my stepmother's bed, and we didn't know what to do with the older ones.
Did you know young Rose well?
I saw her every time I came to La Bicoque. She seemed like a good girl, a little taciturn, like a lot of the folk around here. But once you got to know her—
So, in all, you'd met her half a dozen times?
A little more.
Did you ever have a conversation with her?
As one does with a servant, about the weather, about food. She was a good cook, and Valentine enjoyed her food. I wonder what she's going to do now. You see, Inspector, as I listen to you and answer your questions, I'm a little worried that you're on the wrong track.
Maigret remained impassive, gently puffing on his pipe as he watched a tiny ship moving imperceptibly across the curve of the horizon.
In fact, it's because I foresaw it— I foresaw the direction the police investigation would take— that I contacted the minister and asked him to do me the kindness of putting you in charge of the case.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you for coming. Although I've always been a very busy man, I have had the occasion, like everyone else, to read detective novels. No need to ask whether I take them seriously. In detective novels, everyone has something to hide. Everyone has something on their conscience, and you realize that the people who outwardly seem the simplest actually have a complicated life. Now that you're acquainted with the family, I'd like to think it's clear that none of us had any reason to resent my stepmother, especially not enough to think of killing her in cold blood. Arsenic was found in Rose's stomach, and it seems to me that there was no doubt, if I understand correctly, that it was in the glass containing Valentine's medicine. I'm not arguing with the experts' findings. I'm sure they know what they're doing, even though they often have been known to get things wrong and even to argue among themselves. You've met Arlette. You've glimpsed Theo from a distance. You're seeing me. As for Mimi, were it not for the unfortunate circumstances that have befallen her, I'd have brought her with me, and you would have seen that she wouldn't hurt a fly. We were all happy on Sunday, and I would go so far as to say, even if people laugh at me, that the tragedy could only have been an accident. Do you believe in ghosts?
Besson was delighted with this surprised question, which he threw out with a knowing smile, in the same way that he'd have tripped up our political adversary.
I don't. Neither do I. All the same, every year there are reports of a haunted house somewhere or other in France, and for days, sometimes weeks, the entire population is in a frenzy. In one village in my constituency, I've seen all the local gendarmes and police called out, as well as experts, who could find no reason why certain pieces of furniture moved each night. But eventually an explanation emerges, usually one that's so simple that everyone ends up laughing about it.
Rose is dead, isn't she?
I know. I shan't go so far as to suggest that she could have poisoned herself.
Dr. Jolly, who was her general practitioner, states that she was sound in body and mind. There is nothing in her relations or in her life to suggest that she wanted to commit suicide. Don't forget that the poison was in the glass when Valentine wanted to take her medicine because she found it too bitter and didn't drink it.
Agreed. I'm not implying anything. I'm simply saying this. No one present had anything to gain from killing a harmless old lady.
Are you aware that there was a man in the house that night? He turned slightly red and made a dismissive gesture as if to brush away a tiresome fly.
So I've been told. I found it hard to believe. But after all, Arlette is 38. She's extraordinarily beautiful, and is subjected to more temptations than others. Perhaps it's not as serious as we think. I hope in any case that Julien never finds out.
He probably never will.
You see, Monsieur Maigret, casting suspicion on those who were present is what anyone would have done. But you're different. From what I know, you'll dig deep. You'll go beyond surface appearances, and I am convinced that, as with ghosts, you'll discover a perfectly simple truth.
That Rose isn't dead, for example?
Charles Besson laughed, a little uncertain, however, as to whether Maigret was joking. And anyway, how does a person get hold of arsenic? In what form?
Don't forget that your father was a pharmacist. That Theo, from what I've been told, studied chemistry, that you yourself once worked in a laboratory. In other words, everyone in the family has some pharmaceutical knowledge.
That hadn't occurred to me. It doesn't change anything as far as I'm concerned.
Of course not.
Nor does it mean that it couldn't have been an outsider.
A vagrant, for example?
Why not?
Someone who would have waited until the house was full of people to break in through an upstairs window and pour poison into a glass. Because that's also an important aspect of the question. The poison wasn't put into the bottle of medicine, in which no traces were found, but into the glass.
You can see it makes no sense.
Young Rose is dead.
So, what do you think? Tell me your opinion man to man. I promise you, of course, that I shan't do anything or repeat anything that might hamper your investigation.
Who? I don't know.
Why?
I don't know yet.
How?
We'll find out when I've answered the first two questions.
Do you have any suspicions?
He was uncomfortable now, in his armchair, chewing on the end of his cigar, which had gone out and must have tasted acrid. Perhaps, as happened to Maigret, he was clinging to his illusions, to his idea of life, which was being shattered. He was an almost pathetic sight, anxious, churned up, watching Maigret's face for the slightest indication. "Someone killed," said Maigret.
There seems to be no doubt about that.
People don't kill without a reason, especially when using poison, which means that it couldn't have been a sudden act of anger or passion. During the course of my career, I've not seen a single poisoning that was not committed by someone who had something to gain.
But who on earth would have had anything to gain, for goodness sake?
Now he was becoming heated. That I don't know yet.
Everything my stepmother owns is on an annuity, apart from a few pieces of furniture and knickknacks.
I know.
I don't need money, especially at the moment, neither does Arlette, and Theo doesn't care about money.
So I've been told, several times.
So
nothing. I'm only at the start of my investigation, Monsieur Besson. You asked for me, and I've come. Valentine also asked me to handle the case.
Did she write to you?
Neither wrote nor telephoned. She came to see me in Paris.
I knew she'd gone to Paris, but I thought it was to visit her daughter.
She came to the police judiciaire and was in my office while I was receiving a briefing from the minister.
That's strange.
Why?
Because I wouldn't have expected her to have heard of you. She told me that she followed most of my cases in the newspapers and that she'd cut out some articles. What's bothering you? Oh, nothing. You prefer not to say. Nothing particular, I assure you, except that I have never known my stepmother to read a newspaper. She doesn't subscribe to any, has always refused to have a wireless, and doesn't even have a telephone. She has no interest in what is happening elsewhere. You see how life is full of surprises. Where does this get us? We'll find out later. Perhaps nowhere. Are you thirsty? Is Teo still in Ithaca? I spotted him again last night. In that case, we're likely to find him in the bar. Have you talked to him? I haven't had the opportunity. I'd introduce you. It was clear that something was needling him, and this time he bit off the end of his cigar and lit it distractedly. Some youths were playing with a big red ball in the surf. Chapter 6. Young Rose and Her Problems. Besson had been right. There was only one person in the bar other than Charlie, who was bustling around getting ready to open up, and that was Teo, playing poker dice on his own for want of a partner. Charles walked in, proud and happy to introduce his older brother, and Teo watched him with vacant eyes, reluctantly clambering down from his stool. "Do you know Detective Chief Inspector Maigret?" Teo could have said only by reputation, or, as everyone does, anything that would have suggested he knew that Maigret was not just anybody, but he merely inclined his upper body in a very formal manner, without proffering his hand, and mumbled, "Pleased to meet you." Close up, he looked older, because the fine lines on his face looked like cracks. He must spend a long time at the barber's each morning having complicated treatments, probably a facial massage, because he had the skin of an old dandy. "You probably know that Inspector Maigret has agreed to take charge of the investigation at my request and that of Valentine, who made a special trip to Paris." Charles was a little disappointed to see his brother greet him with the polite disdain of a sovereign on a royal visit. "Are we disturbing you?" "Not at all. We've just spent an hour in the sun on the beach, and we're thirsty. Charlie." The owner gave Maigret a friendly wink. "What are you drinking, Teo?" "Scotch." "I hate whiskey. What'll you have, Inspector?" "I'll have a Picot Grenadine." Why did Maigret have the same? He hadn't had one for a long time, and for some strange reason the bitter orange liqueur reminded him of his holidays. "Have you seen Valentine again since Sunday?" "No." Teo had large, pale, well-manicured hands with red hairs and a chunky signet ring. He was not wearing a single item of clothing that could be found in an ordinary shop. He had clearly created his own signature style. Someone had made an impression on him, probably an English aristocrat, and he had studied his mannerisms, his walk, his way of dressing, and even his facial expressions. From time to time he would casually raise his hand to his mouth as if he were about to yawn, but he didn't. "Will you be staying much longer, any of it are?" "I don't know." Charles tried hard to make his brother look good, explaining to Maigret, "He's a strange fellow. He never knows what he'll be doing the following day. For no reason, on a whim, coming out of Fouquet's or Maxime's, he goes home, packs his bags, and takes the plane to Cannes or Chamonix, London or Brussels. Don't you, Teo?" Then Maigret attacked directly. "I ask you a question, Monsieur Besson. When did you arrange to see Rose for the last time?" Poor Charles stared at the two of them in astonishment, opened his mouth as if to protest, and looked as if he was expecting a vehement denial from his elder brother. But Teo did not deny it. He seemed troubled, and stared into the bottom of his glass for a moment before looking up at Maigret. "Do you want an exact date?" "As exact as possible." "Charles will tell you that I never know what the date is, and that I often don't even know what day of the week it is." "Is it more than a week?" "About a week." "Was it a Sunday?" "No. If I were under oath, I would think carefully, but off the top of my head I'd say it was last Wednesday or Thursday." "Did you see one another often?" "I don't know, to be honest. 2 or 3 times." "Did you visit her at your stepmother's?" "You must have been told that I wasn't on speaking terms with my stepmother. When I met the girl, I didn't know where she worked." "Where was that?" "At the Vaucourt Fair." "Have you started running after servant girls now?" teased Charles,
to show that this was not a habit of his older brother's. I was watching the sack race. She was next to me, and I don't know who spoke first. In any case, she commented that these village fairs are all the same, and that they were stupid, and she'd rather go home. Since I was about to leave myself, I offered her a lift in my car out of politeness. Is that all? Same again, Charlie. The owner refilled the 3 glasses at once, and Maigret didn't think to object. She told me she was an avid reader, and she talked about the books she'd read, the ones she couldn't understand and which troubled her. Should I consider this an interrogation, Inspector? Mind you, I'd be only too pleased to comply, but given our surroundings— Come, Theo, protested Charles. Remember, I'm the one who asked Monsieur Maigret to come. You are the first person I've met who appears to know the girl a little, or at least the first to talk about her. What else can I tell you? What you thought of her? A little farm girl who had read too much and who asked odd questions. What about? About everything. About kindness, selfishness, about the relations between people, about the human mind, all sorts of things. About love. She told me that she didn't believe in it, and that she would never stoop to giving herself to a man, even in marriage. She thought that marriage was filthy, nasty, to use her words. So there was nothing between you. Absolutely nothing. No liberties. She'd take my hand when we were walking, or lean her head against my shoulder a little when we went for a drive. Did she ever speak to you of hatred? No. Her pet words were selfishness and pride, which she pronounced with a strong Normandy accent. Charlie? In short, broke in his brother, you found it amusing to study her character. The Theo didn't bother to reply. Is that all, Inspector? Did you already know Henri before Rose's death? This time Charles displayed genuine consternation. How did Maigret know so much? He hadn't said a word of any of this to him. Theo's behaviour began to appear less natural, and especially his prolonged stay in Étretat. I only knew him by name because she had told me about her entire family, whom she disliked, of course, saying that they didn't understand her. Was it after her death that you met Henri Trochu? He stopped me in the street and asked me if I was the man who'd been going out with his sister, and he sounded as if he wanted to pick a fight. I answered him quietly, and he calmed down. Have you seen him again? Last night, actually. Why? Because we ran into each other. Is he angry at your family? He's angry with Valentine in particular. For what reason? That's his business. I presume you can question him the way you're questioning me. Charlie! Maigret had just realized who it was that Theo was trying so hard to emulate. It was the Duke of Windsor. 2 or 3 more questions, since you have so kindly agreed. Did you ever go and see Rose at La Bicoque? Never. And you never waited for her nearby? She used to come here. Did she get drunk in your company? After a glass or 2, she'd become very upset. Did she ever express a wish to die? She was scared stiff of death, and when we were in the car, she'd beg me to slow down. Was she fond of your stepmother? Was she devoted to her? I don't think the 2 women who live together all day long can be fond of each other. Do you think they hated each other to death? I didn't say that. By the way, broke in Charles Besson, that reminds me that I must visit Valentine. It wouldn't be very nice of me to have come to Étretat and not drop in and see how she is. Will you come with me, Inspector? No, thank you. Are you staying here with my brother? I'm staying here for a little while longer. Do you need me today? Tomorrow I'll be in Dieppe for the funeral. By the way, Theo, my mother-in-law died. Congratulations. Charles left, very red in the face. Whether from the aperitifs or because of his brother's behaviour, it was not clear. Idiot, muttered Theo. So he dragged you all the way from Paris. He shrugged and reached for the dice, as if to convey that he had no more to say. Maigret took his wallet out of his pocket and turned to Charlie, but Theo simply mumbled, "Put it on my tab." On coming out of a casino, Maigret spotted Castaing's car, and Castaing himself was by the hotel, looking for him. "Have you got a minute? Shall we have a drink?" "I'd rather not. I think I've just downed 3 aperitifs in quick succession.
and I'd prefer not to have another drink straight away." Maigret felt numb. He had suddenly begun to see the case in a rather comic light, and even Castin, with his earnest, busy air, seemed like an amusing character. "My feeling is that you do well to go and sniff around Ypres. I've been in Normandy for 5 years, and I thought I knew people well, but I'm out of my depth with that family." "What are they saying?" "Nothing. Neither yes nor no, neither this nor that. They look at me with suspicion. They don't invite me to sit down, seem impatient for me to leave. Sometimes they exchange little glances as if to say, 'Shall we talk to him? You decide.' 'No, you.' Then it's the mother who lets slip something that may mean nothing, or may be deeply significant." "What sort of thing?" "Well, for example, those people close ranks, and not one of them will speak." "What else?" "They must have had their reasons for stopping my daughter from coming here." "Did she not go home and see them any more?" "Really, I gather, because with them you can interpret things as you like. It's as though words don't have the same meaning as normal. They say something and then immediately retract it. They clearly think that we're not here to find out the truth, but to protect those people from trouble. They don't seem to believe that young Rose's death was a mistake. To hear them talking, she was the one meant to die, not Valentine. When the father came in, he did offer me a glass of cider because I was under his roof, but only after dithering for ages. The son was there because he's not leaving to go fishing until tonight, and he didn't drink with us. Henri, the eldest. Yes, he didn't open his mouth. I think he was trying to signal to them to keep quiet. Perhaps if I ran into the father in a cafe in Fécamp, he'd be more forthcoming with a few drinks inside him. What about you? What have you been doing?" "I had a chat with the two Besson brothers, Charles first and then Theo." They sat down. There was a bottle of white wine in front of them, and Castin filled the 2 glasses. Maigret took no notice, and when they left the dining room he was tempted to go and have a nap, with the windows wide open, looking out over the sea and the sun streaming in. Modesty prevented him. That too was a legacy from his childhood, a sense of duty which he zealously took to extremes, the feeling that he never did enough to earn his living, so much so that when he was on holiday, which didn't happen every year, take this year for example, he felt almost guilty. "What shall I do?" asked Castin, surprised to see Maigret drowsy and undecided. "Whatever you like, son. Delve. I don't know where. Perhaps you could speak to the doctor again." "Dr. Jolly?" "Yes. And to people, anyone. Whoever you come across. The surviving Suez sister is probably talkative and must be bored all on her own." "Shall I drop you somewhere?" "No, thank you." He knew that there was a moment like this to get through in every investigation, and that as if by chance, or was it rather an instinct that drove him, almost every time he ended up drinking a little too much. That was when everything started to buzz inside his head, as he described to himself. In the beginning he knew nothing, only precise facts, as written in the reports. Then he would find himself talking to people he'd never seen, whom he hadn't known the day before, and he looked at them as if looking at photographs in an album. He had to get to know them as quickly as possible, ask questions, believe or disbelieve their answers, avoid forming an opinion too quickly. It was the period when people and things were clear, but a little distant, still anonymous, impersonal. Then, at a particular point, for no apparent reason, everything started to buzz. The characters became hazier, and at the same time more human, more complicated especially, and it was important to pay attention. In other words, he began to see them from the inside. Groping, ill at ease, he had the feeling that all that was needed was a little effort for everything to become clear, and for the truth to emerge unaided. His hands in his pockets, his pipe in his mouth, he ambled slowly up the already familiar dusty road, and a detail struck him, a simple detail that might possibly be important. He was used to Paris, where transport was available on every street corner. How far was it from La Bicoque to the centre of Étretat? Around 1 kilometre. Valentine didn't have the telephone, she no longer had a car, and it was unlikely that she rode a bicycle. So for the old lady, it was an expedition to make contact with other human beings, and she must spend entire days without seeing anyone. Her closest neighbour was Madame Suet, who was nearly 90 and probably never got up from her armchair. Did Valentine do her shopping herself? Or had Rose done that? There were fat purple blackberries in the hedges, but he didn't stop to pick any or to break off a twig. Sadly, he was too old for that. He smiled at the idea. He was also thinking about Charles, about his brother Theo, and promised himself that he would also go and have a glass of cider at the Trochu's. Would they offer him one? He pushed open the green gate and inhaled the heady fragrance of all the flowers and shrubs in the garden. He could hear a regular scratching noise, and rounding a bend in the path, saw an old man hoeing around the rose bushes. This must be Honoré, the gardener, who came to work for Valentine 3 days a week, and was also employed by Mademoiselle Suré. The man straightened up and looked at the intruder, and raised a hand to his brow. It wasn't clear whether it was to greet the visitor, or to shield his eyes from the sun. He was a picture-book gardener, almost hunchbacked from bending over, with small inquisitive eyes and the wary look of an animal poking its head out of its burrow. He said nothing, followed Maigret with his gaze, and only when he heard the door open did he resume his rhythmic scratching. It wasn't Madame Leroy who got up to come and open the door, but Valentine herself, who acted as if she were welcoming someone she had known for a long time. "I had a visitor today," she announced excitedly. "Charles came to see me. He sounded disappointed with the way his brother behaved towards you." "Did he tell you about our conversation?" "What conversation? Wait a moment. He talked mainly about old Madame Monte, who's died, which is going to make a huge difference to his circumstances. He's rich now, richer than he's ever been, because that old vixen owned more than 60 houses, not to mention the shares, and more than likely a nest egg of gold coins. What will you have?" "A glass of water, as chilled as possible." "On condition that you have a little drink with it. For me. I never drink alone. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? Can you imagine an old woman knocking back glasses of Calvados? But when I have company, I confess that I'm delighted at the opportunity." "Too bad." "Why not?" He felt good. He was a little hot in that cramped room with the sun's rays striking his shoulder. Valentine, who had told him to sit in her chair, poured his drink, lively and alert, her eyes shining almost girlishly. "Did Charles talk to you about anything else?" "About what?" "About his brother." "He simply told me that he didn't understand why Theo showed himself in such a bad light, and said that he seemed to be doing it deliberately. He was put out. He's full of admiration for Theo, and he has a very strong sense of family. I wager that he's not the only one who spoke ill of me." "That's correct." "Who did?" He had barely been in the house 3 minutes, and now he was being interrogated, almost without his realizing it. "It was my daughter, wasn't it?" But she said it with a smile. "Don't be afraid of betraying her. She hasn't tried to conceal it from me. She told me that she'd spoken frankly to you." "I don't think your daughter's very happy." "To imagine she wants to be." She smiled at her glass, at Maigret. "I don't know if you've spent a lot of time with women. Young Rose, for example, would have been terribly unhappy if she hadn't been continuously pondering questions. Philosophical questions, you understand, which she'd suddenly begin to think about, looking obstinate, barely answering me when I spoke to her, making a great racket when she was doing the washing up, as if she were being prevented from finding a solution on which the fate of the world depended." "Is it true that she no longer visited her parents?" "She seldom went, because each time there was a row." "Why?" "Can't you guess? She'd arrive there with her all-important questions, giving them advice based on the latest books she's read, and naturally they said she was a silly fool." "Didn't she have any friends?" "For the same reason. And for the same reason again, she didn't go out to the local boys who worked too coarse and down-to-earth for her liking." "So apart from you, she spoke to virtually no one?" "She did the shopping, but she can't have opened her mouth much. I'm sorry, I was forgetting the doctor. On my shelves, Rose found a book on medicine, which she dipped into from time to time, after which she asked me questions I couldn't answer. Admit you know I haven't got long to live. Are you ill, Rose?" She'd think she'd just discovered that she had a cancer, or better still, a rare disease. It would worry her for a few days, and then she'd ask me for an hour off to rush to the doctor's. Perhaps it was also a chance for her to talk about her problems, because Johnny listened to her patiently without laughing, without ever contradicting her. "Did she spend her evenings with you?" "I never saw her in the sitting-room, and besides I shouldn't have liked that. To find me old-fashioned. As soon as she'd finished her washing up, she'd go upstairs to her room, and without getting undressed would lie down on her bed with a book and smoke cigarettes. She certainly didn't like the taste of tobacco. She didn't know how to smoke. She'd have to keep her eyes closed, but that was her idea of poetry. Am I cruel? Not as cruel as you think. When I went upstairs, she'd appear, her face flushed, her eyes shining, and she'd wait until I was in bed before giving me my medicine. Don't forget to air your room before going to bed. Those were my ritual words, because of the cigarette smoke that seeped under the doors. And she'd reply, No, madame, good night, madame. Then she'd make as much noise getting undressed as an entire room full of girls. Madame Leroy was also making a racket in the kitchen, but it was as if she was doing it for the sake of it, to assert her independence. She came to the door with a surly expression, gazed at Maigret blankly as if he weren't there. Shall I put the soup on? Don't forget the marrow bone. And turning towards Maigret, Valentine continued, In short, apart from my son-in-law Julia, you've met the whole family. They're not especially impressive, but they're not especially bad either, are they? He tried unsuccessfully to remember the words Arlette had used to describe her mother. I shall end up believing, like dear Charles, that it was all simply an inexplicable accident. You can see that I'm still alive, and that if someone did decide at some point they wanted to kill me, God knows why, they would appear to have given up. What do you think? He didn't think at all. He watched her, his eyes a little hazy, the sunlight dancing between them. A vague smile hovered on his lips. Madame Maigret would have said that he was blissful, as he wondered, without detracting from the tragedy of the situation, as though in a game, if it was possible to disconcert such a woman. He took his time, letting her talk, occasionally raising his glass of Calvados to his lips, and the fruity aroma of the alcohol became for him the smell of the house, mingled with the cooking aromas, a hint of wax floor polish, and cleanliness. She probably didn't rely on the maids to do the cleaning, and he pictured her in the mornings, a cap on her head, dusting the numerous fragile knickknacks herself. You find me eccentric? Are you going to come to the conclusion, like some people around here, that I'm a mad old woman? You'll see one of these days. When you get old, you don't care what people think about you anymore, and you do as you please. Have you seen Theo again? No. Why? Do you know which hotel he's staying at? I think I heard him say on Sunday that he had a room at the Hôtel des Anglais. No, he's at the Hôtel de la Plage. Why do you think he'd have come back to see me? I don't know. He knew young Rose well. Theo? He went out with her a few times. It can't have been often, because she hardly ever left the house. Did you stop her? Naturally, I didn't allow her to run around the streets at night. But she did. How many days off did she have? 2 Sundays per month. She would leave after doing the washing up from lunch, and when she went to visit her parents, she wouldn't come back until the Monday morning on the first bus. So you would be alone in the house. I've already told you that I'm not afraid. Are you saying there was something wrong going on between her and Theo? He says she was content just to talk to him about her problems. And he added, a little disloyally, holding his hand or resting her head on his shoulder. She laughed. She laughed so heartily that she became breathless. Quick, tell me it's not true. It's the absolute truth. It's even the reason why Charles isn't very proud of his brother at the moment. Did Theo talk to you about it in front of him? He had to. He realized I knew. And how did you know? First of all, because I ran into him yesterday in the company of Rose's brother. Henri? Yes, they were deep in conversation in a cafe in town. How do they know one another? I've no idea. He says that Henri was also aware of the relationship and came to see him to ask for an explanation. It's too funny. If I hadn't heard it from you... You see, Monsieur Maigret, you have to know Theo to appreciate the flavour of what you're telling me. He's the biggest snob on earth. It's become almost his sole raison d'etre. He would happily be bored to death anywhere as long as it was somewhat exclusive, and he'd travel hundreds of kilometres to be seen in the company of someone dazzling. I know. The idea of him walking hand in hand with young Rose. Listen, there's one thing about my maid you don't know, and that probably no one has thought to tell you. It's a pity her parents took away her things. I'd have shown you her wardrobe, especially her hats. Think of the most outlandish colours that clash with each other. Rose had a very big bosom. Now, when she went out, she'd wear clothes that were so tight-fitting she could scarcely breathe. I'd never have allowed her to dress like that here. and on those days she'd avoid me on her way out and on her return, because her makeup was so excessive, so clumsily applied, that she looked like one of those girls that you see on certain street corners in Paris. Theo and her. Heavens! And she laughed again, more nervously. Tell me, where did they go? I only know that they met at the Vaucourt Fair, and that they sometimes had a drink in a little cafe in Etretat. How long ago? He seemed half asleep now, a faint smile on his lips. He watched her through his eyelashes. As recently as last Wednesday. Did Theo admit it to you? Not willingly, but he admitted it nevertheless. Now I've seen everything. I hope at least that he didn't come and visit her in my house, like my daughter's lover, by climbing in through the window. He says he didn't. Theo, she repeated, still incredulous. Then she got up to refill their glasses. I can see Henri, the hard man of the family, coming to demand an explanation, but... Her expression changed from ironic to serious, and then she looked amused. That would take the biscuit. It's 2 months, isn't it, that Theo's been in Etretat? Supposing... No, it's too outlandish. Do you think he could have made her pregnant? No, forgive me. It did occur to me, but did it cross your mind too? Briefly. That still wouldn't explain anything. The gardener appeared on the other side of the glazed door and waited without moving, certain that they would eventually notice him. Would you excuse me for a moment? I have to go and give him instructions. Ah, there was the tick-tock of a clock, which he hadn't noticed until now, and he eventually identified the regular noise coming from upstairs. It was the purring of a cat, most likely lying on its mistress's bed, that could be heard through the thin ceiling of this doll's house. The sun, broken up into tiny squares by the window panes, danced on the knickknacks, creating reflections and outlining the very clear shape of a linden leaf on the varnished tabletop. In the kitchen, Madame Leroy was making such a din that it sounded as if she was moving furniture around. The scratching in the garden resumed. Maigret had the impression that he hadn't stopped hearing it, but when he opened his eyes he was surprised to see Valentine's face, just a metre from his. She smiled hastily so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable, and he muttered, his mouth furry. I think I dozed off. Chapter 7. The Almanac Predictions. When it was time for Maigret to leave, he and the old lady were in such a cheerful mood that it wouldn't have been surprising to see them clapping each other on the back. Once the door had closed, was Valentine still smiling? Or, as after some fits of uncontrollable laughter, had her mood abruptly swung when she found herself alone with a frosty Madame Leroy? In any event, it was a worried Maigret who plodded heavily back to town, heading in the direction of Dr. Jolly's house. At one point, Castin appeared as if out of a wall, but that wall was a tavern, a strategic place where the inspector had been waiting for some time, playing cards. I saw the doctor, Chief. There was nothing wrong with Rose. She was the picture of health. All the same, she'd go and see him from time to time, and he'd prescribe her harmless medicines to keep her happy. Which were hormones. She was the one who asked for them. All she could talk about was her glands. Baffled, Castin fell into step beside Maigret and asked, Are you going back there? Only one question to ask him. You can wait. He treated Castin, who did not belong to his squad, with familiarity, and it was a sign. A large square house with ivy-covered walls came into view, surrounded by a garden that resembled a small park. That's his place, said Castin, but he's in the lodge on the left where he sees his patients. The lodge was like a shed. Doubtless there was a Madame Jolly who didn't like the patients and the pharmaceutical smells, and had booted them all out of her home. Make sure he sees you when he opens the door, otherwise you'd have to wait for hours. The walls were whitewashed. All around, women, children, and old men were sitting on benches, waiting. There were at least 12 people. A boy with his head swaddled in a big bandage, and a woman wrapped in a shawl, desperately trying to soothe a baby in her arms. All eyes were on the door at the back of the room, from behind which came the murmur of voices, and Maigret was lucky enough to see that door open almost at once. A plump farm woman came out, and the doctor looked around the room and spotted him. Do come in. Oh, would you excuse me for a moment? He counted the patients, separated the wheat from the chaff, in other words, and addressed 3 or 4 people, saying, "I won't be able to see you today. Come back the day after tomorrow at the same time." He closed the door. "Oh, let's go into the house. You'll have a drink, won't you?" "I have just one question to ask you." "But I'm delighted to see you, and I shan't allow you to leave so fast." He opened a side door and led Maigret across the garden towards the big square house. "It's a pity that my wife's gone to La Havre today. She would have been so thrilled to meet you." The interior was lavish, comfortable, but slightly gloomy because of the big trees in the garden. "Oh, the inspector came by earlier, and I told him that far from being ill, young Rose was built to live to be 100. I've rarely come across a family as robust as hers. You should have seen her frame." "Was she pregnant?" "What kind of question's that? That's the last thing I'd have asked myself. She came to see me not long ago, and she didn't mention anything of the sort. Around 3 months back I gave her a complete checkup, and I could almost swear that at that point she'd never had sexual intercourse. What would you like to drink?" "Nothing. I've just come from Valentine's, where I was obliged to drink more than I'd have liked." "How is she?" "Another one who's robust and who could manage perfectly well without a doctor. A delightful woman, isn't she? I knew her before her second marriage, and even before the first. It was me who delivered her baby." "Do you consider her to be completely normal?" "You mean mentally? Because she can sometimes be eccentric. Beware of those people, Inspector. They're usually the ones with their heads screwed on. She knows what she's doing, all right. She always has. She loves her little life, her little house, her little comforts. Can you blame her? I have no concerns about her, I assure you." "What about young Rose?" Maigret thought about the patients who were waiting, the woman cradling her baby, the boy with his bandaged head. But the doctor, who seemed in no hurry, had lit a cigar and settled into an armchair ready for a lengthy conversation. "There are thousands of girls like young Rose in France. You know her background. She probably spent 3 years at most at her village school. Then she suddenly found herself in another world. People talked to her too much. She read too much. Do you know what she asked me on one of her visits? What I thought of Freud's theories. She was also worried that her glandular system was deficient and goodness knows what else. I pretended to take her seriously. I let her talk. I prescribed medication that had as much effect on her as water." "Was she miserable?" "Not at all. On the contrary, she was very cheerful when she allowed herself to be. Then she started thinking, as she said, and she'd take herself very seriously. She must have come across Dostoevsky at Valentine's, and she read him from cover to cover." "Did any of the drugs you prescribed for her contain arsenic?" "None, you can be assured." "Thank you very much." "Are you leaving already? I should so like to have you here for a while." "I'll be back, no doubt." "If you promise me." He sighed, irked at having to go back to work so soon. Castan was waiting outside. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to take a trip to Ypres." "Shall I drive you there in the Simca?" "No, I think you might do better to telephone your wife and tell her that you'll probably be home late. Perhaps not at all." "She's used to it." "How are you going to get there? There's no bus at this hour. You can't walk all the way." "I'll take a taxi." "If one of them is free, because there are only 2 taxis in Etretat. Look, the office is on the corner of this little street. What would you like me to do in the meantime?" "You're going to go in search of Théo Besson." "That won't be difficult. I simply need to do the round of all the bars. And then?" "Nothing. Watch him." "Discreetly?" "It doesn't matter if he sees you. The main thing is not to let him give you the slip. If he drives out of town, you have your car. Park close to his, which is probably at the hotel. If that happens, try to leave me a note or send a message to my hotel. I don't think you'll go far. If you're going to see the Trochus, I hope you have fun." The sun was beginning to set when Maigret left town, in a taxi whose driver kept turning round to talk to him. Maigret always seemed to be dozing, puffing occasionally on his pipe, looking out at the countryside, which was turning a dark, dingy green, with lights coming on in the farms, and cows lowing at the gates. Ypres was no more than a fishing village with a few houses that rented rooms to summer visitors, like all seaside places. The driver had to ask for directions because he didn't know the Trochus. He pulled up in front of a single-story house with nets drying outside. "Shall I wait for you?" "Please." A face was just visible at the window, and when Maigret knocked on the brown door, he heard the clatter of cutlery, telling him that the family was eating. It was Henri who opened the door, his mouth full. He stared at Maigret in silence without asking him in. Behind him burned a hearth fire which lit up the room, and above which hung a big cooking pot. Next to it was a stove, a magnificent, nearly new one, but it was clearly a luxury, which was only used on special occasions. "May I speak to your father?" The father could see him too, but hadn't said a word so far. There were 5 or 6 of them sitting around a long table with no cloth, steaming plates in front of them. In the center was a huge dish of potatoes and cod in a white sauce. The mother turned her back to the door. A fair-haired little boy twisted round to look at the interloper. "Ask him in, Henri," said the father at length, and wiping his mouth on the back of his sleeve, he rose so slowly that the movement appeared almost solemn. He seemed to be saying to his brood, "Don't be afraid. I'm here and nothing can happen to you." Henri did not resume his seat at the table, but stayed standing beside an iron bed beneath a reproduction of Millet's Angelus. "I presume you're the boss of the one who was here before?" "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "And what do you want from us now?" He had a magnificent seafarer's face, much beloved of Sunday painters, and he kept his cap on, even inside the house. He was as broad as he was tall in his blue jumper that made his chest look even bigger. "I'm trying to find out who killed my daughter," broke in Trochu, intent on pointing out that it was his daughter and no one else who was dead. "Exactly. I'm sorry for having to disturb you. I wasn't expecting to find you at supper." "What time do you people eat?" "Later, of course, like everyone else who doesn't have to get up at 4:30 in the morning." "Do, please, carry on with your meal." "I finished." The others continued eating in silence with awkward movements, staring at Maigret and taking in every word their father said. Henri had lit a cigarette, perhaps as a gesture of defiance. No one had offered a chair to Maigret, who seemed huge, standing in the low-ceilinged room, with sausages dangling from the beams. There wasn't just one bed in the room, but 2, one of them a child's cot, and an open door revealed a bedroom with 3 more, but no washstand, which suggested that they all had to wash outside at the well. "You brought back all your daughter's belongings. I'm entitled to, aren't I?" "That's not a criticism. It might help me in my investigation to know exactly what they consisted of." Trochu turned to his wife, whose face Maigret finally saw. She looked young to have such a large family, including grown-up children like Rose and Henri. She was thin, and dressed in black with a medallion around her neck. They looked at each other in confusion, and the children fidgeted on their bench. "We've already shared them out." "Are some of the items not here anymore?" "Jeanne, who works in Havre, took the dresses and linen that fitted her. She couldn't take the shoes because they were too small." "I got them," said a girl of around 14 with fat auburn plaits. "Shut up." "I'm not so much interested in the clothes, but in the small items. Were there any letters?" This time the parents turned to look at Henri, who seemed disinclined to reply. Maigret repeated his question. "No," he snapped. "No diary either, no notes. I only found the almanac." "What almanac?" "He went to fetch it from the bedroom next door." Maigret remembered that when he was young and lived in the country, he had seen those almanacs, shoddily printed on cheap paper with naive illustrations. He was surprised they still existed. Each day of the month was followed by a prediction. For example, 17th of August, melancholy. 18th of August, do not undertake anything, do not travel. 19th of August, the morning will be cheerful, but beware of the evening. He did not smile as he solemnly flicked through the well-thumbed little book, but he found nothing special in September or at the end of the previous month. "You didn't find any other papers?" Then the mother, too, stood up and spoke, and Maigret could sense that the entire family was with her, applauding the reply they'd been hoping for. "Do you really think it's right for you to come here asking these questions? I'd like to be told once and for all whether it's my daughter who's dead, yes or no. And if she is, then it's not us you should come bothering, but those people, the ones you're making sure to leave in peace." There was a tangible feeling of relief in the air. The 14-year-old looked as if she was about to start clapping. Because we're poor, she went on, because some people put on airs and graces.
I can assure you, madame, that I question rich and poor alike.
What about those who act rich when they're not? What about those who act high and mighty and are from a lower class than us?
Maigret didn't bat an eyelid, hoping she would continue. And she did, after looking about her to pluck up the courage.
Do you know who that woman is? Well, let me tell you. When my poor mother got married, she married a good boy who had been in love with another woman for a long time. Valentine's mother, that was. And the two of them lived almost next door to one another. Well, the boy's parents never wanted him to marry her. That's telling you what sort of girl she was. If Maigret understood correctly, it was Valentine's mother who was the sort of girl men didn't wed. She got married, you'll tell me, but she only managed to find a drunkard, a good-for-nothing, and it was from those two that Madame was born.
Trochu, the father, had taken a short pipe from his pocket and was filling it in a tobacco pouch made from a pig's bladder.
I was against my daughter working for a woman like that, who was possibly worse than her mother. If they'd listened to me—
A glance full of reproach at her husband's back. He must have given Rose permission to enter into Valentine's service.
On top of that, she's a nasty piece of work. Don't laugh, I know what I'm talking about. She probably took you in with her false airs, but believe you me, she's a nasty piece of work. She envies everyone, she's always hated my Rose.
Why did your daughter stay with her?
I still wonder, because she didn't like her either.
Did she tell you so?
She didn't tell me anything. She never talked about her employers. In the end, she hardly talked to us at all anymore. We weren't good enough for her, you see. That's what that woman did. She taught her to despise her parents, and that I never forgive her. Now Rose is dead, and that woman came and put on her airs and graces at her funeral, whereas her rightful place is probably in prison. Her husband gave her a look as if to try to pacify her. At any rate, you don't need to come poking around here, she concluded vehemently.
May I say something?
Let him speak, said Henri.
We policemen aren't magicians. How can we find out who committed a crime if we don't know why the crime has been committed?
He spoke softly, kindly.
Your daughter was poisoned.
By whom?
I'll know the answer probably when I find out why she was poisoned.
That woman hated her, I tell you.
That might not be reason enough. Murder is a very serious act, remember, where you risk your own skin, and in any case your freedom.
Evil people don't risk much.
I think your son will know what I mean when I say that there were others who were close to Rose.
Henri looked uncomfortable.
And there are perhaps others still whom we don't know. That's why I hope to examine her belongings. There might have been letters, addresses, even objects that were given to her as presents.
At the mention of presents, there was a silence, and glances were exchanged. They seemed to be questioning one another, and finally the mother said with a last trace of wariness, "Are you going to show him the ring?" She was speaking to her husband, who decided, as if reluctantly, to extract a large worn wallet from his trouser pocket. It had a number of compartments, one of which closed with a press stud. He took out an object wrapped in tissue paper, which he held out to Maigret. It was an antique-style ring, set with a green stone.
I presume your daughter had other jewellery?
There was a little box, full of things she'd bought herself at the fairs in Fécamp. They've already been shared out. There are still some here. The girl, without saying anything, ran into the bedroom and came back with a silver bracelet, decorated with blue porcelain stones. "This is my share," she said proudly. None of it was worth very much. Rings, medals, mementos of her first communion.
Was this ring with the other things?
No. The fisherman turned to his wife, who was still slightly undecided. "I found it in the toe of a shoe inside a little ball of tissue paper. They were her Sunday shoes. She'd only worn them a couple of times." The glow from the fire didn't provide enough light to examine the ring, and Maigret was no expert in precious stones, but it was obvious that this jewel was of a different quality from the other items they'd mentioned.
"I'll say it," blurted out Trochu at last, his face red. "That thing bothered me. Yesterday I went to Fécamp, so I took the opportunity to go and see the jeweller, where we bought our wedding rings.
I wrote down the word he said on a piece of paper. It was an emerald. He also said it was worth as much as a boat, and that if I had found it, I should take it to the police." Maigret turned to Henri. Is it because of that? He asked him. Henri nodded. The mother asked suspiciously, What are you two up to? Have you met before? I think it's best to tell you. I saw your son in the company of Théo Besson. I was surprised, but now I understand. The fact is that Théo went out with Rose a couple of times. Is that true? She asked Henri. It's true. You knew? You didn't say anything? I went and asked him if he was the person who'd given my sister a ring and what exactly was going on between them. What did he say? He asked to see the ring. I couldn't show it to him because father had it in his pocket. I described it to him. I didn't know then that it was an emerald, but he immediately said that word. Was it him? No. He swore he'd never given her any presents. He explained that they were just friends and that he enjoyed talking to her because she was clever. Did you believe him? Do you believe anything said by a member of that family? Henri looked at Maigret and went on. He's also trying to find out the truth. He claims that it's not the police who'll get to the bottom of it. He even says, and his lips trembled a little, that it was Valentine who brought you here, and that it was as if you were in her employ. I am not in anyone's employ. I'm repeating what he said. Are you certain, Henri, that it wasn't Théo who gave your sister the ring? Asked the father, embarrassed. He seemed to me to be telling the truth. He also said that he wasn't rich and that even if he sold his motor car he wouldn't be able to afford a ring like that, assuming that the stone is genuine. Where does he think it comes from? Asked Maigret. He doesn't know either. Did Rose ever go to Paris? She never set foot there in her life. Me neither, broke in the mother, and I have no wish to go there. It's bad enough having to go to Le Havre from time to time. Did she go to Le Havre? She'd sometimes go and visit her sister. To Dieppe, too? I don't think so. What would she go to Dieppe for? The truth is, said Madame Trochu, that these last months we knew almost nothing about her. When she came to see us, it was a flying visit to criticize everything we did, everything we said. If she did open her mouth, she didn't talk the way we taught her, but used words that we couldn't understand. Was she fond of Valentine? You mean did she like her? My feeling is that she hated her. I gathered that from a few things she said. Such as? I can't recall right now, but it struck me at the time. Why did she carry on working for her? That's what I often used to ask her. She wouldn't answer. Trochu then made the gesture that Inspector Castin had told him would come at the last minute. We haven't offered you a drink. Will you have a glass of cider? Well, since you haven't eaten, I won't offer you spirits. He went outside to draw the cider from the barrel in the shed, and came back with a full bluish stoneware pitcher. Then he took a cloth out of a drawer to wipe 2 glasses. Would you entrust the ring to me for a couple of days? It's not ours. I don't think it ever belonged to my daughter. If you take it away, you must give me a receipt. Maigret wrote one out on the corner of the table, which they cleared to give him room. He drank the cider, which was a little young, but he praised it effusively, because Trochu brewed it himself every autumn. Believe me, said the mother, showing him to the door, it was definitely Rose the killer was after, and if anyone tries to tell you otherwise, it's because they have good reason to. I hope we'll soon find out. Do you think it'll be that fast? Perhaps faster than you think. He had pushed the ring wrapped in tissue paper into his waistcoat pocket. He looked at the folding cot, which must have been Rose's when she was little, the bedroom where she had slept when she was older with her sisters, the fireplace in front of which she would have crouched to make the soup. While he wasn't exactly an enemy, he was an outsider, and the family was still wary as they watched him leave. Only Henri walked Maigret to his taxi. Would you mind giving me a lift to Étretat? I'd be delighted. I just go and get my cap and my bag. Maigret heard Henri explaining to his family. I'm getting a lift from the inspector. From Étretat, I'll go straight to Fécamp to set sail. He returned with a sailcloth bag which must have contained his fishing equipment. The car pulled away. Maigret looked over his shoulder and saw the family silhouetted in the open doorway. Do you think he lied to me? Asked Henri, lighting a cigarette. His clothes gave off a strong smell of brine. I don't know. Are you going to show him the ring? Maybe. When I went to find him the first time, I wanted to beat him up. So I gathered. What I'm wondering is, how did he go about winning you over? Henri began to think. I'm wondering the same thing. He's not how I imagined him, and I'm convinced he didn't try to sleep with my sister. Did others try? The birth boy when she was 17, and you can be sure he didn't get anywhere. Did Rose ever talk of getting married? Who to? He too must have had a feeling that there was no one suitable in the area for his sister. Is there something you wanted to tell me? No. Why did you come with me? I don't know. I want to see him again. To ask him about the ring once more. About that and everything else. I'm not educated like you, but I get the feeling there's something unnatural. Are you hoping to find him in the little bar where I saw the pair of you? There or elsewhere? But I'd rather you drop me before. He got out as they entered the town and sauntered off, his bag slung over his shoulder after a mumbled thank you. Maigret dropped into his hotel first, where he found no message waiting for him, and then he pushed open the door of Charlie's bar at the casino. Have you seen my inspector? He was here before dinner. Charlie looked at the clock, which showed 9, and added, That was a while ago. Theo Besson? They came in and left more or less at the same time. He winked to show he had understood. Aren't you having anything? No, thank you. It looked as if Henri had made the trip to Etretat for nothing, because Maigret found Castaing watching the Hôtel de la Plage. Is he in there? He went up to his room a quarter of an hour ago. Castaing pointed to a light at a second-floor window. Chapter 8. The Light in the Garden. 2 or 3 times that evening, Castaing gave Maigret a sidelong glance, wondering whether he knew where he was going, whether he really was the great detective that young police officers try to emulate, or whether, today at any rate, he wasn't wasting everyone's time, or at least allowing himself to be led by events. Let's sit down for a moment, said Maigret when he joined Castaing across the road from the hotel he was watching. The upstanding citizens who protest against the number of bars are unaware that they're a godsend for the police. As if by chance, there was one 50 meters from the Hôtel de la Plage, and by craning their necks they could watch Theo's window from their table. Castaing had thought that Maigret wanted to speak to him, to give him instructions. I fancy a shot of Calvados in my coffee, confessed Maigret. It's not very warm this evening. Have you eaten? I haven't, as a matter of fact. Are you going to? Not now. But he wasn't drunk. He must have consumed a lot of alcohol during the day here and there, and that was probably why he seemed so leaden. He might be going to bed, he remarked, looking at the window. Shall I carry on watching the place? You carry on, son. So long as you don't take your eyes off the hotel entrance, which is more important than the window, you can stay here. Meanwhile, I think I'll drop into Valentine's to say good night. But he sat there for a good 15 minutes more, in silence, staring vacantly in front of him. Finally he got up, sighing, and left, his pipe in his mouth, his hands in his pockets, heading off into the empty streets. Castaing heard his footsteps fade. It was a few minutes before 10 when Maigret reached the gate of La Bicoque, on the road lit by a crescent moon surrounded by a dense halo. He hadn't met a soul on the way. Not a dog had barked, no cat had leapt into a hedge as he passed. The only sound was the regular croaking of the frogs in some pond. Raising himself up onto his tiptoes, he tried to see if there was still a light on in the old lady's house, thought he saw one on the ground floor, and walked through the open gate. It was damp in the garden, and there was a powerful smell of compost. He had difficulty following the path without getting caught on some of the branches, and the rustling of the foliage must have been audible inside the house. He reached the paved area close to it, saw the sitting room with the lights on, and there Valentine, who rose from her armchair, straining to listen. She stood still for a moment before going over to the wall, and just when he least expected it, turning off the light. Just then, he sneezed. A creaking sound told him that one of the windows was being opened. "Who's there?" "It's me, Maigret." A little laugh, not without a hint of nervousness, like that of someone who nonetheless had been scared. "I'm sorry, I'll put the light on again straight away." And softly, as if to herself, "The stupid thing is I can't find the switch. Ah, here it is." She must have pushed too, because not only did the light come back on in the living room, but another one came on in the garden,
almost above Maigret's head. "I'll come and open the door." She was dressed as usual, and on a pedestal table in front of the armchair where he had caught her unawares, a deck of playing cards was spread out for a game of patience. She worked her way slowly through the empty house, going from room to room, turning keys, drawing bolts. "You see, I'm not as brave as I claim, and I'm barricading myself in. I wasn't expecting you." She didn't want to ask him any questions, but she was intrigued. "Do you have a minute? Come in and sit down." And seeing him glance at the cards, "You have to entertain yourself when you're on your own. What would you like to drink?" "Do you know that since I've been in Etretat, I've been drinking all day long? Your stepson Charles arrives in the morning and has me drink Picon grenadines. Theo joins us and buys a round. When I meet Inspector Castin, we go into a bar for a chat. I come here and a bottle of Calvados automatically appears on the table. The doctor is no less hospitable. The Trochus serve me cider." "Were they friendly?" "Not too bad." "Did they tell you anything helpful?" "Possibly. At this stage it's hard to tell what's helpful and what isn't." "Has anyone been to see you since I left?" "No one. But I paid a visit. I went to say hello to the elderly Sure sister. She is so old that everyone thinks she's dead and no one goes to see her any more. She's my close neighbour. I could just hop over the hedge, if I was still young enough. You see, now I'm alone. My dragon left ages ago. I was intending to hire a new girl who would live in, but I'm not sure I will. I so enjoy being on my own." "Aren't you afraid?" "Sometimes, as you saw. Earlier, when I heard your footsteps, I slightly lost my nerve. I wondered what I'd do if I had a visit from a prowler. You tell me if this is a good plan. First of all, switch off the light in the house and then switch on the one outside so as to see without being seen." "That sounds like an excellent plan to me." "The thing is that earlier I forgot to switch the outside light on. I must try and remember next time and be able to find the switch." He looked at her feet and noticed that she was wearing shoes rather than slippers. But would she permit herself to wear slippers even in her own house, anywhere other than in her bedroom? "Still nothing to report, Monsieur Maigret." He was sitting in what had already almost become his armchair, and the room was even cozier at night than during the day, with its circles of soft light beneath the lamps and large areas of shadow. The cat was downstairs on one of the armchairs, and it soon came over to rub itself against Maigret's leg, its tail raised. "You don't understand cat language, do you?" she joked. "No." "Why?" "Because he's asking you to stroke him." "Were you worried about me?" "I wanted to reassure myself that all was well." "Are you reassured? Tell me. I hope you're not making some poor police officer spend the night out on the road to protect me. If you are, you must tell me and I'll set up a camp bed for him in the kitchen." She was very cheerful, with a little twinkle in her eyes. She had brought in the bottle and poured herself a glass as full as Maigret's. "Does your wife complain about your job?" "She's used to it by now." Numb in his armchair, he had filled a pipe, and could see the time on a bronze clock flanked by chubby cupids. "Do you play a lot of patience?" "There aren't many card games for one, you know." "Did young Rose play?" "I tried to teach her Belote, but I never managed it." She must be wondering why he'd come. Perhaps at one point he seemed so lackluster that she must have been afraid that he would doze off in his chair as he had done that afternoon. "I'd better go back to my hotel and my bed," he sighed. "One last drink." "Will you have one with me?" "Yes." "Very well. I know the way now and am in no danger of getting lost. I presume you're also about to go to bed." "In half an hour." "Sleeping draught?" "No, I didn't buy any. I'm a little afraid now." "Are you still able to get to sleep?" "I nod off eventually. Elderly people don't need a lot of sleep." "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Again he caused a few twigs to snap, and the gate creaked slightly. He stood by the roadside for a moment, looking at the edge of the roof and the chimney that rose out of the greenery in the pale moonlight. Then he turned up the collar of his jacket against the cold damp and strode in the direction of the town. He did the round of the town's bars that were still open, not to go in, but purely to have a quick check. He was surprised not to see Henri, who must still have been trying to find Theo. Did Henri know that he'd returned to his hotel? Had he gone there to see him? Maybe he had set off again, disappointed. Maigret didn't know what time his boat sailed from Fécamp for 2 weeks fishing in the North Sea. He went into the casino bar, which was empty, and Charlie was cashing up. "Have you seen a fisherman?" "The Trochu boy. He came in at least an hour ago. He was already full sheets to the wind." "Did he say anything?" "Not to me. He was talking to himself. He almost forgot his bag, and then, as he slung it over his shoulder, he swept the bar with it and broke 2 glasses. Castan was outside again, probably to keep himself awake, and the light was still on in Theo's room. "Did you bump into Rose's brother, Chief? He came lurching past earlier." "Did he go into the hotel?" "I don't even know whether he noticed there was a hotel." "Did he speak to you?" "I pressed myself against the wall." "Which way was he heading?" "He was going down the street. Then he turned right, probably so as not to have to step off the pavement." "What do we do?" "Nothing." "Do we stay here?" "Why not?" "Do you think he'll come out?" "I don't know. It's possible." Then, for the second time, Castan wondered whether Maigret's reputation wasn't overrated. In any case, he shouldn't drink. Go and find out from the hotel if anyone came to ask for him and if anyone went up to his room. Castan came back a few minutes later with a negative reply. "Are you certain that while you were following him from bar to bar he didn't speak to anyone?" "Only to order a drink. He knew I was taving him. He looked at me from time to time with an air of uncertainty. I think he was wondering whether it might not be easier for us to drink together." "Did anyone give him a letter?" "I didn't see anything of the sort." "Don't you think you'd better go and have a sandwich?" Maigret appeared not to hear, took a cold pipe out of his pocket, and slowly filled it. The halo around the crescent moon was growing denser, and a thick mist was rolling in from the sea and gradually invading the streets. It wasn't a proper fog yet, because the siren wasn't wailing. "In a week's time," said Castan, "there'll be no one left but the locals. The hotel staff will go down to the south to start a new season with new customers." "What time do you make it?" 20 to 11. Something must have been niggling Maigret, who said, after a long pause, "I have to leave you for a minute. I'm going to my hotel to make a telephone call." He made it from the booth and called Charles Besson's home in Fécamp. "Maigret here. I'm sorry to disturb you. I hope you hadn't gone to bed." "No. Have you any news?" "Now my wife has caught bronchitis, but wants to go to the funeral tomorrow all the same." "Tell me, Monsieur Besson, did your wife ever own a ring set with a large emerald?" "A what?" He repeated his question. "No." "And you've never seen such a ring in your entourage? Arlette, for example?" "I don't think so." "Thank you very much." "Hello? Monsieur Maigret?" "Yes." "What's this ring business? Have you found one?" "I don't know yet. I'll tell you about it one of these days." "Is everything all right over there?" "Everything's quiet at the moment." Maigret hung up, hesitated, and ended up asking for Arlette's number in Paris. He got through immediately, faster than the previous call. A man's voice answered, and this was his first contact with Julien. "Julien Soud speaking," said a calm, deep voice. "Who's calling?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. I'd like to have a word with Madame Soud." He heard him say, unruffled, "It's for you, the inspector." "Hello? Is there any news?" "I don't think so, not yet. I'd simply like to ask you a question. Have you ever had any jewelry stolen?" "Why are you asking me that?" "Answer me." "No, I don't think so." "Do you have a lot?" "Some. It was given to me by my husband." "Have you ever owned a ring set with a large emerald?" There was a brief silence. "No." "You don't recall a ring like that?" "I don't, no." "Thank you very much." "Don't you have anything else to tell me?" "Nothing tonight." She didn't want him to hang up. He could sense that she would have liked him to carry on talking. Perhaps she would like to have said something as well, but couldn't in front of her husband. "Nothing unpleasant?" she merely asked. "Nothing. Good night. I presume you were both about to go to bed." She thought she detected a note of sarcasm and snapped, "Yes. Good night." There was no one but the night porter in the hotel lobby. At the very end was the armchair where he had found Arlette waiting for him on the first evening. At that point, He hadn't known her yet. He hadn't known anyone yet. He wished he'd brought his overcoat, nearly telephoned Madame Maigret to say good night, shrugged, and went out to join Castor, who was still watching Theo's hotel with a glum expression. In that hotel, too, the lobby was empty. Nearly all the windows were dark, with the exception of 2 or 3, and another light went off, but not the one in Theo's room. "I wonder what he could be doing," muttered Castor. "He's probably reading in bed, unless he's fallen asleep and forgotten to switch the light off." "What's the time?" "Midnight." "Are you certain that no one—" And suddenly Castor smacked his forehead, cursed, and grumbled, "What an idiot I am! I forgot to tell you." "What?" "No one spoke to him, it's true, nor did anyone give him a letter, but while we were in the Bar de la Poste, the second he walked in, the owner called to him. Telephone call for you." "What time was that?" "Just after 8 o'clock. "He didn't say who was calling?" "No. He went into the booth. I watched him through the glass. He wasn't doing the talking, he was listening, occasionally saying, 'Yes, yes.'" "Is that all?" "How on earth I could have forgotten? I was not serious, Chief." "We'll find out. How did he look as he came out of the booth?" "I couldn't say exactly. Perhaps a little surprised, perhaps intrigued, but not angry." "Come, wait for me in the lobby." He asked the porter, "Monsieur Besson's room?" "Number 29 on the 2nd floor. I think he's asleep. He asked not to be disturbed." Maigret walked past without offering any explanation. He made his way up the stairs, pausing to catch his breath, and was soon outside the white door with 29 on it in brass numbers. He knocked, and there was no reply. He knocked harder, for a long time, and leaned over the banister. "Castor?" "Yes, Chief?" "Ask for a master key. They must have a tool that opens all the doors." That took a little while. Maigret emptied his pipe onto the carpet just next to a large earthenware pot filled with sand and cigarette stubs. The porter walked in front, disgruntled. "As you wish. You could explain yourself to the boss in the morning. Police or no police, this is no way to behave." He selected a key from a bunch hanging from a chain, but before opening, he knocked discreetly and pressed his ear to the door. They finally saw the room, which was empty, and the bed had not been slept in. Maigret opened a wardrobe to find a navy blue suit, black shoes, and a gabardine. A razor and toothbrush were in the bathroom. "The gentleman's entitled to go out, isn't he?" "Do you know if his car's in the garage?" "That's easy enough to find out." They walked back down. Instead of heading towards the main entrance, they went along a corridor, descended a few steps, and Maigret noted that a little door which wasn't locked led directly into the garage. The garage was completely open onto a deserted square. "It's that one." Poor Castor looked like a schoolboy wondering what sort of punishment awaited him for bad behavior. "Where are we going?" "Where's your car?" "Opposite the hotel." It was a stone's throw. Just as they were about to get in, the night porter dashed out onto the front steps. "Monsieur Maigret! Monsieur Maigret, there's a phone call for you." "Who?" "I don't know." "A woman?" "It was a man's voice. He asked you to go to the old lady's house right away. He said you'd understand." They were there within moments. There was already a car outside the gate. "The doctor's car," said Castor. But they heard no sound of voices, even as they neared the house. All the lights were on, including in the upstairs rooms. A very calm Theo Besson opened the door to them, and Maigret looked at him in surprise. "Who's wounded?" His nostrils quivered. In the sitting room, he detected the smell of cold gunpowder. On the pedestal table, where the cards were still spread out, there was a large army handgun. He went into the guest room, where he heard someone moving about, and almost knocked over Valentine carrying a heap of bloody towels, who stared at him as if sleepwalking. On the bed that Arlette had slept in lay a man, his chest bare. He was still wearing his trousers and shoes. His face was blocked from view by Dr. Jolly's back as he leaned over him, but Maigret could already tell, from the coarse blue fabric of his trousers. "Dead?" he asked. The doctor turned round and straightened up as if with relief. "I did my utmost," he sighed. There was a hypodermic syringe on the bedside table. The doctor's bag on the floor was open and the contents in disarray. There was blood everywhere, and Maigret noticed afterwards that there was a trail in the sitting room and outside in the garden. When Valentine telephoned me, I came running straight away, but it was already too late. The bullet had hit him in the aorta. Not even a transfusion, had we been able to perform one in time, could have saved him. Was it you who called my hotel? Yes, but she asked me to inform you. She stood in the doorway very close to them, blood on her hands, blood on her dress. It's dreadful, she said. I had no idea what was going to happen when you came this evening. All that because I forgot to switch on the second light again, the one that lights up the garden. Maigret avoided looking at her and let out a sigh on catching sight of Henri Trochu's face. He too was now dead. Perhaps he was already thinking about what he was going to say to the family, about their reactions. I'll explain. I know. You can't know. I'd gone upstairs. I was in bed. As a matter of fact, this was the first time he had seen her unkempt. Her hair was in curlers, and she had hastily stripped a dress over her night things, which were peeping out from underneath. I think I drifted off when the cat suddenly jumped off my bed. That's what woke me. I listened and heard a noise outside, like when you came earlier. Where was the gun? In my bedside drawer. It was my husband's. He got me into the habit of always having a gun within reach at night. I thought I told you. No, never mind. First of all, I looked out of the window, but it was too dark. I slipped on a dress and went downstairs. Without turning the light on? Yes, I couldn't see anything, but I could hear someone trying to open the door. I asked, who's there? There was no answer. Did you fire straight away? I can't remember. I must have asked the question several times while someone was still fiddling with the lock. I shot through the window. I heard the man fall, and I stood there for a while, not daring to go outside. You didn't know who he was? I had no idea. It was only then that it occurred to me to put the outside light on. Through the broken glass I saw a body and nearby a large bundle. Initially I thought that it was a prowler. I finally came out of the kitchen door. It was only when I went closer that I recognized Henri. Was he alive? I don't know. I ran over to Mademoiselle Sauvet, still holding the gun. I shouted at her to get up, that I needed to telephone right away, and she eventually opened the door. I called Dr. Jolly and asked him to inform you and to pick you up on the way here. What about Theo? I found him on the doorstep when I got back. Did you come back alone? No, I waited on the road for the doctor. The doctor had just covered the dead man's face with a fold of the sheet and was making his way to the bathroom, holding his bloody hands out in front of him. Maigret and Valentine were alone beside the body in the tiny room where they couldn't move, and Maigret still had his pipe in his mouth. What did Theo say to you? I can't remember. He didn't say anything. Weren't you surprised to see him here? Probably. I don't know. Don't forget, I just killed a man. Why do you think Henri tried to break into my house? He said nothing, but went into the sitting room, where he found Castin and Theo standing facing each other, both silent. Of the two, Castin was the more anxious, and he darted a desperate look at Maigret. It's my fault, isn't it? Not necessarily. Theo Besson had the bored look of a man of the world caught unexpectedly in an embarrassing situation. You just happened to be in the vicinity, I suppose. He said nothing, and appeared to forgive Maigret for asking him such an uncouth question. Come over here, you. He dragged Castin outside, where he saw blood on the flagstones, the fisherman's bag lying where it had fallen. You're going to scoot over to his hotel. I need to know whether Theo received a telephone call during the evening. If by any chance they can't tell you, go into all the bars where Henri was hanging around. They're closed. Ring the bell. What shall I ask? Whether he made a telephone call. Castin didn't understand, but he was anxious to make amends for his blunder as best he could, and he raced over to the Simca, which could still be heard driving away. Dr. Jolly and Valentine came down from the bathroom, and the doctor's hands were white and still smelled of soap. I'm trying to get to go to bed and let me give her an injection, but she won't listen. For the time being, she's keeping going on nervous energy. She thinks she's strong. 15 minutes after I've left, she'll collapse. As a matter of fact, I don't understand how she's managed to do everything she's done.
I killed that poor boy, muttered Valentine, looking from Maigret to Theo, who kept to himself, silent and immobile. Can't you insist? She'll sleep deeply for a few hours, and tomorrow she'll be on form. I don't think that'll be necessary. Jolly frowned, but bowed slightly, and looked around for his hat. I presume I should telephone La Havre like last Sunday to ask them to remove the body. No doubt there'll be an autopsy. Definitely. Would you like me to pass on a message from you? No, thank you. He was about to take leave of the old lady, and leaned forward as if to kiss her hand. You are wrong. I left a few pills in your room in case you want them. You can take one every 2 hours. He nodded in Theo's direction, and went back over to Maigret, but was at a loss for words. I remain at your disposal, of course, whenever you need me. He left, and there was silence. When the sound of the engine faded, Valentine, as if to put on a bold front, opened the cupboard and took out the bottle of Calvados. She was about to set it down on the table, when Maigret abruptly snatched it from her hands and smashed it on the floor. Sit down, both of you, he said in a voice quavering with anger. They must have obeyed him, barely aware they were doing so, while he remained standing, his hands behind his back, then began to pace up and down as he was used to doing in his office at Quai des Orfèvres. Castin was back already, and the foghorn sent up its mournful wail into the night. Chapter 9. Theo's Crime. They heard Castin turn off his engine and get out of his car, then pause on the road for a moment before opening the gate, and still Maigret said nothing. Theo, sitting in the armchair that Maigret had occupied a few hours earlier, was still trying to emulate the Duke of Windsor, while Valentine looked from one man to the other, her gaze darting rapidly between them, like that of a young animal. Castin crossed the garden, entered the house, and taken aback by the silence and the broken bottle, wondered what to do with himself, where to put himself. Since he was not from Quai des Orfèvres, he had never seen Maigret in these circumstances. Well, son, I got hold of the hotel owner, who was in bed, but he picked up the phone. He was the one who put the call through to Theo from the office, not to his room, because there are no telephones in the rooms, but to the one at the end of the corridor on his floor. It was around 10:30. The caller was drunk. Have you got some paper? A pencil? I have my notebook. Sit down at this table. Make yourself comfortable, because this will probably take a while. You are going to write down their replies. He started pacing again, the old lady's eyes still on him, while Theo stared at the tips of his shoes. He eventually stopped in front of Theo, no longer angry, but he spoke with contempt. Were you expecting Henri to come to Étretat this evening? No. If he hadn't telephoned you, would you have come to La Bicoque? I don't know. Possibly. Where were you when he was shot? On the road? In the garden? In the garden, by the gate. Valentine flinched on learning that she had passed close to her stepson when she had run over to old Mademoiselle Suez to telephone the doctor. Are you proud of yourself? That's my business. Did you know she had a gun? I knew that she'd kept my father's gun. I say, Inspector, would you tell me whether— I'll tell you nothing at all. I'm the one who's asking the questions. And supposing I refuse to answer? That would make no difference whatsoever, except perhaps it would decide me to slap your face, as I've been wanting to do for the last quarter of an hour. Despite the tragic circumstances, despite the dead body that was still in the next room, Valentine couldn't help giving a smug, almost jolly little smile. How long have you known? What are you talking about? Look, Besson, I advise you not to be an idiot. How long have you known that your stepmother's jewelry was never sold, and that she'd kept the originals and not replicas, as everyone was led to believe? She shuddered and looked at Maigret dumbfounded, with involuntary admiration, and fidgeted in her chair as if she wanted to say something, but he took not the slightest notice of her. I was always convinced of it. Why? Because I knew her, and I knew my father. You mean that she was afraid of poverty and that she was not a woman, not to take precautions? Yes, and my father gave in to her every wish. They were married under the joint estate system, Yes.
How much do you estimate the jewelry to be worth?
Probably several million at today's prices. There must be some we don't know about because my father felt awkward to be seen spending so much money on her in front of us.
When he died and you were told that the jewelry had long since been sold, did you not discuss it with your brother? Or with Arlette?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't certain.
Was it not rather that you planned to come to some arrangement with Valentine?
Not a word that was said escaped Valentine, not one of Maigret's movements, not an expression of Theo's. She took in everything, much better than Kester, whose shorthand was rudimentary. I shan't answer that question.
Which is unworthy of you, is that not so? Have you discussed it with Valentine herself?
Not any further.
Because you knew she was cleverer than you, and you were waiting to have proof. How did you obtain that proof? When?
I asked around among my friends in the diamond world about some of the jewels which couldn't have gone unnoticed. And that's how I found out they hadn't ended up on the market, not in France in any case, and probably not in Europe.
You patiently bided your time for 5 years.
I still had a little money. I pulled off a few business deals.
This year, finding yourself at the end of your tether, you came to spend your holidays in Etretat. It's no coincidence that you met young Rose and started to encourage her obsessions, is it?
Silence. Valentine craned her neck like a bird, and it was the first time that Maigret saw the wrinkled skin of her neck, which was usually concealed by a broad black velvet choker decorated with a pearl.
Now think before answering. When you met Rose, did she already know, or was it at your suggestion that she began nosing around the house?
She nosed around before meeting me.
Why?
Out of curiosity, and because she hated my stepmother.
Did she have reason to hate her?
She found her hard and proud. They lived together in this house on a war footing, so to speak, barely concealing it from one another.
Was it Rose who thought of the jewelry?
No, she drilled a hole in the partition between the 2 bedrooms. Valentine bristled, fuming, and made as if to go upstairs straight away to check whether this outrageous claim was true.
When was that?
About 2 weeks ago, one afternoon when Valentine was having tea with Mademoiselle Suet.
What did she see through the hole?
Nothing at first. She had to wait a few days. One night she feigned sleep, pretending to snore. Then she silently got up and saw Valentine open the chest at the foot of her bed.
Had Rose never looked inside?
All the drawers and all the cupboards in the house are locked, and Valentine keeps the keys on her. Even if she wanted a can of sardines, Rose had to ask her.
In that case, how did she manage to get hold of one of the rings?
While Valentine was having her bath. She hadn't talked to me about it beforehand. She must have planned her move meticulously down to the last second, so to speak.
Did you see the ring?
Yes.
What was she planning to do with it?
Nothing. She couldn't wear it without giving herself away. For her it was a sort of revenge.
Did you not think that your stepmother would notice?
Perhaps.
Admit that you did nothing to see what her reaction would be?
Possibly.
You would have been content to share the proceeds without saying anything to Charles and Arlette?
I shan't answer.
No doubt you're convinced that there's nothing we can do against you.
I haven't killed anyone.
She bristled again, wanting to raise her hand like a schoolgirl for permission to speak. That's all I wanted to ask you.
Must I leave the room?
You may stay.
Am I free?
Not until further orders.
Maigret started pacing again, slightly red in the face now that he was going to turn on the old lady.
Did you hear?
Everything he says is a lie. Maigret took the ring out of his waistcoat pocket and showed it to her.
Do you deny that the original jewels are in your room? Do you want me to take your keys and go and fetch them?
I'm perfectly entitled to them. My husband agreed. He reckoned his sons were old enough to get by on their own, and he didn't want to leave an old lady like me penniless. If the children had known, they'd have sold them, and a year later would still have ended up broke.
He avoided looking at her. Why did you hate young Rose?
I didn't hate her. I was suspicious of her, and events proved that I had reason to be. She was the one who had it in for me, whereas I did everything I could for her.
When did you discover that the ring was missing?
She opened her mouth, nearly replied. Then her expression hardened. I'm not going to answer any more of your questions.
As you wish. He turned to Custer. "Carry on taking notes." And plodding heavily to and fro, making the knickknacks tremble, he held forth. "You probably made the discovery last week, before Wednesday. Young Rose was the only person who could have seen you and taken the ring. Most likely you searched through her things without finding anything. When she went out on Wednesday, you followed her and saw her meet Teo in Itlita. You began to be really afraid. You didn't know whether she talked to him about it. You suspected that it was because of the jewelry, but he was here." Despite having resolved to say nothing, she couldn't help retorting, "From the moment he knew, my life would have been in danger." "That's very possible. Mind you, I didn't ask you anything. Interrupt me if you wish, but I need no confirmation. You decided to kill young Rose before she had time to betray you, or at least so you hoped. And you took advantage of a unique opportunity that presented itself. The famous 3rd of September, the only day of the year when the entire family gathers here, the family that you hate, intruding your daughter." She opened her mouth once again, but he didn't give her time to say anything. "You knew of your maid's fascination for remedies of all sorts. You'd probably seen her stealing some from your medicine cabinet. At night, she must have been in the habit of finishing off your sleeping draught when you left some in the glass. You see, this crime is the crime of a woman, and of a solitary old woman at that. It's one of those carefully planned crimes, lovingly cooked up over many hours, with a constant addition of little flourishes. How could anyone think it was you when it seemed that you were the intended victim? Suspicion would inevitably fall on your daughter or on the others. All you needed to do was announce that you'd found the potion bitter, that you'd said so to your servant. But I am certain you were careful not to. She'd have drunk it anyway. She wasn't defeated, as one might have expected. She sat there, tense, without missing a word that was being said, probably planning her riposte. You were convinced the investigation would be carried out by the local police, who wouldn't find anything suspicious. You only began to be afraid when you found out that Charles Masson had arranged for me to be sent from Paris. You are modest, Monsieur Maigret. I don't know if I'm modest, but you made a mistake in coming running to Quai des Orfèvres so as to take the credit for contacting me. And how, tell me, did I know that Charles had thought of you? I don't know. That's a detail to be clarified later. There are a lot of details to be clarified because you have no proof of what you're claiming with such assurance. Maigret ignored the challenge. The same goes for the jewels. Here are my keys. They're on the table in front of you. Go upstairs and look. He stopped pacing, looked her in the eyes, intrigued by this new problem, and appeared to be talking to himself. Maybe you took advantage of your trip to Paris to deposit them somewhere. No, you wouldn't have hidden them so far away. You haven't deposited them in a bank, which would have left a trail. She gave a mocking smile. Seek, and I'll find. If you don't find them, none of what you're saying holds water. We'll come back to that when it's time. He bitterly regretted having smashed the bottle of Calvados in a gesture of anger, because he would gladly have had a sip. It's no coincidence that when I dropped by earlier to say good night to you, I talked to you about the relationship between young Rose and Théo Bessel, and about their meeting on Wednesday. I knew that you would react and that you'd try to see Théo out of fear that I would question him, and that he'd talk, perhaps to shut him up once and for all. I wondered how you'd go about meeting him without being seen. I hadn't thought of the telephone. Or to be more precise, I hadn't thought about old Mademoiselle Souret, who lives a stone's throw away and whom you were in the habit of visiting. He turned to Théo. Do you know her? I haven't seen her in several years. Is she an invalid? She was already half deaf and blind back then. In that case, we have every chance of finding the jewelry at her house. You're making the whole thing up, she said furiously. You talk and talk, telling yourself that eventually you'll hit the nail on the head, and you think you're being clever. You telephoned Théo from her house, and you probably called several different numbers, because it was in a bar that you finally found him. You told him you wanted to speak to him, and he understood, but you had no intention of speaking to him. You see, your two crimes are not only the crimes of a loner, but the crimes of an old lady. You are very clever, Valentine. She gloated, flattered by the compliment despite everything.
Teo had to be silenced, and at the same time you had to avoid arousing my suspicions. There was a way which would probably have worked, but which you were loath to choose, and that was to offer to share with him. You are too greedy for that. The idea of losing some of your famous jewelry, which you didn't even need to live on, and which has never been of any use to you, seems so appalling that you prefer to kill a second time. You asked Teo to come and see you at midnight without telling anyone. That's what she asked you to do, isn't it, Monsieur Besson? You will appreciate that it's difficult for me to answer that question. A gentleman scoundrel. Does a gentleman involve a maid in his family affairs and incite her to commit a theft for his own ends? Does a gentleman send someone to be killed in his place? As a matter of fact, Monsieur Besson, after Valentine's telephone call you were both triumphant and afraid. Triumphant because you'd won the game, because her call showed that she was ready to compromise. Afraid because you knew her, because you realized that she wasn't exactly happy about buying your silence. You sensed a trap. This midnight meeting here sounded ominous. You went back to your hotel to think. It was a stroke of luck that poor Henri, who'd been drinking, telephoned you. I just had a conversation with him that had riled him. He began drinking and he wanted to see you. I don't know why exactly, perhaps he didn't know himself. So you sent him ahead as a scout, telling him to be here on the dot at midnight, so that he'd be the one to get caught in Valentine's trap. I take my hat off to you, madame. Rose's murder was admirably planned, but this one is devilishly clever. Right down to a trick with a light switch that you played on me this evening, which gave you the excuse to shoot in the heat of the moment without turning on the outside light. Except that it's Henri who's dead. The brother and the sister in the same week. Do you know what I'd do if I wasn't a member of the police? I'd leave you here under the guard of the inspector while I went to Yport to tell this story to a certain Trochu and his wife. I'd tell them how, why, and for what sordid gain they had lost 2 children in the prime of life in the space of a few days. I'd bring them here along with your victims' brother and sisters, as well as their neighbors and friends. He saw Teo, who had turned ashen, grip the arm of his chair convulsively. As for Valentine, she leapt up, alarmed. "You have no right to do that. What are you waiting for? To take us to Le Havre? You have to arrest us or arrest me in any case." "Do you confess?" "I don't confess. But you're accusing me and you don't have a right to leave me here." Maybe someone had already told the Trochus, and they would come running. This is a civilized country and everyone's entitled to a trial. She was straining her ears for sounds from outside, and nearly threw herself against Maigret as if seeking protection when she heard the sound of a car, followed by footsteps in the garden. She was clearly on the verge of hysterics. Her face had lost its prettiness, and there was panic in her eyes, her nails dug into Maigret's wrists. "You have no right! You have no right!" It wasn't the Trochus, who knew nothing yet, but the police van that had been sent from the Havre, as well as a car full of police officers and experts. For half an hour they took over the house. Henri's body was carried out on a stretcher, while, just to be sure, an expert took photographs of the scene, including the window that the bullet had shattered. "You may go and get dressed." "What about me?" asked a deflated Teo Besson, who didn't know what to do with himself. "You, I think, need to examine your own conscience." Another car stopped outside on the road, and Charles Besson burst into the house. "What's happened?" "I was expecting you earlier," snapped Maigret. As if not understanding what Maigret was hinting at, the politician apologized. "I had a puncture on the way." "What made you come?" "When you mentioned the ring to me over the telephone earlier." "I know. You recognized it from the description." "I realized that it was Teo who was right." "Because you knew that Teo suspected your stepmother of having held on to the jewelry. Had he told you?" The two brothers glared at each other. "He didn't say so to me, but I knew from his behavior when the estate was divided up." "You came running to claim your share. Have you even forgotten that it's your mother-in-law's funeral tomorrow morning?" "Why are you being so harsh with me? I don't know anything. Who's just been driven off in the police van?" "Tell me, first of all, why you've come here." "I don't know. When you mentioned the ring, I knew things would turn nasty. But Teo would try something, and that Valentine wouldn't get him walk all over her." Well, it's true. Something did happen, but your older brother made sure to send someone else to get killed in his place. Who? Henri Trochu. Do the parents know? Not yet, and I wonder whether I shouldn't give you the task of going to inform them. After all, you're their elected representative. I probably won't be any more after this scandal. What about young Rose, who, haven't you guessed? When you asked me about the emerald, I thought of your stepmother. It's her. You can explain that to your voters. But I haven't done anything. For a while, Castin, who was no longer taking notes, had been staring at Maigret, flabbergasted, while listening out for noises from the floor above. "Are you ready?" shouted Maigret up the stairs, and when Valentine failed to reply straight away, he read the fear on Castin's face. "Don't be afraid. Women like that don't kill themselves. She'll fight to the end, tooth and claw, or we'll find a way of hiring the best lawyers. And she knows they no longer send old women to the guillotine." Valentine came down, as much the grande dame as when he had seen her for the first time, with her impeccable hair and big blue eyes, her black dress without a crease, and a huge diamond brooch. One of the replicas, of course. "Are you going to handcuff me?" "I'm beginning to think that you'd like that, because it would be more theatrical and would make you look like a victim. Take her away, Castor." "Aren't you coming with us to Havre?" "No." "Are you going back to Paris?" "Tomorrow morning after I've collected the jewelry." "Will you send a report?" "You'll write it yourself. You know as much as I do." Castor had lost track of what was going on. What about him?" He pointed at Theo, who had just lit a cigarette and was avoiding going anywhere near his brother. "He hasn't committed any crime as far as the law is concerned. He's too much of a coward. You'll always be able to find him when you need him." "Am I allowed to leave Étretat?" asked Theo with relief. "Whenever you like." Can someone drive me back to the hotel so I can pick up my car and my things?" Like Valentine, he was scared stiff of the Trochus. Maigret signaled to one of the police officers from Le Havre. "Go with the gentleman, and by way of a farewell, I give you permission to give him a kick up her backside." As she left La Bicoque, Valentine turned to Maigret and snarled, "You think you're clever, but you haven't got the last word." When he looked at his watch, it was 3:30 in the morning, and the foghorn was still wailing in the darkness. There was only one police officer from Le Havre left, who was finishing putting seals on the doors, and Charles Besson, who didn't know where to put his big body. "I'm wondering why you were so rude to me earlier when I haven't done anything." It was true, and Maigret was almost sorry. "I swear to you that I never for one moment thought that Valentine—" "Would you come with me?" "Where to?" "To Ypres." "Do you insist?" "It would save me having to look for a taxi, which can't be easy at this hour." He almost regretted it, because Charles, on edge, drove erratically. He stopped the car as far as he could from the little house, which was just a dark shape in the fog. "Do I have to wait for you?" "Please." Besson, hidden from view in the darkness of the car, heard the knocks at the door, and Maigret's voice saying, "It's me." "Maigret." Charles saw a lamp light up and the door open, and bit off the end of a cigar. Half an hour went by, during which more than once he was tempted to drive off. Then the door opened again. 3 people made their way slowly towards the car. Maigret opened the door and spoke softly. "You will drive them to Le Havre, and you can drop me at Étretat on the way." From time to time, the mother, wearing her veil from the funeral, stifled a sob in her handkerchief. Meanwhile, the father didn't say a word. Maigret, too, was silent. When he got out of the car in Étretat, in front of his hotel, he turned towards those sitting inside, opened his mouth, was at a loss for words, and slowly raised his hat. He did not get undressed, did not go to bed. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he called a taxi to take him to the old Sauvé sister's house, and the same taxi dropped him at the station in time for the 8 o'clock train. In addition to his suitcases, he was carrying a little Morocco leather bag, whose cover was the same clear blue as Valentine's eyes.
Maigret and the Informer. Chapter 1. When the telephone rang, Maigret groaned with annoyance. He hadn't the slightest idea what time it was, and it didn't occur to him to look at the alarm clock. He was emerging from a deep sleep, and still felt a tightness in his chest. He shuffled over to the telephone in bare feet like a sleepwalker. "Hello?" He didn't take in that it was his wife rather than him who had switched on one of the bedside lights. "Is that you, Chief?" He didn't recognize the voice immediately. "It's Lucar here. I'm on the night shift. I've just had a call from the 18th arrondissement." "And?" "They found a man murdered in Avenue Junot." That was right at the top of the Butte de Montmartre, not far from Place du Tertre. "I'm calling because of the dead man's identity. It's Maurice Marcia, who owns La Sardine, a distinctively Parisian restaurant en Rue Fontaine." "What was he doing on Avenue Junot?" "Apparently he wasn't killed there. First impressions are that he was left there when he was already dead." "I'm on my way." "Do you want me to send a car to pick you up?" "Yes." Madame Maigret had been watching him from her bed throughout this exchange, but now she got up and felt around for her slippers. "I'll go and make you a cup of coffee." It was a bad night for it, or maybe too good a one. It had been the Maigrets' turn to have the Pardons over for dinner. There was an unspoken agreement between them, consolidated over the years. Once a month, Dr. Pardon and his wife would have the Maigrets over to dinner at their apartment in Boulevard Voltaire. And 2 weeks later, it would be their turn to come to Boulevard Richelieu. The wives would cook up a storm and swap recipes, while the husbands would chat idly over a glass of sloe gin or raspberry brandy. Tonight's dinner had been a particular success. Madame Maigret had made pontadou en croûte, and Maigret had dug out from his cellar one of the last bottles from a case of vintage Châteauneuf-du-Pape that he had bought at auction one day when he was passing Rue Drouot. The wine was superb, and the two men hadn't left a drop. How many little glasses of sloe gin had they followed it up with? Either way, when he was jolted awake at 2 a.m, Maigret didn't feel his best. He knew Maurice Marcia well. Everyone in Paris did. Back when he was a duty inspector, before Marcia had become a respectable member of society, he had had him in his office for questioning on various occasions. Later, he and Madame Maigret had had dinner from time to time in Rue Fontaine, where the cooking was first-rate. She brought him his cup of coffee when he was almost dressed. "Is it serious?" "It could cause a stir." "Someone well-known?" "Monsieur Maurice, as everyone calls him. Maurice Marcia, that is." "From La Sardine?" He nodded. "Has he been murdered?" "Apparently." "I'd better go and have a look." He sipped his coffee, filled a pipe, then went and opened the window a little to see what the weather was like. It was still raining, such a fine, slow rain that you could only see it in the halos of the streetlights. "Are you taking a raincoat?" "I won't bother. It's too hot." It was only May, a glorious May until recently, but then the weather had broken and storms had given way to this vague drizzle that had been falling for the past 24 hours. "See you soon." "You know that guinea fowl you made was marvelous." "Not too heavy?" He chose to leave that question unanswered, because he could still feel it, sitting on his stomach. A small black car was waiting for him at the door. "Avenue Junot." "What number?" "You'll probably see a crowd." The streets looked black and glossy, as if they'd been lacquered. There was almost no traffic. It took only a few minutes to get to Montmartre, but not the Montmartre nightclubs and tourists. Avenue Junot was on the fringes, so to speak, of all that hustle and bustle. A street mainly lined with villas which artists, who had started on the Butte and remained loyal to it, had commissioned after becoming successful. They spotted a crowd on the right-hand pavement, and despite the late hour, saw lights on in the windows and people in their nightclothes leaning out. The local chief inspector had already arrived, a shy, thin little man who came rushing up to Maigret. "I'm glad you're here, Detective Chief Inspector. This is something that really could cause a scandal." "Are you sure it's him?" "Here's his wallet." He handed him a black crocodile skin wallet, which was empty except for an identity card, a driving license, and a piece of notepaper with a few telephone numbers written on it. "No money?" "A big roll of notes, 3,000 or 4,000 francs, I haven't counted, in his hip pocket." "No gun?" "A Smith & Wesson that hasn't been used recently." Maigret went over to the body and had a strange sensation looking down at Monsieur Maurice. He was wearing a dinner jacket, as he did every evening, and there was a large blood stain across his shirt front. Any blood on the pavement?
No.
Who found the body? I did, a soft voice said behind him. It was an old man whose white hair formed a halo around his head. Maigret thought he recognized quite a well-known painter, but couldn't remember his name. I live in the house opposite. Sometimes I wake up at night and have trouble getting back to sleep. He was wearing an old raincoat, which he had put on over his pajamas, and a pair of red slippers. When that happens, I go over to the window and look out. Avenue Junot is quiet, deserted. Cars hardly ever come down here. I was surprised to see a black and white shape on the pavement, and I went down to have a look. I rang the police station. These men turned up in the car with its siren blaring and all the windows filled with inquisitive faces. There were about 20 people on the street, passers-by and neighbors in nightclothes, looking at the body and the little knot of officials. A local doctor explained, "That's me finished here. He's very much dead, I can assure you. Now it's a matter for the pathologist." "I've called him," announced the chief inspector, "and I've informed the prosecutor's office." An assistant prosecutor was getting out of a car at that moment, in fact, accompanied by his clerk. He was surprised to find Maigret on the scene. "Do you think it's an important case?" "I'm afraid it might be. Do you know Maurice Mercier?" "No." "Haven't you ever eaten at La Sardine?" "No." He had to explain to him that it was the sort of place where you were as likely to run into socialites and artists as you were major league criminals. Dr. Bouldet, the pathologist who had taken over from Dr. Pole, got out of a taxi, grumbling. He distractedly shook hands and remarked to Maigret, "Ah, you're here too." Bending over the body, he examined the wound by the light of an electric torch produced from his bag. "Only one bullet, if I'm not mistaken, but large caliber and fired practically at point-blank range." "What was the time of death?" "If he was brought straight here, the murder must have been committed around midnight. Let's say between midnight and 1 in the morning. I'll tell you more after the post-mortem." Maigret went over to Velia, an inspector from the 18th arrondissement, who was discreetly keeping his distance. "Did you know Monsieur Maurice?" "Our reputation and my side." "Did he live locally?" "I think he lived in the 9th, around Rue Belleau." "He didn't have a mistress around here, did he?" It was a strange thing to do, really, if you had a dead body on your hands, to travel from another neighborhood so you could leave it in sleepy Avenue Junot. "I think I would have heard about it. Someone who could tell you is Inspector Louis of the 9th arrondissement. He knows Pigalle like the back of his hand." Maigret shook hands all round, and was getting into the little black car, when a journalist appeared, a tall fellow with unkempt red hair. "Monsieur Maigret?" "Not now. Talk to the inspector or the chief inspector." Turning to his driver, he said, "Rue Belleau." He had automatically hung on to the dead man's identity card. Glancing at it, he added, 21A. It was quite a sprawling townhouse, one of several in the street, which had been turned into apartments. Among the brass plates on the right of the door, they saw one with the name of a dentist, referring people to the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor was a neurologist. The bell woke the concierge. "Monsieur Maurice Mercier, please." "Monsieur Maurice is never in at this time, not before 4 in the morning." "What about Madame Mercier?" "I think she's back. I doubt she'll see you, though. Still, have a try if you think it's worth it. 1st floor on the left. They've got the whole floor, but the door on the right is blocked out." The staircase was broad and thickly carpeted, with walls of yellowish marble. The left-hand door didn't have a nameplate. Maigret rang the bell. There was silence at first. He rang again, and eventually heard footsteps inside. Through the door, a woman's voice asked sleepily, "Who is it?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "My husband isn't at home. Go and ask at the restaurant, Rue Fontaine." "Your husband isn't there, either." "Have you been there?" "No, but I know he's not there." "Oh, wait a moment, while I put something on." When she opened the door, she was wearing a golden yellow dressing gown over a white silk nightdress. She was young, much younger than her husband, who was several years older than Maigret, around 60 or 62. She observed Maigret indifferently, with the merest flicker of curiosity. "Why are you looking for my husband at this time of night?" She was tall and very blonde, with the thin, lithe body of a model or a chorus girl. She couldn't have been more than 30. Come in." She opened the door to a large drawing room and turned on some lights. "When did you see your husband last?" "Around 8, as usual, when he left for Haufontaine." "In his car?" "Of course not. It's 500 meters away." "Doesn't he ever take his car?"
"Only when it's pouring rain."
"Do you sometimes go with him?"
"No."
"Why not?"
"Because it's not my place. What would I do there?"
"So you spend your evenings here, do you?" She seemed surprised by these questions, but didn't take offense. She didn't show much curiosity either.
"Most of them. Like everyone, I sometimes go to the cinema."
"You don't drop in and say hello when you're passing?"
"No."
"Did you go to the cinema tonight?"
"No."
"Did you go out?"
"No, except to walk the dog. I only stayed out for a few minutes because it was raining."
"What time, roughly?"
11, maybe a little later."
"You didn't run into anyone you know?"
"No." "What's the point of these questions? Why are you interested in what I was doing this evening?"
"Your husband is dead."
She stared at him, wide-eyed. Her eyes were light blue, rather affecting. She opened her mouth as if to scream, but her throat closed up and she brought her hand to her chest. She searched for a handkerchief in the pocket of her dressing gown, then buried her face in it. Maigret waited, sitting motionless in an uncomfortable Louis XV armchair. "His heart?" she asked finally, crumpling the handkerchief into a ball.
"What do you mean?"
"He didn't like to talk about it, but he had a heart condition, which he saw Professor Jarnard about."
"He didn't die of heart failure. He was murdered."
"Where?"
"I don't know. His body was moved afterwards to Avenue Junot and dumped on the pavement."
"That's impossible. He didn't have any enemies."
"He seems to have had at least one, because he was shot." She jumped up.
"Where is he now?"
"At the Forensic Institute."
You mean they're going to—"
"Perform a post-mortem, yes. There's no way round it." A little white dog trotted slowly down the corridor and rubbed itself against its mistress's legs. She seemed oblivious.
"What are they saying at the restaurant?"
"I haven't been there yet. What could they say?"
"Why he left La Sardine so early. He's always the last to leave. He locks the door before cashing up."
"Have you worked there?"
"No, it's just a restaurant. They don't have dance numbers or singing acts."
"Did you used to be a dancer?"
"Yes."
"Don't you dance any more?"
"Not since I got married."
"How long ago was that?"
4 years.
"Where did you meet him?"
"At La Sardine. I used to dance at the Canary. If we didn't finish too late, I'd sometimes go and have something to eat there."
"Is that when he noticed you?"
"Yes."
"Were you a hostess, too?"
She pulled a face. "It depends what you mean by that. If a customer asked us, we wouldn't refuse to drink a bottle of champagne with him, but that's as far as it went."
"Did you have a lover?"
"Why do you ask me that?"
"Because I'm trying to find out who could have a grudge against your husband."
"Well, I didn't have one when I met him."
"Was he jealous?"
"Very."
"Were you?"
"Don't you think, Detective Chief Inspector, this line of questioning is a little distasteful, when a woman has just learned of her husband's death?"
"Do you own a car?"
"Maurice recently gave me an Alfa Romeo."
"What about him? What car did he have?"
"A Bentley."
"Did he drive?"
"He had a driver, but he did drive himself sometimes."
"I'm sorry to have been so unpleasant. Unfortunately, it's my job."
He stood up, sighing. The large drawing room, which had a magnificent Chinese carpet in the center, was perfectly silent.
She showed him to the door. "I may have further questions in the next couple of days. Would you rather I called you in to Quai des Orfèvres or came to see you here?"
"Here."
"Thank you," she replied with a curt good evening. His stomach still felt strange, and his head was heavy. La Sardine, Haufontaine. A few expensive cars were still parked in front of the restaurant, and a livery doorman was pacing about on the pavement. Maigret went in and took a breath of cool, air-conditioned air. A head waiter he knew well, Raoul Comitard, came rushing up.
"A table, Monsieur Maigret?"
"No."
"If you're after the boss, he's not here."
The head waiter was bald and sickly-looking. "That's unusual, isn't it? It almost never happens." The restaurant was spacious, with 20 or 25 tables. The beams on the ceiling were exposed, the walls panelled in old oak up to 3/4 of their height. Everything was heavy, opulent, but free of most of the tasteless elements that are invariably part and parcel of the rustic style. It was after 3 o'clock. There were only about 10 people left, predominantly actors and performers, eating quietly. "What time did Monsieur leave?" "I couldn't tell you exactly, but it must have been around midnight." "Didn't that surprise you?" "It certainly did. I doubt it's happened more than 3 or 4 times in 20 years. Besides, you know what he's like. I've served you and your wife a number of times, always in his dinner jacket, standing there with his hands behind his back, watching. Looks as if he never moves, but he sees everything. You think he's out front, and he's already in the kitchen, or the office." "Did he say he was coming back?" "He just muttered, 'See you in a while.' We were by the cloakroom. Yvonne handed him his hat. I reminded him it was raining and suggested he take his raincoat, which I could see on a hook. 'No need. I'm not going far,' he said." "Did he seem concerned?" "It was hard to tell from his expression." "Angry?" "Definitely not." "Did he get a telephone call just before he left?" "You'll have to ask at the desk. All the calls go through the cashier. But tell me, why these questions?" "Because he's been shot dead, and his body has been found lying on the pavement in Avenue Junot." The head waiter's features stiffened, and his lower lip started to tremble slightly. That can't be," he muttered to himself. "Who could have done that? I can't think of a single enemy he had. He was a good man, deep down, very happy, very proud of his success. Was there a fight?" "No. He was killed somewhere else and then taken, probably by car, to Avenue Junot. You said he was wearing a hat when he went out, didn't you?" "Yes." "There had been no sign of a hat on the ground in Avenue Junot." "I've got a few questions to ask the cashier." The head waiter hurried over to a table that was asking for the bill. The bill was ready, and he put it on a plate, half covered with a napkin. The cashier was a small, slender brunette, with beautiful dark eyes. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "I know. There's no reason to keep you in the dark any longer. Your employer has just been murdered." "So that's why you and Rao looked as if you were plotting. And stunned. He was standing right where you were only moments ago." "Did he get any telephone calls?" "Only one, just before he left." "From a man? A woman?" "That's just what I wondered. It could have been either. A man with a slightly high-pitched voice, or a woman with a rather deep one." "And you heard that voice before?" "No. They asked to speak to Monsieur Maurice." "Is that what they call him?" "Yes, like all his friends. I asked who was calling, and they said, 'He'll know.' I looked up, and Monsieur Maurice was already standing there in front of me. Is it for me? What name did they give?" "No name." He frowned and reached for the telephone. "Who is this?" Naturally, I couldn't hear what the person on the other end was saying. "What's that?" Monsieur Maurice went on. "I can't hear you properly." "What? Are you sure? If I get my hands on you—" They must have been calling from a telephone box because they put more money in. I recognized the sound. "I know where that is as well as you do." He slammed the phone down. He was heading for the door when he swung round and went into his office behind the kitchens. "Does he often go in there?" "Hardly ever during the evening. When he comes in, he goes in there to have a look at the post. In the evenings after we close, I take him the money and we go over it together." "Is the money kept here overnight?" "No, he takes it away in a briefcase. A special one we only really use for that." "He would carry a gun as well, I imagine." "He takes his automatic out of the drawer and puts it in his pocket." Monsieur Maurice hadn't been carrying any money that night, but he had still gone back to his office to fetch his gun. "Is there another gun which is kept here the whole time?" "No, that's the only one I know of." "Will you show me his office?" "One moment." She handed a note to Val Comita. "This way." They went along a corridor with green walls. On the left, a glass panel gave a view of the kitchen, where 4 men seemed to be tidying up. "Here it is. I suppose you have the right to go in." The office was simple, not ostentatious. 3 good leather armchairs, a mahogany Empire desk, a safe behind it, and some shelves with a few books and magazines. "Is there any money in the safe?"
No, just the accounts. We don't really need it. It was there when Monsieur Maurice bought the restaurant, and he never had it taken out.
Where was the gun usually kept?
In the right-hand drawer.
Maigret opened it. There were papers, cigarettes, cigars, but no automatic. Does Madame Mercier often ring her husband?
Hardly ever.
Did she ring him this evening?
No, the call would have come through me.
What about him? Doesn't he ring her?
Really, I can't remember the last time he did. It was sometime before last Christmas.
Thank you.
Maigret was feeling the weight of his tiredness and collapsed onto the back seat of the little black car. Boulevard Chêne-Noir. The rain had stopped, but the ground was still glistening, and the sky was clearing in the east. He had a vague sense that something about all this didn't add up. It was true that Monsieur Mercier was no saint. He had had a pretty turbulent youth and had been convicted of procuring a number of times. Then he had risen through the ranks when he was about 30, becoming proprietor at what at the time was one of the most famous brothels in Paris, in Rue de Hanovre. The brothel wasn't in his name. He spent the better part of his afternoons at the races, and if not, was generally to be found playing cards with other crooks in a bistro on Rue Victor Massé. Some people called him the Judge. They claimed that when there was a dispute between figures in the underworld, he would have the final say. He was a good-looking man, dressed by the best tailors, never wore anything but silk underwear. He was married and already living on Rue Balou at the time. He was growing stouter with age, which gave him added gravitas. Wait, Maigret had forgotten to ask the cashier if the person who had called had had an accent. That could prove important at some stage. For the moment, though, he was at a complete loss. He remembered something Maurice Mercier had said during one of their last encounters at Quai des Orfèvres. Mercier hadn't been a suspect himself, but his barman seemed to have been involved in a hold-up of a branch of one of the big banks in Puteaux. What do you think of this Freddy? The barman was called Freddy Strazia and came from Piedmont. I think he's a good barman. You reckon he's honest? Well, Inspector, it depends what you mean by that. There's honest and then there's honest. When you and I first met, when we were both what's called cutting our teeth, I didn't think of myself as a dishonest man, an opinion not shared by you or the judges. Gradually I've changed. You could say I've spent almost 40 years of my life becoming an honest man. Well, it's like with religious converts. They're meant to be the most devout, aren't they? Similarly, people who have worked to become honest tend to be more scrupulous than other folk. You're asking me if Freddy is honest. I wouldn't stake my life on it, but what I am certain of that he's not stupid enough to get himself tangled up in a mess like this. The car had stopped in front of his building. He thanked the driver and slowly climbed the stairs, slightly short of breath. He couldn't wait to lie down in bed and close his eyes. Tired? I'm exhausted. Less than 10 minutes later, he was asleep. It was almost 11 when he began to stir, and Madame Maigret immediately brought him a cup of coffee. "Look at that," he exclaimed in surprise. "The sun's back." "Was it this case in Rue Fontaine that kept you out last night?" "How do you know that?" "The radio, the papers. Monsieur Maurice seems to have been a real Parisian celebrity." "Character, I'd say," he corrected. "Did you know him?" "Ever since I started in the police judiciaire." "Do you understand why they went and dumped his body in Avenue Junot?" "I don't understand anything so far," he admitted, "least of all the fact that Mercier had his gun in his pocket." "So? I'm amazed he didn't fire first." "He must have been taken by surprise." Putting on his dressing gown, he went and sat in the bedroom armchair, picked up the telephone and dialed the number of the police judiciaire. Lucas, who had been on night duty, would be sleeping peacefully by now. It was Jean-Pierre who answered. "Not too tired, Chief?" "No, I'm all right now. Are you up to date with what's going on?" "From the papers and the latest reports that have just come in, particularly the one from the 18th. I also got a call from Dr. Bourdet." "What does he say?" "The shot was fired from about a meter, possibly a meter and a half. The gun is most likely a short-barreled revolver, .32 or 38. He sent the bullet to the laboratory. As for poor Mercier, his death was almost instantaneous, from an internal hemorrhage. So he didn't bleed much. Hardly at all. Did he have a heart defect? Bourdet didn't say anything about that. Do you want me to ring him? I'll do it. I'll be in early this afternoon. Call me if anything, no matter what, comes up before then. A few minutes later, he had Dr. Bourdet on the line. I suppose you're just getting out of bed, Bourdet said to Maigret. I worked until 9 this morning, and now they brought me another customer. A woman, this time. Listen, other than the gunshot wound, did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Any sign of illness? No, he was a healthy man, in very good shape for his age. Nothing wrong with his heart. As far as I can tell, his heart was in good condition. Thank you, Doctor. Hadn't Marcia's blonde wife, Lynn, mentioned Professor Jalmar, who her husband went to see from time to time? He called the professor's office, then the hospital where he was told he was. Sorry to disturb you, Professor. It's Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here. I think one of your patients met with a violent death last night. Maurice Marcia. The Montmartre restaurant owner? Yes. I only saw him once. I think he was planning to take out life insurance, and before undergoing the official medical, he wanted to see a doctor of his own choosing. What were the results? His heart was in perfect condition. Thank you. Well, asked Madame Maigret, was he ill? No. Why did his wife tell you? Your guess is as good as mine. Would you mind getting me another cup of coffee? What do you want to eat? He still remembered his indigestion during the night. Ham, boiled potatoes with oil, and a green salad. Is that all? Haven't you digested my guinea fowl? I have, yes, but I think Pardon and I overdid it on the slow gin a little, not to mention the wine. He stood up with a sigh and lit his first pipe of the day, then went and planted himself in front of the open window. He hadn't been there for more than 10 minutes before he was summoned to the telephone. Hello, Chief. Janvier here. I've just had a visit from Inspector Louis of the 9th arrondissement, who was hoping to see you. Apparently he's got something interesting to tell you. He's wondering if you can see him early this afternoon. Tell him to come to my office at 2. You never knew with Louis. He was a strange man. About 45 years old, he had been a widower for roughly 15 years, and yet still dressed in black from head to foot, as if he were as much in mourning for his wife as ever. Among themselves, his colleagues in the 9th called him the widower. You never saw him laugh or joke. When he was on desk duty, he worked without a break. Being a non-smoker, he didn't even have to stop to light a pipe or cigarette. Most of the time, he worked out of doors, preferably at night. He probably had the most comprehensive knowledge of Pigalle of anyone in Paris. He rarely spoke to a prostitute or pimp without good reason, and they watched him go by with a certain trepidation. He lived alone in the apartment he had once shared with his wife on the other side of the boulevard at the bottom of Rue Lepic. He had been born in the neighborhood himself. People often saw him doing his shopping. He knew the pedigree of all the local crooks, the life stories of all the girls. He would go into bars without taking off his hat and invariably order a quarter bottle of Vichy mineral water. He could stay there for a long time, watching. Sometimes he would chat to the barman. I didn't know Francis was back from Toulon. Are you sure? He's just spotted me and slipped off to the gents. I didn't see him. I'm surprised because usually he comes and says hello when he's up in Paris. It's probably because of me. Who's he with? Madeleine. That's his old girlfriend. He never took notes, and yet all the surnames, first names, and nicknames of these ladies and gentlemen of the night were carefully filed away in his brain. Rue Fontaine was in his area. He must have known more about Monsieur Maurice than Maigret or anyone, really. Besides, he can't have come to Quai des Orfèvres by chance, because he was a shy man. He knew that he would never rise above the rank of inspector, and quietly accepted this fact. Doing his job as best he could, having no other passions, he dedicated his life to his work. I'm going down to buy some ham. He watched her through the window as she headed off towards Rue Servin. He was glad to have a wife like her, and there was a little smile of satisfaction on his lips. How long had Inspector Louis lived with his wife before she was run over by a bus? A few years at most, as he was only 30 when it happened. He had been looking out of the window, like Maigret now, and the accident had happened right there, in front of him. Maigret touched wood, not a habit of his, and waited at the window until he saw his wife cross the boulevard again
and go back into the building. Louis was the inspector's surname. For a while, Maigret had thought of adding him to his squad, but he was so lugubrious, the atmosphere in the inspector's office would have been affected. In the office in the 9th arrondissement, which was staffed by only 3 inspectors and a trainee, they made sure Louis worked outside as much as possible. Poor man. Are you talking to yourself? What did I say? You said, poor man. Were you thinking about Marcia? No, I was thinking about someone who lost his wife 15 years ago, and still wears mourning. He doesn't dress all in black, though, does he? No one does that anymore. He does. He doesn't care what people think. Some people think he's a priest when they first see him and call him father. Aren't you going to shave and get ready? Yes. But I'm feeling lazy. It's lovely. He finished his pipe before going into the bathroom. Chapter 2. The windows in Maigret's office were open again to the breezes outside and the sound of cars and buses on Pont Saint-Michel. Inspector Louis was perched on the edge of the chair Maigret had pointed him to. His movements were slow, almost solemn, like his black suit, which is even more conspicuous on this spring day. Thank you for seeing me, Detective Chief Inspector. He had delicate, very white skin, almost like a woman's, which made his thick-back moustache stand out. His lips were red as if he was wearing lipstick, and yet there was nothing remotely effeminate about him. He must have been the shy one in class, the boy who blushed and stammered when his teacher spoke to him. I'd like to ask you something. Please. Does the fact the body was found on Avenue Junot mean the 18th inspectors will be investigating the case? Maigret had to think before answering. They're certainly going to question potential witnesses, look for the car that stopped on the avenue in the middle of the night, talk to the old painter who called the police, and the other neighbors. What about everything else? As you know, it's a crime squad case. Not that that means we can't accept or request help from inspectors from other arrondissements. You know Montmartre well, don't you? I was born there, and I still live there. Have you come into contact with Maurice Marcia? With him and his staff? He blushed. He must have been making a great effort to say everything he had come to say. You see, I mainly work at night, so I've ended up getting to know everybody. They're used to me in Pigalle. I exchange a few words with this person or that person. I go into the bars and cabarets where they give me a quarter bottle of Vichy without waiting for me to order anything. I imagine you've come to see me because you got an idea about Marcia's murder. I think I know who killed him. Leaning back in his chair slightly, Maigret took a gentle drag on his pipe and studied the inspector with curiosity, even a certain fascination. Do you have anything to back up your suspicions? Yes and no. He was embarrassed and didn't dare look Maigret in the face. I got a call this morning. Anonymous. More or less. I've been getting calls from the same person for years. A man or a woman? A man. He's always refused to tell me his name. Whenever something at all mysterious happens in Montmartre, he calls me and always starts by saying, "It's me." I recognize his voice. I know he is calling from a telephone box and he doesn't waste any time, just tells me the essentials. For instance, they're planning an armed robbery in La Chapelle. It's Collier's gang. Collier's still got another few years in prison, Maigret objected. His old accomplices are still at it. Does your informer ever get it wrong? No. Does he ask you for money? No, he doesn't do that either. Or ask me to turn a blind eye to any more or less illegal activities. Maigret was growing interested. And he called you this morning, did he? Yes, at 8 o'clock, which is just before I go out and do my shopping. I live on my own and have to do my shopping myself. What did he say exactly? Monsieur Maurice has been shot by one of the Maigret brothers. Is that all? That's all. Do you know the Maigret brothers, Manuel and Joe? We've been trying to catch them red-handed for more than 2 years. We haven't managed to pin anything on them yet. I'm watching them too. They don't live together. Manuel, the older brother, who's 32, has a smart, even luxurious apartment on Square La Bruyère, just around the corner from La Sardine. Joe, who's 29, has a suite at the Hôtel des Îles in Avenue Tuileries.
But you must have all this information in their file. They have a wholesale fruit and vegetable business on Rue du Caire. One or other of them is there every day. It's a long warehouse which you walk into off the street. Were they in touch with Monsieur Maurice? They'd sometimes go and have dinner at his restaurant. They're not the only crooks who go to La Sardine. Did Monsieur ever give them a ham? I don't think so. He'd become cautious and set great store by his respectability. Which of the two brothers was your anonymous caller talking about? I've no idea, but I'm sure it won't be long before I get another call. That's why I asked to see you. Do you want to work on the investigation? I want to help somehow, unofficially, in my own way. I've never done anything outside my normal work. You can trust me. I promise I'll keep you informed of anything I find out. Do you know the Maigret brothers well? I go to some of the same bars as them. Manuel used to have a Martinican mistress who was very beautiful. What's happened to her? She sings and dances in a club for tourists. Who did you replace her with? No one. Whenever I see him, he's on his own or with his brother. The brother lives with a young girl from the country. She's called Marcel and is 22. Do you think she could be the weak link? She's crazy about Joe Maigret, and she's got a strong character. Do you think she knows what the two brothers are up to? I don't know how much they trust her. I've never seen them with anyone resembling an accomplice either. There had been as many as 10 robberies, all done in the same way, using identical techniques. It was always a chateau or large estate in the country within a radius of about 150 kilometers of Paris. The burglars were well informed. They knew what was of value in the house, objects, paintings, furniture. They also knew if the owners were away and how many people were guarding the property. They worked silently, without excessive force. Whatever could be sold with relative ease would be moved out in less than an hour, suggesting they had at least one lorry. Well, the Maigret brothers had 2 of those for their fruit business, and coincidentally enough, they had also started up as wholesalers 2 years earlier. Before then, Manuel had worked for a buyer in the Halles, and Joe had spent 3 years in an architect's office. Where were the proceeds of the robbery stored? Probably near Paris in a villa or a house rented under another name. Who could have kept an eye on the goods? I can't swear to it, but I've a pretty good idea. The Maury's mother. Do you know her? I've never seen her. I know she exists, though. She used to live in Arles with her children. When the sons came up to Paris, she stayed down south for another few years with her daughter, who's married now and lives in Marseille. Inspector Louis had been patiently working alone like this for a long time, without the complications of working through official police channels. How do you know all this? I watch. I listen. I have contacts in different places, people I do the odd favor for. What's happened to the Mauvais mother? She sold her house in Arles with all the furniture and hasn't been seen since. I bet you've searched the countryside around Paris. Occasionally, on Sundays or my days off. Have you found anything? Not yet. He blushed again, as if ashamed of his self-confidence. What do you know of Madame Marcia? Do you mean the current one? Because there was one before her, who he lived with for almost 20 years. They were a very close couple. It's true he picked her up on the street, but he turned her into a real lady. When she died of cancer, it hit him very hard, and for several months he wasn't the same man. There had been a time, when he was still young, when Maigret had worked on the streets, in the railway stations, the metro, the department stores. Back then, he knew everyone in the Parisian underworld too. But now he was shut up in an office, and his boss was shocked if he interviewed suspects in their homes or ferreted around outside. Where did he find his second wife, Line, the one he was living with? She worked as a dancer at the Tabarin first, then the Canary. I think that's where he met her. Despite her profession, she was discreet, dressed conservatively, and never slept with clients, apparently. She's a relatively educated woman. Aren't you going to tell me about her background, where her parents are from, what she studied at school? Inspector Louis blushed again. She was born in Brussels, where her father worked in a bank. She went to school until she was 18, then followed him into the bank. She came up to Paris with a young man, a painter who dreamed of making his fortune here. Success did not come as quickly as he had hoped, Lean started working in a shop on the Grand Boulevard as a sales girl. The painter dumped her, and she ended up at the Tabarin, where she had a walk-on part at first. Maigret had known the inspector for years, although it was true their paths rarely crossed and they had little contact with each other. He had considered him a humorless idiot for a while, before realizing that actually he was a clever man. Now he stared at him, almost in disbelief. "Are there many people in Montmartre you're this well informed about?" "You know, it builds up over the years." "Do you keep files?" "No, it's all in my head. I don't have anything else to do. No other interests in life." Maigret stood up and went and opened the door of the inspector's office. "Will you come in for a minute, Janvier?" When Janvier appeared, he said to both men, "I suppose you know each other." They shook hands. "Inspector Louis and I have just been having quite a long chat about Marcia's murder. Any news on that front?" "Only that a red car stopped halfway along Avenue Junot for a minute, around 1 in the morning. Our men are pursuing the investigation, of course, but Inspector Louis, who knows some of the people involved, will work on his own and keep us up to date with whatever he discovers." "Do you know the Maigret brothers?" "We suspected them for a while of being heads of what's known as the Chateau Gang." "Are they still being watched?" "Not particularly. We just keep track of them if they leave town. Joe, the younger brother, goes to Camaillon and the surrounding area fairly often to look for early fruit and vegetables." "From now on, you're going to set up a 24-hour tail?" "On both of them?" "On both of them." "Still the chateau business?" "No, this time it's murder. Maurice Marcia's." Janvier automatically looked at his colleague from the 9th. He was clearly not best pleased at Inspector Louis' involvement in the case. "Does anyone else need watching?" "The widow." "Do you think?" "I don't think anything. You know that. I'm looking. We're all looking." He shook Inspector Louis' hand. "Are you going back to Montmartre?" "Yes." "Do you have a car?" "No." "I'm going there too. Hop in mine." "I'd like you to come with me, Janvier." Janvier took the wheel, and Maigret smoked his pipe in the passenger seat next to him, which left Louis alone in the back, not feeling particularly relaxed. He had always dreamed of working directly for Quai des Orfèvres, so the mission Maigret had given him was like a promotion. When they got to Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette, Janvier asked, "Where are we going?" "Further up. Rue Balue." "To Maurice Marcia's?" "Yes." "Where shall we drop you?" "Anywhere you like, now I'm on home turf." "In that case, I'll let you out here." "You know how to get hold of me. My home number's in the book." "Thank you." He got out of the car awkwardly, then set off down the pavement at a steady, unhurried pace. Moments later, Maigret and Janvier rang the doorbell of the former townhouse. The concierge let them in. She was barely 40 and rather pretty. She looked at them through the glass door of the lodge until Maigret pushed it open. "Have they brought the body back?" "I don't think so, but the undertaker's men are upstairs. I think the body will be here by the end of the afternoon." This is Inspector Janvier, who is also working on the case. "How long has Madame Marcia been living in this building?" "Since they got married. It must be 4 years." "Did they entertain much?" "Hardly at all. As you know, he never came in before 3 or 4 in the morning. He would sleep all morning, have lunch, take a siesta, and then his masseur would come for his appointment." "Did he have dinner here?" "Very rarely. Most of the time he ate at the restaurant." "With his wife?" "No. I don't think he liked her setting foot in La Sardine." "Why not?" "I suppose because he was afraid of who she'd meet. Don't forget that he was in his 60s and she's barely 30. "What did she do during the day?" "She gave orders to the cook and the maid. Sometimes she'd go to Fanchon's or some other luxury shop like that to buy things you can't find around here. Once or twice a week she went to the hairdresser's." "In town?" "Rue de Castiglione, I think." "And in the evenings?" "She read or watched television. She'd take her dog out for 10 minutes or so before she went to bed." "Didn't she go to the cinema?" "Probably. Once or twice a week she'd be out all evening." "Did she ever have visitors?" "Never." "Thank you. Is she upstairs?" "Yes, with her dressmaker." They didn't take the lift and rang the bell on the first floor. A young maid with enormous breasts opened the door. "May I help you?" "We're here to see Madame Marcia." "Madame Marcia is busy." "We'll wait. Who shall I say it is?" "Police Judiciaire." One moment. She left him in the entrance and headed to a door at the end of the hall. The drawing-room door was open. The Louis XV furniture had disappeared, as had the big Chinese carpet, and there were some men perched on ladders, fixing black hangings on the walls. So they were doing things on a grand scale, and the drawing-room was being turned into a chapel of rest. Presumably that meant the dressmaker was there, about the mourning clothes. "If you got to follow me." She showed them into a study or library, lined with books from floor to ceiling. They were leather-bound volumes, which Monsieur Maurice had certainly never read. The armchairs were comfortable. There was a little bar, which must have contained a refrigerator, and the desk, which had red fittings, had nothing on it. They had chosen the English style for this room. An ivory-inlaid mahogany humidifier was no doubt stocked with expensive Havana cigars. Had these furnishings and things already been here when Dean moved in, or had she added a certain style to the apartment? Her study where not much work went on. Maigret muttered to Janvier. "You should have seen the furniture in the drawing-room. It was like being in a museum. It will make an impressive chapel of rest." Footsteps approached, and they fell silent. She was wearing a black, matte silk dress, very simple, and a diamond ring, which probably never left her finger. She stopped for a moment in the doorway, a look of surprise on her face. Her gaze travelled from Maigret to Janvier. Was she surprised to be confronted by two policemen rather than one? How was she taking it? Did it make their interview seem more official? "Inspector Janvier, one of the people I work with most." She nodded slightly. "You must realize that I'm very busy." "We are too, believe me. We're not taking up your time for our own amusement." All three of them were standing. As she made no move to, Maigret suggested they sit down. "Will this take long?" "I don't think so. You could have asked me anything you wanted to yesterday. I answered you truthfully. The body will be here at 7 this evening." Maigret pretended not to have heard. Looking around him with an appreciative air, he asked, "Did the apartment have this furniture when you moved in 4 years ago?" 5, she corrected him. "We were a few days away from being married for 5 years. "The furniture. It was bought then. There had been other furnishings before. Not so luxurious, I suppose. In a different style." "Whose idea was it to change everything?" "My husband's. He didn't want to see me living in what had always been his first wife's world." "I won't ask if they're genuine. I admired the furniture in the drawing-room yesterday." "They are," she said grudgingly. "Did you go with him to buy them?" "He liked going to antique dealers on his own to surprise me." "But I don't see what the furniture—" "It probably has nothing to do with the death of your husband, but we know from experience that you can't overlook anything. In a murder case." "Was your husband very rich?" "I didn't discuss money with him. I only know that his restaurant was very successful and that he went to a lot of trouble to ensure it stayed that way." "He was very much in love." "What makes you say that?" "You don't decorate an apartment like this for a woman you're indifferent to." "He loved me." "I imagine you married under the convention of common assets?" "That's normal, isn't it?" "When is the funeral?" "The day after tomorrow at the church of Notre Dame de Lorette. After the service, the body will be taken to Bandol, where we have a villa, and he will be buried in the cemetery there." "Are you going to Bandol?" "Of course." "Will friends be going?" "No. I don't know. It's not up to me." "Another question. What's going to happen to the restaurant?" "It's staying open, apart from the day after tomorrow, the day of the funeral." "Who's going to run it?" She hesitated for a moment. "I am," she said eventually. "Do you think you have enough experience?" "The staff has worked with my husband for so long it could run itself." "Your way of life will change completely." Maigret knew she was exasperated by these apparently meaningless questions, but he stolidly pressed on. "My way of life doesn't concern anyone so long as I'm not breaking the law, does it?" "It was just a thought. You've been living almost like a recluse here. You spend all your evenings alone." "No one's stopping me going out." "I know. You sometimes go to the cinema. But you don't have any friends, male or female." The maid entered tentatively. "The gentlemen are asking if we have any plants because the room looks bare. Show them the ones on the terrace." Turning to Maigret, she said, "You see that I'm needed. Your insistence comes as an unpleasant surprise, especially if you have any sympathy for my husband. as you implied yesterday. I will try to disturb you as little as possible. I must warn you that I've decided not to entertain any more visits from you. I'm sorry to hear that, because in that case, I'd have to summon you to Quai des Orfèvres. Your husband often came there in the old days, before he became the owner of La Sardine. He didn't have a villa in Bandor back then, either. Do you have to remind me of that unpleasantness? No. Unlike you, your husband had good friends. I was wondering if you know any of them. He may have had them to stay at his villa in Bandor in the summer. The Maury brothers, for instance. She may have given a start, but if so, it was far too faint for them to be sure. Should I know them? I'm asking you. There are two of them, Manuel and Joe. They have a wholesale business on Rue du Caire. I don't know either of them. They ate fairly regularly at La Sardine, where I never went. One last question. This is a huge apartment. Are you going to carry on living here, on your own? My husband always hoped I would, just as he hoped I would keep the restaurant and the house in Bandor. It would be as if part of me is still there, he'd say. Was he expecting something like this to happen? Absolutely not. But he carried a gun in his pocket. Only when he was bringing back the takings. Anyone who regularly has to move large sums of money has a gun. Talking of which, when he got here, where did he put the money? In the safe. Which is where? Behind the Delacroix picture there, to the right of the fireplace. Do you know the combination? No. I'll have to call out a specialist, or maybe even the company that makes them. Thank you. She stood up, and Maigret could tell she was still tense. She seemed to be going over all the questions he had asked her in her head. Where did they lead to, in fact? Maigret would have been hard put to say himself. He felt uneasy somehow. There were aspects of this case that he didn't like. He found himself out on the street again with Janvier. The sun was still high and blazing hot. Do you think she knows more than she's saying, Chief? I put money on it. You mean she's, let's say, an accessory? I wouldn't go that far, but the story is definitely murkier than she'd have us believe. Where are we going? Rue Fontaine. There were no customers at this time of day, but two of the waiters were laying tables for dinner. Freddy the barman was wiping bottles and arranging them on the shelves behind the bar. Maigret headed towards him. Is Comitat here? He's at an arrest in the boss's office. Already? What do you mean? Monsieur Maurice is not even buried, and he's already taking things easy. You got it wrong. Even in Monsieur Maurice's time, Raoul used to have an hour's shut-eye in one of the armchairs in the office. Do you know the funeral's the day after tomorrow? I haven't been told that yet. The restaurant will be shut, so all the staff can go. That's usually how it's done, isn't it? Afterwards, the body will be buried in Bandol. That doesn't surprise me. The boss was born in a village, I can't remember which one, somewhere between Marseille and Toulon, and he closed the restaurant for a month every year to go and stay in his villa in Bandor. Aren't you wondering what's going to happen to the restaurant? It's all the same to me. Someone's bound to take it on. It's a gold mine. Well, from now on you'll be working for a woman, not a man. You're kidding. Madame Marcia has decided to take over from her husband. Freddy made a strange face, then remarked, Well, it's up to her, isn't it? Do you know her? From when she was at the Tabaret. I worked there for a couple of years before I came here. She was in the chorus. What do you think of her? I haven't had much chance to talk to her. When she came to the bar, she'd just order a drink, and that was that. I thought she was pretty stuck up. We're more used to the friendly type here in Montmartre. Saying that, she was classy, I have to admit. She can't be from the sticks. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd had a good education. Do the Maury brothers still come here for dinner often? Freddy saw no harm in that question. Off and on. They're not regulars. They have to get up early because of their import business, you know. Are they still friends with the boss? Monsieur Maurice would go and sit at their table for a bit, as he always did with good customers. Sometimes he'd offer them a brandy from his private store, whereas Madame Marcia never came to the restaurant. Never. Do you know why? I suppose because Monsieur Maurice was jealous. She's a pretty girl, if that's your type. There was an age difference of over 30 years between them. He looked towards the back of the room. Here's Raoul coming to start his shift. The head waiter had spotted them. He came over and shook hands with Maigret, then Janvier. Did you come to see me?
We thought we'd find you here, but we haven't come for any particular reason. I was telling Freddie that the funeral is the day after tomorrow at the Church of Notre Dame de Lorette. We'll be shut then. Someone really should have told me earlier. I'm the one carrying the whole restaurant on my shoulders at the moment. After all, I've been here for 16 years, and she—" He stopped, embarrassed. He had probably been about to say, "and she's only been sleeping in his bed for 5. Do you know who's taking over from Monsieur Maurice? From the way you ask that question, I can guess. In any case, it crossed my mind yesterday. She is, isn't she? Yes. Do you know her? I'd seen her in Bandol. The boss knew I was on the coast one summer and invited me to lunch at his villa. That would be a good place to end your days, I can tell you. It's not very big, nothing showy, but it's a genuine article, really sturdy. I'm from the south myself. I know a bit about old Provençal furniture, and I've hardly ever seen peace like Monsieur Maurice's. He turned to Freddie. Have you offered these gentlemen a drink yet? What are you having? Beer. Me too, said Janvier, slightly embarrassed. Commitas sighed. Still, it's going to be strange having a woman as boss. Honestly, it'll be like a brothel. I'm sure some of the customers will feel at home. All kinds of people come here, you know. Ministers, artists, directors, even bankers, lawyers too, and doctors, not to mention, as you just said, a few ex-crooks. Do the Maigret brothers still eat here? There was a brief silence. Now and then. Personally, I've never liked them much, especially not Manuel. That kid always wants to impress everybody. He drives flashy cars, and from the look of him, you'd think he was as rich as Croesus. But it's Joe, his brother, who runs the wholesale business. Manuel barely sets foot in Rue du Caire. Most of the time he's swanning around Deauville, Mitouquet, places like that. With women. He can't have any trouble on that front because he's good-looking, but I don't know that he has anything serious on the go. Not that it's any of my business, though. The boss seemed to have a bit of a soft spot for him. One thing surprises me. Monsieur Maurice seemed very in love and very jealous of his wife. He left her alone at home with the cook and the maid. But if I understood the cashier correctly yesterday, he never bothered to call her, even just to say good night. How would you know? What do you mean? Was the cashier lying? She wasn't lying, but she doesn't know any more about it than I do. The boss would often ask to have an open line put through to his phone, and then go to his office, so he could have called whoever he wanted. Was that a regular occurrence? Once or twice an evening? Do you think he was calling his wife? He may have been taking care of other things, but he must have called her too. And if she hadn't been there? The head waiter looked at him without answering. You have to assume that never happened, he muttered after a while. It wasn't hard to guess what he was thinking. The cashier had taken up her post behind the little counter reserved for her and was getting the till ready. Do you mind if I go and have a quick chat with her? Make yourself at home, Detective Chief Inspector. When Maigret tried to pay for the 2 beers, he added, On the house. Good evening, mademoiselle. Good evening, Inspector. You told me yesterday, or rather this morning, that Monsieur Maurice wasn't in the habit of asking you to make calls for him. That's correct. And yet he called his wife almost every evening. I wouldn't know about that. He sometimes asked me to put his phone through to an outside line. In that case, I had no way of knowing who he called. Was it always at the same time? Never before 11, generally around 12:30. Did he ring out of town? Sometimes. I know from the phone bills because it was my job to pay them. Did you always call the same place? No. The one that came up most was a little village which I could barely find on the map. Les Aiglandes, in the Oise. Do you know that your next boss is going to be a woman rather than a man? I thought as much. How do you feel about that? It's never pleasant. Well, we'll see. There were 2 customers at the bar now. Maigret and Janvier got into the car. To the office, Chief. I'm debating whether to go home. I'm starting to feel sluggish. And it's exhausting asking questions without knowing where they're leading. Do you think Marcia's murder was premeditated? No, or else it's one of the most extraordinary crimes I've come across. You keep talking about the Maigret brothers. Because I've had my eye on them for a long time. There's a reason I talked about furniture just now, to Madame Marcia's great surprise. Maurice was a rough diamond with no schooling in the arts,
and yet almost overnight he filled his apartment with genuine antiques, which could almost be museum pieces. The Chateau gang? Why not? It's impeccable taste, at least as far as I can tell. I'm going to have the apartment gone over by an expert. If the furniture and art were bought from dealers, there'll be receipts somewhere. Do you think Lean Marcia knows? I wouldn't swear she does, but then again I wouldn't swear she doesn't either. She made a great point of telling us that she never went to buy them with her husband. It was rush hour, and it took them almost 3/4 of an hour to get to Boulevard Richelieu. See you tomorrow, Jean-Pierre. See you tomorrow, Chief. Maigret mopped his face before setting off up the stairs. He was dripping with sweat. Someone called 3 times, but refused to leave a number for you to call them back. He'll try to get hold of you later. Man's voice? Woman's? It could have been either. He or she kept saying that it was extremely urgent. A matter of life or death. Just when Maigret was finally about to sit down for dinner by the open window, when he was finally relaxing. Chapter 3. It wasn't until around 9 that the ringing telephone echoed through the apartment. Maigret hurried over to pick it up, switching off the television on the way. Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. The famous voice, at last. You don't know me, but I know you. I saw you again this afternoon when you visited Lean Marcia, and then when you went to La Sardine. People had described an indeterminate voice, one that could have been a man's or a woman's. To Maigret, though, it sounded more like a boy's voice that was breaking, and a meaningless phrase came into his head, a nutcracker voice. It constantly veered from bass to treble and back again. Who are you? My name wouldn't mean anything to you. Inspector Louis doesn't know it either, even though I've been calling him on and off for years now. I tried to reach him today, but he's not at home or in his office, so I decided to speak to you directly. So come on, tell me. When are you arresting him? Who? You know as well as I do. Manuel Moy, because it's the older brother this is about. Maigret heard the clatter of coins. The stranger was calling from a telephone box. It's very urgent, Detective Chief Inspector. It's a matter of life or death for me. You put detectives on the trail of the 2 brothers. I spotted them immediately. The Moys are professionals, and they're bound to have spotted them too. They realize someone's talked, and these guys know me. They'll be sure to think of me. Please at least arrest Manuel. He's the most dangerous. He's the one who shot Monsieur Moys. Why? There was a sudden silence at the other end of the line, and Maigret frowned. He waited for a long time, but the telephone remained mute. There was no sound of coins this time, just a void. An agonizing void. Did he tell you who he was? Madame Maigret asked. No. He knows a lot, and he's in danger. In the end, he went to bed feeling disgruntled and worried. He couldn't protect someone if he didn't know his name or what he looked like. When he went into Quai des Enfers the following morning, it was already hot. He spotted Inspector Louis waiting for him on one of the benches in the long corridor. Are you here to see me? Yes, sir. Have you heard from your public-spirited informer? Yes, he rang me early in the evening. He broke off his conversation with you because he saw someone he knew through the window of the telephone box and he didn't want them to see him. He also told me that he wasn't going to be in touch again until the Moy brothers are arrested. He's going into hiding. Do you really think he's in danger? Yes, otherwise he wouldn't talk about it. What are the rumors going around Montmartre? That only one of them, Manuel or Monsieur Moys, was going to come out of it alive. They were both armed. I suppose Moy was the quickest. What about the motive? Whenever I bring it up, people just smile. Do you think Moy was Lean Marcia's lover? It occurred to me. If he was, I suspect she was risking her life as well as her fortune. Have you been to Hubalou this morning? The door was already draped in black and people are filing in and out. Did you recognize anyone? He was a mixture, tradesmen, restaurant owners, nightclub hostesses, pimps. I'd like to see for myself. He called Jean-Pierre and asked him to get a car ready in the courtyard. Come with me, Monsieur Louis. You know these people better than I do. Little groups were standing around on the pavement in Hubalou, as if it was the day of the funeral. Monsieur Maurice's dramatic death was big news all over Montmartre, and people were discussing it in hushed tones. Let's go in. They went up to the second floor. Silence reigned in the stairwell. The apartment door was half open. From the hall they could smell candles and chrysanthemums. There were more flowers and wreaths and places to put them, and there was no question now of the vast drawing-room needing greenery to make it look less bare. Lean was standing in full mourning by the door, bowing her head to each visitor and shaking their outstretched hands. Her face was frozen, inscrutable. When she recognized Maigret, she sneered contemptuously, as if to reproach him for coming and having no respect for death. "My sincere condolences," he mumbled. "They're no use to me." The coffin was still open, and Maurice Mercier could be seen dressed in a suit, his face peaceful, with what seemed like a sarcastic smile on his lips. The drawing-room was hung with a black fabric, decorated with silver teardrops and lit by a dozen candles, whose scent spread through the whole building. The visitors stood in contemplation for a moment, looking at the dead man dressed as if for a grand ceremony. "Do you recognize anyone?" whispered Maigret. "A couple of pimps. The owner of the Saint-Jean with his wife, who runs the place with him." "Do you think this will go on all day?" "Definitely. And the church of Notre-Dame de Lorette won't be big enough tomorrow." They lingered among the people on the other side of the street, watching the visitors go in and out. Here they are. A red Jaguar had just stopped at the corner of the street, and two men, still very young, got out. They were both elegant and handsome, and there was something defiant about their expressions. They were well known, and they knew it. They walked down the middle of the street, discreetly acknowledging people to left and right. When the older brother saw Maigret, he hesitated for a second, then walked over. "You're going to a lot of trouble having me and my brother follow, Detective Chief Inspector. I could spare you the expense of these tales by telling you what's in my diary. This afternoon, for instance, I'll be at Rue du Caire with Joe because you've got a big delivery. Tomorrow, after the funeral, I'll be going to Bandol. As for you, Louis, you just go on ferreting around all over the place and listening to the gossip, why don't you? Marcia deserved better than that." Apparently very pleased with himself, he turned back to his brother and went into the building. "You can see the kind of man he is," muttered Inspector Louis, "a young wolf with sharp fangs who thinks he's smarter than anyone else. I'd like to question his concierge. She only works during the day. Nights it's her husband who sleeps on a camp bed in the lodge. He's called Victor, and everyone in the neighborhood knows him. He's a chronic drinker who spends his days going from bar to bar. Can we get hold of him?" "We can try. Square La Boyère and Place Saint-Georges are the places to start." In each of the bars, Inspector Louis drank a strawberry Vichy, while Maigret made do with a total of 2 glasses of beer. "You haven't seen Victor, have you?" "He came by half an hour ago. He must have been starting his rounds because he wasn't drunk yet." When the two men caught up with him in the 6th bar, he was well on his way. "How look, Inspector Louis. A quarter bottle of Vichy for the inspector. What about you, big man?" He was the sort of wreck to be found under the breeches. His shirt was open, showing his chest, and one of the pockets had come unstitched and was hanging off. "I bet you come to see me. Who is this guy? A doctor?" "Why would a doctor be interested in you?" "It wouldn't be the first time. They tried to lock me up even though I'm the gentlest soul in the world." That made him laugh. "This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "I've heard that name. What does Detective Chief Inspector Maigret want from me?" "You sleep in the lodge at night, don't you?" "Since my wife got sick and the doctors told her to rest." "How many tenants are there in the building?" "I've never counted. 2 apartments on each floor and roughly 3 people in each apartment. I'll do the sums yourself. Maths and me fell out a long time ago." "Do you know Monsieur Murray well?" "I'd say he was a friend." "Why?" "Because from time to time when he comes in, he slips me a bottle. It never occurs to anyone else that I might be thirsty." "Does he usually come in late?" "Depends what you call late. Give me another, Gaston." The cheap red trickled down his unshaven chin. "Midnight?" "Midnight what?"
"Does he come in around midnight?"
"Or 5 in the morning, depends on the night. When his girl comes to see him,
You mean he comes in with women?
No, monsieur, not with women. With a woman.
Always the same one, then?
Always the same one, then.
Exactly.
Tall. Not quite as tall as him, but taller than me.
Thin? Blonde?
What's wrong with thin and blonde?
Does she spend the whole night with him?
Come on. You're way off. She never stays more than an hour or two.
Do you know her name?
I'm not the police, am I? What about you? Do you know my name?
Victor.
Victor who? You think I don't have a surname like everybody else? Well, I'm called Maigret. Same as my father and mother. I was born near Arras. What do you say to that?
Did he slip you a bottle when he came in with her?
Hey, I hadn't thought of that. Could be. The last time it was.
When was that?
Yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. I'm losing my sense of time a bit. The days and nights are all the same. It was when the people on the first floor had a soiree, as they called it. The ceiling shook over my head and champagne corks were going off all night.
What floor does Monsieur Murray live on?
The third. Beautiful apartment, I can tell you. He didn't buy that furniture on the cheap or from department stores. The bedroom is completely hung with yellow silk, for one thing. What do you say to that?
Does he come in at the same time as her?
He always comes in at the same time as her. Maybe he's afraid someone will steal her.
Did anyone else come in that night when Murray and his lady friend were upstairs?
Let me think. It's crazy how thirsty thinking makes you. If you could treat me to a bottle of...
Maigret signaled to the owner in a blue apron to serve him.
You know, I never see the people who go past. When they ring the bell, I'm not always completely awake. You mustn't tell the property manager that. He's a bastard. Anyway, they come in and say a name as they go by the glass door. That night the man, because he was on his own, said Molly. I thought, that's odd. Molly came in a minute ago with his girl. But he might have gone out again to buy a bottle. Or else it wasn't him who came in, it was his brother, because there's two of them. You know there's two of them, don't you? Anyway, the guy pushed the light button and went up.
By the stairs or the lift?
I wouldn't know about that. I went back to sleep.
Did you see him leave?
The door opens from the inside when you go out.
Did anyone make a noise as they left?
God, yes. The gang having a wild time on the first floor. They were all completely drunk. Even the women, shrieking their way down the stairs.
Did you get up to have a look at them?
No. I heard the door shut and didn't give it another thought.
What about the girlfriend?
What girlfriend? You've got one bad habit, Inspector. You talk about everyone at the same time. Are you talking about the people on the first floor? Or Murray?
Manuel Murray and his mistress.
All right. That's clear of a start. Although you've forgotten the brother.
Did he leave on his own?
The brother? I don't even know if it was the brother.
Another glass of beer, ordered Maigret, his forehead covered with sweat.
Fine. Let's say the visitor. I didn't hear him go past the lodge when he left.
What about the girl?
If you knew her, you wouldn't be talking about a girl. She's a real lady.
The lady, then?
She wasn't up there more than half an hour.
Did you see her leave?
No, definitely not. If I had to get up to take a look at everyone who goes out, I might as well not have a bed.
Did Murray come down with a heavy bundle after that?
Sorry, didn't see Murray or the bundle, but I heard the car starting up.
Murray's car?
Yes, little red car, very powerful, that makes a lot of noise when it starts up.
What time did he come back after that?
I don't know. But when he said his name on the way past, I started to think that lot upstairs were pushing it a bit. If it wasn't for the drink...
Was there a second bottle?
No, but the first one wasn't a cheap red like this. It was cognac.
Thank you, Victor, Maigret called after paying for the drinks. Once out in the street, he muttered, It seems that your informer...
What do you mean, my informer?
The character who rings you up with tips every now and then.
I've never asked him to. I don't know him.
Pity, because he seems to know a lot.
After what I've just heard, I'm beginning to understand why he's afraid. Do you think the Mauvais could kill him? Or have him killed? I think they're capable of anything. I'm debating whether to ask the examining magistrate for an arrest warrant. For both of them? If the younger one is as dangerous as Manuel. What shall I do? Go on asking around the neighborhood. It's buzzing, that'll help. People will be talking among themselves, trading bits of information. Are you going to arrest them today? I'll go and see them at Rue du Caire first. Maigret nevertheless looked in on the examining magistrate on the way. Ute, as he was called, was in his 50s and had known Maigret for a long time. Have you got the murderer for me already? Not exactly, but I'm starting to get a clearer picture of it all. Maigret said what he knew. The two men sat across the desk from one another, smoking their pipes. When Maigret finished, the magistrate growled, "It's not much in the way of proof. I'd like to have an arrest warrant in my pocket when I go to see them, and a search warrant. For both brothers? That would be better. I don't know where the informer's hideout is. Joe is apparently as dangerous as Manuel." Bouteille turned to his clerk. "Make out 2 arrest warrants in the names of the Mauvais brothers, Manuel and Joseph." Maigret provided their addresses. The magistrate led him to the door. "The case is going to cause a stir." "It already has." "I know. I've read the papers." One of them had the chilly headline, "Maurice Mercier, gang boss killed by rival." Another referred to all Pigault's little mysteries and the part played by the police, their tendency to turn a blind eye. "The investigation promises to be difficult, and it is legitimate to ask whether we will ever get to the bottom of this affair. Tomorrow's funeral is likely to attract a considerable crowd, since La Sardine's owner had friends not only in the neighborhood, but all over Paris. Not that they'll all be attending, it's true. As for Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, he refuses to make any sort of statement. So far it's not even known if he will be going to Bandol tomorrow. When questioned, his only answer is, the investigation is proceeding." The Mauvais warehouse was on the edge of Les Halles, which was physically intact. They hadn't started demolishing the buildings, but silent now that the trading had moved to Rungis. Rue du Caire was one of the many streets where you found wholesalers and warehouses rubbing shoulders with short-stay hotels and seedy bars. In a year, it would probably all be a heap of rubble. When Maigret got out of the taxi, he spotted a couple of detectives kicking their heels on the pavement. He wondered for a moment why there were 2 of them, then realized that one was watching Manuel Mauvais and the other his brother Joe. "You know you've been rumbled, boys. That's why we're not hiding." The older brother strolled up to me calm as you like, blew his cigarette smoke in my face like in a movie, and said, "No point playing hide and seek, Flatfoot. I know you're here. I'm not going to try and give you the slip." The warehouse was a long bare room without a shop front, which must have had a metal shutter which was locked at night. In the middle, Maigret could see a lorry unloading. A man in grey overalls on the lorry was throwing crates of fruit down to his partner, who was catching them and stacking them against a wall. A few meters away, his hands in his pockets, a cigarette between his lips, Joe Mauvais was watching the unloading with a distracted look on his face. He didn't frown when he saw Maigret or make any move towards him. In the right-hand corner of the warehouse near the street, there was a glassed-in office in which Manuel was going through a pile of receipts, his hat pushed back on his head. He had obviously seen Maigret too, but was unconcerned. Maigret pushed open the office door, took the only free chair, and sat down, then began filling his pipe. Manuel gave in first, muttering, "I was expecting you." Maigret still didn't say anything. "In fact, I've just called my lawyer. He's another one who thinks you talk too much. You and that inspector in mourning who's been skulking around Montmartre forever. You both ask too many people too many questions." Apparently taking no notice, Maigret carefully lit his pipe. "Sometimes sneaky questions can do as much damage as accusations, and then that becomes slander. As long as my brother and me are the only ones involved, we couldn't care less. But now you're implicating other people. As for the flea, he's meddled in other people's business, so he could be in big trouble." And with that, Maigret finally found out from one of the Mauvais brothers, without asking, the identity of the man who had rung him the previous day and who rang Inspector Louis with tips on a more or less regular basis. "Where were you the day before yesterday at midnight?" "At home." "No. That's where you were half an hour earlier, and you weren't on your own." I can have whatever guests I want, but not murder anyone who comes to your apartment. I haven't murdered a soul, and I'm sure you don't have a firearm of any kind, even a .32 revolver. What would I do with that? You found a use for it that night, although you could always plead self-defense, it's true. I don't need to defend myself against anyone. I'd like to see your apartment. Go and ask a magistrate for a warrant, then. Maigret took the warrant out of his pocket and handed it to Manuel, along with the 2 arrest warrants. Mauvais clearly wasn't expecting this. He started noticeably, spilling cigarette ash on his suit jacket. What does this mean? What these forms generally mean. Are you arresting me? I don't know yet. Probably. Are you still saying I can't see your apartment? Manuel stood up, trying to regain his swagger. He half opened the door. Hey, Joe! Come here a minute. His brother had taken off his jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. You recognize the color of these forms, don't you? There's one for you, one for me, and another for both of us. A search warrant. You haven't got a body hidden in your wardrobe, have you? The younger Maui didn't join in the joke, but read the warrants carefully. Now what? He asked. It wasn't clear whether he was talking to his brother or Maigret. After I've finished with your brother, I'll come to your hotel. Go and wait for me there. Do you have a car? Asked Manuel. A taxi? Wouldn't you rather I drove you? No. I do want you to follow me, though. Don't try to overtake the taxi. Maigret picked up the inspector, tailing Manuel on the way. Where are we going? To his place, Square La Bruyere. He's following us? I asked him to. It was a stone's throw from Rue Fontaine. Lamarcier's apartment on Rue Balou was similarly close to the restaurant, and Joe lived at the Hôtel des Îles, Avenue Trudaine, only 5 minutes away. The funeral's tomorrow, isn't it? The service is tomorrow, but then they're taking him to Bandor, where he'll be buried. The 6th-floor building was modern, luxurious. What shall I do? Shall I go up with you? I'd rather you stay down here. The red Jaguar stopped behind the taxi. I'll show you the way, Manuel said. As they passed the lodge, the curtain twitched. It's on the 4th floor. I know. Doesn't it bother you, taking the lift with me? Not at all. You might be afraid. I'm younger and stronger than you. Maigret just gave him the sort of look you'd give a bragging child. Manuel took a key from his pocket, opened the door, then stepped aside to let Maigret go in first. As you can see, I don't have a maid. A nice lady comes and does the cleaning every day, but as I'm often asleep at this time of day, she only comes in the afternoon. The drawing room wasn't large, especially compared to the one in Rue Balou, but it was furnished with equal refinement. It led into a dining room with a still life by Chardin, of pheasants in a basket, which Maigret thought looked genuine. Chardin? I believe so. Do you like oil paintings? I like them well enough. Just because we sell tomatoes and fruit doesn't mean we can't appreciate the arts. His tone was bantering. In the bedroom, the bed was unmade. It was the only modern room in the apartment, very light and cheerful. It gave onto a bathroom, which was large enough to have a punch bag set up in the middle. Tour over. You've seen everything. Not quite. Something's missing from the bedroom. What? There used to be a small rug in the middle of the room, where that lighter patch is on the carpet. Maigret bent down. Besides, there are still colored threads in the pile here, which are probably from the missing rug. Look around for it, then. I'm not going to make a fool of myself like that. Do you mind? He picked up the telephone and asked for the police judiciaire, then the laboratory. Is that you, Mers? Maigret here. I'd like you to come with 2 or 3 men to Square La Bruyere. You will find one of our inspectors at the door. Go up to the 4th floor. What am I looking for? Whatever you can find. Manuel wasn't so arrogant now. They'll turn the whole apartment upside down. Probably. I can tell you straight off, this rug you're going on about never existed. Then we'll find out where those colored threads are from. I've got a friend whose coat... No. Madame Marcia, lean, if you'd rather, is a woman of taste who'd never wear a brightly colored coat, mixing greens, reds, and yellows, like that. I suppose my lawyer is allowed to be present during the search, is he? I don't see any objection, personally. It was Manuel's turn to make a telephone call. Hello, can I have a word with Maître Gassin, please? Manuel Moy, it's very urgent. He was becoming agitated. Garcin, listen, my friend, I'm calling from home. The Detective Chief Inspector has a search warrant. He's found some threads in the carpet he isn't happy with, and now he's called the people from criminal records. You wouldn't mind coming over here, would you? What's that? I have to let them search the furniture and the drawers. But that's not all, though. He's got arrest warrants in my brother's name and in mine. No, he said he doesn't know if he'll use them yet. Listen, if I haven't called you before, let's say 4 this afternoon, do whatever you have to do to get us out. I don't want to spend the night in the mousetrap. Besides, the funeral's tomorrow, and I was planning to go on to Bandor for the burial. She's well, yes. Thanks, my friend. See you soon. His conversation with his lawyer had bucked him up a bit. He was surprised when Maigret said, "If you told me you're going to Bandor, what difference would that have made? I wouldn't have bothered with the warrants just now. I wasn't thinking of Lean, who I'm sure will need you." What are you implying? What everybody in Pigalle knows. The days of you having 2 or 3 girlfriends a week are over. My private life is my business. It's one thing to sleep with a friend's wife, that's true. But to shoot him in the chest. The doorbell rang. Mers was accompanied by 2 men carrying small cases. This way, it's in the bedroom. No point asking what used to be there were bat-like patches. A rug, naturally. There are still some threads in the pile. I'd like you to collect and examine them. Generally speaking, the whole apartment needs a good going over. I'd be interested if you found any plans of houses or chateaux, say, or correspondence with foreign antique dealers or art dealers. This time, Mohi was stunned and made no attempt to hide it. This is news to me. What's it all about? It's nothing yet, just a vague thought, but it could turn into something. I leave you to get on with it, Mers. I've got something else to take care of. I may need you for that as well. Turning to Manuel, he said, I leave you too. Until you hear otherwise, you're a free man, but you're not allowed to leave town. What about going to Bandor? I'll tell you tomorrow morning. Can I call Lean? You were just there. Manuel shrugged. Given what you know, there's no point denying it, and especially because we haven't done anything wrong. I hope not. A few minutes later, Maigret was walking into the Hôtel des Îles. It wasn't a luxury establishment, but it was comfortable and very clean, and its clientele was no doubt all permanent residents. He went to the office. Joe Maury, please. The young girl on the other side of the counter smiled at him. 3rd floor, number 22. Monsieur Maigret. Did he tell you he was expecting me? No. He told me he was expecting someone, but I recognized you the moment you came through the door. Maigret took the lift, knocked at 22, and the door opened immediately. It was Joe, who had left Rue du Caire to be home when he arrived. What have you done with my brother? I've left him at his apartment, admittedly with some specialists from criminal records who are going to search it thoroughly. Didn't you arrest him? Lean will need him tomorrow. He has to go to Bandor. What about you? I wasn't planning to. Which Lean are you talking about? Forget it. It's already old news. Your brother has admitted they're lovers. I don't believe you. They were in a small dove-grey sitting room, which was rather old-fashioned, but no less pleasant for it. Joe hesitated, then reached for the telephone and dialed his brother's number. Clasping his hands behind his back, Maigret looked around. He opened a door at random and found himself face-to-face with a young woman who was wearing only a loosely tied nightgown. You're Joe's mistress, I suppose. That's a stupid question, because here you are in his bedroom, not far from the unmade bed, with some of your clothes on an armchair. Is there any harm in that? None at all. How old are you? 22. He heard Joe's voice behind him. He's already with her. I didn't have time. What's this about you, though? Is it true that he's letting you go to Bandor and that you told him about Lean? You should have warned me. I don't know. He's chatting with her in the bedroom. You know her, she could talk for hours on end. Trouble is, I haven't found a deaf muse I like yet. He quickly hung up, and his silhouette appeared in the bedroom door. The young girl was saying, I'm called Marcel Vene. I'm from Béziers, but I came up to Paris the first chance I got. How long have you been with Joe? A month, and I'm not getting my hopes up. I reckon I've got another month. Cover yourself up, the young man said dryly. Turning to Maigret, he complained, If you told me what you're looking for exactly, we could save some time. You know I've got a truck unloading, and the merchandise will have to be delivered after that. Maigret continued talking to Marcel, as if he hadn't heard. Where were you the night before last? From when? From 11 in the evening. We went to the cinema, Joe and me. He came back straight afterwards because he was tired. What time did you get a telephone call? She opened her mouth, then shut it, looking questioningly at Molly. No harm in that, Molly said. It was my brother calling to say he was going on a trip to the countryside in the next couple of days. To Bandor? Maigret asked sardonically. Bandor or somewhere, he didn't tell me. If he'd said Bandor, that would have been a premonition, because Maurice Mercier wasn't dead at that point. How would I know? The story was all over the papers yesterday, and they gave the time of death. Around 12:30. Maybe. It doesn't interest me. Don't you have any oil paintings here? What oil paintings? I don't know. There are a lot of art lovers in this business. Not me. And your furniture is good, solid hotel furniture. What else would it be? Is this where you keep the receipts and the business papers? They're all in Rue du Caire in the office, of course. Do you work, Mademoiselle Marcel? Not at the moment. What did you do before you met this young man? I was a barmaid at a bar in Rue de Pontieu. Maybe I made a mistake giving up my job. I agree. What do you think I should do? Go on then, Joe interrupted, his fists clenched. Steady, son, I'm not taking you in today. Get on with your life, but don't take it into your head to leave Paris. Oh, and one more piece of advice. Don't touch a hair on the flea's head if you see him. That could prove very costly. Maigret went downstairs, filling his pipe. He had forgotten the young girl at reception, and was surprised when a cheery, youthful voice called out, Goodbye, Monsieur Maigret. Chapter 4. As soon as he got to Quai des Orfèvres, Maigret called Jambier into his office. Any news on the Mercier case? Just a call from Inspector Louis, who'd like to talk to you. Is he in his office? No, he'll be at the Restaurant du Rhône on Boulevard de Clichy at 12:30. Would you like to have lunch with me? Happy to. My wife is at her mother's today, so I would have eaten out anyway. Maigret called his wife. I've got a lot of work, so I won't be coming home for lunch. She had known as much. Whenever an investigation reached a certain point, he felt the need to play truant, as it were, and have lunch with one of his colleagues at the Brasserie Dauphine. It was his way of staying in the swing of things. The two men slowly strolled to the brasserie and stopped at the bar, where several men from Quai des Orfèvres were already having a drink. For a change, I'll have a small pastis, muttered Maigret. A rare event these days. Since his old friend Pardon had warned him about his health, he drank much less than before, and sometimes kept a pipe clamped between his teeth long after it had gone out. You don't know what Louis wants, do you? Well, you know him. Always very mysterious. He's a brilliant man, but he could never join the team. He needs to work alone. The owner came up and shook hands. He had lost his hair so gradually that no one noticed he was completely bald these days. What's for lunch? Ornouillette, but if you'd rather have a steak, I'll have the ornouillette, Maigret decided. I will too, Jambier echoed. They went into the restaurant, where only 4 tables were occupied, 2 by lawyers. It was a home from home for everyone in their world. Maigret had his corner by the window from where he could watch the Seine and passing boats. He watched the boats go by from his office, too. He had done so for over 30 years, but he never grew tired of it. Would you call Orly when you get back to the office, please? I'd like a seat on the plane to Marseille tomorrow, preferably around midday. Are you going to Bandol? Yes, unofficially, of course, as it's outside our jurisdiction. I know there's an Air Inter flight. It's 12:30 now. Will you give Inspector Louis a call too and ask him to come to my office after he's had lunch? By 1:15, the widower was facing Maigret across his desk. The window was open and they could hear the leaves on the trees rustling outside. Maigret had taken off his jacket. Louis was dressed in black as usual, including his tie. I got a call this morning from my anonymous caller's girlfriend. Maigret couldn't help smiling. She didn't tell me her name, She's worried because she hasn't heard from her boyfriend for 48 hours. Maigret calmly waited for him to finish. There's another vaguer rumour doing the rounds. At least 3 or 4 crooks have suddenly felt the need to leave Montmartre, and they all just happen to be friends of the Nohy brothers. I have some news for you too, Inspector. I know who your anonymous caller is. Louis turned bright red. It seemed inconceivable to him that Maigret could have made any identification in 24 hours when he had failed for years. Who is he? Do you know the Flea? Everyone in Montmartre knows him. It's him. I heard it from Manuel Murray himself, who either let it slip or thought I knew already. Maigret had known the man who was nicknamed the Flea because he was barely 1.50 meters tall for almost 30 years. He was thin as well as short, with a strange face that had almost entirely taken up by his mouth. It looked as if it was made of India rubber and could take on any imaginable expression in an instant. He had started out as a messenger boy at the Rat de Cave, a club on Place Pigalle that was very elegant at the time, with a clientele who mainly wore evening dress. He stood at the door, dressed in the club's red uniform, with a short jacket and braided cap, ready to take customers' messages all over town. After a while, the Rat de Cave had gone under. The Flea, whose real name was Justin Proton, had then spent the next couple of years working in a brasserie on Rue Victor Massé, where all the local crime bosses went. He was still as thin and agile as ever, still able to slip in anywhere, but his face had become lined. From a distance he looked like a boy. Close up, he showed everyone at his 45 or 46 years. To think I didn't recognize his voice, moaned Louis. He must do his best to disguise it. Not really. Now you've told me, it all comes back to me. I can't forgive myself for not thinking of him. How has he been earning a living recently? He was hanging around with a hostess from the Canary in Rue Pigalle, who lives in Rue Fromentin. Her pimp. Pretty much. I don't know exactly. It's quite strange for a good-looking girl like her to set up house with that little runt. He was born in Paris on Boulevard de la Chapelle, and I hardly need tell you his mother's profession. She sent him to one of her sisters in Saint-Mamin-le-Veur, in the Volnay. When he was 14, he came back to Paris and fended for himself. He's in danger, Maigret said gravely. You think the Moys would dare? They'd keep out of it. They'd put enough killers at their disposal to deal with an awkward witness. Inspector Louis still couldn't get over it. The Flea. No one suspects him for a minute. He's considered a harmless creature, not even a man exactly, more a kind of boy with a wrinkled face. He hangs around all the crooks who don't think twice about talking in front of him. I think he dreams of being accepted as one of them. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't use him as a lookout from time to time. What's his girlfriend called? Blanche Pigou, number 28 Rue Fromentin. It's seconds from Boulevard de Clichy, where I had lunch. Do you know her? Only by sight, as I've never had anything on her. She must go to bed late. We'll probably find her at home now. Unless it's her day to get her hair done. Those girls only get up early to go to the hairdresser. Maigret called Jambier. Will you come with us? We're off to Montmartre again. Shall I get a car? Of course. All 3 of them set off. It was a glorious day, a little too hot for May, and the forecast was storms. Rue Fromentin was quiet. Number 28 was a relatively new and reassuringly sturdy apartment block. Shall we all go up? I'll go up first on my own so as not to scare her. No, actually it would be better if Inspector Louis came with me, because she rang him. 7th floor on the street side, the concierge told them. There was a smell of cooking on the stairs, and a baby could be heard crying somewhere. Maigret rang the bell. It took an age before rather a plump young woman who was only wearing a light dressing gown opened the door chink. She recognized Inspector Louis. Have you found him? Not yet, but Detective Chief Inspector Maigret would like to talk to you. Look at the state I'm in. I was asleep. I haven't even combed my hair. We'll give you a moment, Maigret replied amiably. The girl had an open, even slightly naive face. She must have been about 25, and the life she was leading hadn't robbed her of her freshness yet. Come in, make yourself comfortable. I'll be there in a second. She went into a bedroom, which must have led through to the bathroom. If Maigret hadn't been used to the kind of women respectable ladies regarded with contempt, he would have been surprised by the decor surrounding them. The living room was comfortably furnished, with the sort of so-called modern furniture you would have found in half the apartments in Paris. All of it was carefully polished, The floor, too. There was also a slight smell of disinfectant. Pushing open the door, Maigret found an immaculate kitchen without a hint of mess to be seen. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" asked the young woman when she reappeared. She was still wearing nothing under her dressing gown, but she had splashed some cold water over her face and put on a little makeup. "No, thank you." "Do you mind if I make myself one? In my job you can't always refuse a drink. Old gives me cold tea instead of whiskey whenever he can, but with some customers he just can't get out of it. If you want, there's some beer in the refrigerator. Justin loves beer and is always hoping it will help him put on weight. Do you know that he weighs less than 42 kilos? He nearly became a jockey, but his apprenticeship only lasted a couple of days because he was afraid of horses. He's not afraid of Pegard's hard men, though." She had switched on an electric coffee maker. The kitchen was equipped with all the latest appliances. "You didn't say about the beer." "I'd love a glass." "Your inspector only drinks Vichy, and I haven't got any here." "How do you know he only drinks Vichy?" "He comes into the Canary every so often. He does the rounds of all the clubs. He sits in a corner of the bar and listens. He knows much more than you'd think by the look of him." "Were you aware of the flea's telephone calls?" "Not really." She took her coffee into the living room, and Maigret followed with his glass of beer. "He's a funny boy, as Inspector Louis could tell you. Couldn't you, Inspector?" "I've always wondered why you set up home with him." "For a start, because I can't stand most pimps. At heart, I'm a nice, respectable girl, and I'm never happier than when I'm doing housework." They were all sitting in armchairs. "In my job, though, you need a man." "Even if he's a little runt like Justin Crottle?" "Don't you believe it. In some ways he's still a bit of a child, but he's a lot cannier than he looks." She didn't pay any mind to her dressing gown, which had hung open. Her skin was very pale, probably very soft. His dream was always to become a real gangster. At first, like most of them, he wanted to be a pimp. Which he is now. I let him think so. It helps him take himself seriously. He still does errands left and right, as he did when he was a messenger boy. Occasionally, even with me, he comes over all mysterious and says something cagey like, "Don't be surprised if I don't show up for a night or two. We've got something big lined up." Would it be true? It would be true that some gang or other was preparing a job, but he wouldn't be in on it. What I didn't know was that he was ringing the inspector and passing on all the information he'd picked up. That also made him feel important in his own eyes. What happened in the last couple of days? Did he talk about anything? Not really. One morning he came home all overexcited. "Something crazy happened last night, something that will be all over the front pages and cause a huge stir." "A robbery? Worse than that, a murder, and the victim is one of the best-known people in the neighborhood. Can't you tell me his name? It will be in the papers any moment." "It's Monsieur Maurice." "From La Sardine?" "Yes, and I'm the only person apart from the murderer and his mistress who knows who did it." "I'd rather not know, that is." She took a fresh cigarette, having already lit one when she came out of the bathroom. "I asked him what he was going to do. He said, 'Don't worry about me.' You're not going to blackmail the guy, at least?" "You know that's not my style." "Does he know you know? If he did, I wouldn't belong for this earth." She fell silent for a moment, blowing the smoke out in front of her. "In a way, it was the best day of his life. If you knew who he was, one of Montmartre's biggest bosses, and his mistress—" "Don't tell me anything. Got it. You'll find out the truth in the papers anyway, if they dare print it." "He went out that morning, and I haven't seen him since. I got strange looks at the Canary that night, and two men I'd never seen before didn't take their eyes off me. I stayed at the bar, as I always do. I was joined by a customer from the country who never misses the chance to see me when he's in Paris. We went to the hotel, and when we came out, one of the two men was pacing up and down on the pavement. At first I was afraid for the flea. Everyone calls him that, and I've ended up doing so too. Anyway, he's quite proud of it. It's a sort of fame. He likes pulling faces to make people laugh." "He called me," Inspector Louis declared in a neutral voice. "I thought so. That explains his air of mystery, and what he said when he left. Is he really in danger?" Maigret answered, "There's no doubt on that score. Monsieur Maurice's murderer knows it was the flea who informed on him." "What about me? Do you think they'll come after me?" "Are you still being followed?" "Last night, one of the two men was at the Canary again. He was called to the telephone and then left, but only after giving me a strange look." "I may be wrong, but I think they're scattering all over France." "What about the Maury brothers?" "Who told you about them? There hadn't been any mention of the brothers in the newspapers or on the radio." "Everyone's talking about them round here." Have they taken off too?
No, but we're keeping an eye on them both.
Do you think it's them?
I can't answer that question. What time do you normally leave home?
I do my shopping locally around 2 or 3 because I like cooking. Then I get dressed up for work around 10 in the evening and go to the Canary. I take my seat at the bar and wait. Sometimes I wait for a couple of hours, sometimes only a few minutes, and then sometimes there are nights when I'm there until closing time.
There'll be a plainclothes policeman outside your door within an hour. Don't be surprised when he follows you. He'll do everything he can to protect you.
Should I go to the funeral tomorrow? Everyone's going.
Do that. I'll be there too. So will your guardian angel.
That reminds me of my catechism.
The two men stood up. If you hear anything, ring the police judiciaire. Ask to speak to me or one of my men in the crime squad. Inspector Louis is hardly ever at his desk.
Thank you, Detective Chief Inspector. Oh, goodbye, Inspector. If you have any news of Justin...
I hope we won't. He sensed the danger and gone into hiding. He doesn't need to go far because he knows Montmartre inside out, and there are places where someone like him can stay for weeks without anyone finding him.
Let's hope so,
she sighed, touching the wooden table. They found Janvier outside. Well? She's scared, naturally enough, and I don't blame her. Scared for the flea, and for herself. I promised her that in an hour someone from the squad will be at her door and that she'll be followed wherever she goes. Don't forget to see to it when we get to the office. Someone who can get into quite a smart nightclub without attracting attention. Maigret turned to Louis. In the meantime, you take first watch. As soon as our inspector gets here, you'll be free to go.
Right, Detective Chief Inspector.
Once he was behind the steering wheel, Janvier asked, "What's she like?" "Lovely. If things had turned out differently for her, probably when she was 17 or 18, she would have been a wonderful wife and homemaker."
"Did she know?"
"About the flea's cause? She only suspected something 2 days ago. It's incredible. That little man with a clown's face has managed to be one of Inspector Louis' informers for years without anyone having a clue. I'm sure he loved the role and it boosted his self-esteem. Whenever a crook was arrested, he could say to himself, 'That's my doing.' With reason." During the afternoon, Maigret went up to the attic of the Palais de Justice, which housed Meurs's empire, the criminal records laboratory. Specialists were needed in 9 out of 10 cases, even if just to lift fingerprints, and yet there couldn't have been as many as a dozen figures in white coats at work in these rooms with sloping ceilings. "I suppose it's too early to have any news?" Meurs was a skinny, unassuming man, whose suit always needed an iron. He had been here for so long that it was hard to imagine criminal records without him. He was always ready to work at any time of day or night. It had to be said that he was also a bachelor, and no one was waiting for him at his student lodgings in the Latin Quarter. "We've already established something," he replied in his usual slight monotone. "Very recently, probably yesterday afternoon, in fact, all the furniture was dusted and the door handles, the ashtrays, every last thing lying around were wiped to get rid of fingerprints. The only ones we lifted were the occupants, Manuel Moyes, whose card I found at records, and the cleaning ladies, who the concierge told me went to Square La Bruyere yesterday afternoon. I'm ignoring other prints like yours." "Didn't they miss any?"
"Not one, Chief. It could almost have been a professional job."
"It was. What is the date of the card you found in records?"
"It's 14 years old.
Burglary?"
"During the holidays, a townhouse on Avenue Hoche."
"How long did he get?"
"He was only 18 and had a clean record. He was also thought to be just an accomplice, because 5 men had done the job."
"That rings a vague bell, but I didn't deal with it personally."
"He did a year in prison."
"Is there any indication that a woman might have been in the apartment, including the bedroom, at all regularly?"
"The cupboards have been gone over with a fine-tooth comb, as it were. No trace of face powder anywhere, no beauty cream, not a single woman's hair."
"And the carpet?"
"Doha is probably one of the world's leading authorities on vegetable and animal fibers. It's his pet subject. He spent over an hour studying the carpet with a magnifying glass and collected about 30 barely visible threads. He's been working on them for hours. By threads, I mean silk threads. They're very old, 300 years at least, and Doha is convinced they're from a Chinese rug. He's still analyzing his haul because he wants to be absolutely certain."
Maigret liked the atmosphere of these attic rooms, where the technicians got on with their work in peace and quiet, far from the public gaze. Each of them knew what he was supposed to do.
Near one of the dormer windows stood the articulated dummy that was constantly used in reconstructions. To find out how a man must have been standing or sitting for him to be stabbed in a certain way, for instance, or for a bullet to have followed a particular trajectory. If there are any developments tomorrow, let Jormier know. I'll be in Bandol. Meurs wasn't the sort to take holidays on the Côte d'Azur. Bandol must have been like a scene from a dream to him. "It'll be hot," was all he murmured. When Maigret told his wife at dinner that he would be going to Bandol the following day, she smiled and said, "I knew it." "How?" "Because just now the radio said that although the funeral is at the church of Notre Dame de Lorette tomorrow morning, the actual burial would be in the cemetery in Bandol." "What are you hoping to find there?" "Nothing very specific. Maybe a clue, something small. I'm going for the same reason I'm going to the funeral in the morning." "You'll be hot." "I may have to spend the night there. It'll depend on flights. I don't feel up to coming back on the train." "I'll pack you a small blue suitcase." "Yes, but just underwear in my wash bag." He felt some qualms about going down south at the taxpayer's expense, because it wasn't essential. There was every chance he wouldn't learn anything at all, in fact. He slept well, though, as he generally did, and was dazzled by the sun when Madame Maigret brought him his first cup of coffee. "They're saying it'll be 30 degrees in Marseille today," she said, smiling. "What about Paris?" 26. It's the hottest May for 32 years. My plane is around midday. I don't know exactly when. Jean-Pierre took care of the ticket. I'll just have time to look in at the office before I go to Orly. I'll take my case now." "What about lunch? Where and when will you have lunch?" "If the worst comes to the worst, I'll have a sandwich at the bar at Orly." He was heading to the door when she said, "Aren't you going to kiss me?" He would have turned back to do so anyway. "You mustn't worry. I'm not taking a 50-year-old single-engine aircraft, and I'm not setting off round the world." He felt a bit emotional all the same, as he did whenever he spent more than a day away from his wife. Once he was outside in the street, he looked up, knowing as he did so he would see her at the window. Good thing, too, because she was holding up the blue suitcase he had forgotten. They met halfway up the stairs. It was 9:15 when Jean-Pierre came into Maigret's office. "Apparently the street's already full, and the church won't be able to fit everybody." Maigret had been expecting something of the kind, but not quite such a turnout. "Still no news of the flea?" "No, Rolf Bihu got a call at the Canary last night. She seemed shaken when she went back to the bar, but practically the next moment a customer came and sat beside her." "What time did you get home?" "Around 4 in the morning." "Too bad," Maigret muttered to himself. Then he looked for the young woman's number, found it and rang. To his surprise, she didn't take long answering. "Who is he?" she said in a sleepy voice. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "Have you heard anything?" "No. You have. Who rang you at the Canary last night?" "He did, yes." "Did he tell you where he was?" "No. He asked if you or Inspector Louis knew about him, and I said yes, you did. Then he asked if you were angry, and I said no to that." She sounded like a little girl, dazed with sleep. "You're not angry with him, are you?" "Is he as scared as he was?" "Yes. He also wanted to know if there were any strangers hanging around the building. Haven't they arrested anyone yet?" "Not as far as I know." "Haven't they even searched Manuel Moy's apartment?" "I think they have. The detective chief inspector came here with Inspector Louis, but they didn't go into details. Anyway, I've got a policeman watching over me day and night." "Did he say anything else?" asked Maigret. "Only that he was moving to a new place every night, that's all. I couldn't talk much because a customer had been hovering around for a while." "Go back to bed and don't worry about anything. If you have anything new to tell me during the day, call Inspector Jean-Pierre at Quai des Orfèvres." "Are you going to Bandol?" It was starting to get on his nerves. Everyone was talking to him about his trip as if he had taken out an advertisement in the papers. "There you are," he sighed, looking at Jean-Pierre, who was silhouetted against the green of the trees. "I don't know if it's sensible, but he's changing his hiding place every night. It may not be such a stupid thing to do. There must be a ton of people looking for him." If Moy had given the word, as seemed likely, all Montmartre's young thugs would be hunting for the flea, and with his physique he could hardly pass unnoticed in a crowd. "I'll drop by in a moment to pick up my bag. You'd better give me my plane ticket now." Luckily, takeoff was later than he had feared, 12:55. "See you soon." He took a car to Rue Balou and told the policeman driving to wait for him by the church. Over 200 people were crowded in front of the townhouse, although only a few were going in to offer their condolences. There were all sorts: local shopkeepers, pimps, restaurateurs, nightclub owners. They started bringing down the flowers, and needed 2 cars to carry them and the wreaths. Then 4 men brought down the mahogany coffin and slid it into the hearse. The church was fairly close, not that they could have found cars for everybody anyway. When lean Marcia appeared in the doorway in full mourning, looking very blonde and pale, a shiver ran through the crowd, as if a film star had come into view, and it seemed for a moment as if they were going to break into applause. She got into a huge black car which set off at a walking pace. The entire staff of La Sardine followed immediately behind. Then came the old guard, men of Monsieur Maurice's age or even older. They walked along bareheaded with their hats in their hands, a picture of dignity, as people thronged the windows to get a look. There was a certain elegance to it all in the glorious sunshine, and Marcia would have been happy with such a send-off. When Maigret looked around, he saw that the procession, spanning the full width of the streets, was over 300 meters long. Traffic had to be diverted by policemen with white batons who were gesticulating feverishly. "Hell of a funeral," called a boy who was passing. The church was already full, as predicted, except for the front few pews, which had been cordoned off with black ropes. Lean walked in alone, still at the head of the procession, perfectly straight-backed, her blue eyes impenetrable. She went and sat in the first pew, still alone, while the restaurant staff sat in the second. There were people standing in both naves and more outside who couldn't get in. The great doors had been propped open, letting in the spring breeze. The organ struck up a funeral march, and moments later, the service began. Standing in the left aisle, Maigret studied the mourners' faces, and soon spotted Maurice. He had taken his place in the row of prominent figures and men of authority, as if it was his by right, despite being the youngest. His gaze met Maigret's. It quivered with a sort of defiance. Maigret didn't wait for the end of the service. He was hot and thirsty. He went outside, then immediately ducked into the shade of a bar, and ordered a glass of beer. "It's some funeral," muttered the owner, who was very old and whose hand shook a little. "Who is he, anyway?" "The owner of La Sardine restaurant." "At the top of Rue Fontaine?" "Yes. I thought he was a gangster." "He was, in his younger days." Maigret downed his beer in one, paid, and went to find the police judiciaire's black car. "The office." "Right, Chief." It was 11 o'clock. Just time to grab his bag and shake Jambier's hand, and then Maigret was heading to Orly in the same car. Were Lean and Manuel going to travel together? Would the coffin be taken to Bandol by plane? After completing the formalities, he still had a little time before boarding, and went looking for the head of the airport police. He was an acquaintance from his days working at Quai des Orfèvres. "Are you off to Bandol?" Maigret had to control his temper. "Yes, I think I'm leaving in about 20 minutes. They'll be calling the passengers any moment. Listen, do you know if a plane has been chartered to carry a coffin?" "Monsieur Maurice?" "Yes. He and his wife will be boarding a private plane that she has hired at around 3 o'clock. Him in the pine box, her outside it, obviously." Maigret chose not to shrug. "How long will the journey take them?" "They're landing in Toulon, then a hearse will take the body from there to Bandol. It's only 14 kilometers. "Passengers for Marseille?" the loudspeaker began. Maigret headed to the designated gate. 10 minutes later, the plane, a twin-propellered aircraft, took off. He had intended to enjoy the view because he was particularly fond of the country south of Lyon, but he didn't have a chance, falling asleep well before they flew over the Rhône. He took a cab from Marseille Airport to the station, and half an hour later caught a train to Bandol. He felt a bit ridiculous with his case propped on his knees and his hat, which he kept taking off to mop his brow. When he stepped onto the platform at Bandol, the sun literally burned his skin, and he began to regret coming. Taxis were waiting outside the station, as well as an old horse-drawn carriage, and Maigret chose the carriage. "Where shall I take you, boss?" "Do you know a good hotel by the sea? I'll have you there in 1/4 of an hour." The wheels sank slightly into the tarmac, which had grown soft in the heat. The town was almost white, like Algiers, and palm trees lined some of the avenues. He spied the sea trickle a blue through the greenery,
and then the beach, where only a few people were sunbathing and a half-dozen were swimming. The season hadn't started yet. They passed the casino, and then there was the hotel, which was also white, with an enormous terrace dotted with coloured parasols. "Do you have a room?" "For how long?" "Just one night." "For one? Would you rather be facing the sea?" He filled in the registration card. "Room 233. The hotel was called the Tamarisks. It was cool and very clean. "Can I get a drink?" "The bar's at the end, on the right." He went in and drank a glass of beer. "You're not Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, are you?" asked the barman after studying him for a moment. He was a young man, very blond. His boldness had made him blush. "Are you going to be on the Riviera for a long time?" "Until tomorrow." "I thought so. You've come for Monsieur Maurice's burial, haven't you?" "Is he very well known locally?" "He was like God himself round here, put it like that." "Is his house far?" "A good quarter of an hour's walk. It's almost at the other end of the front, not far from Ramus's villa when he was alive. You recognize it by the huge swimming pool." Maigret still had the feeling he was cheating, that he had sneaked off on an illicit holiday. "What about the graveyard?" "It's less than a kilometre from the villa. There's going to be a huge crowd, you know. They've been coming in from Toulon and Marseille since this morning." "What sort of people?" "Big shots. I'm almost wondering whether the sub-prefect won't come. People are talking about it." Maigret drank another beer, and after checking his watch, slowly set off. Luckily, the avenues along the seafront were in the shade. "I'll have to come here for a few days with my wife," he thought. The plane must have unloaded the Coffin and Lean at Toulon by now. The further he went, the more people he saw, and when he got to a corner, he was greeted by almost the same sight as in Rue Balou that morning. How many of these people knew the truth? Not that it mattered, because none of them would talk. Only one person had done that, from a telephone box without even giving his name. And now he was hiding God knew where, in Montmartre. Chapter 5. He spotted a familiar face just on the edge of the crowd. It was Bouton, head of the police judiciaire in Toulon. "Funny," Bouton said, shaking his hand. "I was thinking about you this morning as I was shaving. I had a feeling you'd come." He gestured to the crowd. "What do you reckon? We could clean up here. It's not just the pick of Toulon's crooks who've come here, but also their counterparts in Marseille, Cannes, and Nice." Someone came up to them, and Bouton shook his hand, making the introductions. "Chameroy, and old Chief of Police. I imagine you recognize Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Chameroy." "It's a great honor." They were sturdy characters, men who knew their stuff and weren't easily intimidated. 9/10 of the people here live outside the law. The amazing thing is that we can't prove anything against a single one of them. When Marcia spent the summer in Bordeaux, did he have many guests? Very few, actually. Some of his inner circle, particularly the Maury brothers. Did they stay at the house? Yes, and as luck would have it, it was always at the time of the big house freaks. You must have read about them in the papers. Summer visitors with a huge villa on the Riviera and a yacht would set off on a cruise around the Greek islands in July or August, and then be stunned when they got back to find their furniture and valuables gone. Same as the chateaus, more or less. I suspected the Maury brothers and even the boss, the one they call Monsieur Maurice. I had the house watched, and coincidentally enough, every time there was a robbery, the Maurice didn't leave the house, but played gin rummy with Marcia until the early hours. Do you know his wife? She's got class. You'd imagine she'd feel out of place in that world. The cortege arrived. Lean was sitting alone in a car directly behind the hearse, followed by a throng of cars with Riviera number plates, mainly big American models, although there was also a smattering of sports cars for the younger generation. All of them drove at a walking pace as another crowd followed as best it could, on foot. There was a moment of confusion. The hearse driver was about to turn right near the villa when the master of ceremonies ran up and gave him new instructions. The two groups merged. Everyone seemed to know each other. Handshakes, whispered conversations. Madame Marcia got out of her car and headed to the villa. She had changed since the morning. She was now wearing a thin black suit and a white silk hat. Her gloves were white too. What was she going to do in the house on her own? Maigret couldn't think of a plausible answer to that question, Nor could Boutin and the local police chief. She was gone for less than 10 minutes, then got back in the car. The cortege did an about turn, set off down Rue des Écoles, then Avenue de 11 Novembre, and suddenly they were at the graveyard gates. More confusion as people ran between the headstones to get a good spot near the graveside. A priest was already in position, and he greeted Line. She showed no more sign of crying than she had that morning at the church of Notre-Dame de Lorette. The heavy coffin was lowered into the grave. The priest said a few prayers in a quiet voice, then the flowers, which had been stacked on the neighboring graves in the meantime, were placed on the coffin. All the big underworld bosses are here, and all the young guns, who are proud to be seen with them. What are you going to do now, Detective Chief Inspector? I don't know yet. Where are you staying? The Tamarisks. It's very good, and they're nice people, the owners. Line had already driven off to the house. Maigret hadn't spotted Manuel Marie or his brother in the crowd. I think I'll pay a visit. Do you think she was in on it? I don't think. I know. Trouble is, I haven't got any proof. Good luck. If you need me, you know where to find me, and where to find Chamois. The crowd was gradually breaking up and heading into town for a cold drink at one of the bars. Only a few cars belonging to the real big shots had headed straight back to Toulon or Marseille. Maigret found himself standing alone in front of a white villa. It wasn't overwhelmingly large. It was just a pretty villa, nothing more, and the most striking thing about it was the swimming pool surrounded by swing seats. The garden consisted of a few palm trees, a mass of cacti, and some tropical-looking plants, which Maigret did not recognize. He walked up the 3 steps to the front door, rang the electric bell, and was surprised to see the door open instantly and Line standing there in front of him. I should have guessed you wouldn't stay away. You have no respect for mourning, do you? Do you? The front door opened straight into a huge hall with white walls, where the furniture and decoration were as refined as those in the townhouse in Rue Balu, although of a different style. She didn't ask him to sit down. She stood waiting for him to speak, the hand holding her cigarette, trembled a little. I'd like to talk to you about the night your husband died. I thought I'd already answered your questions on that subject. You didn't tell the truth, so now I'm going to ask them again. Maigret sat down in one of the cream leather armchairs. You're only doing this because I'm not strong enough to throw you out. You wouldn't dare anyway, if only to avoid implicating your lover. She turned pale with fury and went and stubbed out her cigarette in an ashtray. Don't you have any humanity? I've got more than enough, as a matter of fact. But it depends who I'm talking to. You obviously married Marcia for his money. That's my business. She sat down finally, crossed her legs, and lit another cigarette which she had taken out of a gold box on a pedestal table. Manuel and you were in bed. Someone hammered on the door, and Marie, I suppose, put on a dressing gown while you hid under the sheets. She didn't flinch. Her face was impassive now. Her bright blue eyes seemed devoid of almost anything except curiosity. And then? It was your husband. And what did he do, do you think? Did he shake Manuel's hand? He took his gun out of his pocket. Like in a movie. What interests me is where Marie's gun was. In a drawer, obviously, but that could just as easily have been in the bedroom as in the drawing room. You'd have to prove there was a gun in the apartment. She lit her cigarette. And that I was there. And that there was a visitor who happened to be none other than my husband. Not a very promising start, Detective Chief Inspector. Maigret was about to reply when she said, barely raising her voice, Come in, darling. A door opened immediately, and Manuel appeared in shorts and espadrilles as if he had come straight from the beach. We get around, Detective Chief Inspector, don't we? He sardonically looked Maigret up and down, then went to the bar and poured himself a Tom Collins. Do you want one too, sweetheart? I am quite thirsty, actually. What about you, Flatfoot? No. Suit yourself. No use showing me your little form here. You're a long way from your stamping ground. I could easily get a warrant. But you won't. Why not? Because you haven't got anything on me. Not even the flea's testimony. Have you found him? He was frowning. The flea is the man, if that's the word for it, who knows the 9th and 10th arrondissement better than anyone. There's no doubt about that. He's also someone who people know, and most of them are willing to give him a helping hand. You're not going to find him, Detective Chief Inspector. My men will. But you won't be able to prove that either. You see, I'm putting my cards on the table.
If there were witnesses here, I'd swear, as I have already done, that I didn't fire a shot, and that there weren't any shots fired in my apartment, and then Maurice wasn't there that night. Lean and I would also repeat that there's never been anything between us, and I defy you to produce anyone in court who will claim otherwise. He wasn't putting it on. He was fired up, and Maigret wondered anxiously why he was so confident. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything anymore, and Lean was as calm as if there had never been such a person as Marcia. Maigret immediately thought of the flea. Had Maury's men, as he called them, finally got their hands on the midget? Had they seen to it that he would no longer be a threat? That he'd keep quiet? For good? Maigret filled his pipe, lit it, stood up, and started pacing around the room. It's true that I'm outside my jurisdiction here, so I can't use the documents I showed you in Paris. Exactly. But it would only take a telephone call for Detective Chief Inspector Bouton to be here with a search warrant in half an hour at the most. I suppose you know Bouton. He's not a friend, so it's up to you. Either you show me round the villa, or I ring Toulon. Be my guest. Have a look around. Just don't take anything. Maigret made a discovery in the big drawing room itself. One of the walls was taken up by a bookcase full of expensively bound books, like in Paris. On the lower shelves, there were piles of magazines. They weren't the sort of weeklies you'd find on regular newsstands, and they didn't go with Monsieur Maurice's character either. Maigret read out their titles under his breath, checking that they had at least been leafed through. Farms and chateaux. That's a very enlightening read, isn't it? Country life, art and decoration. Molly frowned and glanced at his mistress. They're mine, she said. I don't play cards, so when the men have a game of gin rummy, I sit in the corner and read. The next room was an old dining room in the Provençal style, with a boudoir off to the left, in which every object and piece of furniture could have been in a museum. Again, like in Paris. Is that genuine? Asked Maigret, pointing to a Van Gogh. I'm not an expert, the woman replied, but my husband wasn't in the habit of buying fakes. The kitchen was huge, modern, spotless. You don't entertain much, though. How'd you know that? I've had time to make some inquiries. I also know that the Maury brothers used to stay with you for on average a month a year. They were my husband's best friends. Your husband, who presumably had no inkling of your affair with Manuel. Manuel, who was following Maigret without a word, didn't flinch. You've got the wrong idea. My husband was 62 and had led a very full life. He was worn out in a way. He might have been in love with me when he married me 5 years ago, but we soon started living like brother and sister. Fine. Go on lying, it doesn't bother me. He went up a marble staircase and pushed open a set of double doors that gave onto a vast bedroom with a terrace looking over the sea. Yours? There were twin beds, more exquisite furniture. The bathroom was bigger than the one in Rue Balou and lined throughout in pale yellow marble. Only one bathroom for the two of you. That doesn't fit with your brother and sister story. Think what you like. There were 2 other bedrooms upstairs, each with its own bathroom. For the Maury brothers, I suppose. Guest rooms? Did many guests use these rooms apart from them? Now and then. The paintings were almost all old, by artists Maigret didn't know. Is there a loft? No, there are attic rooms where the staff sleep. Are they here now? No, I'm leaving this evening. Athena can manage the house by herself. And you don't always rehire the same staff every year. Is that right? We do change them sometimes, yes. So that for most of the year this house is empty at night, with no one to keep an eye on it. She nodded. Then he asked, ironically, Aren't you afraid of burglars? They wouldn't dare try to rob my husband's house. Or yours, now you've inherited it. When they returned to the drawing room, rather than heading for the front door, Maigret went and sat in the armchair he had been sitting in before. The couple exchanged looks. Can I remind you that our plane is waiting for us at Toulon? Your plane? You used the plural. Does that mean Maury is travelling with you? Why shouldn't he? As a friend, all above bold. Actually, Lean put in, maybe it is time for a change of tune. You're right. We are lovers. That's better. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Except when your husband gets a high-caliber bullet in his chest. He turned to Maury. We didn't finish our little conversation about that just now. We got to the point where you'd hurriedly pulled on a dressing gown and were heading for the front door. You opened it, naturally. And I'm waiting for you to tell me what happened next. Boris Massia didn't just stand there on the doorstep. Did I say it was him? Let's say you didn't deny it. He didn't settle down in the drawing room for a chat either. No, he walked straight through it to get to the bedroom. He just had to pull back the sheet to find his wife as naked as the day she was born. So tactful, sneered Lean. In fact, he knew what he was going to find the moment he walked in. He knew it when he left La Sardine. He'd known it for 3 years. No, you're not going to convince me he was an accommodating husband, or that he was impotent. He was probably holding his gun. Maury, you had your pistol in the pocket of your dressing gown. Where'd you got it from? I didn't have a gun of any sort in the apartment. Who pulled the trigger then? Marcia's automatic wasn't fired, and the gun that killed him is probably somewhere at the bottom of the Seine. Send divers down to look for it, then. Maigret pursued his train of thought undeterred. Let's suppose you went to open the door unarmed, which is possible. Finally, I haven't finished. You grabbed a gun when you saw Marcia heading for the bedroom, unless the gun was in the drawer of the bedside table and a kind soul passed it to you? To defend yourself? I'd like to hear this story in front of a jury. There's another possibility. What is it? I'm on tenterhooks. But you weren't the one who killed. Oh, look, another character comes on stage to play the crook. No. Lean has all the time in the world while you go and open the door to get the gun that was in the bedside table. And when Marcia threatened you, she'd have definitely hit the ceiling because she's never used a firearm in her life. We'll discuss this later. In Paris, fine. In my office this time. Why not? You might leave in handcuffs. It's not very classy trying to scare me. What if I left the country first? Interpol would soon find you. You're forgetting you've got a record, and besides, you're pretty flashy. I imagine you two are planning to get married after a suitable interval. Stranger things have happened. There's a plane waiting for you. Don't you want a seat? Manuel jeered. Maigret looked at him with a calm he had displayed all afternoon. The sort that comes before a storm. He ate bouillabaisse in a spick-and-span little restaurant sitting off on his own in a corner. He didn't get as much enjoyment from it as he had hoped, which must have been down to his state of mind. Night had fallen. The tree-lined walks facing the sea were softly lit, and he could hear the faint murmur of the waves. He sat down on a bench. The air was soft. He felt lazy. If he had had his way, he would have sent for Madame Maigret, and they would have had a week's holiday in Bandol. He quickly went to bed and fell asleep immediately. The next day, he had to get up early to catch his flight from Marseille, and he landed at Orly at 10:30. He took a taxi and had it drop him off at home first. His wife didn't greet him effusively, but it was obvious from her beaming smile that it had done her the world of good seeing him again. Not too tired? A little. Shall I make you a cup of coffee? No, thanks. I have to look in at the office. Still this wretched case. This wretched case. Exactly. They were talking about you in evening papers yesterday. They say you're being mysterious, but you're worried, demoralized even, and that you're definitely hiding something. If they only knew. I don't know if I'll be able to come back for lunch. It'll depend on what's waiting for me at the office. By the way, one of these days, we'll have to go to Bandol. He went back out to the little car waiting by the curb, and moments later was climbing the large staircase at Quai des Orfèvres. Paperwork, reports, and a few letters were already piling up on his desk. He went to open the door of the inspector's office and called Janvier in. Good trip, Chief? Not bad. Guess who was in the villa even before Madame Marcia? Maury, obviously. Right. He's a tough nut, I tell you. He's going to make life harder for us before he comes clean. I've got some good news for you. Well, semi-good news. Inspector Louis rang this morning. He missed the flea by a few hours and wants to talk to you. He'll be in his office all morning, so you can call him. Do it for me, will you? Tell him I'll come and see him. He went and stood by the open window, as delighted to rediscover his view of the Seine as if he'd been gone for weeks. It was sultry. A storm was brewing, but it probably wouldn't break before evening. He's waiting for you. Are you coming? That'll give us a chance to talk on the way. As they drove, Maigret filled Janvier in on what had happened in Bandol. They stopped for a moment outside the police station on Place Saint-Georges, and Monsieur Louis, as some people solemnly called him to tease him, quickly got in. "Do you want to see the last place he hid?" "Yes." "Then stop right at the top of the hill, Place du Tertre." The pavements were lined with painters, and the little tables with red-checked tablecloths were ready for tourists. "Turn into Rue de Morceny and park by the curb." Lower down the street, there were newish apartment blocks, but at the top, most of the buildings still had an old-fashioned look. Inspector Louis led them down an alley between two houses, and they saw a glass-fronted studio at the end. Louis knocked. A loud voice yelled, "Come in!" They found themselves in a sculptor's studio. The owner looked at Maigret through half-closed eyes, as he would have at a model. "You're Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, if I'm not mistaken." "You're not." "And he?" "Inspector Janvier." "It's been years since I've had this many people in my studio." He had white hair, a matching goatee and moustache, and rosy cheeks like a baby's. "Monsieur Sorel is the oldest artist in Montmartre," explained Inspector Louis. "How long did you say you've been in the studio?" 53 years. I've seen painters come and go, starting with Picasso, who I often ate with." He had a slightly naive, childlike expression. A look around his studio dispelled any illusions about his talent. He only sculpted children's heads, or rather what looked like the same child's head, with different expressions, and presumably then sold his busts at the art dealers on Place du Tertre. "Apparently, you had the flea to stay." "For a couple of days and nights. He left yesterday evening after dark. He doesn't dare stay longer in one place in case he's spotted." "How did he come to choose your studio?" "Suppose I were to tell you that I met him when he was barely 15? Back then he was a street kid who got by however he could and often went hungry. Seeing him one day on Place du Tertre, I asked him if he wanted to pose for me, and he came around. I remember the bust I did of him, or one of my best, which is now in some collection or other. With his grimacing face and huge mouth, I created a more lifelike clown than I ever would have if I'd had a professional as a model. He was a good little boy. Now and then he'd come and knock on my door, especially in winter, and ask if he could sleep on the straw mattress. It was my dog's mattress, because I had a dog in those days, a big St. Bernard. But that's another story." "Did he tell you about his troubles?" "He asked if I could hide him for a night or two. I asked if he was on the run from the police. He said it was the other way around. He was on very good terms with Inspector Louis and Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. That was why certain people were after him." "When he left, did he tell you where he was going?" "No, as far as I could gather, it wasn't a long way away. I get the impression he doesn't want to leave the neighborhood." "Did he talk about anyone in particular in the last 2 days?" "Yes. An ex-policeman who's retired now, who was kind to him when he was a kid. I don't know his name. I don't know him either. I only venture out of the studio to do my shopping, less than 100 meters from here, and take my pieces to my dealer." It was only now that he seemed to realize that they were all standing. "Sorry not to ask if you'd like to sit down, but I don't have enough chairs or stools. As for offering you a drink, I've only got cheap red, the sort your Twirl drank, which you'll probably find too rough." "Did he go anywhere in those 2 days and nights?" "No, but he was surprised and very pleased to find out that I had a telephone. He rang a woman to let her know how he was, and I discreetly went out into the courtyard to smoke a pipe. All I can tell you is that he was very frightened. He couldn't keep still. He started at every sound and asked me at least 10 times if anyone ever came to see me. Who would come and see me? I don't even want a cleaning lady." Maigret looked at him affectionately. There were very few examples of old Montmartre like him still surviving. "Well, wait a minute. He talked about you. Apparently you're meant to arrest someone, but he doesn't understand why you're taking so long. If the Detective Chief Inspector doesn't get a move on, he won't have anyone left to testify because they'll kill me first." As he left after shaking the old man's hand, Maigret muttered to himself, "A retired police officer." "I'm already following up that angle," said Inspector Louis with his usual impassivity. "It's likely to be an officer from the 18th arrondissement or maybe the 9th, because he wouldn't have moved far when he stopped working. Those also seem to be the parts of town the flea hung around in most when he was young. I've started working through the lists of policemen who have retired in the last 10 years. I haven't found any with Montmartre addresses so far, but I'll carry on this afternoon."
In a neighborhood where everyone knew each other, it would obviously have been easier to ask the first old lady who came along, or the grocer. But wouldn't that be dangerous for the flea? Where do you want us to drop you? Nowhere. I'll stay around here. He had his methods. He was a sort of bloodhound, and he would have been unhappy having to work in a team. No doubt he was going to do the rounds of the local bars again, drowning in glasses of Vichy as he listened to the conversations around him. Blanche Pigue's house, Rue Fomentin. Maigret was beginning to worry about the flea's fate too, but he wouldn't have done any good sending 10 or 20 men out to look for him. By the way, are we still watching the Murray brothers? The inspectors are working in shifts. While his brother was away, Joe spent a fair while in Rue du Caire, then drove off in a lorry and came back with it empty at about 8 in the evening. He locked the metal shutter and went home to have a shower and change. Do you know where he has dinner? Yes, La Sardine. How did you guess? Because they've already taken it over, in a way. What about Manuel? That's even easier. He had dinner at La Sardine too, with Lynn, which is probably the first time she's eaten at her husband's restaurant. Poor Marcia didn't know she'd soon be the owner. This all smacks of defiance. The staff must have been outraged to see her with the Murray brothers on the day of the funeral. Manuel doesn't give a damn what the staff think. If any of them leaves, he'll replace them with his people. That's probably his plan, in fact. I bet he spent the night in Rue Balou. Right again. For all I know, he's still there. There's a weak spot somewhere, though, Maigret thought aloud. The flea? The flea's no use to us until we get our hands on him. No, there's a weak spot somewhere else, and I'm getting a headache thinking about it. Shall I come up with you? It might be better if you didn't. Despite her profession, this girl is quite sensitive. She's used to me, but if we both show up... This time, the flea's young girlfriend was up and having her breakfast by the window. Cup of coffee, I've just made some. In that case, yes, please. She seemed worried. Have you heard from him, Inspector? I know where he spent the last 2 nights, but he moved on yesterday evening. What part of town was it? Near Place du Tertre, at an old sculptor's. That's funny. He told me about him once when we went to eat at the foot of Sacré-Cœur. It reminded him of his childhood round there. He described the straw mattress he sometimes slept on, which was normally a big dog's bed. Did he talk to you about anyone else who lived in the neighborhood? I don't remember. I don't think so. A former policeman, say. Honestly, that doesn't ring a bell. Did he call you? Twice. What did he say? He's getting more and more scared. He doesn't understand why you don't just arrest the Murray brothers. Their gang would quieten down, and Justin could breathe freely. Is he angry with me? A bit, I think, yes. He's angry with Inspector Louis, too. I told him what you told me. Listen, there's every chance he'll call you again, unless there isn't a telephone where he is. Tell him to call me. I'll give him all the assurances he wants. Really? I need to have a conversation with him, and I wouldn't be surprised if 2 hours after that, the Murray brothers weren't behind bars. I'll tell him. I'll do all I can. Put yourself in his shoes, though. He doesn't trust anything, or anyone anymore. A quarter of an hour later, Maigret and Janvier were sitting at the bar in La Sardine. It was when they laid the tables for lunch, and the head waiter was on the telephone by the till, taking reservations. A glass of beer, Freddy. What about you? The latter asked Janvier. I'll have the same. We've only got foreign beer left. That's all right. There was something grudging about the way Freddy served them, and he kept glancing at the door as if he was afraid one of the Murray brothers was about to walk in. I've never seen so many people at a funeral, Maigret said, trying to draw him out. There were lots of people, yes. It was almost as packed in Bandor. People came from all over, Nice, Cannes, Toulon, Marseille, and the cars. I counted at least 5 Ferraris. Freddy imperturbably wiped the glasses. Comitin, the head waiter, had finished speaking on the telephone, but rather than come over to them, remained on the other side of the restaurant, apparently ignoring them. Bit cool today, Maigret joked. The thermometer must have read 25 degrees in the shade. Yes, it is a bit cool. So have you finally seen your boss, then? What boss? Lynn Mercier. She ate here last night with the Murray brothers, although it's Manuel who's really the boss. Listen, Monsieur Maigret, I don't get involved in your business, so don't you get involved in what's going on here. For a start, if anyone saw me chatting to you, it could be bad for me. It might not be so good for you either.
Maigret and Janvier exchanged glances. "Wait a minute, will you, Janvier?" He set off for the lavatory, which took him past Comita. "Hello, Monsieur Val," he called out. "Freddie must have told you that you're not welcome here." "He did. Change your boner. Now everyone seems on edge. I'd be obliged if you didn't come back." "You're forgetting this is a public place, open to anyone who is decently dressed and has a relatively healthy bank balance." He went to the lavatory, then back to the bar. It was just after 12:15. "You know what we're going to do, Janvier? We're going to have lunch here." They headed towards the nearest table. Comita came rushing over. "I'm sorry, but that table's taken." "We'll have the one next to it, then." "It's taken too. All the tables are taken." "Well, in that case, let's say this one is taken by me. Have a seat, Janvier." Maigret wasn't being childish. He was furious, and he wanted them to be too. "Bring me the menu, please, and don't forget that I can have this place shut down in 24 hours. The menu was enormous, with a wine list on the back. "They've got scallops, Janvier. What do you think?" "I'll understand those." "Then braised rib of beef. And that." He gave back the menu. "Let's have a light wine. A Beaujolais?" "Good idea." The head waiter stood behind them, ramrod straight, until 4 customers came in and sat at a table by the window. The small brown-haired cashier had taken up her post, but Maigret's attempts to say hello were unsuccessful. She didn't seem to recognize him. Monsieur Maurice was dead. When he was alive, no one talked out of turn, but even so, the restaurant had a relatively easy-going atmosphere. Then Maury had shown up yesterday evening with Madame Marcia to take over, and everyone had got the message. From now on, they were going to have to watch their step. They had already started. At most, they managed to stammer a few words as they squeezed past each other. "What do you bet we won't be served for half an hour, if not an hour?" Sure enough, a table of 4 was served before them, then 2 Englishmen who had only just come in. The restaurant gradually filled up, and the longer it took for them to be served, the more Maigret smiled and pointedly smoked his pipe. "Don't rush," he said as the head waiter passed their table. "No, monsieur. I don't intend to." The Maurice didn't appear, and the 2 men were eventually given something to eat and drink. Chapter 6. It was after 3 when Maigret got back to Quai des Orfèvres, and the first person he saw was the inexhaustible Inspector Louis, sitting on one of the benches in the corridor, his black hat on his knees. Maigret showed him into his office, and Louis again perched on the edge of a chair. "I think I've had a stroke of luck, sir." He had the soft voice of a shy person and rarely looked people he was talking to in the face. "When I left you this morning, I started on another round of the bars and cafes at the top of Montmartre, around Place du Tout. I know, it's a compulsion of mine. I got to the Trois Tonneaux, a popular bistro in Rue Gabriel. I stood at the bar as always and had my usual small bottle of Vichy." Maigret knew it was no use hurrying him. The inspector spoke with deliberation and attention to detail that were part of his character. In one corner, under a promotional clock, 4 men were playing belote. They were all getting on, and had probably been playing their game at the same time in the same table for years. I jumped when I heard one of them say, "Your turn, Sergeant." The man he was talking to must have been 70 or 75, but he was still sprightly. 3 times in the space of 10 minutes someone called him Sergeant when they spoke to him. "Is he a policeman?" I asked the owner quietly. "He was for 40 years. Talk about an officer of the old school. Everyone knew him around the neighbourhood. He was like a father to all the kids." "Has he been retired for long?" "At least 10 years. He comes and plays his card game every day. He lives alone now his son's got married and moved to Meaux. His daughter is a nurse at Bichat Hospital, and he's got another son who does something or other. Gets up to no good, I imagine." "Does he live nearby?" "Not very far. Rue Tolazay, just opposite the only dance hall in the street. His wife died 5 years ago, and he does his own cooking and cleaning. We get a lot of his kind round here, little old men and women living alone on a modest pension." Maigret knew Montmartre well enough to know it was a city within a city. Some people never ventured below Place Clichy. "Did you get his exact address?" "I left the bistro so as not to attract attention. The man came out half an hour later and stopped at the butcher's to buy a couple of chops. Keeping my distance, because he must know all about tailing someone, I followed him to Rue Tolazay. He went into a 3-story building directly opposite the Tam Tam, a music hall. I rang the 18th arrondissement station to ask for a detective's assistance for an hour or two. One of them came, a young fellow, and he's keeping watch not far from the building." With that, he fell silent. He had said all he had to, in his own way. "Did you hear that, Janvier?" Janvier had come into the office at the same time as Maigret. "Are we off?" "Of course. Shall we take some men?" "No need. We have to be as discreet as possible." They took one of the small black cars parked in the police judiciaire's courtyard. "Isn't Rue Tonnozay a one-way street?" "It must be. There are stairs at the other end." As they pulled into the street, they saw the young policeman standing some way from the building. "I'll go in on my own," said Maigret. "There's no point scaring him." He spoke to the concierge, showing his policeman's badge. "Is the sergeant at home?" "Monsieur Colson? That's right, everybody still calls him the sergeant. He got back a nap 2 hours ago. He's probably taking a nap now." "What floor?" "Third, left-hand door." Naturally, there was no lift. The building was old, like almost all the buildings in the street, and there was a strong smell of cooking on the stairs. No sign of a doorbell. Maigret knocked. "Come in," said a deep voice. The apartment was small and cluttered with what had been the furniture for a whole house. In the bedroom off to the right, there were 2 beds, one of which looked as if it had been used by a series of children. Everything was in duplicate or triplicate. Rather than a refrigerator, there was a wire netting meat safe hanging out of the window. "I don't believe it. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret in my home. Come in, please." "Someone's going to be very pleased." He showed Maigret into a stifling room that doubled as a dining and living room. A man, under 1.50 meters tall, who looked like a child with a freakishly wrinkled face, was staring anxiously at the visitor. "Have you arrested him?" he blurted out immediately. "Not yet, but you're not in any danger." "I told him at least 10 times that he should call you and tell you where he is," Sergeant Colson put in. "He was shaking all over when he got here. He's terrified of these Maury brothers. That's their name, isn't it? We hadn't heard of them in my time." "They're barely in their 30s. I watch television in the evenings, but I don't read the papers. Just now remembered me. I knew him when he used to hang around the neighborhood and wear just a pair of old espadrilles." "What are you going to do with me?" The flea was tense and couldn't relax. "The 2 of us are going to go to Quai des Orfèvres, where we'll have a private conversation in my office, and after we've talked, chances are the Maury brothers will be arrested." "How did you find me?" "Inspector Louis picked up your trail." "They could have too." "Thank you for taking him in, Sergeant. I hope the chops were good." "How do you know?" "Inspector Louis again. And have a good game of belote tomorrow morning." He turned to the midget who still hadn't relaxed. "Come on, you." The retired sergeant showed them to the door and watched a little sadly as they went down the stairs. "Get in the car." The flea found himself sitting in the back with Inspector Louis. "There I was, thinking I had such a good hiding place." Just now sighed. "It was pure luck I picked up the sergeant's trail." He sat as far from the door as he could for fear of being seen from outside. They went up the police judiciaire stairs together, the flea looking around him with a sort of fearful respect. Maigret couldn't decide whether to show all 3 of them into his office or question Justin Croton on his own. He decided on the latter approach. "I'll see you both in a minute," he told Louis and Janvier. "Come in." He almost said kid, but caught himself in time. "Have a seat." "Do you smoke?" "Yes." "You have any cigarettes?" "I got 2 left." "Have this packet." Maigret always had 2 or 3 packets of cigarettes in his drawer for whoever he might be talking to. "What do you—" "One moment." There was a note on his desk. The laboratory would like you to call them. He asked the switchboard to put him through to Mers. "Have you got something?" "Yes. The laboratory's done a good job. The textile man has been to see the leading carpet dealer in Paris, and his first impressions have been confirmed. The silk threads are from an old Chinese rug. It must be 16th or 17th century. Other than in museums, there can't be more than 3 or 4 like it in France. The dealer doesn't know who they belong to. He's going to make inquiries. There's something else more important, though. There were minute traces of blood on the carpet under the rug. It was very diluted with water. The stain must have been repeatedly gone over with a scrubbing brush, because they also found bristles." "Is it possible to tell what group the blood is from?" "We already have. It's AB." "No one thought to test Monsieur Maurice's blood before it was too late, unfortunately." "Unless the pathologist." "Yes, he might have. Have you got his report? He doesn't mention it. The flea was looking at Maigret as if he still couldn't believe what was happening to him. But why couldn't he relax? What was he still afraid of? Maigret went and opened the door. Janvier, try to get hold of a pathologist as quickly as possible. Ask him if it occurred to him to analyze Marcia's blood. If he didn't, find out what's happened to the clothes. 20 or so inspectors were typing up reports, and in the middle of them, Louis was sitting bolt upright on a chair, his hat on his knees. Going back into his office, Maigret said to the flea, "Let's see, what time is it? 4 o'clock. Chances are we'll find your girlfriend still at home." Sure enough, Blanche Pibou's was the voice he heard on the other end of the telephone. "Is that you, Justin?" "No, it's Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here. Have you heard anything?" "He's in my office." "Did he turn himself in?" "No, we had to go and fetch him." "Where was he?" "In Montmartre, as I expected." "Have you arrested the Maurice brothers?" "No. One thing at a time. Here's Justin." He motioned to him to take the telephone. "Hello? Is that you?" He was very awkward, overawed. "I don't know yet. I've hardly been here a quarter of an hour and no one's asked me anything. I'm well, yes. No, I don't know when I'll be back. Goodbye." "You won't have much longer to wait before you see him," said Maigret after the flea passed him the receiver. "You'll feel reassured now, at least." He hung up, slowly lit his pipe, and studied Justin Croton carefully. He couldn't understand why he was still so on edge. "Do you always tremble like that?" "No." "What are you afraid of right now here in my office?" "Me? Maybe." "Why?" "Because you scare me. Everything to do with the police scares me." "But as a last resort you took refuge with a former police sergeant." "I don't think of Sergeant Colson as a real policeman. I've known him since I was barely 16, and it's thanks to him that I've never been convicted of vagrancy." "On the other hand, you're so high up." "How did you know that Jean Marcia was Manuel's mistress?" "Everyone in the clubs knew." "But Monsieur Maurice was in the dark about it for 3 years." "Seems so." "You're not sure?" "It's always the one who's most involved who finds out last, isn't he? Monsieur Maurice was a rich, influential man. I don't think anyone would have dared go up to him and say to his face, 'Your wife is cheating on you with one of your friends.'" "Marcia and the Maurice brothers were friends?" "Had been for a few years, yes." "How do you know?" "Because the Maurice brothers were regulars at La Sardine, and Monsieur Maurice would come and sit at their table. They'd sometimes stay after closing." "Did they go to Rue Balou, too?" "I saw them going to the building several times." "When Marcia was at home?" "Yes." "How do you know all this?" "Because I poke around all over the place. I've got big ears. I listen to what people are saying. They trust me." "You often go to La Sardine?" "The bar, yes. Freddie's a friend. Almost." "I doubt he is any more." "On the night of the murder, I was in Rue Fontaine when Monsieur Maurice came rushing out at a very unusual time for him." "When?" "Just after midnight. He didn't take his car, but walked off very fast towards Square La Bruyere." "Did you know his wife was in Manuel's apartment?" "Yes." "How did you know she was there, that particular evening?" "Because I'd followed her." "So, you're obsessed with watching people and following them. Is that right?" "I always dreamed of becoming a policeman. They wouldn't let me because of my height. Maybe my lack of schooling, too." "Right. So you're following Monsieur Maurice. He goes into Manuel's. Were there lights on in the windows?" "Yes." "How long had Jean been there?" "An hour, maybe." "Did you go into the building?" "No." "Did you guess what was going to happen?" "Yes, except that I didn't know which of them would be killed." "Did you hear the shot?" "No, the people living in the building didn't either, or else they thought it was a car backfiring." "Go on." "After about a quarter of an hour, Madame Marcia came out of the building and hurried home." "Did you follow her?" "No, I thought I'd wait." "What happened after that?" "A car came speeding up and I was almost caught. It was the other boy, Joe. His brother must have rang him and asked him to drop everything and come over." Maigret was following this account with increasing interest. He hadn't spotted any obvious flaw in it, but he still felt a vague sense of unease. Then what? "The 2 men came out carrying a rolled-up rug, with something heavy inside." "Marcia's body?" "Almost definitely. They hoisted the bundle into the car and drove off towards Place Constantin-Becker. I didn't have a car, so I couldn't follow them." "What did you do?" "I stayed there, waiting." "Were they gone for a long time?" Nearly half an hour.
Did they bring the rug back?
No, I didn't see it again. They both went up to the apartment and Joe only came out an hour later.
That all held water. The two men had probably taken the body to the darkest part of Avenue Junot first, and then thrown the rug into the Seine. When they got back to Square La Bruyere, they would then have carefully covered up any trace of what had happened. What did you do after that?
I waited until morning before ringing Inspector Louis.
Why him and not the police station, say, or the police judiciaire?
Because they scare me.
And he was genuinely scared. This wasn't the first time you'd called him, was it?
No, I've been feeding him information like that for a long time. I know him by sight. We go to pretty much the same places. He's always on his own.
Why do you disappear?
Because I guessed the Maury brothers would realize it was me.
Maigret frowned. This was the least convincing part of his statement. Why would they think it was you? Had you talked to them?
No, but they'd see me in bars. They know that I roam around all over Montmartre and that I'm well informed.
No, Maigret snapped. The flea looked at him bewildered, then afraid.
What you mean?
It would have taken more than that for them to decide. To kill you.
I'll swear.
Didn't you ever speak to them?
Never. Just asked them.
Maigret sensed he was lying, but couldn't prove it. All right, we'll arrest them. In the meantime, come into the next door office with me. Wait quietly in here. One of the inspectors may have a newspaper he can lend you.
I don't like reading.
Fine. Don't work yourself into a state. Maigret motioned to Janvier to follow him into his office. Have you spoken to the Forensic Institute?
I got Dr. Bourdet himself on the telephone. The clothes and underwear are still there. The blood group is AB.
Same as the blood found on the rug.
Apparently it's the most common group in the country.
I'm going up to see the examining magistrate, and then I'll probably need you and Luca. Lapointe, too. Maigret walked down the long corridor containing the examining magistrate's offices. The benches against the walls were almost all occupied by people waiting to appear before them. Some were in handcuffs with gendarmes either side, while others, with less glassy expressions, were only witnesses or accused but not in custody. Maigret knocked on Boutet's door, went in, and found the examining magistrate dictating to his clerk. Excuse me. Have a seat. It's just red tape as usual. Have you used the warrants? Only the search warrant. An old Chinese rug has gone missing from the older Maury brothers' bedroom. The carpet underneath had a few stains, which have proved to be bloodstains. Group AB. Marcia's clothes, which Dr. Bourdet has examined, have the same type of blood where he was shot. That's not proof, as you know. It's a clue. Others are that Maury slept at Rue Ballot the night of the funeral, and that the two brothers have pretty much taken over La Sardine. Have you found that little midget? What's his nickname again? The Flea. He's downstairs under guard. He confirms that shortly after midnight he saw Monsieur Maurice enter the apartment building on Square La Bruyere, where the older Maury lives. A quarter of an hour later, lean Marcia came out and walked quickly off in the direction of her home. Finally, the younger Maury drove up as if he'd been called in as a backup by telephone. Half an hour later, the two brothers came down, carrying a heavy bundle which they hoisted into the car. The Flea couldn't follow them to Avenue Junot as he didn't have a car. But he's positive. The body was wrapped in a multicolored rug. Are you planning to arrest them? This afternoon. But I'd like another warrant. This time for Madame Lean Marcia. Do you think she's certainly complicit? I suspect she handed the gun to her lover. I almost wonder whether she didn't fire it. The examining magistrate turned to his clerk. You heard. Draw up the warrant. I get the impression they'll be hard nuts to crack. I do too, and it would be reckless taking them to court without solid proof, because they'll not only hire the best lawyers in Paris, but they'll also have all the false witnesses they could wish for. Soon afterwards, Maigret returned to his office and did something unusual. He took his gun out of a drawer and slipped it into his pocket. Then he called in Luca, Janvier, and Lapointe. Come in, boys. This time, we're going for broke. You're coming with me, Janvier. Go and get your gun, because we have to be prepared for anything with these people. You two do the same, he told Luca and Lapointe. You're going to Rue du Caire, where you'll probably find the younger Maury brother. If not, try where he lives, the Hôtel des Îles in Avenue Trudaine. Finally, if he's not there either, try La Sardine. Here's the warrant you need for him. Take a pair of handcuffs while you're at it. You too, Janvier.
They split up in the courtyard, and the two cars headed for their respective destinations. "Where are we going?" "To Manuel's first." The concierge told them that he was unlikely to be there, but that the cleaning lady definitely was. They went up. The cleaning lady was terrifyingly thin, and they wondered how she could stay upright. She was in her 60s and must have been ill. The expression on her face was bitter, aggressive. "What do you want?" "Monsieur Manuel Maury. He's not here." "What time did he go out?" "I've no idea." "Did he sleep in his bed?" "Bed's none of your business." "Where the police?" "Police or no police, it's none of your business which bed a man sleeps in." "Have you noticed that the rug in the bedroom has disappeared?" "So? If he burned a hole in it with a cigarette and sent it to be repaired, that's his business." "Is your boss pleasant to you?" "Like a slap in the face." Employer and employee were cut from the same cloth. "What, are you just going to stay in there?" "I'm going to get on with my vacuuming, because I haven't got time to waste." A few minutes later, the two men pulled up outside what had been Marcia's home. "Is Madame Marcia upstairs?" Maigret asked the concierge. "I don't think she's gone out, although you can always use the garden door, which is left open." "Day and night?" "Yes." "So you don't know who comes in and out?" "Not many people in the building use that door." "I get the impression that Madame Marcia wasn't alone that night." "I get that impression, too." "Have you seen a man leave the apartment today?" "No, he's probably still up there. According to the maid, we can expect he'll move in soon." "Which of them was the maid closer to?" "Monsieur Maurice, I'd say." "Thank you." Maigret and Janvier went up to the second floor. Maigret rang the bell. Several minutes passed before anyone answered. "Madame Marcia, please." "I'm not sure if she'll be able to see you. Come in, though." She showed them into the large drawing room, which was looking back to normal. "We'll have to come back with furniture experts," Maigret murmured as they waited. When a figure finally appeared in the doorway, it was Manuel Maury rather than Lean. "You again," he said. "I asked for Lean Marcia. She doesn't want to see you, and I'm going to make sure you don't bother her." "But I'm going to bother you both." "You're under arrest." "Oh, yes, the famous warrant." "There's a new one this time, in the name of Lean Marcia, née Pona." "You dared?" "I dared. And I'd advise you not to try anything obstructive. It could have very serious consequences for you." Manuel made as if to reach for his pocket, in which the outline of a revolver was visible. Maigret said softly, "Hands away, son." Lean's lover was pale. "You'd better keep him covered, Janvier." He looked around for a bell, and found one near the massive fireplace. He pressed it. Moments later, the maid stopped, dumbfounded, in the drawing-room doorway. "Go and get Madame Marcia for me. Tell her to pack some clothes, underwear, and toiletries, enough for a few days." The maid had barely gone before the lady of the house appeared empty-handed. "What does this—" She stopped when she saw Janvier holding his gun. "Here's a warrant in your name. I've come to arrest you both." "But it's nothing to do with me." "At the very least, you witnessed the murder and tried to cover up for the guilty party. That's called being an accessory. If a wife is liable every time she has a lover, not all lovers open fire on the husband. Go and get a few things. Wait a minute." "Give me your gun, Manuel." Maury hesitated. A hard look came over his face. Maigret stared him straight in the eye, ready for anything. Finally, a hand held out the gun to him. "Stay with him, Janvier. I don't like letting the wife go off on her own. I'm not sure I'd see her again." "I have to change." "You won't be the first woman I've seen do that. What did you wear when you danced at the tabaret?" The atmosphere was oppressive, and a sense of threat still hung in the air. Maigret followed Lean to the end of the corridor, where she went into a yellow and dove-grey bedroom with Louis XVI furniture. The bed was unmade. On a little table there was a bottle of whiskey and 2 half-full glasses. He thought her capable of anything, even grabbing the bottle and smashing it on his head. He poured her a large measure of alcohol and put the bottle out of her reach. Do you want any?" "No." "Get ready." "How long do you think we'll be gone for? Or maybe should I say, I'll be gone for?" "That will depend." "On whom?" "You and the examining magistrate." "What made you suddenly decide to arrest us when there was no question of it yesterday?" "Let's say that we've made some significant discoveries in the meantime." "You definitely haven't found the gun that killed my husband." "You know very well it's in the Seine, like the blood-stained rug." "Which prison are you taking us to?" The cells in the basement of the Palais de Justice, first of all. Isn't that where they put prostitutes? Sometimes, yes. And you have the nerve. Maigret pointed to the bed. You didn't even let that get cold. You are a terrible person. At the moment I am, yes, hurry up. In a flash, she stepped out of her clothes, as an act of defiance, it seemed. I won't have a shower. There can't be any of those where I'm going. She had a beautiful, supple dancer's body, but Maigret didn't feel a flicker of excitement. I'll give you 5 minutes. He went and stood in the doorway of the bathroom, which had another door. It took her almost quarter of an hour to get ready. She was wearing the same black suit and white hat as the day before. She had stuffed some underwear and toiletries in an overnight bag. I'm coming with you because I don't have a choice. I hope you pay dearly for this. They rejoined the two men in the drawing room. It was obvious from the look of surprise on Manuel's face that he was wondering why his mistress had kept them waiting so long. Did he think her capable of anything, too? The handcuffs, Janvier. Are you going to put me in handcuffs? Asked Manuel, who had turned white and was already raising his fist. He was much stronger than Janvier, but a concerted stare from Maigret made him lower his fist, and the handcuffs snapped shut on his wrists. I hope you're not going to put them on her, too. Only if I have to. The maid came and opened the front door for them, a strange smile on her face. Down you go. Maigret ushered Maury into the back of the car and got in beside him, while the young woman sat in the front next to Janvier. Neither of them tried to make a run for it, not that they would have succeeded. What about my brother? He should already be at headquarters, unless they had trouble getting hold of him. Did you send your men to Louducaire? Yes. He'd have been there. My brother's got nothing to do with this. I didn't even see him that night. You're lying. You'll have to prove otherwise. The car drove into the courtyard, and all four of them climbed the stairs. In my office, Janvier. The window was still open. The storm felt close now, and you could have sworn that it was already raining over Montparnasse. Sit down, both of you. Janvier, go and see if Lucan and Lapointe are back. The inspector returned moments later. He's next door, under guard. Bring him in. Joe was as furious as his elder brother. I'm making a complaint. Fine, told the examining magistrate. How long are you planning to keep us here? That will depend on the jury. One of you could get 20 years or more. You're going to have to do a few years, whatever happens. I didn't do anything. I know you didn't fire the gun, but I also know that when your brother rang you in the middle of the night, you helped him carry Marcia's body downstairs, put it in your car, and go off and dump it in Avenue Junot. That's not true. Janvier, bring in the person waiting. If it's him, that's exactly who it is. Come in, Justin. Have a seat. Janvier remained standing as if he was watching them, while Lapointe, who was sitting at the end of the desk, got ready to take the interrogation down in shorthand. Do you call that a witness? Snarled Manuel, angrier than ever. You can buy him for 100 francs and get him to say whatever you want. Pretending not to hear, Maigret turned to Lean. Will you tell me, madame, whether on Monday night you were in an apartment belonging to Manuel Maury, who you see here, on Square La Bruyère? That's none of your business. Does this mean you've decided not to answer any questions? Depends on the questions. Her lover looked at her, frowning. You do admit you're this man's lover, though, don't you? I'll be with whoever I like. As far as I know, there's no article in the Code Napoleon against that. Where did you spend last night? At home. Who with? Same answer. Did you know that your lover had a loaded gun in or on his bedside table? No answer. I'll press you on this, if I may, for your own sake, because it is very important, especially for you. When your husband rang the bell, you were naked in bed. Manuel put on a dressing gown to go and open the door, but didn't take his pistol with him. Your husband was holding a gun. He headed straight for the bedroom and pulled back the sheet. Who knows what names he called you? Then he turned to Manuel. Manuel went over to the bed, and moments later he had a pistol in his hand. He fired first. That's the first version. When we do the reconstruction, which we will soon, we'll see if it stands up. But there's another, equally plausible hypothesis. You knew where the gun was. Your husband was about to shoot your lover, and you fired first. What do you say to that? I say it's completely mad. I would have had to be there for a start, and then, ignoring her, Maigret turned to Manuel. What about you? What do you have to say to that? Grim-faced, the old unlucky brother was silent for a while, then shook his head. I don't have anything to say about it. Aren't you going to refute this theory? For the second time, I have nothing to say. So you're just going to leave me in the lurch, are you? Well, sweetheart, we'll see how much time that buys you. You'll notice that I didn't say anything. You could have denied it, couldn't you? Maybe I'll talk later in front of the examining magistrate when my lawyer's here. And in the meantime, I take the blame. Listen, Inspector. She marched furiously up to Maigret's desk and started to speak, gesticulating wildly. She was no longer the elegant, lean Marcia, but a wild creature, off the leash. Chapter 7. It's true. I was at Square La Boyere. There's no point denying it, because the concierge saw us, blind drunk as he was, and Manuel was never going to be able to buy him for long with a bottle of cognac. My fingerprints are probably all over the place, too. Traces of face powder or face cream, things like that, I don't know. 3 years it's been going on, with me going there at least twice a week. And that little fuck, that perverted little runt there in the corner must have known. As for Manuel, well, Manuel knew exactly what he was doing when he became my lover. He didn't want me. He wanted to take over from my husband. She was incandescent with rage, talking in staccato bursts. When Maurice took him under his wing, he was just a second-rate little pimp. What you don't know, I guarantee, is that Maurice was the real boss. Maigret took little puffs on his pipe, careful not to interrupt the torrent of words. Lean was swept along by passion, or rather fear. Now and again she turned to Manuel and gave him a look of hatred. A few hours ago they had been lovers and accomplices. Now it was a race to see who could pin the blame on the other. Jaumier, take off his handcuffs. At last. Just what I was thinking. I'd have a job escaping from here, I imagine. Manuel's arrogance had just given way to sneering. The flea sat motionless in his chair in the corner of the room, furthest from the Moy brothers. He still had a terrified expression on his face, and even if Manuel was temporarily disconcerted, he still looked at him with dread. He had been afraid of Manuel and thought of him as a sort of superhuman for so long, he couldn't shake it off. I'll come clean, as they say, she went on. We were in bed. The bell rang. Were you expecting it to? She hesitated for a moment. No. Why would I thought my husband would appear that night of all nights? Didn't he know about your affair? This powerful figure who knew everything that went on in Pigalle. Why would he have waited 3 years? If he knew, he was playing a clever game because he was insanely jealous. Did you have the feeling Manuel was expecting this visit? Her silence was longer this time. Honestly? I don't know. He got up and put on his dressing gown, which was lying on the back of an armchair. Then he took his pistol out of the bedside table drawer and put it in his pocket. She's lying, Inspector. My dressing gown is made of thin silk. You would be able to see a gun. Listen. I said I wouldn't talk unless my lawyer was present, and I meant it. But I'd advise you to be wary of everything this woman tells you, and make sure you check it. There is one thing I can clear up now, though. She was the one who threw herself at me when I started going around with Maurice. She kept saying that he was an old man, that he was washed up. An old freak. That was her expression. It was the other way around. It was he who... It was Manuel's turn to stand up. Stay in your seat. An impartial observer might almost have found the scene comical. Enthroned in his chair, with a row of pipes in front of him, Maigret was as expressionless as a wax figure in the Musée Gréma. He looked at each member of the couple in turn, gauging their reactions. The flea was still trembling in his corner, as if he was in imminent danger. The younger of the two brothers was listening in silence. For the moment, the Marcia case had been overshadowed by a bitter, merciless lover's quarrel. You can take over from him any day you like, that's what she said. She's ambitious, greedy. She started right at the bottom because she was on the game on Place Pigalle before working at the Tabaret. There was something nauseating about it all, and poor Lapointe tried to hide his indignation as he took notes. Had she already thought of killing him? Maigret asked in a quiet voice, as if it was the most natural question in the world. At any rate, it occurred to her in the first few months. Did you talk her out of it? It's a lie, Inspector. The only reason he became my lover was to step into my husband's shoes one day.
Once again, didn't your husband suspect anything?
He trusted me. Besides, it was the first time I'd cheated on him. That's a lie. She's even slept with Freddie the barman. He can testify to that.
She swung around again with a look of loathing in her eyes, as if she was going to spit in his face. It would be easier, madame, if you sat down.
I saw how you eyed up the furniture and pictures at Roubalou. I was sure you'd understood, and that you were going to have them valued. They were bound to find out the truth, but it wasn't this Sponger's idea.
Now Manuel was a sponger.
The Chateau Gang, as it was called, was my husband's idea, and he was the one who organized it. He had 6 or 7 trusted men dotted all over France. He'd contact them when he was planning a job, and they'd assemble at the meeting place he gave them. The Murray brothers would be there with their lorry and some crates to allay suspicion.
What happened to the furniture and the different works of art after Maurice and Manuel had taken their share?
They went back to the country, to crooked antique dealers. I dare you to say that isn't true. It's the only true thing she's said since we've been here, Inspector. I can't deny because the furniture will be valued.
You directed operations, though?
On the ground, yes. But the orders came from Maurice. He didn't take any risks. In his restaurant he played the part of a reformed criminal, and examining magistrates would shake him by the hand.
Was it a good business?
A gold mine.
Then you tried to take over?
It was her idea.
Are you sure of that?
It's my word against hers. You can think what you like. I'm sorry I threw the gun into the Seine, because you would have found her fingerprints on it, not mine. Don't you see he's telling a barefaced lie? Just when they were least expecting it, Maigret looked at the flea, who turned white.
What time did you ring up?
Chapter 8. Just before midnight, he stammered.
What did you tell him?
The truth.
What truth?
That his wife and Manuel were in the apartment.
What made you do that?
Justin turned his head away almost sulkily, like a schoolboy who's been caught doing something wrong.
Answer?
I don't know. I wanted revenge.
What for?
Everything. I tried to join the gang 2 years ago. I knew how they worked. I know almost everything that goes on in Piquet and on the Butte. I asked Manuel Moy to take me on, and he said he didn't need a little runt like me. It was Manuel's turn to say, "He's lying." Maigret was chain-smoking his pipes, and the air was blue with smoke.
You can smoke too, he said.
What about me?
Asked Lean. You can too.
I don't have any cigarettes, and I don't want one from that scum. Maigret handed her a packet, which he took out of his drawer, but drew the line at lighting a cigarette. Her hands were shaking so much she had trouble doing so and needed 3 matches. What's your version of the truth, Manuel? He never came to me about anything, and I only knew him from running into him occasionally on the streets of Montmartre. Everyone knew he was an informer. It's not true.
One at a time.
Go ahead, Justin. I rang up to get my revenge for this man's contempt.
Where did you ring from?
From the nearest telephone box. I could see the lights of the restaurant in the distance.
Did you know all hell was going to break loose?
I wasn't certain.
But you didn't mind that possibility?
No.
If someone else had been involved, would you have done the same thing?
This question threw him a little. He had to think. I don't know, he admitted.
Weren't you getting revenge for your height and your appearance, which made people stare at you in the street?
I don't know, he repeated.
Listen carefully to the question I'm going to ask you. You've just told a lie because you're afraid of Manuel.
The midget panicked again, as if the Moy brothers were all powerful even here. I told the truth.
No. The truth is that you were paid to make that telephone call at a particular time.
Who's supposed to have paid me?
Manuel, of course.
Come on, the latter exclaimed. I'd like to know why I'd arranged to be caught in the act by my mistress's husband. Justin finally started talking. He gave me 1,000 francs. He threatened to have me killed if I was stupid enough to say anything. He said, I've got men everywhere who'll do it if I can't. I felt sorry for Monsieur Maurice. I liked him.
But you still did as you were told.
I didn't want to be shot.
Didn't you think that Monsieur Maurice might shoot first?
The minute that man, he pointed to Manuel, the minute that man decided what was going to happen, there was no escaping it. He's a sort of devil. Maigret couldn't help but smile as Lean took centre stage again. You see, I wasn't lying, Inspector. I didn't know about this telephone call. I wasn't expecting my husband to burst in, and so I didn't have a gun. That's not true. Lying comes to her as easy as breathing. The telephone call was her idea. I can still hear her saying to me, if you kill him or have him killed, doesn't matter where, you'll end up being the prime suspect because the police will soon find out about our relationship. But suppose he catches us in flagrante, so to speak. I know him. He won't come unarmed. He'll threaten you or maybe me. Either way, it's self-defense. That doesn't prove that you didn't fire the gun, she said, tears of rage in her eyes. Turning to Maigret, she pleaded, what do I have to do for you to believe me? It's not up to me to believe you. As I've already said, it's the jury that will decide. I've never touched a gun in my life. That's not true, Manuel put in. I saw her shooting seagulls in Bandor. With a pistol? Her husband's. Did she hit any? She killed someone I was watching. Just now? Yes, Inspector? When did Manuel tell you about the telephone call? And where were you? It was the night of the murder in Rue Pigalle. I just taken Blanche to the Canary. I'll go there every day at the same time. Did he tell you to call around midnight? Yes. You see, cried Lean. I didn't even know where the fee was, and Manuel made sure not to mention the telephone call. Maigret was thirsty. He would have given a great deal to have some beer sent up, but then he would have had to order for everybody. He had achieved something important. The main thing, in fact. Now they had turned against each other. The two lovers had stopped denying that Monsieur Maurice had been murdered in the apartment on Square La Bruyère. Their respective guilt didn't concern him so much. It wasn't only the gun shop that mattered, it was also what had happened before. The preparation. He turned to Manuel, who was smoking a cigarette, a defiant look on his face. Why, after engineering this crime of passion, did you call your brother to help you take the body to Avenue Junot? Exactly. That's what proves I didn't fire the gun. If I had, I would have admitted it because it would have been self-defense. But the minute Lean did it, it became harder to convince anyone of that. I told her to go home and promised her I'd take care of everything. Maigret looked from one lover to the other. They were each as capable of lying as the other. Mauvais was a hardened cynic who hadn't been stopped by anything so far. But was Lean any more sincere than him? A croaky voice came from the flea's corner. It was him, said the voice. Did you see him? I heard it. Where were you? I'd followed Monsieur Maurice up to the 4th floor. I was hiding on the landing. Suddenly I heard the woman's voice screaming, Shoot, come on, can't you see he's going to kill me? She hadn't finished before I heard a shot. I ran downstairs. There was silence. The flea's huge mouth had broken into a strange smile. Manuel spoke first. He's lying. Maurice didn't try to shoot her. He's making it up, said Lean. No one said a word. Maigret stood up, looked balefully at them all in turn. Has anyone got anything else to say? No, grunted Manuel. I'll say it again. He's lying, Lean said clearly. Jomier, handcuff the 3 of them. But I didn't have anything to do with it, protested Joe, the younger Molly. Didn't you help your brother get rid of a body? That's not a crime. It's called aiding and abetting. Handcuff them. Me too, squealed Lean as if she were about to throw a fit. You too. Then Maigret told Lapointe, help Jambier take them to the cells. He was tired. He wanted to think about something else. He put his hat on and went down the great staircase. Large drops of rain were starting to fall, making black circles on the pavement. He reached Bastafine, where 2 of his colleagues were drinking pastis. He was tempted for a moment, then thought better of it. The biggest glass of beer you've got, he said to the bar owner. Chapter 9. The bench to the left of examining Magistrate Bouteille's door was almost constantly occupied for 3 months. The Maury brothers and Monsieur Maurice's accomplices in the chateau and country estate robberies had had to be tracked down to various provincial towns. Art experts had worked away too, eventually discovering the owners of the furniture and paintings in Rue Balou and Square La Bruyère. Valuables stolen by the gang were also found in disreputable antique dealers across the country. Maigret made a special trip to Montmartre to congratulate the modest Inspector Louis. I was just doing my job, the latter muttered, blushing. You can join my squad. whenever you like." The widower couldn't believe it. He may also have felt torn between his desire to join headquarters and his affection for Pigalle. The case went to court in November. The Chateau's case had been separated from it and would be heard later. In the witness box, Lean and Manuel constantly tried to blame each other for the murder. The telephone call to the victim implied premeditation and the maximum penalty. Despite his patience, examining Magistrate Bouteille couldn't decide between the two lovers who were now deadly enemies. When Lean testified, a voice could be heard in the dock. "She's lying." "Be quiet." "I'm telling you she's lying, and I'm ordering you to be quiet." The same scene was repeated when Manuel was on the stand. The jury didn't settle the question. It sentenced Manuel and Lean to 20 years apiece, and Joe to 5. As they left the court, all three of them glanced at each other hatefully. Meanwhile, the flea had started calling Inspector Louis again. Maigret and the Loner, Chapter 1. It was only 9 in the morning, and it was already hot. Maigret, who had taken off his jacket, was lazily going through his mail and occasionally glancing through the window. There was no quiver from the foliage of the trees on Quai des Orfèvres, and the Seine was as flat and smooth as silk. It was August. Lucas, Lapointe, and at least half the inspectors were on holiday. Janvier and Torrance had taken theirs in July, and Maigret was planning to spend much of September in his house in Meung-sur-Loire, which looked like a presbytery. For nearly a week, every day, late in the afternoon, a brief but violent storm had broken out, and rain pattered down, forcing the people in the streets to hurry on, as close to the buildings as possible. It was the end of a heatwave, and it cooled the air for the night. Paris was empty. Even the street noises were not the same as usual, and there were intervals of near silence. What you saw the most were the coaches of all colours and all nationalities, invariably stopping at the same places: Notre Dame, the Louvre, Place de la Concorde, Place de l'Étoile, Sacré-Cœur, and inevitably the Eiffel Tower, to discharge their loads of tourists. When you walked in the streets, you were surprised to suddenly hear French being spoken. The commissioner was on holiday too, which meant that the chore of the daily briefing had been dispensed with. There wasn't much mail, and purse-snatching was the most common crime. The ringing of the telephone startled Maigret out of his lethargy. He picked up the receiver. "The chief inspector from the first arrondissement is on the line. He wants to speak to you personally. Shall I put him through?" "Please do." Maigret knew him well. He was a somewhat affected man, always immaculately dressed, a highly cultivated man too, who had been a lawyer for several years before joining the police. "Hello, Ascan. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "I have all the time in the world." "I'm calling you because I thought the case I was landed with this morning might interest you." "What is it?" "A murder, but not an ordinary murder. It'd take too long to explain. When will you be free?" "I'm free now." "I hope you don't mind my asking you to meet me in my office. This thing happened in an almost unknown dead-end street on the edge of Les Halles." It was 1965, and Les Halles, Paris's central food market, had not yet been transferred to Rungis. "I'll be at the station in a few minutes." He indulged in a few grunts, like a man who is being disturbed, but the fact was he wasn't upset to get away for a while from the routine of the last few days. He went into the inspector's room. Usually he would have taken Janvier with him, but he needed somebody he could trust, somebody who could take the initiative to stay at Quai des Orfèvres in his absence. Come with me, Torrance. Take one of the cars in the courtyard." The police station of the first arrondissement wasn't far, in Rue des Prouvaires. Maigret went straight to Chief Inspector Ascan's office. "You're about to see one of the most appalling sights I've ever witnessed. I'd rather not say too much in advance. Torrance, it's best to leave the car here. It's only round the corner." They walked round the outside of the market, from which in this heat the smell was very strong, and which wasn't closed even though it was August.
They passed through narrow little streets lined with shops and rooming houses of varying degrees of seediness. There were a few tramps about, including a completely drunk woman holding onto the walls in order not to fall. This way. They came to Rue de la Grande Tournerie, and Ascan plunged into a dead-end street so narrow that a lorry wouldn't have been able to get through. "On passe du vieux feu," he announced. There were no more than 10 or so old buildings, and halfway along a gap left by one that had already been demolished. The others were also due for demolition and had been cleared of occupants. Timber supports had been put up against some of them in order to stop the walls collapsing. The one outside which Ascan stopped had lost its window panes, and part of the frames had also been removed. The front door had been replaced with planks, and Ascan pulled away 2 of them from which the nails had been removed. Behind it, they found a wide corridor. "Be careful on the stairs. There are steps missing, and the ones that are left aren't very stable." There was a smell of dust and decay, in addition to the lingering odor from the Halles. They climbed 3 floors. A boy of about 12, sitting against the cracked wall, sprang to his feet, bright-eyed, when he saw the 3 men coming in. "You're Inspector Maigret, aren't you?" "Yes." "If anyone had told me I'd see you in the flesh one day. I have a scrapbook of all the photographs of you they publish in the papers." "This is young Nicolier," Ascan explained. "Your first name is Jean, isn't it?" "Yes, monsieur." "His father's a butcher in the Rue Saint-Denis, the only one in the neighborhood not to have closed in August. Tell us your story, Jean." "It happened just like I said. Most of my friends are at the seaside. I can't play on my own, so I wander around. I look for places I don't know, even though I was born around here. This morning, I noticed this building. I tried to move the planks across the door and realized they weren't nailed on. I walked in. I called out, 'Is anyone here?' And my voice just echoed. I wasn't looking for anything. I kept going, just to see what there was. I pushed open that broken door you see there, on the right, and that was where I found the man. I ran downstairs and rushed to the police station. By the time I got there, I was out of breath. Do I have to go back into that room?" "I don't think that'll be necessary. Shall I stay here?" "Yes." It was Maigret who opened the door, which was so rotten that it wasn't even good for making firewood. He stopped in the doorway and realized why Ascan had wanted to surprise him. The room was quite large, and in the 2 windows the panes had been replaced with cardboard and thick paper. The uneven floor, with gaps several centimeters wide between the boards, was cluttered with an incredible jumble of totally useless objects, most of them broken. What particularly drew the eye was a man lying fully dressed, and obviously dead, on an iron bedstead covered with an old straw mattress. His chest was covered in caked blood, but his face had retained a serene expression. The clothes were those of a tramp, in marked contrast to the dead man's face and hands. He was quite old and had long silvery hair with bluish streaks. His eyes, too, were blue, but their fixed stare made Maigret uncomfortable, and Ascan closed them. He had a white moustache which was slightly turned up at the ends, and an equally white Richelieu-style goatee beard. Apart from that, he was clean-shaven, and Maigret had another surprise on discovering that the dead man's hands had been carefully manicured. "He looks like an old actor playing the part of a tramp," he murmured. "Did he have any papers on him?" "No, nothing. No identity card, no old letters. My inspectors who know the neighborhood came and had a look at him. None of them recognized him. Just one thinks he may have spotted him going through the dustbins." The man was very tall and exceptionally well built. His trousers were too short for him and had a hole in the left knee. An old jacket, a real rag, lay on the dusty floor. "Has the pathologist been?" "Not yet. I'm expecting him any minute. I wanted you to be here before anything was touched." "Thomas, phone from Manillas Bistro and ask for the men from Criminal Records to get here as soon as possible. Also, ask for the prosecutor's office to be informed." That face on the warped iron bedstead continued to fascinate him. The moustache and beard had been trimmed with care, and there was every sign that this had been done the previous day at the latest. As for the well-tended hands and their polished nails, it was hard to see them sifting through rubbish bins. And yet the man must have been doing that for a long time now. The whole room was cluttered with the most unexpected objects, broken almost all of them, An old coffee grinder, badly chipped enamel mugs, buckets with dents or holes, a kerosene lamp without a wick and without kerosene, unmatched shoes. I'll have to make an inventory of all this. There was a wash basin on the wall, and Maigret went and tried the tap. As he had expected, the water had been cut off. So had the electricity and the gas, as in all these buildings marked down for demolition. For how long had the man been living here? Long enough to have accumulated all these old things. It was impossible to question the concierge and the neighbours, since there weren't any. Ascan went back out on the landing and spoke to young Nicolier. "Do you want to make yourself useful? Wait downstairs in the street, and when a group of gentlemen arrive, which will be in a few minutes, bring them up here." "Yes, monsieur." "Don't forget to point out the steps that are missing." Maigret was coming and going, touching some of the objects, which was how he discovered a candle end and a box of matches. The candle had been stuck to the bottom of a chipped cup. It was the first time in his career that he had seen a sight like this, and the surprises kept coming. How was he killed? From several bullets in the chest and the belly. High caliber? Medium, probably .32. Is there anything in the pockets of his jacket? He could imagine the disgust with which the elegant, fastidious Ascan had searched these grubby rags. A button, some pieces of string, a crust of stale bread. No money. 2 25-centime coins. And in the trouser pockets, a dirty cloth he must have used as a handkerchief, and a few cigarette ends in a tin of cough drops. No wallet. No. Even the tramps on the river banks who slept under the bridges had papers in their pockets, even if it was just an identity card. Torrance, who had returned, was no less dumbfounded than Maigret. They're just coming. And indeed, Meurs and his men from Criminal Records were following young Nicolier up the stairs. They looked around them in amazement. "Murder?" "Yes. There's no way it could be suicide. There's no weapon in the room." "Where should we start?" "With his fingerprints. We need to identify him before anything else." "It's a pity to spoil such well-tended hands." They took the prints all the same. "Photographs?" "Of course." Well, what a good-looking man. He must have been quite a strong fellow." The next thing they heard were the cautious footsteps of the deputy prosecutor, examining Magistrate Cassure, and the court clerk. All three were looking in amazement at the sight offered by the room. "When was he killed?" the deputy prosecutor asked. "We'll soon know. Here's Dr. Largodinek." The doctor was young and lively. He shook hands with Maigret, nodded to the others, and walked over to the bed with its twisted feet. Another piece of junk the man had found in the street or on a patch of waste ground. "Have you identified him?" "No." They were looking anxiously at the floor. Now that there were so many of them in the room, it was moving so much that there was a likelihood it could collapse. "But we might end up on the floor below," the young doctor remarked. He waited until photographs had been taken before he approached the body and began his examination. The chest was uncovered, and they saw the black holes made by the bullets. 3 shots were fired from less than a metre away. The murderer aimed carefully, and it's likely his victim was asleep, or the bullets wouldn't have been so close together. Was death instantaneous? Yes, the left ventricle was hit. Do you think the bullets went through the body? I'll tell you that when I turn him over. One of the 2 photographers helped him. Only one of the bullets had gone right through the strange tramp's chest, and would probably be found in the straw mattress. Is there water in the room? No, it's been cut off. I wonder where he washed himself so carefully. His body is clean. Can you establish the approximate time of death? Between 7 and 11 p.m. I'm sure I'll be a bit more precise when I've done the post-mortem. Has he been identified? Not yet. We'll be giving his photograph to the papers. By the way, when will we have the first photographs? In an hour. Is that okay? The photographer left. The other technician searched for fingerprints on all the objects. I assume you don't need me anymore, the deputy prosecutor said. Or me, examining Magistrate Cassure added. Maigret was slowly smoking his pipe with a distracted air. It took him a few seconds to realize they'd been talking to him. No, I'll keep you informed. And to the pathologist, do you think he was drunk? I'd be surprised if he was. The stomach contents will tell us for sure. But at first sight, I don't think this man was a drinker.
"A tramp who doesn't drink," Ascan said. "That's quite rare."
"What if he wasn't a tramp?" Tonos said. But Maigret said nothing. It was as if his eyes were somehow photographing every last object and tiny detail of the room. Less than a quarter of an hour had gone by, and the technicians were still at work, when a van from the Forensic Institute drew up in the street. Young Nicollier went down to show the stretcher-bearers the way. "You can take him away, yes." Again, the man was seen face up, with his aristocratic head and his well-trimmed goatee.
"God, he's heavy,"
one of the carriers said. It wasn't easy for them to get down the stairs with their load because of the missing steps. Maigret called the boy over. "Tell me, young man, is there a hairdressing school in the neighborhood?"
"Yes, Monsieur Maigret, in Rue Saint-Denis, 3 doors down from our shop."
More than 10 years earlier, on the hunt for a criminal, Maigret had been called to one of these hairdressing schools. There were presumably more luxurious ones in Paris, but you couldn't expect first-class premises around Les Halles. It was quite likely that the one in Rue Saint-Denis, like the others, called on tramps and beggars to endure the clumsy efforts of their novice pupils. Both men and women attended these schools, including aspiring manicurists. But before going there, Maigret needed the photographs. For the moment, all he could do was wait for what the fingerprints showed. He left Mers and 2 of his men to continue their work in the room and walked back downstairs with Torrance and Ascam. It was a relief to breathe the relatively clean air of the cul-de-sac. "Why do you think he was killed?" "I don't have the slightest idea." There was a courtyard through the entrance arch. It was cluttered with old crates and refuse, but it did reveal to Maigret the answer to one of the pathologist's questions. Against one of the walls was a pump, with a bucket in a fairly good state next to it on the cobbles. He tried the pump. Nothing happened at first, but then it started up, and the water began flowing. Wasn't it here that the unknown man washed? Maigret could picture him bare-chested, splashing water on himself. He took his leave of Ascam and headed for Rue de la Grande Truanderie, then to Les Halles. It was getting hotter and hotter, and he took advantage of the fact that he needed to make a telephone call to go into a bistro that looked decent enough and order a draft beer. Torrance did the same. "Put me through to criminal records." Then he asked for Inspector Lebel, who had been dealing with the man's fingerprints. "Hello, Lebel. Did you have time to check in the records?" "I've been doing just that. There are no prints matching the dead man's." Another anomaly. Most tramps have been in trouble with the law at some time in their lives. "Thanks. Do you know if the photographs are ready?" "They will be in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Mestro?" "Let's say 15. The headquarters of the Police Judiciaire at Quai des Orfèvres wasn't far, and it took the 2 men only a few minutes to get there. Maigret went upstairs to the laboratory, where he had to wait for the photographs to dry. He had left Torrance in the inspector's room. He took 3 copies of each of the photographs, went back down to the Police Judiciaire offices, and gave Inspector Lourti the task of taking them to the newspapers, especially those that come out in the afternoon. "Come, Torrance, we still have an hour before lunch. Let's do the door-to-door." Maigret passed a set of photographs to Torrance. "Show them to the owners of shops and little bars around Les Halles. We'll meet back at the car." He himself headed for Rue Saint-Denis. It was narrow and still bustling despite the holidays, the working-class locals not being the kind you see often at the seaside. Maigret checked the numbers. The one he had been given corresponded to a seed merchant's shop. To the left of the window was an alley leading to a courtyard. Halfway along it was the bottom of a staircase, and 2 enamel nameplates were fixed to a wall that had once been painted green but had become an indefinable hue. Joseph, School of Hairdressing and Manicure. And an arrow pointed to the staircase beside the word mezzanine. Immediately below was another nameplate, Madame Cordier, Artificial Flowers. Here, too, an arrow pointed to the staircase but was accompanied by the words, Second Floor. Maigret mopped his brow, walked up to the mezzanine, opened a door, and found himself in quite a large room, barely lit by 2 half windows. What dim light there was came from tarnished globes hanging from the ceiling. There were 2 rows of chairs, apparently one for men and the other for women. Young trainees, male and female, were moving about under the direction of older men, and a small, thin, almost bald character, his moustache dyed in inky black,
supervised all of them. I assume you're in charge here. I'm Monsieur Joseph, yes. He could have been 60, he could have been 75. Maigret looked mechanically at the men and women sitting in the chairs, which had definitely been bought second-hand. It was like being of the Salvation Army or under the bridges, seeing that it was only tramps on whom the young people were exercising their combs, scissors, and razors. It was all quite impressive, especially in the dim light. Because of the heat, the two half windows were open, letting the street noises in, which made the atmosphere of the school even more unreal. Before Monsieur Joseph could lose patience, Maigret took the photographs from his pocket and held them out to the little man. What am I supposed to do with these? Look at them. Then tell me if you recognize him. What has he done? You're police, aren't you? He was visibly mistrustful. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire. This didn't impress Monsieur Joseph. Are you looking for him? No, unfortunately we found him. He'd been shot 3 times in the chest. Where did this happen? At home, if we can call it that. Do you know where he lived? No. He'd moved into a building that was due for demolition. A young boy who was wandering in the building found him and alerted the local police. Do you recognize him? Yes. We all called him his lordship. Did he come here often? It varied. Sometimes we didn't see him for a whole month. Then for a few weeks he'd come 2 or 3 times a week. Do you know his name? No. Not even his first name? No. Did he talk much? He didn't talk at all. He'd sit down in the first chair he found, half close his eyes, and let us do whatever we wanted. I was the one who asked him to let his moustache and goatee beard grow. They're coming back into fashion, and young hairdressers have to learn how to cut them, which is harder than you might think. How long ago was this? 3 or 4 months. Before that he was clean-shaven? Yes. He had wonderful hair, the kind you can do anything you like with. Had he been coming here long? 3 or 4 years. You only use tramps, I see. Almost exclusively. They know that at the end of the morning or afternoon I'll give them each a 5-franc coin. Did you give him 5 francs too? Of course. Did he know any of your regulars? I never saw him talk to any of them, and whenever anyone talked to him, he pretended not to hear. It was nearly midday. The scissors were clattering more quickly now. In a few minutes, there would be a stampede to get out, just like in school. Do you live locally? I live with my wife on the first floor of this building, just above where we are now. Have you ever bumped into him in the street? I don't think so. If it did happen, I didn't notice. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time. He went and pressed a button, then sat down behind a kind of counter in front of which a queue formed. Maigret slowly went back downstairs. After so many years in the police judiciaire, including stints on the beat and in the railway police, he thought he knew all the Parisian fauna. But he did not recall having ever met a man like the one who had been nicknamed his lordship. He walked slowly back to the car, which was parked on the corner of Rue Rambuteau. Torrance got there almost at the same time, mopping the sweat from his brow. Did you find anything? First of all, the baker's in Rue de Seine, where he bought his bread. Did he go there every day? Pretty much, most often late in the morning. Do they know anything about him there? No, nothing. He barely opened his mouth to place his order. Did he ever buy anything else? Not there, but in Rue Coquillière he'd buy slices of sausage or a Savoy. On one corner of the street there's an open-air fries store that also sells hot sausages, especially at night. He'd sometimes buy a bag of fries and a sausage about 3 in the morning. I also showed the photographs in 2 or 3 bistros. They did see him, but not very often, and then he'd only order a coffee. He never drank wine or spirits. The picture of this man was growing increasingly strange. His lordship, to use the name Monsieur Joseph had given him, seemed to have had no contact with other human beings. Apparently he worked in the Halles at night, whenever they hired him to unload a lorry of vegetables or fruit. I have to telephone the Forensic Institute, Maigret said, remembering. That gave him the opportunity to have his second beer of the morning. Could you put me through to Dr. Lagordinec, please? Hold on, I'll call him back. He's just on his way out. Hello, Lagordinec, Maigret here. I don't suppose you've done the post-mortem yet? I'm doing it first thing this afternoon. Could you make sure you don't spoil the face? I'm going to need more photographs. That's easy. Oh, when will you send the photographer? Tomorrow morning, along with a hairdresser. What will he do to him? Shave off his moustache and beard. Torrance dropped Maigret off in Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir, opposite his apartment. Shall I carry on this afternoon? He asked. Yes. In the same neighborhood? Maybe try the riverbank, too. He may have slept there at some time. Madame Maigret could see immediately that he was worried, and pretended not to notice. Are you hungry? Not very. He was the one who wanted to talk about his morning. I've just encountered one of the most surprising characters imaginable. A criminal? No, a victim. The man's dead. He'd set up home in an empty building that had been marked for demolition for years. He only used one room that was still more or less inhabitable, and in it he put together the most incongruous collection of objects found in dustbins and on waste ground. A tramp, in other words, except that he looked quite aristocratic. He told her about the hairdressing school and showed her the photographs. Of course, it's hard to judge from the photographs of a dead man, but surely people in the neighborhood must know him. Nobody knows his name, not even his first name. At the hairdressing school they call him His Lordship. Photographs will appear in the afternoon papers. Maybe some of the readers will recognize him. True to his word, he ate without much appetite. He didn't like it when he couldn't understand, and right now he understood nothing about that morning's discovery. By 2 o'clock, he was sitting in his office. After filling his pipe, he looked through his mail. When he was shown the newspapers, he saw that 2 of them had put the photograph on the front page. "Do you know this man?" one asked. The other had the headline, "A dead man with no name." There were reporters in the corridor, and Maigret let them in. He had almost nothing to tell them, except that he was making every effort to identify the man found in Impasse du Vieux Four. Could he have committed suicide? There was no weapon in the room or anywhere in the building. Can we go there and take photographs? The body's not there anymore, of course. Just to capture the atmosphere? If you like. There's an officer guarding the door. Tell him you have my permission. You seem worried. I'm trying to understand, and I hope that'll happen quite soon. This time I'm not keeping anything under wraps. I've told you all I know. The more it's talked about, the better. About 4 o'clock, they started to receive telephone calls. Some came from practical jokers, others from the kind of fanatics who muscle in on every case. One young girl asked, "Does he have a wart on his cheek?" "No." "Then he's not the person I was thinking of." 4 or 5 people came to headquarters. Patiently, Maigret admitted them and showed them the various photographs. "Do you recognize him?" "He looked a bit like an uncle of mine who's already run away several times. But no, it's not him. This man was tall, wasn't he? About 1.80 meters. My uncle was very short and very thin." For the first time that week, the storm didn't break, and the air was stifling. At about 5, Torrance got back. "Find anything?" "Nothing much. An old tramp on the Pont Marie vaguely remembers our man, but I don't know how far we can trust him. Apparently, several years ago, the unknown man used to sleep under the bridges. He wasn't very sociable. They suspected that he spent part of his nights in the L, but that was all they knew about him. No name, no nickname even." "One nickname, yes. A quiet one. Nothing else. From time to time he'd buy a candle." At last, at 6 o'clock, he received some more specific information. It was Dr. Lagodinec calling him after performing the post-mortem. "I'll send you my report tomorrow morning, but I can tell you roughly what I know. In my opinion, the man isn't as old as he seems." "How old would you say he was, Maigret?" 65, 70. Judging by the state of his organs and arteries, he's 55 at the most." "He obviously had a hard life. What did you find in his stomach?" "Let me tell you first of all that he was killed between 2 and 5 in the morning, closer to 3 than to 5. His last meal, which was half digested, consisted of sausage and fries. He must have eaten around 2 o'clock, just before going home to bed." "And the killer took advantage of his being asleep to—" "To do what?" the doctor objected. "It may have been someone he trusted, someone he didn't have any suspicion of. I find it hard to see him trusting anyone that much." "Did he have any diseases?" "No, no infirmities either. He was a strong man. Very tough. Thanks, Doctor. I'll wait for your report. If you like, I can send someone for it tomorrow morning. Not before 9, please.
9 is fine by me. What had most struck Maigret was his lordship's age. He seemed to have been a tramp for several years, perhaps many years, and tramps are generally older. They also tend to become quite close. From one end of the river banks of Paris upriver to the other end downriver, they all knew each other, more or less, and a newcomer would immediately arouse curiosity among the veterans. What else did you find, Torrance?
That's pretty much it. Apart from the old man under Pont Marie, the others don't remember him. And yet there are some who've been tramps for more than 10 years. I went to the tobacconist's closest to where he lived. He sometimes bought matches there.
What about cigarettes?
No. As far as cigarettes went, he'd just pick up cigarette ends from the pavement.
The telephone rang.
Hello?
Monsieur Maigret? It was a woman's voice, still young from the sound of her. Yes. Who am I speaking to? My name wouldn't mean anything to you. Did the man whose body you found this morning have a scar on his scalp? To be honest, I don't know. If he does have one, I hope the pathologist will mention it in his report, which I'm expecting tomorrow morning. Do you have any idea who he might be? No, not yet. I'll phone her tomorrow during the day. She hung up without saying anything more. It suddenly struck Maigret that he didn't need to wait until the next day to have an answer to the young woman's question. He called the hairdressing school. It was Monsieur Joseph who answered. Maigret here, there's a question I forgot to ask you this morning. Did you ever do his lordship's hair yourself? To show some pupils, yes. Did you notice a scar on his scalp? Yes. I didn't dare ask him what kind of accident he'd had. A large scar. About 6 centimeters long. It hadn't been stitched up, which meant the scar was quite wide. Was it noticeable through his hair? Not when his hair had been done. He had a wonderful head of hair, as I think I told you. Thank you very much. So a first contact had been established, at least for a few moments. Somewhere in Paris there was a young woman who had known his lordship, given that she knew about his scar. She had been careful to hang up before Maigret could ask her any questions. Would she call back the next day, as she had said? Maigret was impatient. He couldn't wait to put a name to this unknown man and find out the reason why he had lived as he had. The heterogeneous collection of objects cluttering the room in Impasse du Vieux Fort suggested a madman or an obsessive. Why gather and put together things he could never sell, and which were of no use to him? Maigret couldn't accept the idea that the man was mad. The telephone rang again. Since the publication of the photographs, Maigret had been expecting it, and it was what he wanted. Hello? Inspector Maigret? Yes. Who am I speaking to? Like his earlier caller, this one, also a woman but clearly not young, did not answer him, but as if by chance, she asked the same question. Does he have a scar on the top of his skull? Do you know someone like that who looks like him? Silence at the other end of the line. Why don't you answer? You haven't answered my question, either. He does have a scar about 6 centimeters long on the upper part of his head. Thank you. She too hung up, just like the first woman. So there were 2 women who had known his lordship, but weren't in communication with each other. If they were, a single telephone call would have sufficed. How to track them down in a population of 5 million? And why were they both determined to remain anonymous? It put Maigret in a bad mood, and he left the police judiciaire muttering to himself. And yet he had learned something. His loner hadn't always been quite such a loner. 2 women had known him, 2 women remembered him, but didn't want to be questioned. Why? It was a little cooler now, even though the storm hadn't broken. A light wind had sprung up, pushing little pink clouds across the sky, as if in an opera set. He indulged in a glass of beer. He had promised Dr. Parnor he wouldn't overdo it from now on, but could it be called excessive to drink 3 glasses of draught beer in a whole day? He was trying his best to stop thinking about his lordship. He wondered who could have discovered the strange place where he had sought refuge, and why that person had killed him. He shrugged bad-temperedly. He was wrong, he knew, as in every investigation, to want to know everything immediately. Each time he would grumble, as if fate was being unfair to him. Then, in the days that followed, the truth came to light. Would that happen this time too? He made an effort to whistle as he climbed the stairs of his apartment building. Chapter 2. The following morning, Maigret had shed his bad mood and once again walked from home to Quai des Orfèvres. The municipal sweepers travelled down the almost empty streets in slow motion, leaving behind them wide strips of wetness, and a warm mist rose from the Seine. He was climbing the staircase to the police judiciaire when he saw a photographer waiting, laden with cameras. He knew him well. He was always here when there was a case on. He worked for an agency and often waited hours for something to happen. He had red hair and looked like an overgrown schoolboy. If you threw him out of one door, he'd come back into another, or through the window. His colleagues called him Coco. His name was Marcel Cohn. Just in case, he took a photograph of Maigret on the stairs. It might have been the 200th he had taken of him. "Have you summoned any witnesses?" "No." "There's one waiting in the corridor." "First I've heard of it." There was indeed a man on a bench. He was very elderly, but still held himself erect and stood up briskly. "Might I have a few words with you, Inspector?" "Is it about what happened in Les Halles?" "Yes. The murder in Impasse du Vieux-Four." "I'll see you in a moment." First, as he always did, he popped his head round the door of the inspector's room. They were all in their shirt-sleeves, and the window was wide open. Torrance was there, glancing through a newspaper whose headline read, "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret on the trail." The truth was, he didn't yet have a trail to follow. "Anything new, boys?" "The usual anonymous letters, a couple of letters from madmen too. Regulars." From his office, Maigret telephoned the hairdressing school. "Monsieur Joseph, I'd like to ask you a favour. Could you send one of your young people to the Forensic Institute to shave his lordship's moustache and goatee? Naturally, I'll pay for the work." "I'd rather go myself. It's a delicate task." He next called Criminal Records and got Meurs on the line. "Is Mestral there?" "He's just arrived." "Could you send him to the Forensic Institute? There he'll find a barber shaving our unknown man's moustache and beard. As soon as that's been done, I'd like a few good photographs taken from different angles. It's quite urgent." He had only just hung up when the telephone rang. "Hello, Inspector Maigret." He thought he recognized the voice. "I'm the person who called you yesterday about the murder in Les Halles." The young voice, not the other. "I assume you want to ask me the same question." "Yes." "You're not the only one." "Oh." "Another woman called me and said precisely the same thing as you." "What did you tell her?" "I'll tell you if you come and see me, or if you give me your name and address." "I'd rather not." "That's up to you." This time it was Maigret who hung up, muttering, "Little cow." Basically, at least 3 people knew the identity of his lordship, the 2 women who had telephoned about the scar, and, of course, the murderer. Maigret went and opened the door. His visitor, who was short and thin, leapt to his feet and came towards him. "I was a little afraid you wouldn't see me." In the way he walked, held himself and spoke, there was something that struck Maigret, although he didn't know what. "My name's Émile Hugon, and I live in Rue Lepic in the same apartment my parents were living in when I was born. Please, sit down. You may not think so by looking at me, but I'm 85 years old." He seemed very proud to have reached that age in such good condition. "I came down here from Montmartre on foot, and every day I walk at least 2 hours." Maigret could see there was no point in bombarding him with questions. "Locally they call me the Colonel. Not that I was ever a colonel, only a captain. When war broke out in 1914, I was in training as a non-commissioned officer. I was at Verdun and Chemin des Dames. I got through Verdun unscathed, but on the Chemin des Dames I got a piece of shrapnel in my leg, which still makes me limp. When the Second War started, I was too old. They didn't want me." He seemed very pleased with himself, and Maigret summoned his patience, hoping the colonel wasn't going to tell him his whole life story. Instead of which, the man asked abruptly, "Have you identified him?" "Not yet." "Unless I'm mistaken, though that would surprise me, his name is Marcel Vivien." "Did you know him personally?" "He had his workshop in the courtyard just below my apartment. Whenever I went out, I'd always go and say hello to him." "When was this?"
almost immediately after the Second War, in 1945. How old was he then? About 35. He was a tall, strong young man with an intelligent, open face.
What was his profession?
He was a cabinet maker. He'd also done classes in decorative arts. His speciality was restoring old furniture. I saw some really excellent furniture there, full of inlay work.
Did he live in the same building as you?
No. All he had was the glass-fronted workshop. He'd come in the morning and leave again in the evening.
Did he really look like the photograph you saw in the papers?
Well, he didn't have a beard or moustache in those days, but I'd swear it's him.
Do you know if he was married?
Oh, yes. A woman the same age as him, who'd sometimes come and meet him when he'd finished for the day. He had a little girl of 7 or 8 who often came in to say hello to him on her way home from school.
When did you last see him?
At the end of 1945 or the beginning of 1946. One fine morning he didn't come to the workshop, or the next day, or the days after that. At first I thought he was ill. Then his wife came. She had the key. She went to the workshop and stayed there for a very long time, as if she was making an inventory.
Have you seen her since?
She still lives in the neighborhood and quite often does her shopping at the market in Hula Peak. For several years I saw her daughter in the street. She'd grown up. I assume she got married.
What happened to the furniture that was in the workshop?
An upholsterer got it. A locksmith eventually took over the space.
Maigret showed the different photographs he had of the man in En Passe du Vieux Fort. The colonel inspected them carefully.
My opinion hasn't changed. I'm almost certain it's him. I retired a long time ago. In the summer, I like to sit on a park bench or a cafe terrace and watch people passing by. I try to guess what job they do, what kind of life they lead. It's made me observant.
As far as you know, did the man ever have an accident?
He didn't own a car.
There are other kinds of accidents. Did he ever hurt his head?
The colonel struck himself on the forehead. Yes, of course. It was the middle of summer, very hot, just as it is now. He was in the courtyard, working on a chair that was missing a leg. I was watching him from my window, and I saw a pot of geraniums fall on his head. Mademoiselle Blanche, the tenant on the 3rd floor, had accidentally knocked it over while watering her flowers. He didn't want to go to hospital or see a doctor. He disinfected the wound and went to the pharmacy opposite to have it bandaged.
Was the scar visible?
He wore his hair quite long and very thick, so it was hidden.
Do you remember anything else? Did you ever see him again in the neighborhood?
No, never.
But you say his wife and daughter still lived there, so they didn't move out with him.
Precisely.
Do you know if he drank?
Definitely not. Every morning at 10 o'clock, he'd close his workshop for a few minutes to go to the little bistro next door for a coffee.
Are there still any tenants in your building who were there in 1945?
Let me think. The concierge, yes, she's still the same. Her husband was a policeman. He's dead now. She's aged a lot. Mademoiselle Blanche, whom I mentioned, is still alive, but she can't leave her wheelchair. Apparently she's no longer in her right mind. On the other floors, the trebuchet's on the 3rd floor. He used to work for the tax office. He's retired, too. Everyone's older, of course.
Do you think they'd recognize Marcel Vivien?
It's possible, but the trebuchet's windows look out on the street. They didn't have the opportunity I had to see what was happening in the courtyard.
Thank you for coming, Monsieur Rougon. I think your statement will be very useful to us. I have one of my inspectors take you to a small office at the end of the corridor.
I'd like you to repeat to him what you've just told me. Will I be called as a witness when the case comes to trial?
He was already quite excited. Hold on. We have to get our hands on the murderer first and establish the identity of the victim.
Maigret opened the door to the inspector's room and chose Loti, who was the fastest typist. He told him what he expected of him, and Loti came and took charge of the colonel. They seemed to have a lead now. Maigret was waiting for the photographs before going to Hula Peak. He knew that Mestral was a fast worker, and he killed time by going through his mail. At 10:30, the photographer was there with a whole batch of proofs in his hand. It makes him look younger, don't you think?
Yes.
though apparently he wasn't very old. The pathologist reckons 55 at the most. How many copies did you print? Look, there are 5 of each pose, if you can use that word talking about a dead man. By the way, that barber of yours was so upset. I expected him to pass out. Thanks. I'd like you to make some more prints. We need them for all the newspapers. Maigret stuffed 2 copies of each photograph in his pocket and took another which he gave to Coco, the most stubborn photographer in Paris. Here, we've done part of your work for you. These are pictures of our man with his beard off. Your agency can reproduce them and send them to whichever newspapers you choose. Maigret also gave 2 to Leduc, one of the youngest inspectors. Take these to the 2 main evening papers. We just about have time. They go to press early in the afternoon. Make sure you hand them over to the editor or his secretary. Last but not least, he walked to the end of the corridor where Lortie was typing up what the colonel was telling him. As before, the old man sprang to his feet. It's all right, don't get up. I just wanted to show you these. And he held out the new photographs. From the very first glance, the ex-officer's face lit up. It's him. Now I'm sure I wasn't mistaken. Obviously he's older here, but that's definitely Vivian. Maigret made a sign to Lortie to continue and walked back to the inspector's room. Get your hat, Torrance. Are we going far? Montmartre, or a peak to be precise. He showed Torrance the photographs. I see you had him shaved. Yes, this morning. I've just had a visit from a retired army captain who's now 85, and who claims to recognize him even though he hasn't seen him for 20 years. Who is he? Apparently a cabinet maker who used to have his workshop in Rue Lepic, and who disappeared overnight. 20 years ago? Yes. Did he have family? It seems he had a wife and daughter. Did they also go missing? No, they still lived in the neighborhood for some years. They took one of the police judiciaire's little black cars and drove straight to Rue Lepic, which was filled with market stalls selling fruit and vegetables. 65A was at the top of the street, on the left. Try to find a parking space and then join me. I'll probably be with the concierge. The concierge was still young and appealing. She looked at Maigret through the glazed door of the lodge. He knocked, and she opened. What can I do for you? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire. Is it about one of my tenants? She said, surprised. It's about someone who used to be your tenant. So I was right. What do you mean? Yesterday, when I saw the photograph in the paper, I immediately thought of Monsieur Vivien. I even told the dairy woman, but then I said, it can't possibly be him. Such a nice young man, so hard-working, I can't believe he ended up as a tramp. Maigret showed her the new photographs just as Torrance came into the lodge. One of my inspectors. Take a good look at these photographs. Oh, I don't need to look long. It's him. What confused me a bit yesterday was the moustache and beard. You've had him shaved. She added, staring at the photographs. I'm still flabbergasted. Do you remember the way he left here? Did he give notice? Did he send back to his customers the items of furniture he was working on? It wasn't like that at all. He just didn't show up one day and nobody around here ever saw him again. Wasn't he reported missing? I don't know if his wife did that. She didn't often come to see him during the day. His daughter, yes, almost every day. She'd drop by and say hello. They lived not far from here in Rue Colincourt. I don't know the number, but it was next door to a dry cleaner's. Have you seen his wife since? Quite often in the market. She still does her shopping in Rue Lepic. Her hair's grey now and she's very thin. She used to be quite plump. Have you ever spoken to her? She looked at me a few times, but didn't seem to recognize me. Is it a long time since you last saw her? A good few months, maybe a year. And what about the girl? She must be 28 by now. Somebody told me, I can't remember who, that she was married with children. Does she live in Montmartre? Apparently. I don't know where. Could I have a look at the workshop? Just go along the corridor and open the door to the courtyard. Monsieur Benoit, the locksmith, works there now. He was a very affable man in his 30s. How can I help you? Maigret told him who he was. I assume you're here because of the man who was shot 3 times in the chest. They were talking about this morning in the bistro where I have a drink every day. Did you know him? Of course not. I was 10 when he left here. An upholsterer took his place. He was here for about 15 years. He wasn't all that young anymore and decided to retire to the country. That's when I rented the workshop. Did anyone ever come and ask you for information about Marcel Vivien?
No, nobody. But since yesterday, people who've been here a long time have been talking about him. This morning, when I was having my coffee and croissant, it was all they were talking about. The old folks, even the middle-aged people, remember him and can't understand how he could have become a tramp. Apparently he was a good-looking man, tall and strong, who had a good trade and made a very decent living, and yet he vanished overnight without saying a word to anyone. Not even to his wife. So they say. I don't know if it's true. I'm just repeating what I heard. They say he'd been missing for several days, maybe even a week, before she came here to ask after him. That's all I know. But if you want to hear people talk about him, just go to the bistro next door. Thank you. He and Toros went back out into Ula Peak. The identity of the dead man was becoming clearer. They both went into the little bar next door. It was obvious from the start that all those at the counter, which was still of the old-fashioned kind, were regulars. What can I get you? A beer. Me too, Toros said. A pleasant smell of fruit and vegetables filled the air, wafting in from the barrows lined up on the pavement. The owner served them. Aren't you Inspector Maigret? Yes, I am. I assume you're here about the man whose picture was in the papers yesterday afternoon. Now everyone was looking at them, and it was just a question of who would be the first to speak. In the event, it was a powerful-looking man with huge arms in a white blood-stained apron, a butcher, who spoke first. Who's to say he didn't run off with some young thing, and then when she dumped him he couldn't face going back to his old lady? I had an assistant for almost 10 years. He was the quietest boy you could imagine. All the same, one morning he vanished without saying a word. He'd run off with an 18-year-old girl. He was 45. 2 years later, we'd heard he'd shown up at the unemployment office in Strasbourg. The others nodded in approval. This was a typical bistro in a densely populated neighborhood. Most of those who were here were artisans, small shopkeepers, and retired men who popped in for a quick drink in the middle of the morning. Is there anyone here who saw him again after he disappeared? They all looked at each other. A thin man in a leather apron conveyed the general opinion. He wasn't stupid enough to come back to the neighborhood. Did you know his wife? No, I don't even know where he lived. I only ever met him here when he'd come in for his coffee. He wasn't a big talker. You mean he was stuck up? No, not stuck up. He just didn't like talking. Maigret drank his beer, the first of the day. He was keeping count. When he saw Pardon again, he would quote figures to him, not without pride. Admittedly, when it came to tobacco, his record wasn't so impressive, and he still smoked as many pipes a day as before. They couldn't take away all his pleasures just because he was nearing 55. I think I bumped into him in Rue de la Cochonnerie one day, but his hair was all white and he was dressed like a beggar. I told myself it couldn't be him, and I went on my way. This was said by a little old man drinking an aperitif of a brand that had been fashionable 40 years earlier, but that nobody ordered these days. How long ago was this? Maybe 3 months, no more. Spring was late this year and hadn't started yet. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Didn't mention it. At your service. I hope you get your hands on the lowlight who shot him in the belly. They set off for Rue Caulaincourt. Would they ring every doorbell and question every concierge to track down Vivian's wife, assuming she still lived in the neighborhood? Maigret couldn't face it in this heat, and he headed for the local police station in Rue Lambert. He had once known a man who had vanished in similar circumstances to Vivien, although it was hard to know if it was for the same reasons. He was a Parisian industrialist, well-to-do, without any apparent problems. He was over 50, with a wife and 2 children, including a 21-year-old son who was studying at university. As for his daughter, who was 3 years younger, no one had a bad word to say about her. One morning, he had left at his usual time for his factory in Levallois. He drove himself. That was the last anyone had heard of him for several years. His car had been found not far from Rue du Temple. He didn't have a mistress as far as anyone was aware. His doctor stated that he had no serious illness and could expect to live many more years. The police had looked everywhere, except where he actually was. The reality was that overnight he had chosen to become a tramp. He had sold his clothes to a second-hand dealer in Rue des Blancs-Manteaux and swapped them for what were basically rags. From that point on, he had stopped shaving. 3 years later, one of his suppliers had recognized him in Nice, his face hidden beneath a thick beard.
He was selling newspapers on cafe terraces. The supplier had seen fit to inform the police and telephone his wife, but although they had combed the city, they hadn't found him. Maigret often thought about him. You should stop searching for him, madame. You know now that he's alive and well. He's chosen to live the life he liked. Are you telling me he deliberately became a tramp? She hadn't understood. The man had kept his identity card, and they had been able to inform his family when he had died 15 years later in the old quarter of Marseille, which still existed at the time. "Hello, Dubois," Maigret said to the officer behind the counter. Miraculously, or because of the season, the station was empty. "The chief has just gone out, but he'll be back soon." "I'm not here to see him. I'd just like you to look in your registers and tell me if a Madame Marcel Vivien, is still living in the neighborhood." "Do you have a last known address?" "It's in Rue Colincourt, but I don't know the number." "Recently?" "No, she was there 20 years ago." The officer opened several large black books and ran his forefinger down some of the pages. After a quarter of an hour, he had found it. "Is her first name Gabrielle?" "That's right." "She's still registered at 67 Rue Colincourt?" "Thanks, Dubois. You've saved me at least an hour's door-to-door. Rue Colincourt's a long street." The two men took the car, even though they only had 300 meters to go. Number 67 was quite close to Place Constantin-Pécur. "Shall I come in with you?" "It's best if I'm alone. Two of us might alarm her." "I'll wait for you at Meniere's." The famous brasserie was just along the street. Maigret knocked at the door of the concierge's lodge, where he could see a fairly young woman arranging fruit on a dish. "Come in." He opened the door. "How can I help you?" "I need to know if Madame Vivien still lives here." "Yes, on the 4th floor." "Is it the same apartment she was living in when her husband was still around?" "I wasn't concierge then. I was too young. But I think she changed floors to have a smaller apartment. 2 rooms and a kitchen looking out on the courtyard." "Do you know if she's in?" "It's quite likely she is. She only goes out early in the morning to do her shopping, and even then not every day." Maigret headed for the narrow lift. The concierge caught up with him to say, "It's the door on the left." "Thank you." Maigret was more impatient than ever. He had the impression he was reaching his goal, that in a few minutes he would know everything about the man in En Passe du Vieux Four. He pressed a button and heard a bell ringing behind the door. Then the door opened, and a hard-faced, middle-aged woman looked at him with a frown. "Madame Vivien? What do you want? Are you a reporter?" "No, I'm Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. And I think you phoned me yesterday." She didn't say either yes or no, and didn't invite him to enter. They looked at each other without coming to a decision, and it was Maigret who at last made up his mind to push the door open and walk into the hall. "I have nothing to say," she said, as if her mind too was made up. "All I ask is for you to answer a few questions." A door was open, the door to a kind of sitting room that served rather as a dressmaker's workshop. The sewing machine was on a little table, and the big table was covered in unfinished dresses. "You've become a dressmaker, I see." "We all have to earn a living." The chairs were as cluttered as the table, and Maigret remained standing. The woman did not sit down either. What was most striking about her was the hardness of her face, the stiffness of her body. You sensed that she had suffered a lot and had become somehow frozen, withdrawn. She must have been pretty once, must have dressed in bright colors, but now she seemed unconcerned about her appearance. "2 people, 2 women, phoned me yesterday. They both asked me the same question, and then immediately hung up as if they didn't want to be identified. I assume the second one was your daughter." She didn't reply. "Is she married? Does she have children?" "What business is that of yours? Can't we be left in peace? If this goes on, we'll be getting reporters and photographers soon." "I can promise you I won't give them your address." She shrugged, as if she were resigned. "Your husband has been identified by several people. There's no doubt about it now. Did you know what had become of him?" "No." "What did he tell you when he left 20 years ago?" "Nothing." "Did you notice anything different about him before he left?" He had the impression she shuddered at this, but he wasn't sure. "He was the same as usual." "Were you and he on good terms?" "I was his wife." We sometimes see a husband and wife who constantly quarrel and make each other's life difficult. That wasn't the case with us.
Did he ever go out alone in the evenings?
No. Whenever he went out, I went with him.
What kind of places did you go?
To the cinema, or else we'd go for a walk in the neighborhood.
In the days before he left, did he seem worried?
No.
Maigret had the impression she was lying, and that was the reason she was mostly answering in monosyllables. Did you have friends come to visit you?
No.
Relatives?
Neither of us had relatives in Paris.
Where did you meet him?
In the shop where I worked.
She had the pale, dull complexion of someone who lives indoors all the time, and her body had lost all its suppleness.
That's all.
Do you have a photograph of him?
No.
I can see one, on the mantelpiece.
A young, good-humoured, almost cheerful Marcel Vimier. I'm not taking that one out of its frame.
You'll get it back as soon as we've had copies made.
And I say no. At least, don't deprive me of what I have left.
He took a step towards the door. May I have your daughter's address?
Where did you get mine?
At the local police station.
She almost told him that he could find her daughter's address in the same way, then shrugged again. She was barely 8 when he left.
She's married, isn't she?
On the mantelpiece, there was also a photograph of 2 children who looked about 6 and 4. She's married, yes. Her name's Odette de Leveau now, and she lives at 12 Rue Marcadet. Now I'd like you to leave. I have a customer who's coming for a fitting this afternoon, and her dress too needs putting together.
I'm very grateful to you, Maigret said, not without irony.
You're welcome.
He still had a lot of questions to ask her, but sensed it would be futile. It would take a lot longer to tame her, if he ever could. He found Torrance on the terrace of Manières.
How about a beer?
Torrance said. Maigret gave in to the temptation. This was the second one. What's she like?
Tough.
He somewhat resented the fact that she was making things harder for him with her reticence, but deep down, he understood her. Would she demand her husband's body so that she could give him a proper funeral? Had she been thinking about that before Maigret tracked her down in Rue Colincourt? It was as if Torrance had read his thoughts. He's going to need a funeral all the same. Yes. And there'll be reporters and photographers there. Take me to Rue Marcadet, number 12. It's just round the corner. I know. In Montmartre, everything's just round the corner. It was also one of the parts of Paris where people lived the longest in the same place. Some of them almost never went down into town. Are we going to the daughter's place? Yes. The building was identical to the one in Rue Colincourt, except that it was a little more recent, and the lift was bigger. Shall I let you go up? Yes, I don't think I'll be there long, judging by how her mother received me. He inquired of the concierge. This one was quite old.
2nd floor on the right. She got back with the children just a quarter of an hour ago.
Does her husband come back for lunch?
No, he wouldn't have time. He has an important position. He's head of a department at the Bon Marché store.
Maigret went up to the 2nd floor and rang at the door on the right, behind which he could hear children's voices. The apartment was bright, and at this hour flooded with sunlight. The young woman who had opened the door looked at him suspiciously.
You're Inspector Maigret, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Who gave you my address?
Your mother. I just left her.
She agreed to see you?
Yes. She has nothing to feel ashamed of. Or has she?
No, she has nothing to feel ashamed of, but she hates anyone to talk to her about the past.
And yet she keeps a photograph of your father on the mantelpiece.
The 2 children were on their knees playing with a little electric train.
What I don't understand is why you hung up when I still had questions to ask you.
I didn't want anyone in the neighborhood pointing their finger at me.
What do people think?
That my father died 20 years ago and my mother's a widow.
I assume she'll go and identify the body and ask if she can give him a decent funeral.
I hadn't thought about it.
Would you both have let him be put in a mass grave?
Like I said, I hadn't thought about it.
Do you remember your father?
Yes, I remember him very well. Don't forget I was 8 when he left.
What kind of man was he?
A handsome man, very strong, almost always cheerful. He'd often take me out for a walk, just the two of us. He'd buy me ice cream and let me do whatever I wanted. Not your mother. Mother was stricter. She was always afraid I'd get dirty.
How did you find out that your father wouldn't be coming back? Did he send you a letter?
If he did, Mother never told me. I don't think he wrote to me. We didn't know a thing. My mother spent her time watching out for him. She'd go every day to his workshop in Peak to see if he was there.
Had you noticed anything unusual in the days before he left?
No. Did Mother tell you anything?
All I got from her were one-word answers.
Do you think she has something to say? I don't know. I never asked her, but I have the impression she's always hidden something from me.
Now that you're not a little girl anymore, I can ask you if you ever heard about your father having another woman.
She blushed. It's funny. I thought about that too. But given the life he led, it's not very likely. He wouldn't have left us for a woman, or else he would have done it openly.
Did he have any friends?
I never knew of any. Nobody ever came to the house. He wasn't the kind of man who'd spend the evening playing cards in a cafe.
Did he and your mother ever argue?
I never saw them argue.
Do you have any idea why he might have become a tramp?
None at all. And before yesterday I would never have believed it.
Was he a Catholic?
No, he didn't have any religion and never taught me about it. Not that he was against religion, he was indifferent to it, that's all.
What about you?
I'm the same.
And your mother?
In her youth she was quite mystical, but she dropped all that by the time she got married. All the same, they had a church wedding, I suppose, to follow traditions.
Do you often go to see your mother?
No, but she comes here almost every Sunday to see the children.
Does she bring them sweets?
That's not her style.
Does she try to entertain them?
No. She just sits stiffly on her chair. She refuses to sit in an armchair and watches them play. My husband and I sometimes take advantage of her being there to go to the cinema.
Thank you for your help. Do you have anything else to tell me?
No. I'd like to avoid the reporters and photographers.
I'll do my best, but when your mother goes to identify the body, it'll be hard to stop the papers from mentioning it.
But you will try, won't you?
Just as he was reaching out for the door handle, she said,
"Is it possible to see him?"
"Yes."
"I'd like to."
Unlike her mother, she had lost her stiffness. She had very likely been the kind of daughter who worshipped her father.
Chapter 3. At 2:30, Maigret knocked at the door of the examining magistrate's office. In a long corridor, people were waiting on all the benches, some between two gendarmes, a few handcuffed. A monastic silence prevailed. "Come in." Examining Magistrate Cassure's office was located in the part of the building that had not yet been modernized. It was like being in a novel by Balzac. The black-painted desk had gashes on it, just like in an old school, and files were piled up on the floor in a corner of the room. The clerk may not have been wearing black oversleeves, but he still appeared to have been there since the previous century. "Take a seat, Maigret." Cassure was no more than 30. In the old days, it would have been unthinkable for someone his age to already have a position in Paris. Usually, Maigret was suspicious of young magistrates full of theories they had only just assimilated and were determined to put into practice immediately. On the outside, Cassure was just like them. He was a tall, thin, supple young man, perfectly dressed, who still had the air of a schoolboy. "I assume you've asked to see me because you have something new to tell me." "I'd like to bring you up to date on the progress of the investigation." "Yes." "Usually the police wait until the last moment to get in touch with us, unless they need a detention order." He smiled with a hint of nostalgia. "You have the reputation, Maigret, of going everywhere yourself, questioning concierges in their lodges, artisans in their workshops, housewives in their kitchens or dining rooms." "It's true. We're not allowed to do that. By tradition, we're confined to our offices, except when the prosecutor's office is called to the scene of a crime, and even then we're lost among all the technicians, so it's really just a formality. I read in the papers that our tramp is a man named Vivien, who used to be a cabinet maker." "That's correct. Do you have any idea why he left his family and his workshop to become a tramp?" "I've talked to his wife and daughter. Neither of them had an answer to that question. I came across a similar case once, and I also remember a very well-known English banker in London who did exactly the same thing." "When did our man disappear?" In 1945. Did he have another woman? A second family? So far, it's impossible to know. My men are combing the neighborhood. What complicates things is that the only people we can turn to are of a certain age. This morning I questioned a number of local artisans, shopkeepers, and pensioners, but in vain. That was in the bistro where Vivien used to go every morning to have his coffee. They all knew him, but knew almost nothing about him because he didn't make friends with anyone. Odd that 20 years later, someone should suddenly have decided to kill him. That's why I'm desperate to find out about his past. Unless we assume that a maniac suddenly attacked a random tramp, which doesn't seem very likely. What's his wife like? Not very pleasant. Admittedly, she hasn't had an easy time of it. Overnight, she was left with nothing, and with a little girl of 8 to bring up. Fortunately, she could sew a little. She started by working for her neighbors, then gradually built up a clientele. She never moved. No, she's still living in the same building in Rue Colincourt that she was living in when her husband was around. She only changed floors to move into a smaller, less expensive apartment. You'd find it hard to put an age to her. She seems to have lost any reason for living. She has the fixed stare and faded eyes of a woman who's suffered a lot. And she doesn't know why her husband left. I couldn't get much out of her. If she does know something, she's keeping it to herself, and nothing will make her change her attitude. What about her daughter? She's 28 now. She's married to the head of a department at Bon Marché, whom I haven't seen. She's a little more forthcoming than her mother, but also quite defensive. She has 2 children, 6 and 4, a girl and a boy. Is she on good terms with her mother? More or less. They see each other almost every Sunday because of the children, but I don't think there's much warmth between them. Odette, that's the daughter's name, worshipped her father and still does. I think this afternoon or tomorrow they'll be going to the Forensic Institute to identify the body. Together? I'd be surprised. No, they'll go separately. I told both of them they could see about the funeral as soon as they like. They're very afraid of reporters and photographers. If you agree with me, I'll make sure that side of the case doesn't get made public. Of course, I understand these 2 women, and you still have no idea who might have committed the murder? So far, there are no leads. I don't think I've come across such a solitary man in my entire career. Not only was he living alone in a disused building without any water or electricity, but it's almost impossible to find out how he spent his days. What does the pathologist say? Was he in good health? Excellent health. On the outside he looked 65, but apparently he was only 55, and all his organs were in perfect condition. Thank you for bringing me up to date. If I understand correctly, this could be a long investigation, unless we get a lucky break. If Madame Vivien decided to be a bit more talkative, I think she could tell us a lot of things. Maigret went back to his office and asked to be put through to the Forensic Institute. Hello, could you tell me if Madame Vivien has been to identify her husband's body? She left half an hour ago. Is there any doubt it's him? She identified him immediately. Did she cry? No. She stood there for a while, not moving, quite stiff, looking at him. She asked me how soon she could arrange the funeral, and I advised her to speak to you. Dr. Lagodinec doesn't need the body anymore. He got what he could from it. Thanks. You will probably also receive a visit from a young woman today. She's the daughter. I'll be ready for her. Maigret went and opened the door to the inspector's room and called Tonos. Anything new? As you asked, 6 men are covering the neighborhood of Rue Lepic and Rue Colincourt, questioning the shopkeepers, the customers in bars and cafes, even people in the street who were old enough to have known Vivien before he disappeared. There was nothing to indicate that having left his family and his workshop without a trace, he had become a tramp overnight. He might have moved to a different neighborhood, or perhaps lived for a number of years in the provinces. Since he couldn't cover the whole of France, Maigret was keeping to Montmartre. He couldn't have said exactly why. A little later, he telephoned Madame Vivien, whose number he found in the directory. She was back home by now. She responded to his call like someone who always expects bad news and is constantly suspicious. Hello? Who is this? Maigret. I just heard that you've identified the body. Is it definitely your husband? She replied with a curt, yes. Had he changed much in 20 years? The same as anybody else. I'd just been to see the examining magistrate. I mentioned the funeral to him. He's happy for the body to be returned to you so that you can make the arrangements. He's also happy for the press to be kept out of it as much as possible. Thank you. I assume you aren't planning to transfer the body to Konankor? Of course not. When do you think the funeral can take place? The day after tomorrow. I was waiting to hear from you before I called an undertaker. Do you have a plot in one of the Paris cemeteries? No, my parents weren't rich people. In that case, he'd probably be buried in the cemetery at Ely. My mother's already there. Have you been in touch with your daughter? Not yet. Could you please keep me informed of the time of the funeral? Are you planning to be there? There was no friendliness in the question. Don't worry, you won't even notice I'm there. Unless some reporters latch onto you and follow you, I'll make sure that doesn't happen. I can't prevent it, can I? She was bitter. She had been bitter for 20 years. Was it in her character? Had she already been like that when she was living with her husband? Maigret was asking himself every possible and imaginable question, including those that might seem ridiculous. He was trying in vain to reconstruct in his mind the personality of Marcel Vivien, the most solitary of men. Most people, however strong they are, need human contacts. He hadn't. He had moved into a large, empty building that might be knocked down at any moment, and collected the most useless, most unlikely objects in his room. The other tramps had only known him by sight. Some had tried to talk to him, but he had gone on his way without replying. At Monsieur Joseph's hairdressing school, where he went 2 or 3 times a week to earn a 5-franc coin, he didn't talk either, just looked straight in the mirror in front of him. The funeral will take place the day after tomorrow, Maigret told Torrance. I promised we'd do our utmost to make sure the press doesn't mention it. There are reporters phoning 2 or 3 times a day. Just tell them there's no news. That's what I've been doing, and so have the other inspectors when I'm not in the office. They aren't pleased. They're convinced we're hiding something from them. And it was true, of course. Wouldn't an enterprising reporter manage to discover what Maigret had discovered? The next day, the men of the police judiciaire continued showing the photographs of Marcel Vivien and asking questions, but to no avail. Maigret had telephoned Odette de Laveau. She, too, had identified her father. Do you know when the funeral is taking place? Hasn't my mother told you? The last time I was in touch with her by phone, she hadn't yet seen the undertaker. The funeral will be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Will there be a service? No, we won't be bothering with the church. There'll only be my mother, my husband, and I, following the hearse to Ivry. It was a pity that Maigret had to promise that the newspapers would not be kept informed. The murderer might have loitered around the Forensic Institute or in the cemetery, as often happens. Had he really known Vivien 20 years earlier? There was nothing to indicate that. The tramp could just as easily have aroused someone's hatred more recently. Or might another tramp have thought that he was hiding savings in his room? It was unlikely. A tramp rarely if ever owns a firearm, let alone a .32 caliber pistol. But how many things could have happened in 20 years? And yet Maigret kept coming back to Vivien's disappearance, to the day he had left home as he did every morning, and had never shown up in his workshop in Rue Lepic. Was it because of a woman? Why, in that case, would he have subsequently left her and become a tramp? Among the letters received of the police judiciaire after the publication of the photographs and the articles, not one mentioned an unknown woman in Vivien's life. That evening, to avoid constantly mulling over the same problem, which was starting to sicken him, Maigret watched a western on television. After washing the dishes, Madame Maigret came and sat next to him, taking care not to bother him with questions. Tomorrow morning, wake me up half an hour earlier than usual. She didn't ask why. It was he who went on, I'm going to a funeral. She knew at once whose funeral it was, and she brought him his first cup of coffee at 7 in the morning. He had asked Torrance to pick him up at 8:30 in one of the little cars of the police judiciaire. Torrance was punctual. I assume we're going to the Forensic Institute first? Yes. The hearse was already parked at the curb, along with another car provided by the undertaker. The 2 women and Odette's husband were in this car, and Torrance stopped far enough away not to be noticed. There were no reporters or photographers. 4 men brought out the coffin, which looked very heavy, and a few minutes later the cortege set off for Ivry. Since the day before, the sky had grown overcast, and it wasn't as hot as before. The weather reports forecast rain in the west and in Paris by the end of the day. Toros kept his distance from the car occupied by the family. Maigret smoked his pipe, without saying a word, looking straight ahead of him, his thoughts unreadable. Toros respected his silence, which wasn't easy for him, being the most talkative inspector in the police judiciaire. The hearse drove through half the cemetery and stopped at last in front of an open grave in a new area where there were still many gaps. Maigret and Toros remained more than 100 meters away. Madame Vivien, her daughter, and Delaveau stood motionless by the grave as the coffin was lowered into it. The two women were holding bouquets of flowers. The shovel was offered to Madame Vivien so that she could be the first to throw earth into the grave, but to Maigret's surprise, she shook her head and simply threw in the flowers she was holding. Odette did the same, and in the end it was only Delaveau who threw in the first earth. He had never met Marcel Vimier. He was too young. Maigret put him at no more than 30 or so. He was dressed in black, which was probably what he wore at the Bon Marché store. He was quite a handsome man, and his moustache was almost black, like his hair. It was over. The ceremony, if it could be called a ceremony, had lasted only a few minutes. The car reserved for the family set off again. Maigret had scanned the surrounding area and seen no suspicious figures lurking. It seemed to him that, now that his tramp was buried, the truth had receded even further. He was in quite a bad mood. He remained silent, as if constantly going over the problem with which he had been presented. Why kill Marcel Vimier without even gutting his straw mattress, which is where poor people usually hide their money? Despite himself, Maigret kept going back 20 years, and that was why he had sent 6 inspectors to Montmartre. He had a pleasant surprise when he got back to headquarters. One of his 6 inspectors was waiting for him in a state of some excitement. "What have you found out?" "What was the date Vivien went missing?" "The 23rd of December. And nobody's seen him since?" "That's right." "Did he buy his daughter a Christmas present?" "I didn't think of asking his wife." "Do you know Cyrano's, the brasserie on Place Blanche?" "Yes." "I showed the photographs to one of the waiters who was in his 60s, and he recognized Vivien." "When did he meet him?" "After the 23rd of December. It was the end of January the following year." "How can he be sure after so long?" "Because he didn't start at Cyrano's until January." "Did he see Vivien more than once?" "At least 10 times, in January and February 1946. He wasn't alone. He was with a very young woman, a little brunette, who kept putting her hand in his." "What time did the two of them come to Cyrano's?" "About 11 or 11:30, when the cinemas closed." "Is the waiter sure he recognizes Vivien?" "He says he does, because he only drank mineral water, whereas the girl with him would order a Cointreau. It was his first job as a cafe waiter. Before that, he was a room service waiter in a big hotel on the boulevard." "Did he ever see them anywhere else?" "No, Julien, that's the waiter's name, lived quite far away, on Boulevard de la Chapelle." "When was the last time he saw them?" "About 2 months later." "And he's never seen Vivien since?" "No." "Or the young woman?" "No." "Did he ever hear the man call her by her first name?" "No. Apparently that's all he knows." What emerged from this story, if Julien wasn't mistaken about the dates, was that Vivien hadn't left his family and his workshop to become a tramp. He had left because of a woman. He had presumably planned to start a new life. How come he hadn't avoided the neighborhood? Cyrano's was a few hundred meters from his workshop and less than a kilometer from the apartment where his wife and daughter were still living. Wasn't he afraid of being recognized? Didn't he care? Had he told his wife that he was going to live with another woman? Was that the reason for Madame Vivien's mistrustful attitude? Go back to the neighborhood this afternoon and keep questioning people. It's possible there are other waiters of a certain age at Cyrano's, even the owner. The owner's still in his 20s. He's the son of the former owner who's moved to the country. Find out where. All right, Chief. There are lots of little hotels in the neighborhood. They'll have to be checked, too. In those days, it was almost impossible to find an apartment. Maigret knew that in the end he would go to Cyrano's himself and roam about the Auchois neighborhood. He went home for lunch, but first had an aperitif at the Brasserie Dauphine, and then took a taxi. As he had foreseen, Maigret found himself at about 2:30 in front of the terrace of Cyrano's. Place Blanche was bustling, thanks to the coaches and the tourists moving about in groups, as if in clusters, cameras around their necks. All of them, or almost all of them, were photographing the Moulin Rouge, which was right next door to the brasserie. The terrace was full, and there wasn't a single chair free. The waiters, insinuating themselves between the tables, there were 3 of them, were quite young, but in the gloom of the interior, Maigret saw one who couldn't have been far off 60. He went in and sat down on a banquette. A draught beer. He hadn't brought Tonos with him because he was slightly embarrassed by his growing interest in Marcel Vivien. "Is your name Junior?" he asked when he was served. "Did one of my men talk to you this morning?" "Are you Inspector Maigret?" "Yes." "It's an honor to meet you. I think I told your inspector all I know." "These memories of yours definitely go back to 1945. "Yes. The reason I'm so sure, like I said this morning, is because it was my first job working in a place like this." "End of December, beginning of January?" "There, I'm less sure. At the end of December, because of the holidays, it's a madhouse here, and we don't really have time to look at the customers closely." Someone called him from a table in the second row, and he went and took the order, and returned with 2 glasses of beer. "I'm sorry, but I'm alone inside. The others are dealing with the terrace. What was I saying? January, yes. Probably February, too, because I got used to them, and that must have taken a while." "You have no doubt about identifying Vivien?" "I didn't know his name, but he was definitely the man who came almost every evening in the company of a pretty girl." "Almost always at the time when the cinemas close?" "Yes, that struck me. I don't know why." "Would you recognize the young woman?" "Oh, you know, with women it's harder to recognize them after 20 years. An idea occurred to him. "But I'd recognize that one." "Why?" "She had a little birthmark on her cheek." "Left or right?" "Let me think. They almost always sat at that table, so it would have been the left cheek I saw when I served them." He had to move away again to attend to another customer who ordered a brandy with water. "Did you ever see this young woman with anyone else?" "No, I don't remember. I think it would have struck me because I'd got used to her face and the way she dressed." "How did she dress?" "Always in black, a little black evening dress and a black coat with a fur collar." "Did the couple have a car?" "No, they came on foot, as if they lived nearby." "Did they ever take a taxi?" "There was a taxi rank just opposite the brasserie." "Not as far as I know." "And when they left, did they ever head for the metro station?" "No. I assumed they were local. After midnight, it's another matter because the nightclubs fill up with customers from all over the world. But here, it's like being on the other bank of the river. There's a big difference between the 2 sides of the boulevard." He struck his forehead. "What did I tell you before? Did I say 1945? But now, after answering all these questions, it was 1946, of course. In 1945, I was still working as a room service waiter at the Grand Hotel." This time, he had to go to yet another table to take a payment. When he came back, he said, "I love this neighborhood. It's different from the rest of Paris. There are still lots of artisans who have their workshops in the courtyards of buildings, a lot of office workers too, civil servants, shop assistants, plus pensioners who are too fond of Montmartre to retire to the country. Is there anything else I could do to help?" "I don't think so. If you should happen to remember anything interesting, don't hesitate to phone Quai des Orfèvres." I'm coming," he called out to 4 new customers who were getting impatient. Clouds were starting to gather in the west, even though half the sky was still more or less clear. Every now and again there was a slight gust of cold air. Maigret drank his beer slowly, vowing that there wouldn't be any more today. He was getting ready to pay for his drink when his neighbor leaned over in his direction. "Did I hear correctly? Are you Inspector Maigret? I hope you don't mind me speaking to you like this." He was very fat and very red, with 3 chins and a huge belly. "I was born in Montmartre, and I've lived here all my life. I used to have a picture-famous shop on Boulevard Rochois. I sold the business 3 years ago, but I've kept my old habits." Maigret looked at him curiously, not sure where he was going with this. "I didn't intend to, but I overheard part of your conversation with the waiter. You were talking about the tramp who was murdered in a rundown building in Les Halles, weren't you? I had a good look at his photographs in the newspapers, and I'm sure I'm not wrong." "So you know him?" "Yes." "Have you seen him recently?" "No, this goes back nearly 20 years. I recognized him best in the photographs where he didn't have a moustache.
Did you ever go to his workshop in Rue Pique?
No. If I'm to believe what the papers say, he wasn't there anymore. Like Julien, I met him in 1946.
At what time of year?
Starting in February, unless I'm mistaken. I saw him regularly for about 6 months.
Did he live near you?
I don't know where he and his girlfriend lived, but they always had lunch in the same restaurant as me, La Bonne Fourchette in Rue d'Ancourt. It's a little restaurant where everyone's a regular, and there are only half a dozen tables, so you all end up knowing each other.
Are you sure this went on for 6 months?
I saw them in August, just before I went off to spend 3 weeks on the Riviera.
And when you got back?
I assumed I'd see them, but they weren't there anymore. I asked Bouton, the owner, about them, and he told me that one day they'd suddenly stopped coming.
Maybe they were also on holiday.
No, they would have come back in the autumn. I never saw them on the boulevard or in any of the streets either.
Maigret was quite troubled by what he was hearing. The man was clearly genuine and seemed to have an excellent memory. Adding his memories to those of the waiter, the only conclusion was that as soon as Marcel Vivien had left the family home in Rue Colincourt and abandoned his workshop in Rue Pique, he had more or less lived with a very young woman, not much more than a girl, without taking the trouble to change neighborhoods. For 2 months, they had gone to Cyrano's quite regularly after leaving the cinema. Subsequently, up until mid-August, they had frequented a little restaurant in Rue d'Ancourt, a few blocks away. What did they live on? Did Vivien have savings? Could he really have taken them without leaving anything for his wife and daughter? That was another question he would have to ask Madame Vivien, because her daughter wouldn't necessarily know. But would she answer him? He sighed, paid for his beer, thanked Julien, then his neighbour, the picture-framer.
Could what I've told you be useful?
Definitely. As he walked along the boulevard, he filled a pipe. In Rue d'Ancourt, he immediately found the restaurant called La Bonne Fourchette. The main room was small, and the door had been left open to let in a little air. A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform was leaning on the counter reading a newspaper. It was an old-style restaurant, but still had pigeonholes in the wall for the regulars' napkins. You just had to walk through a glazed door, and you would find yourself in the kitchen. At this hour, of course, there were no customers. "Can I get you a drink?" Maigret walked over to the tin counter. "I'm not thirsty, but I'd like to ask you a few questions."
"What are you?"
"I'm a detective chief inspector from the police judiciaire."
"I thought the police would show up sooner or later."
"Why?"
"Because Vivien, that weird tramp, came here over several months."
"What year was that?"
1946.
"Was he alone?"
"No, he was always with a pretty girl who never missed the opportunity to cuddle up to him."
"How come you remember them?"
"Because the waiter and the customers automatically smiled when they saw them come in. They looked so much in love. They'd even stop eating to kiss on the lips in front of everyone."
"Didn't that surprise you?"
"You know, in this business we see all sorts. It takes a lot to surprise us." "True, he looked about 15 years older than her, but there are lots of couples like that."
"Do you know where they lived?"
"No. In the neighborhood, probably, because they came on foot, arm in arm, like people who have all the time in the world."
"Did they ever leave in a taxi?"
"Not as far as I know."
"Did they sometimes come for dinner?"
"No, but I didn't think anything of that. At lunchtime, we get people who work locally and they go home at the end of the day, so in the evening we have a different set of customers."
"When did they stop coming?"
"Around the 15th of August. I closed for 2 weeks to take my wife to the country and go fishing. When I got back, I didn't see them again. I guess they found another restaurant."
Maigret thanked him and found himself back on Boulevard Auchois, where he walked idly, just like the locals. He didn't understand. There was something grating about this story. Marcel Vivien had left home 2 days before Christmas. Even though he seemed to have loved his 8-year-old daughter, he hadn't waited another 3 days before vanishing. Had he only just met the young woman, the girl he was going to join? There was a phone booth nearby, and he shut himself up in it. He found Madame Vivien's number and heard her curt voice.
"What is it?"
"It's me again, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. This time I have just one question to ask you, but it's extremely important for how the investigation continues. When your husband disappeared, did he leave you any money?"
"No."
"Did he have a bank account? A savings book?"
"He had a bank account because customers paid by check."
"So he took everything he had in credit?"
"Yes."
"Were you expecting him to leave?"
"How could I have expected it?"
Did you know he was having an affair?
No, and I have no desire to hear about it.
And with that she hung up. In August 1946, Marcel Vivien was still living in Montmartre with his girlfriend. But then all trace of him had been lost. Had he moved to the provinces, or gone abroad? Or was it then that he had opted for the life of a tramp? What had become of his girlfriend, who made the regulars at La Bonne Fourchette smile tenderly with her displays of affection? Maigret was lucky to catch a bus with an open platform. It was one of the last, and soon there wouldn't be any more of them at all. He calmly smoked his pipe and gazed out at the ever-changing spectacle of Paris. What conclusion could be drawn from the little he knew? Basically, he knew how it had started when Marcel Vivien, a man with a good trade, a wife and a daughter, had overnight decided to abandon them all and go off with a young woman. How long would his savings have lasted? And what would he have done when they were exhausted? It was like an abrupt break in his life. There he was in August 1946, in Montmartre, a regular of Cyrano's and La Bonne Fourchette. After that, a huge gap, another disappearance. Had he tired of his girlfriend? Or had she tired of him? He was nowhere to be found until 19 years later he was discovered dead in a dilapidated building. He had been living alone. He didn't spend time with anyone. 2 or 3 times a week he went to the hairdressing school and put himself in the hands of a pupil. Whoever had killed him hadn't done so at random. You don't generally walk around with a .32 caliber pistol in your pocket. Was the reason for the murder to be found in the past, in those last months in Montmartre, or else in whatever Vivien had done in the subsequent years? They didn't even know how long he had been living in the neighborhood of Les Halles. What had become of his girlfriend? What was her name? Without thinking, he walked to Impasse du Vieux Four. There was an officer at the door of the house where Vivien had lived. He must have lived there quite a long time to have accumulated the bric-a-brac cluttering the room. Had he become a fanatic? Was he still in his right mind? Monsieur Joseph, the owner of a hairdressing school, didn't seem to have noticed anything abnormal. Admittedly, he was more used to seeing alcoholics and eccentrics than normal people. Maigret went upstairs. It was the first time he had come alone to this dark, damp building with its unexpected creaks and squeaks. He wasn't searching for anything in particular. He just wanted another look at the setting in which Vivien had lived. In the room, no prints had been found apart from his, which suggested that his killer had been wearing gloves. There was even a dismantled oil ceiling light on the floor. What had he been planning to do with it? Unmatched shoes of different sizes, a ripped suitcase that had once been elegant. Had he by any chance occupied other rooms in the building, only abandoning them when they were full? Maigret climbed the stairs, which weren't very solid and had several steps missing. On the 4th floor, there were no more windows, no more doors, and the only things on the floor were old crates and old cardboard boxes. He walked back down, still rummaging, trying not to get covered in dust. He imagined Vivien coming back alone in the evening, striking a match and setting off up the dark staircase. The question now was no longer who he was or what he had done in the distant past. Now it was, how long had he been leading this life? He nodded to the officer on duty, walked to Rue des Prouvaires, and entered the police station. Ascan didn't make him wait for long. Maigret sat down in his office. "I think I'm going to need you." "Do you know anything more apart from what the papers have said?" "Yes, but I don't want it to be talked about just yet. When he left his home on the 23rd of December, Vivien didn't move out of the neighborhood. I don't know where he went, but in January he was seen in the company of a pretty girl in a brasserie in Place Blanche, Cyrano's. Not far from his workshop." "Yes. He didn't seem to be hiding. I don't know if it was thoughtlessness. 1 month later, still with the same girl, he starts to have lunch in a little local restaurant in Rue d'Ancourt. He doesn't leave the neighborhood. He's taken out everything he had in the bank. I may be able to find out how much. He left his wife and daughter with nothing. He frequented the same restaurant until mid-August. After that, we lose track of him until we find him living alone as a tramp in Les Halles. This is where you come in. Les Halles is within your jurisdiction. There are lots of tramps there, just as there are lots of ex-convicts and former prostitutes. Among your officers, there must be some who are very familiar with such people."
There are 4 of them. No more than that. Can you get them to ask questions for me? My men wouldn't know who to talk to or how to go about it. That's easy. To have the photographs, especially the ones with a moustache and beard. I have a set here, but I'll call my office to have more sent to you. I'm not sure my men will get anywhere, but they'll do their best. What exactly do you want to know? How long Vivien has been living as a tramp. It might have been a few months, it might have been nearly 20 years. Tramps know each other, at least by sight, and take an interest in any newcomers, even if they avoid asking questions. Yes, the ones from Maigret aren't the only ones who need questioning, though. There are also those who live by the river. That's what I'm planning to do. Do you mind if I use your phone? Once he had got through to the police judiciaire, he asked to speak to Meurs. Maigret here. Is Mestrel there? Yes, I'd like him to print 4 or 5 sets of photographs for me urgently, especially the ones with the goatee and the moustache. They need to be taken to the police station in Rue des Prouvaires before the day's out and handed over to Chief Inspector Ascam. Thanks, Meurs. Goodbye. And to Ascam, you'll have them in an hour. I'll put my men on a job tonight. By the time Maigret left, the rain was pouring down, and a few hailstones were bouncing off the cobbles. The sky had darkened completely, and Maigret was lucky to hail a free taxi. Police judiciaire, he said. He was tired of constantly asking himself the same questions and not knowing the answers. In the inspector's room he asked, "Who's free tomorrow morning?" They looked at each other, and 3 of them raised their hands. You will need to get photographs from criminal records. Go to Montmartre, especially around Boulevard Auchois, and do the rounds of all the little hotels and rooming houses. There's a good chance Marcel Vivien and his girlfriend lived in one of those places for about 6 months. I'm particularly interested in the girl. You could talk to the local shopkeepers too, especially those selling food. Good luck, boys. He went back into his office, where Torrance came and joined him. Anything new, Chief? He didn't feel up to telling his story again. Tomorrow, he said, Jean-Pierre can call back his 6 men. He dozed for a good half-hour in his armchair while the rain came in through the open window, soaking the wooden floor. Chapter 4. The next morning he was in the office bright and early, and by the time the inspectors arrived he had already gone through his mail. He always said that the more quickly a case is dealt with, the greater the chance of solving it. The men of the first arrondissement must have been working for him during the night, but he avoided calling Chief Inspector Ascam. He didn't want him to feel he was being put under pressure. Janvier was handling the day-to-day cases with a few inspectors available. The offices were almost empty. It had stopped raining. The sky was blue, with just a few small white clouds edged in pink by the sun. Let's go, Torrance. He wasn't following a well-defined plan, but trusting rather to his instinct. What plan could he have come up with in a case like this anyway, where there was nothing solid to hold on to, no material clues? Let's go to Rue Le Pic. I think I saw a branch of Crédit Lyonnais just across the street from Vivien's workshop. They got there quickly, there being little traffic, especially at this hour. Try to park somewhere and wait for me. He went to one of the counters. I'd like to speak to the manager. Who shall I say? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Good in luck. He got back from holiday yesterday. He didn't have to wait. He was shown into an office, but a man in his 40s with an open, sunburned face invited him to sit down. What can I do for you, Inspector? If you've been reading the newspapers lately, you will know about the Vivien case. Marcel Vivien had his workshop just opposite this bank. That was 20 years ago. I'd like to know if you still have his statements. After 20 years, no. When an account is closed, that is, when a customer withdraws the whole of his balance, we keep his file for a few months, then send it to our head office on Boulevard des Italiens. And do they keep these papers for a long time? I don't know exactly how long, but certainly no more than 10 years. If that wasn't the case, imagine the premises we'd need to file everything away. I saw an older man behind one of the counters. That's Fauchot, our oldest employee. He's been working here for 40 years. He's retiring at the end of the month. Could I have a word with him? The manager pushed a button. A young man half opened the door. Send Monsieur Fauchot in here. The man had a mischievous face and eyes that sparkled behind his thick glasses. Please take a seat, Monsieur Fauchot. This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. He'd like to ask her a few questions.
It's an honor.
You have a good memory, Monsieur Fauchot.
That's the reputation I have here.
The customer I'm going to talk to you about left the neighborhood 20 years ago, and I have reason to believe that he closed his account.
Marcel Vivien?
How did you know?
I read the papers, and for you to come all this way.
You're right. Do you know approximately how much Vivien had in the bank?
His account was fairly small and fluctuated quite a bit depending on his income. So on average he had between 10 and 15,000 in credit. At the end of every month he'd withdraw what he needed to live on, about 2,000 francs.
When did you last see him?
One morning, just when I'd opened my counter. He told me he was leaving and wanted to withdraw the balance of his account. I asked him where he was going to live, and he told me he was moving to Montparnasse.
How much did you hand over to him?
About 12,500 francs.
Did he strike you as nervous?
No, he was a cheerful man, and he was really good at his trade. Even major antique dealers entrusted him with furniture to repair.
How long did he have his workshop in Rue Lepic?
Just under 10 years, 8 or 9. He was a quiet man. His home address was in Haucourt.
Many thanks, Monsieur Fauchot.
Wait, just one more question. Did you ever bump into him in the street after he left? Once he'd gone, I never saw him again. I don't understand how he could have become a tramp. He always struck me as such a well-balanced man.
Maigret walked back to the police car in which Torrance was waiting. Did you find what you were looking for, Chief?
Yes and no. The little I found out doesn't get me very far anyway. Where shall I drive you?
The little barrows full of fruit and vegetables were under attack from the local housewives, and their voices formed a continuous rumble.
Back to headquarters. At that very moment, 3 inspectors were doing the rounds of the local hotels, looking for traces of Vivien. It might take many days, given how many small hotels there were in the neighborhood, or they could just as easily be lucky and knock on the right door immediately. In part, that was what happened. Maigret had only just sat down at his desk when one of the 3 men, Inspector Dupeur, was put through to him.
"Where are you phoning from, Dupeur?"
"The Hôtel de Morvan et Rue de Clignancourt. Vivien used to live here, and the owner remembers him well. I think I should talk to him."
"Let's go, Torrance."
Torrance liked nothing better than to be outside, and he enjoyed driving the chief around.
Rue de Clignancourt, Hôtel de Morvan.
They found Dupeur smoking a cigarette in the street. Next to the door of a hotel, a terrazzo plaque announced rooms by the month, week, and day.
All 3 of them went in. The owner was a man with a large belly and flat feet clad in carpet slippers.
He was unshaven. He looked as if he hadn't even washed, and his shirt was open, showing his hairy chest. He seemed perpetually tired, and his eyes were watery. "So, you're Maigret," he said, holding out a hand of dubious cleanliness.
"I'm told you were here in 1946.
"I was here well before that."
"So you found the name of Marcel Vivien in your registers?"
"I don't keep registers for 20 years.
"But you do remember him?"
"I remember him very well. He was a good-looking man, quite friendly."
"How long did he stay here?"
"From January to June."
"Are you sure he didn't stay till August?"
"I'm sure of it because his room was immediately taken over by a bitch who put on airs, and who I had to show the door."
"Vivien wasn't alone. Do you know the name of his girlfriend? I assume you filled out a form for her too."
"There was no need for a form, because she didn't sleep here."
"Do you mean they weren't living together?"
"That's right."
Maigret was astonished. This was the last thing he would have expected. "Did she ever come to the hotel?"
"She sometimes came for him when it was nearly midday. He was a late riser, because he didn't usually get in until 2 or 3 in the morning."
"Are you sure he was alone?"
"If he wasn't, I'd have been forced to register his girlfriend. A hotel agency don't joke about things like that."
"Did she ever go up to his room?"
"Quite often. But during the day, I can't stop that."
"And you don't know her name?"
"I heard Vivien call her by her first name, Nina."
"Did she have any distinguishing marks?"
"She had a birthmark on her cheek."
"How did she dress?"
"Always in black, whenever I saw her anyway."
Did Vivian have a lot of luggage?
Just one suitcase. A new one, quite cheap, which he probably bought just before he got here. The three men looked at each other. They had learned only one thing, that Vivian had left the Hôtel du Morvan in June, which meant that he had spent July and part of August somewhere else. As for the girl, they still didn't know anything about her, not even her surname. Had she been living in another hotel or with relatives, or had she rented a little apartment? It was a morning of comings and goings. The previous day's rain hadn't cooled the air. On the contrary, it was hotter than the previous 2 days, and a lot of men were carrying their jackets over their arms. Maigret had only been back at the police judiciaire for a quarter of an hour when the telephone rang. This time it was Lofty, also calling from Montmartre. They had both been dealt a lucky hand.
I'm on Place des Alibis, Chief. I'm phoning from a bistro opposite Hôtel Journal. The owner doesn't seem to know much, but I thought you'd rather question him yourself.
Let's go, Thomas. What's the address this time? Hôtel Journal, Place des Alibis. The facade was covered in white ceramics, and garlicky cooking smells filled the entrance hall.
I told you, Inspector, all I know.
The man wasn't talkative. He wasn't cheerful either. Do you remember him well?
I wouldn't exactly say well. I remember him because he had a cute girlfriend.
Was she a guest?
No, she never spent the night here. She sometimes went up to his room during the day.
When did he move in here?
In June, if I remember correctly.
And when did he leave?
Sometime in August. Closer to the end of the month than the beginning. He was very proper, very polite, which isn't the case with all our guests.
It was discouraging not to have the slightest information about the girl, apart from a birthmark on her left cheek.
You can go back to headquarters, Maigret said to Loti.
As for himself, he asked Tonons to drive him to the police station in the first arrondissement. Chief Inspector Ascan, whose door was open, came out to greet him.
Did they tell you about my phone call?
No, I've just come from Montmartre.
I called you to say that we have a few results. Nothing amazing yet, but I think it may help you. Take a seat.
Maigret slowly filled his pipe and mopped his brow before lighting it.
My inspectors have laid their hands on the oldest tramp now. Everyone calls him Toto. Mind you, we only moved to the area 15 years ago. I kept him for you just in case, because these people aren't always easy to find.
An officer went to fetch this Toto. He was a middle-aged man who smelled of wine but wasn't drunk.
Am I going to be caged up for much longer? I'm a free man, aren't I? Don't even have a police record.
Detective Chief Inspector Maigret has a few questions to ask you. Where were you living before you came to Lial?
Toulouse.
What were you doing there?
Pretty much the same as here, except that in the provinces you get hassled a lot more.
Have you ever had a regular job? He seemed to give this a great deal of thought.
I've always lugged crates and baskets.
What about when you were young?
I left home when I was 14. I was taken back 3 times, and each time I ran away again. They should have tied me up.
How long have you been in Paris?
15 years. I've known all the traps. I've seen the old ones die, seen new ones arrive.
Did you know Marcin Vimier?
I didn't know his name until this gentleman told me. He was here before me. He wasn't catty. He was always on his own, and whenever you said anything to him, he'd give you a one-word answer, or sometimes not answer at all.
Where did he sleep?
At that time, I don't know. I sometimes ran into him at the Salvation Army. Then I heard he'd moved into some dump that was due to be knocked down.
Did you ever see him with a woman?
He started to laugh as if the question were really funny. No, Inspector. You don't get much of that here. Especially for a man like him, who I'd bet used to be someone respectable. Mind you, we did have an ex-doctor once, but he drank, and he didn't last long.
Did you ever see Vivian with someone you didn't know?
No, not that I had any reason to take any notice of him.
Thank you for your help.
Toto turned to Ascan. Can I go?
Yes.
Bring the woman in,
Ascan said to his officer.
A woman?
Yes.
She looked more like a monster. She was so huge, she could barely sit on a chair. Her legs were swollen, and so were her wrists. She was at least half drunk, and looked at those around her as if challenging them. What are you going to blame Nana for this time?
Nothing, Ascan replied.
We just have a few questions to ask you. Will you give me something to buy later with?"
"All right." She stood up and held out her hand. She preferred to be paid in advance, and Askin put 5 francs in her filth-encrusted hand.
"Hurry up, I'm thirsty."
"You told the inspector who questioned you last night that you saw someone going to the house in Impasse du Vieux-Fort."
"That's the honest truth."
"When was this?"
3 or 4 days ago. I never know which day it is. They're all much of a muchness to me. What I can tell you is it was the night before they found the body of a tramp there."
"What time is it?"
"About 3 in the morning.
"What kind of man was he?"
"Middle-aged, but not old. He was very upright. You could tell he wasn't from round here."
"How could you tell?"
"I don't know. You could feel it right away."
"Had you ever seen him before?"
"Yes.
"When?"
"That same night about 10. He came out of Pharamon's, the restaurant, and stood there watching the fruit, vegetables and fish being unloaded. You could see he wasn't used to it. He looked as if he was interested in everything."
"Was Marcel Vivian there?"
"The one who had his picture in the papers. I think he was helping with the unloading."
"And did the man you saw again at 3 in the morning speak to him?"
"No. Actually, I don't know. With all these questions of yours, you're mixing me up. And I'm getting really thirsty."
Maigret signalled that he had finished with her, and she was allowed to go. In an hour, with a litre of cheap red wine she was going to buy, she would be found lying dead drunk on the pavement. Askin said, "My men will keep looking tonight, but I thought those two had interesting things to say." "Yes," Maigret replied, relighting his pipe, which he had allowed to go out. "First of all, we now know that Vivien had been here for more than 15 years. Secondly, that a man who didn't seem used to Léal was in the area that night Vivien was killed. He must have seen him unloading vegetables. Had he been looking for him? We don't know, but we do know that he showed up in Impasse du Vieux-Fort at about 3 in the morning. If he was the one who shot Vivien, it's likely that in the meantime he went home to fetch his gun, because it's highly unlikely he had dinner at Pharamon's with a weapon of that caliber in his pocket. Only, we don't have any idea who this man is or where he lives. He could just as easily have come from the provinces." "Do you think the woman might have made him up?" "I'd be surprised if she did. Tramps don't like getting on the wrong side of the police, and it can get them into a lot of trouble. There's still a gap of 5 years to cover, with all the little hotels in Montmartre and Léal. It's quite possible Vivien spent them here. We don't have any tramps older than Toto. People like that don't live to a ripe old age. The hairdressing school wasn't around in those days. As for the tradesmen, they do good business and retire to their villages as soon as they can. It won't be easy finding one who was here in 1946. "Thank you," Maigret said with a sigh, getting to his feet. "The information you provided is very useful. I wish I could say the same about what I've learned in Montmartre." "You haven't found any trace of him?" "Oh, yes. Not only in one hotel, but in 2. Only his girlfriend didn't stay with him. She never spent the night in either of the 2 hotels. Either she lived in another hotel or she had a place of her own. If she'd been living with her parents, she probably wouldn't have stayed out until the early hours every night. We don't have a surname. We don't have an address. All we have is a birthmark on her left cheek. You'll get your hands on her in the end." "That'd be a real stroke of luck. As for the customer from Pharamon's, it's highly likely he'll come back to Léal. If he did kill Vivien, he won't want to be seen." "We'll keep looking anyway." "Thanks, Askin." Maigret walked to the car and had Torrance drive him back to Quai des Orfèvres. The intense heat had returned after all too short an interval. Maigret would have liked to carry his jacket over his arm like everyone else. Once in his office, he took it off. "Anything new?" "A woman phoned. Madame Delaveau. Vivien's daughter. Did she say what it was about?" "No. You can call her back. She won't be going out any more this morning." Maigret asked for her number and heard her voice at the other end of the line with the cries of children in the background. "Hello, Inspector Maigret?" "Yes, madame." The young woman's voice had lost the aggressive quality it had had on their first encounter. "I don't know if the little I have to tell you is worthwhile, but if you'd like to drop by early this afternoon, I'll tell you what I know. Later, I have to take the children for a walk. I think that when I've talked to you, I'll feel more at peace with myself." He went home for lunch, and his wife served him coq au vin. It was one of his favourite dishes, but he ate distractedly without even complimenting her. "You're on edge, aren't you?" she ventured to say. "Since this case started, you haven't been yourself.
It's as if something's getting you down. You know, in every case, there's always a moment when I lose confidence in myself. Well, this time those moments just keep coming. I think I've taken a step forwards and I realize that I'm actually still in the same place. Don't forget that I'm mainly trying to establish what happened 20 years ago. On top of that, there are times when Marcel Vivien, the man who was killed in Néal, strikes me as a sympathetic character, and other times when I hate him. You'll find your way through, you'll see. I'll have to, one way or another. Oh, which reminds me, I should pay the examining magistrate a visit. He dropped by Quai des Orfèvres and Torrance resumed his driver's job. Rael? Montmartre? Montmartre, Odette Delaveau's apartment in Rue Marcadet. She was wearing a brightly colored floral dress, and looked particularly fresh. Please, sit down. The children must have been taking a nap. They weren't in the living room and there wasn't a sound from them. In addition, Odette Delaveau spoke in a low voice. Have you found out the girl's address? She asked. The newspapers hadn't mentioned her yet. It was an aspect of the case he hadn't wanted disclosed too soon. He asked with feigned innocence, What girl? She smiled slyly. You're afraid of giving too much away, aren't you? You don't entirely trust me. You haven't answered my question. The girl my father left us for. I didn't know it at the time. My mother didn't tell me anything. Contrary to what she says, my mother was very jealous and followed my father several times when he left his workshop. So she knew he was having an affair before he left us. She didn't say anything to him about it, but she'd already started to withdraw into herself. Even later, when I was old enough to understand, it wasn't me she told. It happened several years ago when I was still living with her. I have an uncle in Meaux, Uncle Charles, who had a big fertilizer business and always dropped by to see my mother whenever he came to Paris. When we didn't have any money or anyone to support us, I'm sure he was the one who helped my mother until she could earn her own living. Maigret had automatically filled his pipe, but hadn't lit it. It's all right, you can smoke. My husband smokes all evening when he watches television. Anyway, one day, I was in my room, and the living room door was ajar. Uncle Charles was there, and I heard what they were saying. I can still hear my mother's voice. To be honest, it was good riddance. I couldn't have stood it much longer, living with a man who'd been with another woman. Are you sure of what you're saying? I followed them several times. I've started to know their habits, and I know where she lives. They didn't even take the trouble to leave the neighborhood. Marcel's besotted with her. I've never seen a man in such a state. He'd do anything not to lose her. You heard what my mother said to Uncle Charles. I know where she lives. That's what suddenly came back to me. It's why I phoned you. Did she give your uncle the address? No. They talked business. My uncle asked if there were any bills to pay, if any customers owed us money. I suppose you're interested in the address? Very much so. I have several inspectors spending their time looking for it, so far in vain. We don't even know her name. I'm sure my mother knows it. Don't tell her it was me who sent you to see her. Don't worry. I'm very grateful to you. I don't suppose you remember a very tall, very thin man with a long face and blue eyes. When would I have seen him? I don't know. Perhaps 20 years ago, perhaps recently. I can't think of anyone who answers that description. Is it important to find him? According to a witness, he may have been your father's killer. Her eyes clouded over slightly. No, I don't know him. She shook his hand when he left. Good luck with Mother. He had himself driven to Corancourt. It took a while for the door to be opened. It's you. Madame Vivien sighed in an irritable tone. You'd have to wait in the hall. I'm in the middle of a fitting. She motioned him to a chair that wasn't at all comfortable, and he sat there quietly, his hat in his lap, his still unlit pipe in his right hand. He could hear women's voices in the next room, but they were muted and he couldn't make out more than the odd word. His wait lasted about half an hour. The customer was a blonde with big breasts and a broad smile, who looked at him curiously as she walked to the door. Once she had gone, Madame Vivien turned to face him. Are you ever going to leave me in peace? I assure you I'm bothering you as little as possible. What would it be like if you weren't so thoughtful? I realize you're in mourning. To which she retorted in a harsh voice, It has nothing to do with being in mourning. I only went to the funeral at your insistence. Now that he's finally buried and I was there to see it, you must be happy. You seem to hate him. I do. They had moved into the next room.
where a dress bristling with pins lay on the table. Because of his girlfriend? She shrugged, as if the question were ridiculous.
Listen, Inspector, it may be best if I speak frankly. For years Marcel was an extraordinary man, a very hard worker as well as a devoted husband. He almost never went out without either his daughter or me. Then one fine day, everything changed. He was out almost every evening, and he didn't even bother to make up an excuse. He went out, and that was it. And he'd get back well after midnight.
So you followed him?
Isn't that what any woman would have done?
Had she ever loved him? That was far from certain. He was her companion and the family's breadwinner, but had she ever felt real love?
I followed them, yes, because of course he wasn't going out alone. They were like young lovers who constantly have to shake themselves because they can't believe they're together. She was barely 20 and he was 35. I guess he didn't realize how ridiculous he was. He'd hold her round the waist. They'd sometimes do a little dance on the pavement, then they'd kiss and burst out laughing. You know why? Because once again they'd kissed under a street lamp. I followed them into a cinema. You should have seen how they behaved themselves in there. Then they went for a drink in a nearby brasserie.
Serrano's.
So you know about that.
It must have been in January or February 1946.
January, yes. He'd just left me. But I'd already followed them when he was still living here.
Did you ever speak to him?
No, I had nothing to say to him. I couldn't force him to come back, could I? He'd become a different man anyway. Someone I'd never even suspected.
Was he staying at the Hôtel de Morvan?
How do you know all this?
In June he moved to the Hôtel Jonard on Place des Abbesses.
By then I'd lost track of him.
His girlfriend wasn't living with him.
She had her own apartment on Boulevard Auchois, an apartment she'd inherited from her mother who died a year before.
Do you know the girl's name?
Yes, I asked the concierge. Her name's Nina Lasave.
Have you ever seen her again in the last 20 years?
No.
You never went back to Boulevard Auchois to find out what had become of her?
Certainly not. I'd started working by then.
She said all this in a cold, hard voice without the slightest trace of emotion. Do you know the number of the apartment block on Boulevard Auchois?
No, it's not very far from Place Pigalle. There's a pharmacy on one side and a bakery and pastry shop on the other.
Weren't you surprised to learn that your husband had become a tramp?
It just proves he wasn't with her anymore. How long was he in the Halles?
At least 15 years, probably longer.
Serve him right.
He had to stop himself from smiling. She was literally brimming with hate. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
Now that you know how I feel, are you going to leave me alone?
I'll do my best to bother you as little as possible. You did say Nina Lasave, didn't you?
Do you know if she had a job? When their affair started, she was working in a lingerie shop in Rue Le Pic, but she soon gave that up. She'd found an easier source of income.
Thank you, madame. He said goodbye almost ceremoniously and left her alone with her long-held, long-nursed resentment. He joined Torrance, who was reading the afternoon paper. Go via Rue Le Pic.
By the workshop?
No, look for a lingerie shop. I think I noticed it near the bottom of the street. There it was, with a narrow display window. Inside, a skinny old maid stood behind the counter, folding women's slips. She seemed surprised to see a man come into her shop on his own.
How can I help you?
I'm from the police judiciaire. I'm looking for a woman who used to work here. How long have you had this shop?
40 years, monsieur.
So you were here in 1945 and 1946?
I haven't taken 3 months' holiday in my life. Before I had my sister with me, but she died last year.
Do you remember Nina Lasave?
She worked for me for 2 years. She wasn't yet 18 when she started here, a sweet young thing, quite pretty.
Did she ever give you cause for complaint?
At the end of her time here, her behavior did bother me. I'd noticed a man waiting for her at closing time. He was a lot older than her. This went on for about 2 months. Then she told me she had to leave me. To get married, I asked her, and she burst out laughing as if I'd said something very funny.
Did you ever see her again?
No, I don't know what became of her. I'm afraid she may have turned out badly. And yet, like I said before, when she started, she was so sweet. So nice.
Maigret thanked her,
and went back to the car. So you're taking an interest in ladies' underwear now? I finally have the name of Vivien's girlfriend. She worked in that shop 20 years ago, and now we're going to see the building where she lived at the time. She may still be living there. It's an apartment she inherited from her mother. What's the address? Urba-Urshua, not far from Pigalle. There's a pharmacy on one side and a bakery and pastry shop on the other. Got it. Was it the woman in the shop who gave you the address? No, it was Madame Vivien. She literally spat it out. I've never seen so much hate as I have in that woman's eyes when she talks about her husband and his girlfriend. The streets and boulevards were quiet. They spotted the pharmacy first, then the bakery. Between the two, a brown-painted carriage entrance with a smaller door embedded in it. The second door was open. Through the porch, a cobbled courtyard was visible with a magnificent lime tree. Maigret knocked at the door of the lodge. He glimpsed a pleasant young woman in a white apron who came and opened the door. Who are you looking for? Given your age, I assume you haven't been here long. Well, I have been here for 5 years. Would you still have a tenant named Nina Lasave, by any chance? Never heard of her. Have you heard the name Vivien? The man who was murdered near the hell? I read about it in the papers just in the last few days. Do you know what became of the former concierge? She retired and went back to her village. She has a son who owns a vineyard. It's near Sancerre. Do you know her name? Hold on. I didn't see much of her. Michou. That's it. It's an easy name to remember, actually. Clémentine Michou. Many thanks. And to Tonos, let's go back to headquarters. Without eating ever a beer? They each had one in a bar in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. Maigret was starting to see a little chink of light. Now that he had the girl's name, he was sure he'd soon track her down. When we get back to headquarters, I want you to go up to records and see if we have anything on a Nina Lasave. If there's nothing, you might as well try the Vice Squad. You never know. Got it. Back in his office, Maigret began by taking off his jacket and filling a pipe, standing by the window. In spite of everything, he wasn't completely satisfied, and Madame Maigret would have said he was on edge. It was true. He had conducted the investigation to the best of his ability, looking into both the present and the past. He had obtained some significant results, but he had the feeling he had missed something out. What? He couldn't put his finger on it, and it made him feel uneasy. Could you put me through to the gendarmerie in Sancerre, mademoiselle? If he's in his office, I'll speak to the captain. Of course, if he isn't there, get me someone from his office. He began pacing up and down. In 2 weeks, he told himself this case would probably be closed, and he and his wife would be able to go and relax in their house in Montsourois. It wasn't all that far from Sancerre. Hello. The captain of the Sancerre Gendarmerie? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire. I'm sorry to bother you, just for a piece of information, but it's information that may be very important. You have in your town a vineyard owner named Michou? We have two. The funny thing is, they're not related. One of them has probably had living with him for about the last 5 years, his mother, who was a concierge in Paris for a long time. Yes, Clémentine Michou. Is she still living with her son? She died last year. It was always the same thing. 1 step forwards, 1 step back. Would you like to talk to her son? No, only she could have answered my questions. It's a case that goes back 20 years. Let me guess. The Vivien case, right? How's it going? Not very well, especially now. I was rather counting on old Madame Michou, and now it turns out she died a year ago. Anyway, many thanks, Captain. Oh, what's the wine going to be like this year? If this weather continues, it'll be an exceptional year. I hope so. Thank you. He went and sat down at his desk. He had taken the call standing up, looking through the window, fascinated by a black and red tug pulling 4 barges. I've just come from upstairs, Chief. Anything? Nothing on her in records, and the boys in Vice have never heard of her. The telephone rang. Someone who won't give me their name, sir. Put them through anyway. The voice at the other end of the line sounded muffled. Whoever it was must have been speaking through a handkerchief to disguise his voice. Do you want a good tip, Monsieur Maigret? About what? About the case you're dealing with at the moment. Make a note of the name I'm going to give you. Morsier. That's all. It's up to you now. And the man hung up. Chapter 5. Torrance, bring me the telephone directory that's in the inspector's room. Maigret looked for the name Mercier. He never imagined he would find 11 people of that name in Paris alone. Which of them had the anonymous caller meant? Maigret began making telephone calls, having warned the switchboard operator that he would be asking to make a number of calls. The first call he made, to a Mercier whose name was not followed by his profession, went unanswered, as did the second. Next, he ended up with a florist in Passy. "Is your husband there?" "I don't have a husband any more. I've been divorced for 5 years." Next came another unresponsive number. Most Parisians were clearly on holiday. He was next in touch with a school of shorthand and typing on Boulevard Voltaire. Another unanswered call. That made 4 already. There were 7 in all, and Torrance, standing by the window, was amazed at Maigret's patience. He didn't call the next number, a doctor in Place des Vosges, but then came to a painting and decorating business in Avenue Trudaine. "Hello, who do you want to speak to?" "Monsieur Mercier, please." "Monsieur Mercier left for La Baule yesterday." "Will he be away for a long time?" "At least 3 weeks, maybe 4. Who's calling?" "Is this his home number?" "No, these are the office and workshops. Monsieur and Madame Mercier have an apartment in Rue de Turbigo." "Do they have a villa in La Baule?" "Yes, they Palm Parasol. They've been going there for about 12 years. Avenue Trudaine brought him back to Montmartre, and Rue de Turbigo was not far from Les Halles. He began pacing up and down. Even in front of Torrance he was a little afraid of looking ridiculous. Wouldn't he be giving too much credence to an anonymous telephone call? "Would you call Air Inter for me? Ask them if there's a flight for La Baule tomorrow morning, and if it's possible to get there and back on the same day." Torrance went to phone from the next office. He returned a few minutes later. "There's a plane at 10:10, and for the return journey, a plane leaves La Baule at 18:30. Should I book it for you?" "Please." Mercier. Mercier. Maigret kept repeating the name, making an almost painful effort to remember. He knew it from somewhere. He had heard it anyway, or read it on a shop front. He went up to the examining magistrate's office. "Something new, Monsieur Maigret?" young Cassure asked amiably. "Not much, except that I now know the name and former address of the young woman Vivien left his wife and daughter for." "What became of her?" "The concierge of the building where she lived is new. The previous concierge retired to Sancerre and died there. The current tenants are all under 40. He hesitated for a moment, then took his courage in both hands. "I've just received an anonymous telephone call." "A madman?" "I don't know. It's a chance we have to take. The caller mentioned someone named Mercier. There are 11 of them in the phone book. 7 are on holiday. Among the other 4, the only one who seems like a possible suspect is a man who runs a painting and decorating business." "Are you going to see him?" "With your permission. In fact, he and his wife left yesterday for La Baule, where he owns a villa. He won't be back for another 3 weeks. I have no proof he's involved in the case, but I don't know why my mind won't be at rest until I've seen him and talked to him." "You want to go to La Baule?" "I have an Air Inter flight in the morning, returning to Paris late in the afternoon." "You're in charge of the investigation." "Thank you. It might be a good idea if I took a letter rogatory with me, in case he turns out to be an awkward customer." Examining Magistrate Cassure issued it immediately. "Good luck, Maigret." He went home early, had a dinner of cold meats, cheese, and salad, then spent the evening watching television. From time to time he muttered in a low voice, like an incantation, "Mercier. Mercier." But no specific memory came back to him. "By the way," he told his wife, "I will be home for lunch tomorrow." "Do you have a lot of work?" "Not particularly, but I have to go to La Baule." "La Baule?" "Yes, there's someone there I think I need to see. I'm going by plane and coming back the same way. I'll be back about 8:30. He knew from experience that many criminals are only arrested thanks to an anonymous phone call or a tip-off from an informer. When he woke up, the sun was already high, still as bright, and there wasn't a breath of air. He was pleased. He didn't particularly like travelling by plane, which always gave him a feeling of confinement. "See you this evening." "You may have time to bathe in the sea." she joked. She was referring to the fact that Maigret couldn't swim. It was one of the reasons they never took their holidays by the sea, but always in the country. The plane was a small two-propeller craft that looked like a toy next to the huge transatlantic machines. It could only carry 8 passengers. Maigret looked at them vaguely. There were 2 children who couldn't keep still and wouldn't stop talking. He tried to nap, but couldn't. At last, after a 2-hour flight, the plane touched down in the airfield at La Baule. For some time now, the sea had been visible, sparkling down below, and in the distance a ship that seemed to be following the horizon. He found a taxi. "Do you know a villa called Les Palmes Parasol? Do you have the address?" "No." "What about the name of the people who live there?" "Yes, Maussier. Louis Maussier." "Hold on a minute." The driver walked over to a little bar where he looked through the local telephone directory. "Got it," he announced, coming back. "Is it far?" "Behind the Hotel Hermitage." The sense of disorientation was total. Here, the men were in shorts, with shirts open on their chests. All along the beach, which stretched for several kilometers, there were rows of parasols and thousands of holidaymakers were baking in the sun, while others bathed in the sea. The villa was a large one, located down a well-shaded drive quite far from the road. Maigret looked for a bell, but couldn't see one. The white-painted door was ajar. There was a garden table and chairs on the terrace. He opened the door by a few centimeters and called out, "Is there anyone at home?" There was no response at first. It was only when he called out for the 3rd time that a very young maid in a white apron emerged from the gloom of the corridor. "What is it?" "I'd like a word with Monsieur Maussier." "At this time, Monsieur and Madame are on the beach. If you'd like to come back this afternoon." "I'd rather see them now, on the beach." "Do you know them?" "No." "At the end of the first street on the left, there are stone steps going down to the beach. Their hut's the 4th one. It has the number 24 printed on the canvas." "Could you come and point out your employers to me?" "I can't leave the villa unattended." "How old is Monsieur Maussier?" "I don't know exactly. I only work for them during the holidays. 50, maybe." "What does he look like?" "Oh, he's still a handsome man. Very tall, very thin, with grey hair around the ears." "And Madame Maussier?" "Oh, she's much younger. Probably no more than 40, I'd say." What number hut did you say?" 24. Families were passing, already in their bathing costumes, some with skin peeled by the sun. He found the steps down to the beach and made his way between the bodies lying on the sand. He had no difficulty in finding the orange canvas hut that bore the number 24. Outside it, a woman whose face could not be seen was lying on her stomach. Her back, coated with tanning lotion, was glossy in the sun. He looked around him in search of a man likely to be Louis Maussier. Not far from the place where the sea nasally licked the beach, some 20 men in a row were doing physical exercises, led by an instructor. One of them was taller and thinner than the others. Was he Maussier? Maigret couldn't interrupt the lesson. He stood there 1 meter from the woman outside hut 24. Would she eventually become aware of his presence? She readjusted the top of her 2-piece bathing costume, not much less skimpy than a bikini, and turned on her side. She seemed surprised to see a man in a suit standing near her. Maigret must have been the only person dressed like that on the whole beach. "Are you looking for something?" she asked. Her face was coated with oil or ointment. She was quite plump and seemed to be of a cheerful disposition. "Madame Maussier?" "Yes. How did you know?" "Your maid gave me the number of your hut. I'd like a word with your husband." "You'll have to wait." "What time is it?" "Nearly 12:30. In a few minutes he'll have finished his workout." "He's the tallest one, isn't he?" "Yes, the 3rd on the right. He may be thin, with not a gram of fat on him, but when we're in La Baule he never misses his exercises." She was looking at him curiously, and didn't dare ask him questions that were too direct. "Did you get here this morning?" "Yes." "By car?" "By plane." "We'd take the plane too if we didn't need the car here. Are you staying at the Hermitage?" "I'm not staying in a hotel. I'm leaving again this afternoon." The workout was over, and the tall, thin man came walking towards the canvas hut. He frowned when he saw Maigret in conversation with his wife. "This is someone who's come from Paris to see you. He flew here this morning and is leaving again this afternoon." Mercier clearly didn't like this. Monsieur Maigret, police justiciar. And I'm the person you want to speak to? Yes. I'd like to ask you a few questions. He answered the description he had been given of the man who had left Pharamond's, had stood watching Vivian unloading vegetables, and was later seen in Impasse du Vieux Four, entering the dilapidated building where the tramp had sought refuge. You own a painting and decorating business, is that right? Yes. This interview he was initiating was quite strange, because of the setting, the commotion of the beach, the cries of the children, and last but not least, the fact that the man he was interviewing was in bathing trunks. How long have you had it? About 15 years. And before? I worked for an employer. Also in Montmartre. What's the point of these questions, Inspector? I'm here on holiday. I don't see what right you have to come bothering me. Maigret showed him the letter of rogatory, which he read carefully. What's this all about? A few days ago you had dinner in Pharamond's in the Halles. He looked at his wife as if asking her to refresh his memory. That was the evening my mother came over to have dinner with me. As you can't stand her, you decided to have dinner out. What did you do after that? I went for a walk, and then I went home. Maigret saw Madame Mercier's cheeks flush slightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but changed her mind. Yes, you did in fact go home, for a while. And looking the man straight in the eyes, Maigret asked point-blank, What caliber is your gun? I don't own a gun. Be careful, Monsieur Mercier. I warn you not to tell a lie that might come back to harm you. If you don't give me an honest answer, I'll ask for a warrant to search your workshop as well as your apartment in Rue de Tobigo. The woman was looking at her husband in amazement. As for Mercier himself, a hard look had come into his eyes, and it seemed as if he might throw himself on Maigret. Yes, I do have an old automatic, but it must be rusty, and I don't even know where I put it. A .32 caliber? I suppose so. I don't know much about guns. It's a pity you don't know where you put it. You could have asked one of your staff to hand it over to me. Once again, do you mind telling me what this is all about? It's about something very serious, Monsieur Mercier. A murder, in fact. When I find your gun, I'll know in a few hours, thanks to our ballistics department, whether or not you're involved. Do whatever you like. I'm not even going to answer any more of your ridiculous questions. He shook hands with a fat man in a bathing suit who passed by and went and lay down 3 huts further on. 20 years ago, you made the acquaintance of a young woman named Nina Lasave, didn't you? Then, through her, you met Marcel Vimier. The tramp from Ayal? He wasn't a tramp in those days. He had a cabinet-making workshop in Rue-de-Pique. Am I supposed to know that? Yes. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't know these people. What about Boulevard Auchois? This was definitely the first time Maigret had ever interrogated anyone on a beach. Mercier's wife had lifted herself onto one elbow and was following the interview with obvious interest. Like all Parisians, I know Boulevard Auchois, of course. Where were you living in 1946? It's a long time ago. I moved about a lot in those days. I mainly lived in small hotels. In Montmartre? Yes. My employer had his business in the neighborhood. The Hôtel du Morvan? I don't remember. The Hôtel Journal on Place des Abbesses? Maybe. Was there a time during that summer when you had your meals at La Bonne Fourchette in Rue d'Ancourt? Old man Bouton is still alive and could identify you. He has an excellent memory. I don't know about any of this. You don't know that restaurant? It's possible I had lunch or dinner there once or twice. Do you have any more questions to ask me? Not many, especially if they get evasive answers. I assume you can tell me what year you got married. 1955. Had you broken up with Nina by then? You're out of your mind, Inspector. Haven't you remembered about the gun yet? You still not know where you put it? I don't even know if I still have it. When did you buy it? I didn't buy it. One of my workers gave it to me. He has 2 children, and he didn't like having a weapon at home. Do you still have this worker? Yes. What's his name? Oscar Raison. He was there on Avenue Trudaine. He was one of the first people to start working for me. This time I hope you have nothing more to ask me. No, nothing. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry, madame, if I spoiled your sunbathing. She didn't reply, but looked at her husband with a questioning air. In a side street, Maigret found a little Italian restaurant where on a sudden whim, seeing the oven, he decided to have a pizza. While waiting for it, he ordered some seafood and a bottle of Muscadet, as there were no half bottles. He was calm and serious. He had the feeling he hadn't wasted his day. After having his coffee, he took a taxi to Saint-Nazaire, where he was sure there would be a branch of the police judiciaire. He checked with the town hall and was sent to Nantes. There he found just 3 inspectors in fairly cramped premises. The 3 men recognized him and were clearly surprised to see him. Is La Baule part of your territory? Yes, but we're not called out there often. Nothing ever happens there. It's a family resort. I'd like a man who's spending his holidays there right now, to be watched, day and night. Is that possible? Anything's possible, obviously, but there aren't many of us. Maigret showed them the letter rogatory. We'll do whatever you ask, Chief. He described Louis Mercier and his wife, and gave their address. If either of them leads La Baule, I'd like to be phoned immediately at home, if necessary. He gave his home telephone number. Of course, I'd also like to know which direction they went in. All right, Chief. Will you come and have a glass of Muscadet with us? I've just had one. My doctor tells me I should cut down. He left them and returned to La Baule by taxi. On the embankment were a few men dressed like him in city clothes, and they were carrying their jackets over their arms. He followed their example. From Orly, he took a taxi straight home. Madame Maigret was waiting for him on the landing. She couldn't help laughing. How would it be if you spent a month by the sea? What do you mean? You weren't even there a day, and you really caught the sun. Go and look at yourself in the mirror. It was true. Maigret's face was red, and he was in a hurry to take off his shoes, which were full of sand. He hadn't been able to resist the childish desire to walk the length of the beach, 1 meter from where little white waves lapped the shore. He had walked for almost 2 hours like that, in a noisy, colourful universe, dodging balls thrown by children as best he could. Have you had dinner? I had something on the plane. I have to phone headquarters. He was put through to the inspector's room and was surprised to hear Janvier's voice. Are you still in the office? There was a post office raid and we've had a lot of work. We've arrested the 2 main perpetrators and recovered the money. The 3rd man, who was the lookout, is still on the run. How about you, Chief? It'll be a few days before I know if my journey was worth the trouble. In the meantime, do you have 2 inspectors who can each do a stakeout, starting this evening? I think I do, though we're down to a skeleton team right now. Write this down. Avenue Trudaine, near the Lycée Rollin. The premises of Louis Mercier, who runs a painting and decorating business. I haven't the slightest idea what might happen, but I'll feel more at ease knowing the place is under surveillance. The 2nd stakeout is outside the apartment of the same Mercier in Rue de Turbigo. The apartment isn't empty. An elderly cook is alone there at the moment. Got it. What do we do if Mercier shows up at one of these 2 places? Follow him and keep track of where he goes and what he does. Maigret slept badly, because as soon as he started sweating, his face began to tingle. He still had the noise of the sea in his ears, and he felt as if the bright colours of the beach had imprinted themselves on his retinas. The next day, he woke up early again and took a taxi to Rue de Turbigo. It was one of those old buildings in the Marais that had been restored, and on the outside looked again like what it had once been, a rich man's mansion. Excuse me, madame. Monsieur Mercier's apartment, please. He isn't here. He and his wife are in La Baule, where they have a villa. I know, but I also know that the cook, Mademoiselle Berthe, is in. As you wish. 1st floor on the right. Actually, it doesn't matter if you turn right or left. I have the whole floor. There was no lift, but the staircase was wide and not too steep. He rang the bell beside a door of old polished wood. It took a long time before there was any response. At last, there were muted footsteps in the apartment, and the door opened. Monsieur and Madame Mercier are in La Baule, I know. It's you I'm here to see. Me? You are Mademoiselle Berthe, the cook. Come in. Don't stand out on the landing. She admitted him to a very large drawing room, lit by 3 tall windows and furnished more or less in the style of the building. Please, sit down. Are you selling vacuum cleaners? No, I'm from the police judiciaire.
She looked him up and down, shamelessly. She was clearly a woman who feared nothing and would always speak her mind. "You're not Inspector Maigret, are you?" "Yes, I am." "Are you dealing with that tramp whose name I forget? I don't have a good memory for names these days." "Vivien." "That's right. It's a strange idea to kill a tramp, don't you think? Unless he was one of those fake tramps who hide their money in their mattress." "That's not the case on this occasion. I saw your employer in La Boule yesterday." "Oh." "Did you know him before he was married?" "I first met him when he was engaged to Mademoiselle Cassagras. I've worked for them ever since. Monsieur Cassagras is a notary. I never knew de Villiers. His wife is often ill. There was a maid to look after her and do the cooking. It was Monsieur Cassagras who insisted I stay with his daughter when she got married." "How long ago was that?" "About 15 years. The difference here is that there's no maid and I do everything. Actually, that's not quite true. Madame helps me a lot, and she's as good a cook as I am." "Do they go out a lot?" "Not often, and then just to the theatre or the cinema. They have a few friends round sometimes, always the same ones." "Do they get on well?"
"They don't argue over every little thing, if that's what you're asking."
"You think they still love each other?"
Her reply was in her silence.
"Is Monsieur Mercier having an affair?"
"I don't know. He certainly wouldn't tell me if he was."
"Does he sometimes go out alone in the evening and get back very late?"
"No, never. Oh, actually, it did happen last week. At about 11, when Madame was out, her mother had had dinner here and she was seeing her home, he came rushing back and went straight to his room. Then he went back out as quickly as he'd come in. When Madame got back, she decided not to wait up for him and went to bed. I don't know if she heard him come in because he made as little noise as possible, but I know it was after 3 in the morning."
"How long have they slept in separate bedrooms?"
"Since after the first few months. Monsieur gets up very early so that he can be on site early. That used to wake Madame up, and she likes to stay in bed until mid-morning." You just had to watch her as she spoke about Mercier to realize that she didn't like him, whereas she spoke about her mistress with real adoration.
"How old was she when she got married?"
"She was a month over 20.
"Do you know where they met?"
"No. She used to go out a lot when she was a girl. These days girls go out without chaperones."
"Is she happy?"
Another eloquent silence.
"Has her marriage been a disappointment to her?"
"She's not the kind of woman who complains or puts on a show of being upset. She takes life as it comes." Maigret spotted a photograph of a couple on the piano. In it, Louis Mercier had a moustache she had since abandoned. As for the woman, she had very curly blonde hair. Following the direction of Maigret's gaze, the cook asked suddenly, "What has he done?"
"Why do you ask that? He hasn't necessarily done anything.
You wouldn't be here if he was blameless. When a man like you goes out of his way—"
"Would you mind showing me his room?"
"If he knew, he'd be furious. But I don't care. I'm not afraid of him."
They walked through the dining room, then along a corridor.
"Here," she said, opening a door. "This is Madame's room." It was cheerful looking, all in pale greys with a little blue. The white carpet was the kind into which your feet would sink. Mercier's room, which was next door, was more sober, of course, but in good taste.
"Who chose the furniture and fittings?"
"Madame. She attended art history courses at the Louvre, and also went to the École des Arts Décoratifs."
"Is she the one who plays the piano?"
"Yes, only when she's alone." Here everything was beige and brown.
"Tell me, does Mercier own a gun?"
"Yes, I saw it just 2 weeks ago."
"Is it one with a barrel?"
"You mean with a kind of cylinder you put the bullets in?"
"Yes."
"No, it's a flat revolver."
"An automatic?"
"See for yourself." She went to the night table and opened the top drawer. A look of surprise came over her face. "It's not there."
"Could he have taken it with him to La Boule?"
"Definitely not. I was the one who packed the bags."
"Could he have put it somewhere else?"
She opened the other 2 drawers, which contained keys, a penknife, and membership cards for various clubs. "Ever since I've been here, that gun has always been in this drawer."
"And you say you saw it 2 weeks ago.
Were there any cartridges in the drawer?" "There was a box full of them." "That's gone too." She looked in the cupboards, in the chest of drawers, and even in the bathroom. When she looked at Maigret again, Her face was grave and a little pale. "I'm starting to guess why you're here." "Does it surprise you?" "A little. Not so much. The reason I'm going to give you will probably make you laugh. He doesn't like animals. He won't have a dog or a cat in the apartment. Madame had a cocker spaniel that kept her company, and he forced her to get rid of it. I think it'd be best if you don't leave Paris in the next few days. I may need you quite soon." "I'll be here." And after a moment, as she led him back to the drawing room, "Did you see Madame in La Boule?" "Yes." "I bet she was sunbathing." "Yes, she was. When she's by the sea, she spends her days in the sun. She used to go to La Boule with her parents when she was a child." "Don't they want children?" "They haven't confided in me, but I don't think they care much about that." "Thank you, Mademoiselle Berthe. You've been very helpful." "I've done my best to help you." She didn't add, "and to put my boss in a difficult situation." A taxi took him back to Quai des Orfèvres. Torrance told him there had been a telephone call from Nantes. No developments at the Villa Les Pins Parasol. They were asking if they should continue with the stakeout. "Call them and tell them yes." "Did you send men where I told you?" he asked Janvier, who was at his post. He was often quite informal with Janvier, and sometimes also with Lapointe, the newest member of the team. With the others, he maintained a certain formality, except sometimes when he was distracted or under pressure. "Who did you send to Rue de Tourbillon? Whoever it was is well hidden. I've just come back from there and didn't see anyone. True, there's a bistro just opposite the building. It's Baron who's there. Neveu is in Montmartre." Maigret headed for the corridor where the examining magistrates had their offices and knocked at Cassure's door. The magistrate called out for him to come in. "Any news?" "In a way, yes. I even think it's worth signing a custody order." "Tell me all about it." And Maigret, sitting down on an uncomfortable chair, started telling him about his travels of the last 2 days. "I definitely don't know for sure that Mercier murdered Vivien, but I think we have enough on him to bring him in for questioning, and not have to do it on the beach." "I think so too. How will you go about it? Will you send 2 men to fetch him, or will you ask the local gendarmerie to handle it?" "I'll send 2 men if I find any available. We're working with such a reduced staff that if the criminals find out, they never field day. I'll sign the custody order for you." He filled out a form that Maigret knew well. "First name? Louis. Mercier with an H. I don't know why I feel like putting an R instead." "Thank you. Have you been to Avenue Trudaine?" "I'm planning to go there this morning." He went back to see Janvier. "I absolutely need 2 men." Poor Janvier didn't know where to turn. "Do you need them for long?" "Long enough to fetch someone from La Boule." He looked Maigret in the eyes, and they understood each other. "Got it. Take Vivien and Loubet." Maigret led both of them to his office, gave them instructions, and handed over the custody order. "There's a plane in an hour. You can take it, but I'd rather you came back by train." "Should we handcuff him?" "If he looks like he's planning to run away, yes. Otherwise, I don't think there's any point." He called Torrance. "Come on, driver." That was indeed pretty much all Torrance had been doing in the last few days. "Avenue Trudaine, opposite the Lycée Rona." "Are you arresting him?" "Taking him into custody. We'll decide what to do once I've questioned him a little more seriously than I could on the beach." There was a large yard, dotted with ladders, and a kind of garage full of huge cans of paint. On an enamel nameplate was the word "office" and an arrow which Maigret followed. There was only one room, quite large, where a short, grumpy-looking man sat bent over invoices. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. "Is it me you want to talk to?" "What's your name?" "Vanier, Gérard Vanier. And I don't see what the police—" "This isn't about you." "One of our workers. They're all out on jobs. They're hard-working people. They've all been with us for several years." "Is this desk on the left your boss's?" "Yes. He's not there often. He's always out on one site or another." "Is the business doing well?" "We can't complain." "Are you a partner?" "Unfortunately not. I'm just the accountant." "When was the business established?" "That I don't know. What I do know is that in 1947 the then owner went bankrupt. That's because he spent most of his time in bistros, and there was a lot of waste. Monsieur Mercier took over and changed all the staff.
And you?
At first, he only needed an accountant 2 evenings a week. Then, as the business expanded, he took me on full-time around the end of 1948.
Does he work hard?
Everything goes through him. He barely even has time for lunch.
How is he with the men?
He's very friendly with them, but there's a line they can't cross, and they know that.
How many workers are there?
8 at the moment, that's including the apprentice.
Have you ever seen a gun in the desk?
A gun? No. What would we want with a gun? The money comes in mostly in the form of checks, and they're paid straight into the bank that's on the corner of the avenue.
Do you mind?
Much to the little man's indignation, he went straight to Mercier's desk and opened the drawers one by one. There was no gun in any of them.
Why exactly are you here?
It's in connection with an investigation of mine. When Monsieur Mercier finds out, I saw him yesterday.
You went to La Baule?
Yes, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, he'll be in Paris. He wasn't supposed to be back for another 3 weeks, or a month. I asked him to change his mind.
Didn't you object?
Little Monsieur Vanier was on his high horse by now. I'd like to know what this is all about.
You'll soon find out.
Opening drawers as if this was your home, asking ridiculous questions, and claiming you've made the boss come back from La Baule. Maigret left without saying another word, leaving the fellow to continue his tirade. Chapter 6. Maigret had just got back to headquarters when he received a phone call from La Baule. It was Vera, one of the 2 inspectors he had sent there to fetch Mercier. How did it go? Quite badly at first. He started by looking down his nose at us and refusing to come with us to Paris. He said he had friends in high places, and he'd start an almighty row.
How did his wife react?
She was listening, looking surprised. I let him argue for a few minutes, then took the handcuffs from my pocket and told him that if he didn't come quietly, he'd have these things on his wrists for the whole journey. His face turned red. You dare do that? Yes. But why, for God's sake? I think what hurt him most was being humiliated. In the end, he went with us to the station to catch the night train. His wife wanted to come along, but he refused, telling her he'd be back within 48 hours. They have nothing they can pin on me, do you understand? They're the ones who'll end up looking stupid. The following morning, Maigret took his seat at his desk, chose a pipe, filled it slowly, and motioned to Tonge to sit at the end of the table with a notepad. Usually, or as often as possible, it was Lapointe who recorded interrogations, since he was the best stenographer in the police judiciaire. But Torrance didn't do too badly. Maigret pushed a button, and Dehan brought Mercier in. His features were hard, his eyes fixed. Take a seat. I object to this arrest. There's no justification for it, and I reserve the right to file a complaint, even if you are Maigret. Maigret didn't flinch. You aren't telling me, Monsieur Mercier, where your gun is? What gun? The one that was still in the top drawer of your night table a few days ago? A .32 caliber, unless I'm mistaken. I don't know anything about guns, and I couldn't tell you what caliber that one is. It was given to me a long time ago. Where is it now? In the same drawer, probably. There was a bad-tempered tone in his voice, and when he looked at Maigret, his eyes expressed intense hatred. But wasn't there also fear in those eyes? The gun isn't in the drawer anymore. What have you done with it? I'm not the only one with access to the apartment. You mean Mademoiselle Berthe might have grabbed it? Please, don't make jokes. It won't get you anywhere. I didn't say it was the cook who took it. Could it have been your mother-in-law? She was in your home the night you had dinner alone at Fairmont's and got home at 3 in the morning. I've never got home at 3 in the morning. Would you like me to bring in the witness who got a good look at you and is sure to recognize you? Torrance was writing as quickly as he could, his forehead bathed in sweat. Not only did someone I have here see you enter a building in Impasse du Vieux-Fort just before 3 o'clock, but another witness heard you come home a few minutes after that hour. My wife, I suppose. The tone was ironic. If it was your wife, she wouldn't be able to testify against you. Maigret, unlike Mercier, was very calm. So it's that old bitch Berthe. Just because she was slightly involved in raising my wife, she's so jealous of anyone else going near her that she can't stand me. Where did you meet Marcel Vivien? I don't know who you mean. Don't you read the papers? I don't take any notice of a human interest stories. But you know he was murdered, don't you? He was asleep in his bed when he was shot 3 times in the chest. Is that any concern of mine? It might be. It would be wonderful if you could find your gun. I'd first have to find out who took it or moved it. He was the kind of man who would deny things in the face of all the evidence. As he lit a cigarette, his hand shook. It might have been with anger. I don't suppose you've ever been in Impasse du Vieux-Fort? I couldn't even tell you where it is. Maigret abruptly changed the subject, throwing Marcier. What became of Nina Lasave? Am I supposed to know her? The name doesn't mean anything to me. In 1945 and 1946, you were living in Montmartre, in a hotel not far from Boulevard Auchois. I used to live round there, but I don't remember what year it was. Nina had an apartment in Boulevard Auchois. It's possible, so did lots of people. Am I supposed to know them too? It's likely you met her and Marcel Vivien, who was her lover. Think before you answer. Were you also Nina Lasave's lover? I don't need to think. The answer is no. I wasn't married yet, and I had a few girlfriends at the time, but she wasn't one of them. And I've never met anyone called Marcel Vivien. So you have nothing to do with any of this. Nothing at all. He was becoming insolent, but he was also growing increasingly nervous and couldn't stop his hands shaking. To give you time to think, I'm going to send you to the cells. You have no right. You're forgetting the custody order duly signed by the examining magistrate. If you're planning to question me again, I want my lawyer present. I could refuse. Your lawyer can step in when you're with the examining magistrate, but I want to give you every chance. What's his name? Maître Loiseau. His address is 38 Boulevard Beaumarchais. I'll inform him in good time. Maigret stood up and walked heavily over to the window, which was open on a maddeningly blue sky. Except for those on the beaches, everyone was desperate for rain, but still it wouldn't fall. If anything, the temperature was rising. Inspector Vera led Marcier to his cell. He'll get what's coming to him, the man muttered, presumably referring to Maigret. Maigret, for his part, said to Tonals, He's tough. Type up the notes you took. We'll get him to sign the statement next time. Do you really think he knew Nina Lasave? It's possible. I was just putting feelers out, but I think I got a reaction. He wasn't expecting me to talk about her. He changed pipes and put on his hat. If I'm needed urgently, I'll be at the offices of the Parisien Libéré. Torrance looked at him in surprise, but said nothing. Maigret began by having a beer at the Brasserie Dauphine, then hailed a taxi. To the Parisien Libéré. He remembered that it had been one of the first newspapers to appear after the liberation. He himself hadn't been in Paris in 1946. That was the time when he had done something to displease the then Commissioner of the Police Judiciaire, who had retired a few months later. He had been sent to Luçon, where there was very little to do, and in order to kill time he had played billiards almost all day long. He had moped there for nearly a year. Madame Maigret, too, had found it hard to adjust to life in the Vendée. Fortunately, the new commissioner had recalled him to Paris. He wasn't yet a detective chief inspector and didn't yet lead the crime squad. That period in Luçon was a kind of gap in his career and in his memories. I'd like to speak to the editor. Who shall I say? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. The editor, whom he didn't know, and who was very young, came out of his office to greet him. To what do I owe the honor? It's a work matter. How can we help you? I assume you keep all issues of your paper. Of course, they're classified by year. I'd like to look at the years 1945 and 1946. Come with me. They went down tortuous corridors and finally came to a dark room where rows of huge tomes bound in black canvas sat on shelves. Would you like someone to help you? I don't think it'll be necessary, especially as it may take hours. This was something Maigret should have done at the beginning of the investigation. He had thought about it briefly, then it had gone out of his head. I can have some beer brought up for you. The bistro opposite is used to it. I've just had a drink, thanks. Once alone, he took off his jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and looked for the volume for the year 1945. After an hour, he had finished with that year.
Of course, he read only the headlines. None of them seemed to refer to Marcel Vivien, Nina Lasave, or Louis Marcier. He went and put back the volume, and with a heavy head started on the year 1946. Twice the editor came to make sure he didn't need anything. Still not hungry? I could certainly do with a beer now. The air was blue with pipe smoke. The room smelled of old paper and printer's ink. There were headlines that surprised him, cases that had created a lot of stir in their day and were now completely forgotten. January, February, March, April. He eventually came to August, and finally, dated the 17th of August, there was the headline, "Young Woman Strangled on Boulevard Auchois." It wasn't in bold lettering, or even on the first page. Nobody seemed to have attached much importance to the story. A young woman of 22, Nina Lasave, was found strangled in the bedroom of her apartment on Boulevard Auchois. She was lying naked on her bed. Nothing had been disturbed in either the room or the rest of the apartment. The concierge, when questioned, was unable to provide any information that might help the investigators. For several years, Nina Lasave worked as an assistant in a lingerie shop in Rue Lepic, where the owner was very pleased with her work. It was at the end of 1945 that she suddenly stopped working. There was a man in her life, but he seldom came to see her at home. What happened the night she died? That is what the investigation must try to establish, but it will not be an easy task. The concierge is quite elderly and does not take much notice of comings and goings in the building. Chief Inspector Pierbeuf is in charge of the investigation. The following issue featured the headline, "No New Developments in Boulevard Auchois Murder." Only a few lines to say that the police were looking further into the victim's private life. The pathologist's report established that she had indeed died from strangulation, but had not been sexually assaulted. The concierge had been questioned again. She had confirmed that a man who appeared relatively young sometimes came back with her and went up to her apartment, but never spent the night there. She had caught sight of him once or twice, but she would find it difficult to recognize him. For about 2 months, another man, this one easier to describe, had been coming to see her in the afternoon, and the light being better, the concierge had got a good look at him. He was very tall and very thin, with blue eyes. He would climb the stairs 4 at a time and leave alone an hour later. It was only 3 days later that the Parisien Libéré announced, "Subject has been questioned by Chief Inspector Pierbeuf." Not much is being revealed about the interrogations that have been taking place at the Police Judiciaire. We do know, however, that the tall, thin man who came several times to Nina Lasave's apartment on Boulevard Auchois has been identified as one Louis M., a house painter who lives in a small hotel in the neighborhood. He does not deny having been the young woman's lover, but claims he did not see her on the day she died. The concierge, though, has stated that she was on the stairs when he came to see Nina Lasave that day at about 4 in the afternoon. Due to lack of evidence, M has been released, although the police are continuing to investigate him. As for cabinet maker Marcel B., who had been Nina Lasave's lover for more than 6 months, he has been able to establish that he was in a café on Boulevard de la Chapelle at the time of the murder. Maigret was taking notes in his old black notebook. A waiter from a local brasserie had brought him a nice frothy beer, and the interest he was taking in what the newspaper was revealing to him had made his headache go away. He tried to walk back to the editor's office, but got lost in the corridors and had to ask for directions. "Would you mind my having someone photograph a number of articles in your archives?" "Not at all." "Is it all right if I use your phone?" He got through to Meurs. "Is Mestral there? Could you send him to the Parisien Libéré for me? In the offices, he should ask for the archives. I'll be there." Maigret went back to his seat and continued leafing through old issues of the newspaper. Nina Lasave was mentioned less and less, and then only in a few lines, because a big political trial had grabbed all the attention at the time. It now appears that Louis M., whom the concierge thinks she saw going up to Nina Lasave's apartment at about 4 in the afternoon, also has an alibi. Chief Inspector Pierbeuf is continuing his investigation, as are his inspectors, but it does not seem as if anything new has been discovered. That was almost the end of the Boulevard Auchois murder case as far as the newspaper was concerned. No photographs had been published of either Marcier or Marcel Vivien.
Mercier had been questioned 2 or 3 more times at Quai des Orfèvres. He had been taken to see examining Magistrate Camelio, who was still alive at the time, but no charges had been brought against him. Mesran arrived half an hour later with a whole battery of cameras and flashes. Are there a lot of pages to photograph? Only half a dozen fairly short articles. Maigret watched him go about his task, pointing out the articles as he went along. Would it be possible to have the prints in the course of the afternoon? Let's say about 4, if I'm allowed to have lunch. Maigret went to thank the editor. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes. I don't suppose we can talk about it yet. When the time comes, I promise, you'll have the scoop. Thanks. I hope to hear from you soon. It was just after midday. From Rue d'Orléans to Boulevard Richelieu was only 15 minutes' walk, and Maigret, in a good mood, looked at the passers-by, the shop windows, and the coaches as he walked. There were 2 or 3 coaches at the Bastille, which the foreigners were photographing as they had photographed the Arc de Triomphe, Sacré-Cœur, and the Eiffel Tower. Most looked tired, but didn't want to miss any of the sights they'd been promised. He was humming as he walked into his apartment. I get the feeling things are going better, Madame Maigret said as she served the starter. I think I've done a good job. I don't yet know what the result will be, but there's sure to be one. A pity there's a man who can't talk anymore. Who? Marcel Vivien. By the way, I know something new that I have no reason to hide. Nina Lassabe was murdered in her apartment in August 1946. Shot? Strangled. No wonder you couldn't find her. Precisely. I've been questioning Mercier, but he's clamming up more and more. He ate heartily. There was a leg of lamb, a lovely pink color, with just a hint of blood near the bone. It's wonderful, he sighed, taking another slice. Do you think you're getting to the end? I can't say yet, but we've come quite a long way. The funniest thing is that what I discovered this morning in the archives of the Parisien Libéré is probably in the files at headquarters in much greater detail. The only reason I didn't think of looking there is that we were in Luçon at the time. I've never been so bored in my life. What about me? Would you like a peach? They're very ripe and juicy. A peach would be fine. He was at peace with the world, and himself. This time, he took a taxi back to the office. The windows were wide open, as they had been on the previous days, and there was the occasional breath of cooler air playing about the room. Tonos? Yes, Chief. Have you finished typing up the transcript? I finished before lunch. Could you bring me a copy? When he had it on his desk, he continued, I want you to go up to records. In the files for 1946, there must be one about the murder of Nina Lassabe in Boulevard Auchois. I thought I recognized that name. It's coming back to me now. It was Chief Inspector Pierreberth who dealt with it. Exactly. I'd like the file as soon as possible. With only the occasional pause for thought or to relight his pipe, he reread, word for word, the questions he had asked Mercier that morning, and his answers. Each sentence was important in its own way. As set down in black and white, Mercier's words appeared much more confused than when they had been spoken out loud. When he had finished, Maigret sat motionless, eyes half closed. Anyone would have thought he was dozing, but his mind was more active than ever. He was trying to remember the smallest details of his investigation, stringing together the disparate parts. He was in no hurry to bring things to a conclusion. All at once, he decided to call Asquin, the chief inspector from the 1st arrondissement. Sorry, Maigret, my men haven't found anything new. That's not why I'm calling. If possible, I'd like them to get their hands back on the 2 tramps I questioned in your station, the man and the woman. If they do find them, would you be so kind as to send them both to me? You may end up with fleas. It wouldn't be the first time. It's one of the risks of the job. In this neighborhood, we get more than our fair share. When would you like them? About 4, if possible. We'll try. I have just the men we need for that. Maigret asked the switchboard operator to put him through to Maître Loiseau in Boulevard Beaumarchais. She soon called back to say that he wasn't in his office and must be in the Palais de Justice. Try to get hold of him there. This time it took nearly a quarter of an hour. They had to look for him everywhere. Maître Loiseau speaking. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here. Allow me to explain what this is about, Maître. In connection with a recent murder investigation, I have in custody here a client of yours, Louis Mercier. I tried to ask him a few questions this morning, but got virtually nowhere. He'll only talk if you're there, and I see no objection to that. Could you be in my office at about 4?
Impossible. I have to be in court at 3. But if you can make it 5.
5 o'clock. That's fine. Maigret had only just hung up when Torrance brought him a fairly slender file, the one on the Nina Lasave case from 1946. He took off his jacket, lit another pipe, and sat down to look through the papers. First up was a statement by the concierge made in the local police station. Not having seen her tenant come down by 2 in the afternoon, even though she had got back early the previous evening, she had gone up and knocked at her door. The door was slightly ajar, and the concierge walked into the apartment. It wasn't untidy. The drawers hadn't been looked through. In the bedroom, where everything was tidy too, the poor young woman was lying on the bed, completely naked, with her tongue sticking out. Her empty eyes were turned up to the ceiling. Next came the statement of a local chief inspector, a man named Maigret, who had visited the scene of the crime with Officer Patou. He had found the victim in the state described by the concierge. Her clothes, including a print dress, were on a chair not far from the bed. Robbery did not appear to have been the motive. In addition, given her nakedness, the victim must have known her killer well, since she had made no move to cover herself and had let him get close to her. Maigret had called the police judiciaire from the bedroom. Detective Chief Inspector Piedboeuf had told him he would be there immediately, had advised him not to touch anything, and had asked him to call the prosecutor's office. If Maigret's memories were correct, Piedboeuf must have been just under 55 at the time. He was a man who knew his job and wasn't easily taken in. In fact, he was quite hard and lost patience easily. He had been accompanied by 2 inspectors, one of whom now worked for Special Branch. Piedboeuf's report was quite long and had a plan of the apartment attached to it. None of the furniture seems to be out of place in the various rooms, and I found 300 francs in the victim's handbag, clearly visible on the night table. He gave an account of the visit by the prosecutor's office, which is never anything but a formality. 2 reports were attached to Piedboeuf's, as well as a number of photographs of Nina in the state in which she had been found. The first report was by Meurs. In it, he stated that his men had looked for fingerprints and had found none except for the victim's, and on the door handles, those of the concierge. Maigret was taking notes. The next report bore the signature of a man he had long worked with and who was now unfortunately dead, Dr. Paul, a pathologist and knowledgeable gourmet. In more scientific terms, he concluded that it had been death by strangulation. The young woman's neck bore marks left by the killer's fingers. The killer had had particularly strong hands. The tenants of the building had been questioned. There weren't many of them. Nobody had heard anything. Nobody had passed anyone suspicious on the stairs. Did Nina Lasave have lots of visitors? No. But did she see someone quite frequently? 2 men came to see her. Together? No, separately. The tall man would come mostly in the middle of the afternoon, the other would come in the evening, and they would go out together. I don't know where they went, but I spotted them one day, or rather one evening, on the terrace of Serrano's. Which one had she been seeing for longer? The one in the evening, the other one maybe only for 2 months. Did you see either of them on the stairs on the day of the murder? To tell the truth, I didn't leave my apartment until 6 in the evening. The other tenants knew even less. One of them, a middle-aged bachelor who worked in a bank in the Grand Boulevard, left home at 8 in the morning and didn't get back until 9 at night. I didn't even know the woman existed, let alone that she sometimes had lovers coming to see her at home. It was thanks to the concierge that they had tracked down Marcier. One afternoon, she had seen him arrive in a van bearing in yellow lettering the words Lesage Angelo, painters and decorators, Boulevard des Batignolles. More reports. The slightest question asked of a witness was the object of a report full of stereotyped phrases. How could Maigret fail to smile, rereading a report from that period? On the orders of Detective Chief Inspector Piedboeuf, I proceeded to a premises of the Lesage Angelo painting and decorating business at 25 Boulevard des Batignolles. I was able to speak to Monsieur Gillot, Monsieur Lesage being absent. I asked him how many workers he had, and he replied that it was the off-season, and he only had 4. He supplied me with their names.
I asked him their ages. 3 or 4 of them were over 40, one of them was even 60. Only a certain Louis Maussier was younger, 26 in fact. I had to wait nearly 30 minutes because he had gone to deliver material to a site. He was driving the van described by the concierge of the building in Boulevard Rochefort. Maussier was not at all pleased. He asked me what right I had to question him, and began by claiming that he did not know Nina Lasave. I asked him to come with me to Boulevard Rochefort, and there the concierge recognized him immediately. He was the same man she had seen on the stairs 2 days earlier, at approximately the time when the young woman had been killed. As a result of which I asked him to come with me to Quai des Orfèvres, where I handed him over to my superior, Detective Chief Inspector Piedreff. Maigret mopped his brow. There had been 4 interrogations of Maussier, who had not varied in his statements. He claimed that that day, at about the time the murder had been committed, he was in his van, carrying cans of paint to Rue de Courcelles. His colleagues who had received the paint confirmed what he said, but were less specific about the time. Examining Magistrate Camillo had asked to see him, and had asked him a number of questions. Marcel Vivien had also been questioned, as had the owner and the waiter in the café in Boulevard de la Chapelle. Vivien was in a terrible state. The death of his girlfriend seems to have drained him of all his energy. They had found nothing against him, and he had gone back to his little hotel in Place des Abbesses. Maussier had been investigated more thoroughly, but in the end, due to the lack of any real evidence, they had decided to drop him from their inquiries. The file did not carry the words "case closed," because the police never close an unsolved case, but it was as good as. "Torrance, in a quarter of an hour I'd like you to fetch Maussier from the cells." That gave him enough time to go and have a beer at the Brasserie Dauphine. If Maître Oiseau was as tough to crack as his client, the interrogation was likely to be a difficult one. By the time he got back, Maussier was already sitting on a chair in his office, and Torrance was ready with his shorthand notebook. "We have to wait for Maître Loiseau." Maussier gave no indication that he had heard. Maigret casually leafed through the file, reminding himself of certain details. Maître Loiseau arrived in his robe through the door that joined the Police Judiciaire and the Palais de Justice. "I'm sorry, my case was delayed by a quarter of an hour. Please take a seat. I'm going to ask your client a number of questions. So far, he systematically denied everything. Do you know what he's accused of?" "Accused? That's going rather far. I didn't know the legal examination had even started yet." "Let's say that we suspect him of the murder of a tramp named Marcel Vivien in a disused building in Impasse Beauvieux-Four." Maigret turned to Maussier. "I'm first going to establish that you were in Les Halles that night. Do you have witnesses who can be trusted? Judge for yourself." He sent Torrance to fetch the man known as Toto, who had been brought by an inspector from the first arrondissement along with Fat Nana. Toto, not overawed in any way, like a man who is used to the police, looked at everyone in turn. When his gaze fell on Maussier, his face lit up. "I know that guy. How's it going, my friend? I hope you're not in any trouble." Maigret asked, "Where and when did you meet him?" "In Les Halles, of course. That's where I spend my nights." "Could you tell us where you were exactly?" "Less than 10 meters from Pheromones. I was watching a lorry being unloaded. A pal of mine was there, if you could call him that. He wasn't really friends with anyone. Vivien, his name was. He was unloading vegetables and I was waiting for another lorry to arrive so I could get hired." "What happened next?" "The door of Pheromones opened, and this fellow came out of the restaurant. He stopped for a while to watch the men unloading. I took advantage to go up to him and ask him for enough to buy myself a glass of red wine. Instead of giving me a 1-franc coin, he gave me a 5-franc one, which meant I could afford a whole bottle." "Had you seen him in Les Halles before?" "No, never." "And you're there often?" "Every night for the last 15 years. "I'm quite happy for you to ask the witness a few questions, Maître. What day did what you just told us happen?" "As if I keep count of the days. All I know is it was the night Vivien was bumped off." "Are you sure of that?" "Yes." "You weren't drunk?" "By 3 in the morning, yes, but not at 10 in the evening." "And you're sure you recognize him?" "He recognizes me, too. I could see it in his eyes."
Maigret turned to Mercier. Is that true? I've never seen this human trash before.
Human trash. Human trash.
Torrance pushed the man outside and brought in the fat woman with her swollen legs and fingers like blood sausages. She hadn't yet drunk too much, but all the same was swaying a little. Once seated, she too looked around her and reached out her right hand towards Mercier.
Patsy?
She said in a husky voice that must have been her usual voice. Who are you referring to?
The man who came out about 10 in the evening from the restaurant where the rich folk go to eat tripe.
Do you know the name of this restaurant?
Farallon's.
Are you sure it was this man?
Absolutely. I even saw Toto talking to him. He told me afterwards that the man had given him 100-sou coin. He even bought me a glass of wine.
Do you recognize her, Mercier?
Not at all. I've never seen this woman, and she's never seen me in Les Halles.
Maigret turned back to Nana. Did you see him again after that?
The same night, about 3 o'clock. I was sitting in a doorway at the corner of Rue de la Grande Tournerie and Impasse du Villefort. I heard footsteps, and a tall, thin guy walked right past me. He was easy to recognize, especially as there's a street lamp right on the corner.
Do you know where he went?
Into a house they've had marked down for demolition for 10 years now, and it's going to collapse one of these days.
Mercier, do you recognize this woman?
I've never seen her before.
Maître Loiseau sighed.
If all your witnesses are like this,
you can take her back into the corridor, Torrance.
Shall I bring in the third witness?
In a moment. The first time I questioned you, you denied having dinner at Pharamond's that evening. Do you still deny it?
Yes, I do.
Where did you have dinner then? Not at home, you told me, because your mother-in-law was there, and you don't get on well with her.
In a snack bar in the Grand Boulevard.
Would you recognize it?
Possibly.
Did you have a drink?
I never drink except for a glass of wine with my meals.
So you never set foot in Pharamond's? Maigret signaled to Torrance, who admitted a man in his 50s dressed in black from head to toe. Please, take a seat, Monsieur Jeanly.
In my profession, I'm more often called Robert.
Would you mind telling us what profession that is and where you practice it?
I'm assistant head waiter at Pharamond's.
And as such, I assume you keep an eye on who comes in and out.
Most of the time, I'm the one who shows them to a table.
Is there anyone in this office you've seen before?
Yes.
And he pointed to Mercier, who this time turned slightly pale. When did you last see him?
I've only seen him once, on Monday evening. He was on his own, which is quite rare among our customers. He ate quite quickly. I opened the door for him when he went out.
Do you agree with that, Monsieur Mercier?
I haven't set foot in Pharamond's in more than 10 years. This man claims to have seen me just once in a room full of people.
How do you know it was full of people?
I assume it was, given the reputation of the place. The thing is, Monsieur Jeanly remarked, I've rarely seen a customer who was so tall or so thin.
Any questions, Maître Loiseau?
No, I'll keep that for the official examination by a magistrate.
Thank you for your help, Monsieur Jeanly. I won't keep you any longer.
Do you have any other witnesses, Inspector?
We've finished with this case for today.
The lawyer stood up as if he were relieved.
We're going on now to the second case.
There's a second case. Isn't it enough to accuse my client of murdering a tramp he's never seen?
But this time, Mercier had definitely turned pale. It brought out the bags under his eyes and the bitter crease of his tight lips.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Do you remember the 16th of August, 1946, Mercier?
Absolutely not. I have no reason to remember it. I suppose I worked like any other day. In those days, I was trying to put money aside, and I didn't take holidays.
You worked for Lesage and Gillot?
That's right. He seemed surprised and worried.
You often drove a van with those two names on it?
Quite often, yes.
That day you had some cans of paint to take to your workmates who were working in Rue de Courcelles.
I don't remember.
I have here the statement you made to Chief Inspector Pierrebeuf. And I assume you admit you were questioned several times by him?
And Maigret showed him the file.
What are you trying to prove? Where were you living?
I
Don't remember. I was living in hotels and often moved around. Let me refresh your memory. You were living in the Hotel Journal in Place des Abbesses. Do you know who else was living there? I didn't know anyone there. You just met him again in Les Halles after 20 years. I'm talking about Marcel Vivien, whose girlfriend was Nina Lasave. That's nothing to do with me. On the contrary, she often visited Vivien. I don't know if you followed her, but the concierge recognized you and stated that during the last 2 months you visited her quite often. Monsieur Loiseau asked, "Is this concierge here?" She died several years ago in her village where she'd retired. In other words, she won't be able to testify, which is very convenient for you. So far you presented us with 2 filthy half-witted drunks, a man who lives off tips, and now a dead woman. Who's next, I wonder? All in good time, Maigret said, filling another pipe. Chapter 7. The lawyer checked his watch, which presumably, like Maigret's, showed 6:10. He was still a young man and was trying hard to seem important. He sprang to his feet. "Have you finished with my client, Inspector?" "I don't know. I'm afraid I have to go. I have a meeting in my office in 20 minutes and I can't miss it." Maigret made a vague gesture as if to say, "That's up to you." Loiseau turned to Mercier. "A word of advice. If you're asked any more questions, don't answer them. That's your absolute right. Nobody can force you to talk." Mercier didn't react. He had grown more solemn, less aggressive. It was as if he were starting to realize the seriousness of his situation, and in addition that his lawyer was only concerned with showing himself in his best light. Maître Loiseau walked out with the same self-important air with which he had come in. As if in passing, Maigret murmured, "A word of advice. If you go to court, get a different lawyer. That one will only antagonize the magistrates and the jurors." He added, "It is indeed your right not to answer, but many people will see that as an indication, even evidence, of guilt. I won't ask you any more questions, but you can always interrupt me if you so wish." He was observing Mercier with a great deal of attention. It struck him that the man was less aggressive than he had been in La Baule or at the beginning of this interrogation. Rather, he now seemed like an overgrown schoolboy who keeps sulking even if he no longer wants to. Detective Chief Inspector Pierre Boeuf was an excellent policeman who wasn't determined to be right at any cost. By the way, Nina Lasave had a birthmark on her left cheek, didn't she? Is this a trap? Not even that. The file my colleague put together is proof enough that you were the woman's lover. The concierge is dead, but we still have her statements. There's a transcript here from when she was brought face to face with you. You challenged her. How did you find out my name? You were convinced she wouldn't be able to answer, but this is what she said. "One afternoon, I was in my lodge with a friend who comes from time to have something to eat. I can give you her name and address. After a while, this man," she pointed to you, "came in through the arch, and we could see him clearly through the glazed door. She seemed surprised. 'Oh, look, my painter. He's the one who painted my kitchen and laid the carpet in my dining room. His name's Louis Mercier, and he works for a company on Boulevard de Batignolles.' This friend, Lucille Gosset, was questioned and confirmed this conversation. In fact, it was thanks to her that you were tracked down so quickly. About 4 in the afternoon on the day Nina was strangled, you were working in Rue Balu, in Lucille Gosset's apartment. She'd gone out shopping. You rushed over there." Mercier was looking at him with a frown. It was as if there was something he couldn't seize hold of, something he was trying to understand. "I could read you the concierge's testimony. The postman brought an express letter for a tenant on the 3rd floor, and she went upstairs. On the way down, she passed you as you were going up to see Nina. Do you still deny it?" There was no reply. As Maigret spoke, Louis Mercier grew calmer, although he remained tense. "You were both crazy about her. I don't know what she had that inspired such passion. Marcel Vivien left his wife and daughter for her, and yet she didn't want to live with him. She never spent a whole night with him, or with you, for that matter. I don't know if it was a sign of her upbringing." Maigret was speaking in a slightly muted voice. Every now and again he would mechanically turn the pages of the file he had in front of him. To get back to the afternoon when Nina was strangled, Marcel Vivien did of course have an alibi, but there were gaps in it. Mercier looked at Maigret with closer attention. This morning, I came across a note written in the margins of the file by my colleague. Let me read it to you. An elderly regular of the bistro in Boulevard de la Chapelle came forward of his own free will. He was clearly a little drunk. His name is Arthur Gilson, but he has the nickname Wooden Leg because he has a stiff leg that makes him walk as if he had an artificial leg. He claims that during that afternoon, Marcel Vivien came into the bistro at about 3:30 and had 2 cognacs one after the other. What made that particularly startling was that he usually drank only coffee. Again, according to Arthur Gilson, Vivien then headed for Boulevard Rochefort. Maigret fell silent for a moment and looked intensely at Mercier. I should tell you immediately that none of the other people who were in the bistro confirmed that statement. Or rather, the owner admitted that the scene did take place, but the day after Nina died. One of them's right, and the other's wrong. My colleague seems to have leaned towards the owner. Mercier could not help asking, "And you?" I'm tempted to believe Wooden Leg. He was old, but he had his wits about him. He's dead now. All that's left is this note by Chief Inspector Piedboeuf. Vivien had been Nina's lover for more than 6 months. After cutting all ties with his family, he thought of her as his. She met you and gave herself to you while still having intimate relations with Vivien. Vivien didn't often go to see her in the afternoon. It was the evenings he spent with her, although he also had lunch with her in a little restaurant. Mercier's features hardened again. During the investigation, the concierge didn't remember seeing him come in or go out. She was asked what she was doing at the time, and she answered that she was knitting by the window and listening to the radio. Now, sitting by the window, it wouldn't have been easy for her to see people coming in under the arch. Where does this lead you? To suspect Vivien of killing his girlfriend, who was also yours. Maybe he even saw you come out of the building. We'll never know. The fact remains, he was furious, literally destroyed by the pain of it. He might not have come to Boulevard Rochefort to kill her, and he didn't have any weapon with him. Maybe he only wanted to catch you with her. He found her lying naked on the bed. Who would she have undressed for if she wasn't expecting him? As far as he was concerned, he had done it all for her. He was ashamed of having left his wife and daughter with nothing, and now she was cheating on him with the first man she found. I don't know what they said to each other, but she couldn't get him to calm down. She wasn't afraid, we know that from the position she was found in, but he was in an agitated enough state to strangle her. Now his whole life had come to an end. He didn't see how he could ever go back to Rue Colinck or even to his workshop in Vourapie. Nothing mattered to him anymore. He might not have been upset for the police to pin the crime on you. That's pretty much what they did. What you yourself did at first. I always said I didn't kill her. When did you find out that she was dead? 15 minutes later. I saw Vivien come running out and setting off in the direction of Place Blanche. I wanted to ask Nina what he was doing there. I went into the building, and it was as I was climbing the stairs that I passed the concierge. When I got to the apartment, the door was ajar. That struck me as suspicious. 2 minutes later, I discovered the body. That was when I erased my fingerprints, wiping everything I touched even in the last few days. In doing that, I must have wiped Vivien's prints too. Why didn't you accuse him? Because I decided to punish him myself. Courtolans was struggling to keep up with the rapid pace of what was no longer a monologue from Maigret, but a genuine conversation. Maigret had found the weak spot, and Mercier had lost his stiffness. You were that much in love with her? She's the only woman I've ever really loved. What about the woman you married? I like her a lot. She likes me too, but I don't think she's ever really been in love with me. It all happened 20 years ago, Mercier. I know. All the same, I think about her every day. Don't you think that was true of Vivien too? He was as much in love as you were, enough to commit murder. He didn't try to make a new life for himself. He preferred to go downhill immediately. He became a tramp. A tramp you met by chance after 20 years. Chapter 8. Marcier was silent, staring down at his shoes. His face had changed. He had lost his arrogance and become more human. You had 20 good years. He glanced at Maigret, and on his thin lips there was a vague smile, full of irony. I didn't kill her, it's true, but I am the indirect cause of her death. You worked hard, you saved, you managed to establish yourself in your own right and did well in business. You have a nice, pretty wife, you live in a wonderful apartment, and you own a villa in La Baule. And yet you risked all that to kill a man you hadn't seen in 20 years, a man who during that time had become a wreck. I vowed to punish him. Why not leave that to the law? He'd have pleaded that it was a crime of passion and would have got away with a short sentence. By now, he'd have been free for a long time. Your lawyer will plead it was a crime of passion in your case, too. Right now, I don't care. Just yesterday, I was determined to deny it, to defend myself. The evidence against you, whatever you think, is too strong. The telephone rang. Cam here, from the first arrondissement. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. I had Marcier in my office for more than 2 hours now. Has he confessed? Yes. He'd have had to anyway, even if he didn't want to. Some children who were playing on a patch of waste ground next to the dilapidated building where Vivien had made his nest just brought me a .32 caliber pistol. 3 bullets are missing in the magazine. One of my men is on the way to the police judiciaire to hand it over to you. It will be an extra piece of evidence. Did he also kill Nina Lasave? No. Who was it? Vivien? Yes. You mean that after 20 years, Marcier was still enough in love with Nina Lasave to avenge her? Yes, thank you, Ascan. You've been an enormous help to me. In fact, it's you and your men who've done most of the work in this case. That's an exaggeration. I'll leave you to your interview. Marcier had tried to follow the conversation, but the words Maigret had uttered meant nothing without hearing what had been said at the other end of the line. During these past 20 years, have you looked for him in Paris? Not systematically. I'd look at people in the street. I don't know why, but I was sure I'd meet him one day. I did have dinner at Pharamon's. I'd come to Les Halles on foot. The restaurant reminded me of old memories, of a time when Pharamon's was the height of luxury, something well out of my reach. I went in and had dinner on my own at a table. My mother-in-law can't stand me and never stops needling me. She resents the fact that I started out as a house painter. She also found out that I was born in Belleville and didn't know my father. A few minutes later, old Joseph the usher knocked at the door. An inspector from the first arrondissement is asking to see you. He has a package he needs to hand over to you personally. Show him in. The man was young and energetic. I came as fast as I could, sir. I've been asked to give you this. And he held out his package, which was covered in parcel paper that had been used before and was all cracked. He looked curiously at Marcier. Do you still need me? Not for the moment, thank you. When the inspector had left, Maigret opened the package. Is this your gun? It certainly looks like it. You see, even without your confession, we'd have got to the truth. We'll take out the remaining bullets and compare them with the ones removed from Vivien's chest. You were so afraid of being caught with this weapon in your pocket that you quickly got rid of it, throwing it on a piece of waste ground. Marcier shrugged. It's true I gave a 5-franc coin to a tramp. I also saw a fat woman who looked dead drunk. When I recognized Vivien unloading vegetables, all my anger came back, and I rushed home to get my gun. I waited in the dark. It took a very long time because another lorry arrived and he and others were hired to unload it. Your hate for him hadn't faded. No. I had the feeling I was doing my duty. Towards Nina. Yes. What made it worse was that Vivien seemed at peace with himself. Wasn't it his own choice to become a tramp? He looked for all the world as if it had brought him peace, and that put me in a rage. So you waited until 3 in the morning? Not quite. 2:30. I followed him when he headed for Impasse du Vieux-Four. The fat woman I'd noticed at Leal was lying in a doorway, apparently asleep, befuddled with wine. It never occurred to me she might pose a risk. Maître Loiseau will be furious about this confession, but I don't care. I saw Vivian go inside the building. I went up the stairs right behind him. I heard him close the door. I sat on the step for almost half an hour.
Did you want to find him asleep?
No. I couldn't make up my mind.
What made it up for you in the end?
Thinking about Nina. More specifically, the little birthmark she had on her cheek, which made her look so touching.
Did he wake up?
After the first bullet, he opened his eyes. He looked surprised. I don't know if he recognized me.
Did you say anything to him?
No. I may even have been sorry I'd come, but it was too late. The only reason I fired 2 more shots was because I didn't want him to suffer, believe it or not.
You tried to get away with it.
That's right. I think it's automatic. Vivian didn't go telling the police he'd killed his girlfriend either.
His face tensed as he uttered the word girlfriend. Then he shrugged again.
By the way, what became of Madame Vivian?
She's still living in the same building in Rue Colincourt, though in a smaller apartment.
She's a dressmaker. Apparently she has quite a lot of customers. He had a daughter, too, didn't he?
She's married with 2 children.
And they don't seem to have suffered too much.
Maigret preferred not to reply.
What are you going to do with me?
You'll be taken back to the cells. Tomorrow you'll be interrogated by the examining magistrate, who'll probably sign an arrest warrant. Until the examination is over, I assume you'll be kept in La Santé, after which it's quite likely you'll be detained in Fresnes until your trial.
Will I be able to see my wife again?
Not for a while.
When will the newspapers announce my arrest?
Tomorrow. In fact, I think a reporter and a photographer are already waiting in the corridor.
Maigret was a little weary.
He too had suddenly relaxed, and he had a slightly empty feeling. He spoke in muted tones. He didn't seem triumphant, and yet he was relieved. He had 2 murderers instead of 1. Was that what he had obscurely sought?
I'm going to make a request which I suppose you'll have to deny. I don't want my wife to find out what's happened to me from the papers, let alone from a phone call from her mother or a friend. She must be having dinner. I'm sure she'll be at the villa.
What's your telephone number?
124.
Hello, mademoiselle. Can you get me 124 in La Bourre? It's urgent, yes. Now, he was the one who was in a hurry to be free again. 3 minutes later, he was put through. The Villa Les Pins Parasols?
Yes.
Madame Mercier, Maigret here. I have your husband in my office. He'd like a few words with you.
Maigret walked over to the window and stood there, puffing at his pipe. Yes, I'm at the police judiciaire. Are you alone? With the maid? Listen to me carefully. This is going to be a shock. Do you think so? Yes. I've just confessed. I couldn't help it.
Contrary to what he had expected, she remained calm.
Both of them. What do you mean? Both murders? Boulevard Rochefort wasn't me, but Vivian was. I guessed as much. And when you saw him again after 20 years, all your old jealousy came back. You knew? I thought of it right away. Because of what? Because I know you. What will you do now? First, I'm going to finish my holidays here, unless the examining magistrate summons me. After that, I don't know yet. There's never been that much love between us. At the end of the day, I was only ever a substitute. My mother will probably pester me to ask for a divorce. Oh, does that surprise you? No, not really. Goodbye, Odette. Goodbye, Louis.
When he hung up, he was almost swaying. He hadn't foreseen that the phone call would turn out that way. It wasn't only what had been said, but everything it implied. 15 years of his life had been wiped out in a few minutes. Maigret opened his cupboard and poured a small glass of cognac. Drink this. Mercier hesitated, looking at Maigret with his eyes full of astonishment.
I didn't know, he stammered, that your wife had guessed. She's going to ask for a divorce. What would you want her to do? Wait for you? I don't understand anything anymore. He knocked back his cognac and coughed. Then, without sitting down again, he murmured, "Thank you for being gentle with me." Take him back to the cells, Torrance. Torrance, big as he was, seemed shaken. Mercier waited for him in the middle of the office. Curiously, he no longer seemed so tall, and his face, its features blurred, looked quite ordinary now. He almost held out his hand, but didn't do so. "Goodbye, Inspector." "Goodbye." Maigret felt heavy. He paced up and down heavily while waiting for Torrance to come back. "I think there was a moment there when I was quite moved," Torrance admitted. "Shall we get a drink at Place Dauphine?" "Definitely." They left Quai des Orfèvres on foot and walked to the familiar bar. Several inspectors were there, but only one from the crime squad. "What'll it be, Inspector?" the owner asked. "A large draft beer. The largest you have." Torrance ordered the same thing. Maigret drank his beer almost in one go and held out the glass to the owner to be refilled. "Makes you thirsty, doesn't it?" To which Maigret replied, as if mechanically repeating words whose meaning didn't strike him, "Yes, it makes you thirsty." He returned home by taxi. "I was wondering if we'd be back for dinner." He collapsed into his armchair and mopped his brow. "As far as my side of things goes, the case is closed." "Has the murderer been arrested?" "Yes." "The man you went to see in La Baule?" "Yes." "Wouldn't you like to go out for dinner? All I have is cold meats and Russian salad." "I'm not hungry." "The table's laid, you might as well eat." That evening he didn't watch television and went to bed at 10.